In the profound recesses of time, the term heavenly eye serves as a mysterious glyph, silently unfurling countless grand and captivating sagas. Amidst the frigid expanse of northeast China, swathed in a vast blanket of white snow, it presents a deathly still, silver-white panorama. Anti-Japanese warriors and a detective hell-bent on avenging his late wife find themselves inadvertently ensnared in the astonishing enigma of the Jintian Treasure Box due to a peculiarly unpredictable tomb robbing incident. What arcane secrets lie concealed within the box? The heavenly eye curse upon the bones of Emperor Hong Taiji exudes an otherworldly aura, trailing like a shadow, reminiscent of the ominous cloud of death, perpetually poised to plunge all into an unfathomable abyss. Simultaneously, in another snow-covered corner, Liaofan fortuitously rescues a mysterious fortune-teller. From that moment on, he acquires the arcane art of physiognomy, enabling him to peer into the recesses of human hearts and ventures into the ruthless realm of intricate human psyches and interwoven desires. Each time he practices this art, it is as if he is tangoing with the darkness and avarice of human nature. A single misstep could spell his doom, leading to being consumed by the very forces he trifles with. The children in the orphanage, yearning for freedom, set out on a raft, navigating the swift flowing current. A sudden kink in fate brings forth a heavenly-eyed girl with webbed hands and feet, who ushers them into a strange and spectral alternate world. Should they remain in this seemingly liberated yet peril-rife, strange land, or return to the real world to confront the unforeseen hardships? This life or death decision, like a menacingly sharp blade suspended overhead, looms ominously over the children. An ordinary adolescent, Chu Nan, stumbles upon the heavenly eye and thereby inaugurates an urban legend. Armed with superpowers such as clairvoyance, mind-reading, and hypnosis, he reigns supreme and stirs up a storm in arenas like lottery scratching, treasure appraising, and stone gambling. Nevertheless, beneath this glittering veneer of glory lie innumerable perils and challenges. A minuscule error could precipitate eternal damnation. In the celestial expanse of the nine heavens, the Great Shang Taoist receives an edict from the primordial chaos ancestor to descend to the mortal realm. Along the way, he is bestowed with the heavenly eye and takes under his wing a prehistoric divine eagle and a sparrow that had inadvertently ingested the divine seed as disciples, commencing a perilous and miraculous odyssey of immortal cultivation. Each advancement in his spiritual realm is accompanied by a life and death duel with a formidable adversary. A single slip-up could result in his soul being scattered to the winds. Amid the acrid smoke of the business war, Liaofan, scarcely having started her job at the museum, is jolted to discover the mystery surrounding her mother's baffling disappearance 2 decades ago. As the investigation delves deeper, astonishing truths gradually surface, and every step is fraught with suspense and terror. Can she unearth the truth behind her mother's vanishing act? Or will she be swallowed by the darkness and become the next hapless victim? During the era of the Northeast United Resistance against Japan, a band of anti-Japanese outlaws, in a bid to amass military funds, dare to plunder Emperor Hong Taiji's mausoleum. When the underground palace is unsealed, the heavenly eye on Emperor Hong Taiji's forehead is revealed, and a terrifying curse descends. The bandits who participated in the tomb robbery meet with strange and untimely deaths one after another within half a year. The shadow of death, like a menacing dark cloud, shrouds everyone. What secrets lie hidden beneath this macabre sequence of events? In the enigmatic domain of the Zhuang ethnic group, Heavenly Eye is a distinctive appellation for the sun. The novel takes the fates of Zhuang intellectuals like Wei Yangzhai as its main thread and, through the stream of consciousness technique, portrays their struggles and tenacity in the ebb and flow of the times. Every recollection, every introspective analysis, is like a poignantly sharp blade, piercing the reader's heart. In a magical cosmos, the smoke of the first undead war has yet to clear. The demonic artifact demon, left behind by the malevolent forces, endeavors to utilize the necromancers on the undead island to unleash a cataclysmic war of annihilation upon the world. After the protagonist Jean suffers the heart-rending loss of his loved ones, he and his friend Wei, at the ultimate cost of their own lives, frenziedly activate the divine artifact and perish together with the demons. However, the Guardians resurrect Jean using a substitute puppet, and the villain Brett secures the soul-reaping tower, which can harness the pain of the imprisoned to empower the magicians. A titanic battle between good and evil that holds the world's very survival in the balance is on the verge of erupting. At this very moment, let us jointly step into this wondrous novel world inaugurated by the heavenly eye, to explore those tales veiled by the passage of years, and to unveil the truth concealed behind the mysterious curtain. Chapter 1. The attempt to ambush backfires. In High City Number 4 Middle School, as the students gradually departed, 3 boys emerged from the classroom building. I ask you, Akuin, is your intel reliable? Did Zhang Liang truly enlist some thugs to ambush me? Inquired one particularly handsome boy, glancing at a slightly pudgy companion beside him. The boy known as Akuin nodded, responding, I overheard Zhang Liang discussing it with someone while I was in the restroom. His tone did not suggest fabrication. Damn it. I thought his gaze seemed off today. Turns out he was plotting against me. When we return to school tomorrow, we shall deal with him. The handsome boy cursed vehemently. Tao, now is not the time for bravado. We should devise a plan to exit the school swiftly, suggested another boy standing nearby. The handsome boy nodded, his mind racing as he strategized. After a moment, he proposed, you two exit through the main gate while I scale the wall from the playground. After all, I'll be the only one confronting him. It won't involve you both, and they won't trouble you. That won't do. We agreed to share both fortune and adversity. Akuin quickly objected. I can hardly believe you. While the sentiment of sharing both joy and hardship is commendable, one must consider the timing. The wall at the playground is quite high. Do you truly think you can climb it? Trust me. You two should head out the main gate to help divert their attention. The handsome boy retorted, casting a stern glance at Akuin. Take care. See you later, Akun said with a hint of exasperation. Get lost. Akun retaliated, attempting to deliver a kick. Unfortunately, before he could connect, his target, Ateo, had already dashed off toward the playground. Let's go, Awang beckoned. The two of them exited the school gates, engaged in light-hearted banter. To their surprise, outside there were only Zhang Liang and one of his lackeys. Where are Zhao Kuan, Sun Guang, and Lu Tao? Zhang Liang inquired, noticing the two of them. Lu Tao, haven't seen him. What's up? Looking for him? Zhao Kuan asked innocently. Nothing in particular. Just curious. Zhang Liang replied with a shake of his head. I'm waiting for someone here. You two can go ahead, Zhang Liang said with a smile directed at Zhao Kuan. All right, then we'll take our leave, Zhao Kuan responded, and he and Sun Guang made their way home. At that moment, Zhang Liang's sidekick chimed in, Brother Liang, this kid probably intends to sneak out from the playground. It's quite the rendezvous for Biao and the others. Indeed, I suspect Lu Tao has already been caught and is getting a thorough beating from Biao and his crew. We should hurry, otherwise we might miss the action, Zhang Liang declared, striding towards the playground exit. Though their voices were not particularly loud, Zhao Kuan and Sun Guang still caught the gist of the conversation. Instantly, their expressions shifted in unison. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously exclaimed, Not good. As soon as the words fell, the two individuals hastily dashed towards Zhang Liang's direction. After parting ways with them, Lu Tao effortlessly scaled the wall of the playground. However, upon landing, he immediately sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Upon lifting his gaze, to his surprise, he spotted 4 young men wearing sunglasses standing not far from him. The moment they noticed him descending from the wall, they swiftly approached. Are you Lu Tao? Inquired the leader of the group, removing his sunglasses as he spoke. No, you have mistaken me, Lu Tao replied, shaking his head. True to the adage, a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. He had yet to discern the intentions of these individuals and preferred to avoid confrontation if possible. Do you take me for a fool? The leader scrutinized Lu Tao, stating, Let me be frank with you. Are you aware that someone is waiting for you at the school gate today? I specifically instructed Zhang Liang to say that. It's far more convenient to settle matters here than at the entrance. Is that so? What do you gentlemen intend to do? Lu Tao inquired, casting aside his backpack and stretching his limbs in preparation. Damn, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You wish to spar, don't you? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes the King of Hell has. The leader casually handed his sunglasses to one of his subordinates and advanced toward Lu Tao. At that moment, Zhao Kuan and Sun Guang rushed over, positioning themselves squarely between Lu Tao and the leader, Pray tell, from whence have you two little rascals emerged? The leading youth inquired upon their arrival. We are brothers of Lu Tao, Zhao Kuan declared, standing tall and proud. Brothers, you say? Very well. Strike him. The youth's words had scarcely left his lips when he swung his fist toward Zhao Kuan. Without a moment's hesitation, the remaining three henchmen lunged at Lu Tao and Sun Guang. At that moment, Zhang Liang and his entourage also arrived on the scene, swiftly joining the fray. It was 3 against 6, and it was evident that Lu Tao's side was at a disadvantage. In truth, had it not been for Zhao Kuan and Sun Guang's presence, Lu Tao could have easily dispatched the few ruffians before him. However, their arrival only served to hinder his ability to act freely. Nevertheless, he quickly brought down 2 of his assailants. Zhang Liang and his thugs were momentarily taken aback by Lu Tao's ferocity. It is worth noting that Zhang Liang had summoned these streetwise individuals. Fighting was second nature to them despite Lu Tao's prowess. He was merely a student. Yet in such a short span, he had managed to incapacitate 2, which was truly remarkable. Zhang Liang, did you recruit these individuals to confront me? Lu Tao approached Zhang Liang, his gaze fixed intently on him, his expression devoid of emotion. Lu Tao, I was wrong, Zhang Liang stammered, sensing the dire situation. Were you in error? I fail to see any evidence of Lu Tao was reveling in his dominance, while Zhao Kuan and Sun Guang found themselves in dire straits. The duo had scarcely engaged in any brawls, often left to endure the brunt of assaults before each other. Observing the scene, Lu Tao, disinterested in further administering punishment to Zhang Liang, pivoted to confront Zhao Kuan. With a swift motion, he seized the arm of the leading youth and twisted it forcefully, prompting beads of cold sweat to form on the youth's brow, his visage contorted in agony. Do you believe yourself to be quite formidable? Lu Tao inquired, his left hand striking the youth's cheek with a casual air. Do you have any idea who my elder brother is? Release me at once if you know what's good for you. The youth retorted, attempting to assert his authority. I have no interest in knowing who your elder brother is. Are you aware of what his father does? Lu Tao pointed towards Sun Guang. What does he do? The youth faltered momentarily before posing the question. His father works at the Public Security Bureau. Are you eager to find yourselves incarcerated? Lu Tao's words were accompanied by a tightening grip, causing the youth to wince in pain, tears streaming down his face. I have no desire to be locked up. Brother, this whole mess was instigated by this brat. If he hadn't summoned us, we wouldn't have come. Wouldn't you agree? If you seek vengeance, I can assist you in giving him a beating to relieve your frustration, if that would suffice. The youth hastily altered his tone upon learning of Sun Guang's father's profession. That won't be necessary. Depart, and ensure I do not encounter you again. Lu Tao replied coldly. Understood. The youth nodded, a mournful expression on his face as he lamented. Brother, if you do not release my hand, how am I to depart? Upon witnessing this, Lu Tao let out a cold snort and released his grip. The leading young man dared not utter another sound, exchanging glances with his 3 companions, and the quartet hurriedly departed from the scene. Brother Biao, please don't abandon me. Zhang Liang shouted desperately at the retreating figures of Biao and the others. Tao Ge, I was wrong, you are magnanimous. Can you spare me this once? Zhang Liang was overwhelmed with despair. There was no deep-seated enmity between him and Lu Tao. It merely stemmed from an accidental step on his foot by Lu Tao while walking, which prompted Zhang Liang to unleash a torrent of curses and attempt to retaliate, only to be swiftly subdued by Lu Tao in front of onlookers. In a fit of rage, he sought the assistance of his cousin, whom he referred to as Brother Biao. Little did he expect that before Lu Tao, Brother Biao would be reduced to a mere subordinate. Spare you? Lu Tao glanced at him and shook his head, stating, I'm afraid that's not possible. Did you not see that both a Kuan and a Guang were injured? Hey, race the deal. I won't extort you. Just provide 1,000 yuan for medical expenses, and we shall consider it settled. How does that sound? 1,000 yuan? Isn't that rather excessive? Zhang Liang lamented, his face a mask of misery. His monthly allowance amounted to a mere 500 yuan, meaning he would need to save for 2 months to gather such an amount. Do you find it excessive? Acknowledging with a nod, Zhang Liang, accompanied by his 2 sycophantic followers, departed from the vicinity. Kuan, Guang, are the 2 of you unharmed? Lu Tao approached them, casting a concerned gaze over their persons, inquiring solicitously about their well-being. We're fine, just some superficial abrasions, Ah Kun responded with a smile. When we arrive home, should our parents inquire, simply state that some individuals were bullying me today, and that you too sustained these injuries in an attempt to aid me. Is that understood? Ensure that you do not inadvertently reveal the truth. Lu Tao proposed after a moment's contemplation. Understood, they both assented with a nod. Let us proceed. Having been delayed for such an extended period by those scoundrels, I am uncertain as to whether the number 9 bus is still in operation, Lu Tao remarked, retrieving his backpack from the ground, dusting off the accumulated grime, and proceeding towards the bus stop, whistling a carefree tune. Zhao Kuan and Sun Guang exchanged knowing glances as they gazed upon his departing figure, shrugged their shoulders, and followed in his wake. Chapter 2. An Unforeseen Incident. The trio tarried at the bus stop for a considerable duration, yet the number 9 bus remained conspicuously absent. Damn it! Had it not been for the disruptive actions of those scoundrels, we would not have missed the bus. I should have extorted more from them, Lu Tao exclaimed with a hint of impatience. Indeed, Lu Tao concurred, casting his gaze to the left in search of any vacant taxis passing by. Fortuitously, his gaze fell upon a taxi displaying the sign indicating its availability, approaching in their direction. He promptly gestured to hail the vehicle. Unexpectedly, as the taxi came to a halt before them, a young man clad in a black t-shirt flung open the door, poised to enter the vehicle. Good heavens, Lu Tao exclaimed, hastening forward to tap the fellow's shoulder. My good man, he began, are you not cognizant of the protocol? Was it not I who initially hailed this conveyance? On what grounds? The other retorted, grasping Lu Tao's shoulder. We are pressed for time. You are trifling with forces beyond your comprehension. The youth hissed, a glint of malice in his eyes. Seizing Lu Tao's arm, he delivered a sharp elbow strike to his ribs. A searing pain coursed through Lu Tao's torso, followed by a wave of dizziness, and he crumpled to the ground. Drive on, to the bus depot, the youth commanded the taxi driver, casting nary a glance at the prostrate Lu Tao. The driver, initially inclined to remonstrate, thought better of it upon beholding the youth's malevolent countenance, and silently steered the vehicle towards the bus station. Ah Tao awakened. Zhao Kuan and Sun Guang cried out in alarm, having scarcely registered the youth's swift assault before Lu Tao lay prone. Lu Tao, however, remained insensate. Ah, Kuan, I shall seek out a telephone to summon aid. Remain here, Sun Guang declared, pivoting to dash toward the telephone booth. Scarcely had he turned when he collided with an elderly gentleman. My apologies, sir, Sun Guang stammered. And oh harm done, the elder replied with a dismissive wave. Are you students from the 4th high school, perchance? Sun Guang affirmed. Indeed, we are pupils of the 4th high school in our final year. The elderly gentleman ceased conversing with Sun Guang and directly approached Lu Tao. He crouched down, extending 3 fingers to rest upon Lu Tao's wrist. After a moment, he addressed Sun Guang, who stood nearby, saying, his pulse is feeble, as if he has suffered severe internal injuries. Thus, you two shall carry him and accompany me to the clinic. I will assist him. Upon hearing the elder's words, Sun Guang did not hesitate, hoisting Lu Tao onto his back and proceeding onward. Fortunately, the clinic was not far away. When the elder opened the door, Sun Guang and the others entered, gently laying Lu Tao upon the bed. The elder retrieved an acupuncture kit from a nearby cabinet, which contained various needles. Subsequently, he instructed Sun Guang and the others to lay Lu Tao flat and lifted his shirt. Was he involved in a fight just now? The elder inquired while examining the swollen areas with his hands. No, Sun Guang replied. We were waiting for the bus, which never arrived, so we attempted to hail a taxi. Unexpectedly, a young man jumped in ahead of us, and Ah Tao, frustrated, wanted to reason with him. At this point, Sun Guang suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I remember now. The young man seemed to have struck first. It was just too swift for me to comprehend. Sun Guang and Zhao Kuan immediately complied with the elder's instructions. Ah Tao, you have finally awakened, Sun Guang exclaimed upon hearing Lu Tao's call. Ah Guang, is it truly you? Why can I see nothing? Lu Tao cried out, waving his hands with great agitation. Doctor, rest assured. I am certain I can endure this. Please proceed with the acupuncture without hesitation. Before Sun Guang and Zhao Kuan could react, Lu Tao had already spoken. If it becomes unbearable, do let me know, we can take a break, the elder said, continuing to manipulate the silver needle with deft precision. As time passed, The needle gradually penetrated Lu Tao's body. Once it reached 4 inches, beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead, and the veins in his arms and forehead bulged prominently. Were it not for Zhao Kun and Sun Guang restraining him, he would likely have leaped up in agony. "Are you still able to continue?" the elder inquired, gazing at the drenched Lu Tao with a look of deep concern. Many students today are only children in their families, pampered and sheltered. Few can withstand such intense suffering. Lu Tao's fortitude in this regard filled him with a sense of pride. At that moment, Lu Tao was tormented to the brink of despair. The elderly gentleman remained silent, merely extending 3 fingers to check Lu Tao's pulse. After completing the examination, the once furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he smiled at Zhao Kun and Sun Guang, saying, "His meridians are." Upon hearing that Lu Tao was fine, Zhao Kun and Sun Guang hurriedly fetched a towel to wipe the sweat from Lu Tao's brow. Indeed, as the old gentleman had anticipated, within 20 minutes, Lu Tao slowly opened his eyes. "Ah Tao, can you understand me now?" Sun Guang inquired, leaning closer to Lu Tao's face. "Get away from me. Have you washed your face this morning? You still have sleep in your eyes." Lu Tao retorted as he sat up. "Do I have sleep in my eyes? How was I unaware of that?" Sun Guang removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. To his astonishment, he found nothing there and exclaimed, "You tricked me." Lu Tao chose not to engage further, turning to the elderly gentleman and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." "Goodbye, sir. I'll come to see you tomorrow," Lu Tao said, waving his hand as he grabbed his backpack. "All right, take care on your way," the elderly gentleman advised. After leaving the clinic, the trio quickly hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the municipal party compound. Once they had paid the fare, Lu Tao and his companions alighted from the vehicle and made their way inside. "Dad, are you still working?" Zhao Kun called out as they approached the reception area, peering through the window to spot his father at work, promptly greeting him. The 3 exchanged glances, filled with laughter and camaraderie, as they walked inside together. Before long, they arrived at the front of an antiquated 4-story building, known as the Bachelor Building, specifically designated to provide accommodation for single men employed in public institutions. Nevertheless, due to national policy issues, many married individuals with children also found themselves without housing, consequently residing here with their families. Zhao Kun's father held a position at the municipal gate, while Sun Guang's father worked as a driver for the police bureau, chauffeuring the deputy director. As for Lu Tao's father, he served as a driver for the Science and Technology Committee. In summary, the residents of this building predominantly comprised the lower-tier employees of public institutions.
Chapter 3. The emergence of extraordinary abilities. After bidding farewell to Sun Guang, Lu Tao and Zhao Kun strode purposefully towards home. Upon reaching the doorstep, before Lu Tao could even grasp the doorknob, the door creaked open. Today, it was his turn to supervise duties with Kun and the others. Lu Tao entered, tossed his backpack carelessly onto the bed, and settled onto a stool. Soon, his mother brought in the meal. "Mom, where's Dad?" Lu Tao inquired. "He's dining with his superiors tonight. Hurry up and eat, then get started on your homework," his mother replied, serving him a bowl of porridge before taking a seat herself. "All right," Lu Tao nodded, engrossing himself in his meal. Once he finished eating, he placed the dishes aside, picked up his backpack, and addressed his mother. "Mom, I'm going to do my homework now." "Go ahead, study well," his mother urged. After stepping outside, Lu Tao turned and entered the adjacent room. This area comprised single dormitories, designed with consideration for employees who had families, thus resulting in 2 separate accommodations. This arrangement allowed children the comfort of not having to share a space with their parents. Upon entering, Lu Tao did not immediately commence his homework. Instead, he flung his backpack aside and lay on the bed, lost in thought. The events of the day had left him feeling quite unsettled. The young man who had emerged from nowhere possessed remarkably formidable skills. Even though Lu Tao had been somewhat careless at the time, being severely injured with a single strike indicated that his opponent was undoubtedly a master. How could such a skilled individual appear in Binjiang City? Moreover, judging by his accent, he did not seem to be a local. Even if vengeance were his aim, it seemed improbable he could locate the individual responsible with any haste. Occupied by these musings, his gaze remained fixed, unwavering, upon the ceiling. Presently, he sensed an anomaly. The ceiling seemed to dissolve gradually, as if he were transported into the furnishings of the apartment above. To his astonishment, his vision alighted upon a pair of radiant thighs, ascending which, his eyes were naturally drawn to a black undergarment. As he was poised to discern the details concealed beneath, the vision dissipated, replaced once more by the familiar ceiling. Had his eyes deceived him? Subconsciously, Lu Tao rubbed his eyes, which felt somewhat fatigued from overuse. He closed them, performing eye exercises to alleviate the discomfort. Soon, a sense of relief washed over him, and he reopened his eyes, to ascertain whether his previous experience was indeed a figment of his imagination. He focused intently on the ceiling. Once more, the scene recurred, though this time, the subject was attired in sleepwear. As he attempted to delve further, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, and the vision vanished, restoring the status quo. Could he dismiss one instance as a mere illusion, and yet another? Lu Tao pondered internally. After a brief respite, he rose and proceeded towards the door. Tao, weren't you inside doing your homework? Where are you off to? His mother, occupied with washing dishes in the kitchen, inquired. Well, hurry back then. Come down early. With these words, his mother resumed her task. Lu Tao swiftly ascended to the second floor, arriving at the room where Zhang Qian resided, and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A melodious female voice resonated from within. The door creaked open, revealing a girl clad in a pink nightgown. Lu Tao was momentarily taken aback. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl he had just seen at home. Could it be that everything he had experienced earlier was indeed real? Lu Tao, are you all right? Zhang Qian inquired, observing Lu Tao's dazed expression. Did I hear you correctly? You came up here to ask about the homework assigned by our teacher? By the way, did the sun rise in the west today? You usually just borrow my or Sun Guang's homework. What has gotten into you today? Have you been stimulated by something? Zhang Qian's tone was laced with playful sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao reflected, indeed, what was happening to him today? How could he utter such nonsensical words? If he were capable of completing the tasks, he would not consistently rank in the 40s. It is worth noting that there were only 52 students in their class. I was merely jesting. Have you finished your work? If so, may I borrow it to copy? Lu Tao returned to his usual demeanor. He gazed at her graceful figure and instinctively shook his head. Ever since their family moved to this area, he had been attending school alongside Zhao Kuan, Sun Guang, and Zhang Qian, from elementary through middle school and now high school. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, Zhang Qian had blossomed into a striking beauty, capturing the attention of the entire school. It was also around that time that Lu Tao realized, quite unwittingly, he had developed feelings for her. Despite having expressed his affection more than once, Zhang Qian always skillfully diverted the conversation. Over time, he became somewhat numb to it all. Yet, in this very moment, his heart, which had grown somewhat dormant, was suddenly reawakened. If what he had just experienced in his home was indeed real, it implied that he might possess a newfound ability of clairvoyance. With such a gift, the prospect of winning Zhang Qian's heart seemed attainable. As Lu Tao indulged in boundless imaginings, Zhang Qian emerged from her room, holding her homework. She thrust it into Lu Tao's hands, saying, "Remember to return this to me at school tomorrow." "Certainly, no worries," Lu Tao replied, taking the homework and humming a cheerful tune as he descended the stairs. Zhang Qian watched his retreating figure, shaking her head and muttering to herself, "I wonder when you will finally grow up." Naturally, Lu Tao was oblivious to her words. At that moment, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to leverage his recently acquired clairvoyant ability to amass wealth. Once back in his room, he swiftly retrieved his homework and began to copy it. Just as he was nearing completion, the door swung open, and Sun Guang and Zhao Kuan entered. "What brings you here so early today? Have you both finished your assignments?" Lu Tao inquired with a smile, setting down his pen. "This is today's chemistry assignment," Zhao Kuan replied, tossing his homework onto the desk. "You two are truly righteous. You are indeed my good brothers. By the way, did your mothers ask about the injuries on your bodies?" Lu Tao asked with a grin. Both shook their heads in unison. "That's good to hear. Today has truly been a stroke of misfortune. I encountered two groups of insufferable individuals. Just wait and see. The one who dared to snatch a taxi from me had better not cross my path again. For if he does, I shall ensure he is unrecognizable to his own mother. Lu Tao's smile faded, replaced by a fierce countenance. Tao. Both Akuan and I rushed over to inquire about this matter. Is that young man's martial prowess truly so formidable? I could hardly discern how he struck. And yet you were already on the ground, Sun Guang asked with keen interest. By the way, is your eye all right? Fortunately, we encountered that grandfather who possesses medical knowledge. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, Sun Guang remarked with lingering trepidation. The events of the day indeed instilled a sense of fear in him. Had Lu Tao's eye been genuinely harmed, their spirits would not have fared well either. That grandfather's medical skills seem quite exceptional. Do you think he could be one of those reclusive masters hidden within the city? Zhao Kuan suddenly interjected. Pa, are you out of your mind? If he were a master of that caliber, then I must be the protagonist of those novels, encountering adventures at every turn and charming countless women. Sun Guang retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Zhao Kuan and raising his middle finger. X-ray vision? I've seen that on television. Some playing cards are sprinkled with phosphorescent powder, and when one wears specially crafted glasses, it becomes visible, Sun Guang exclaimed with enthusiasm. During those gambling films, he always felt a rush of excitement during such scenes. Were he to possess such remarkable skills, he would certainly dominate the casinos in Macau or Alaska. I speak of genuine X-ray vision, the kind that allows one to see through objects, Lu Tao reiterated. Please hurry up and copy it. After finishing, rest early and see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Lu Tao, Sun Guang and Zhao Kuan departed. Once they left, Lu Tao swiftly began transcribing his homework. However, upon completing it, he did not immediately retire to bed. Instead, he fixated on his writing desk. Soon, he cleared the contents of the drawer, revealing something hidden within. Indeed, he had acquired the ability of clairvoyance. Yet, this power appeared somewhat feeble, as he would quickly grow fatigued, leaving him uncertain about how to prolong its duration. Otherwise, just as he approached the most exhilarating moments, it would abruptly vanish, an experience that was quite unsatisfactory. After conducting his experiments, Lu Tao shed his clothes and climbed into bed. Gazing at the ceiling, he muttered to himself, Zhang Qian, wait for me. I will surely astonish you. Unfortunately, at that moment, Zhang Qian had already succumbed to slumber. Chapter 4. A modest trial. Upon waking the next morning, Lu Tao hastily consumed breakfast and bid farewell to his parents before seizing his backpack and heading out. When he reached the middle of the staircase, Zhao Kuan and Sun Guang were already waiting for him. Tao, my dad mentioned last night that if I place within the top 5 of our class in this upcoming mock exam in Island City, he will reward me with 300 yuan. If that happens, I'll treat you both to a meal. Sun Guang exclaimed excitedly on their way to school. For a high school student who typically had only a handful of yuan, 300 yuan was indeed a considerable sum. If it weren't for the mention of money, I might almost forget that I still need to ask that lad Zhang Liang for 1,000 yuan today. TSK, 1,000 yuan. Just like that, truly the privilege of a wealthy family. Our parents toil endlessly, yet they barely earn that amount in a month. Lu Tao remarked with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, considering the monotonous salaries of Lu Tao's parents, it's no surprise. When Lu Tao was preparing for the entrance examination, he fell short by 2 points to enter the prestigious 4th high school, ultimately spending 20,000 yuan to become a sponsored student, nearly depleting his parents' savings. Unlike Zhang Liang, the wealthy second generation who could easily pull out tens of thousands as if it were a mere game. However, Tao, don't you think what we are doing is a bit excessive? After all, we generally have a decent relationship. If we proceed like this, it may lead to awkward encounters in the future, Zhao Kuan expressed with concern. He was usually carefree and jovial, slightly plump, earning him the affectionate nickname Laughing Mithraea, embodying a harmless demeanor. No worries, Zhang Liang is simply asking for a lesson. I suspect that, in the future, he will be even more eager to ingratiate himself with us. Just think about it. Those individuals he sought from the underworld were thoroughly dealt with by us. He would be lucky to cling to our coattails now. Have you not noticed? The Japanese were once so arrogant. Yet after being struck by 2 atomic bombs from the Americans, they became docile, turning into the Americans' little sidekick, Lu Tao said with a chuckle. After considering his words, Zhao Kuan nodded and replied, what you say does seem quite reasonable. Just as the trio engaged in light-hearted banter, the bus arrived at their stop. They disembarked, laughing and chatting as they made their way toward the school gate. As he approached the entrance, Zhang Liang emerged from his Audi at that very moment. Upon seeing him, Zhao Kun managed a somewhat awkward smile. In contrast, Zhang Liang eagerly dashed before Lu Tao and the others, greeting them with palpable enthusiasm. "Brother Tao, good morning. The 1,000 yuan you requested is ready. Shall I give it to you now or after class? You can tuck it into your textbook for me after class." Lu Tao replied nonchalantly, "All right, that works. Brother Tao, let me tag along with you from now on," Zhang Liang mustered the courage to suggest. Previously, Lu Tao, despite his lackluster academic performance, seldom engaged in fights. However, he was truly impressed when Lu Tao had decisively taken down Biao Gu and his gang the day before. "What would you follow me for? Do you think I'm like those ruffians? I'm still aiming for university," Lu Tao responded with evident displeasure. Faced with Lu Tao's reasoning, Zhang Liang nodded with a beaming smile. Although his own academic results were not particularly stellar, he managed to rank in the top 20, unlike Lu Tao, who was teetering near the bottom yet still harbored aspirations for higher education, a comparison akin to a toad dreaming of dining on swan meat. In the past, he might have dared to mock, but now he would not dare. "How about this? If there are any activities in the future, I can bring you along. What do you think?" Just as Zhang Liang's hope began to dwindle, Lu Tao swiftly added, "Sure, that sounds great. As long as you guys include me, I'm in. My parents are always busy, and my sister is away at university, so I have no one to look after me," Zhang Liang replied without a moment's hesitation, readily agreeing. "Let's go." With only 10 minutes remaining before class, Lu Tao glanced at his watch and remarked that if they were late, their homeroom teacher would likely erupt in anger once again. Zhao Kun and the others nodded in agreement as they merrily strolled towards the teaching building, entirely oblivious to the conflicts that had transpired among them just the day before. Upon arriving at the classroom, they found it nearly filled to capacity. Lu Tao hastily located his seat and retrieved Zhang Qian's homework from his backpack, asking a classmate in front of him to pass it along. Such actions had long become commonplace among his peers. If a student like Lu Tao could gain admission to university, it would indeed defy all reason. As the bell signaled the start of class, a female teacher clad in a blue dress entered the room. This was Fan Wenwan, the Chinese teacher for Lu Tao's class, who had graduated the previous year from the Chinese department of Island City Normal University. Due to her exceptional teaching abilities, she was assigned to teach the senior class in her second year. It must be said that Fan Wenwan was an extraordinary beauty. When she first arrived at the school, the male teachers, whether single or married, gazed at her with the fervor of hungry wolves. However, the less fortunate male teachers, possessing a sense of self-awareness, recognized that they were out of her league and chose to withdraw gracefully. Presently, 2 male teachers, both with commendable backgrounds, continued to pursue her, yet Fan Wenwan seemed to indicate that neither had much hope. Such was the treatment of teachers, and for students like Lu Tao and his friends, the prospects were even more disheartening. Thus, more often than not, during language classes, the boys exhibit a heightened enthusiasm for learning. When the bell signals the end of class, they invariably pose a myriad of questions to Fan Wenwan, seeking her guidance. "Not again. Another test," one student lamented. Yet, despite their complaints, the students obediently tidied their desks, preparing for the distribution of the examination papers in silence. This time, Lu Tao found himself in a situation markedly different from usual. Typically, when faced with a test, he would succumb to the urge to doze off, for his academic performance had not been commendable, and there were scant questions he could confidently answer. However, his circumstances had shifted. He now possessed the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance. If he were to harness this power effectively, achieving at least a passing grade would be well within reach. For him, a passing mark represented genuine progress. Soon, the test papers were handed out, and Lu Tao skimmed through the questions, confirming that he could only guarantee correct answers for a handful. Nevertheless, to ensure his success, he promptly answered the questions he was confident about. Next, he began to seek a target for covertly copying. After surveying the room, he ultimately set his sights on his deskmate, Zhang Qian. It is worth noting that Zhang Qian consistently ranked among the top students, frequently landing in the top 10 of every examination. Moreover, her test paper was relatively easier than Lu Tao's. With his target identified, Lu Tao directed his focus intently towards her paper. In no time, he discerned the answers with clarity. However, it may have been due to the novelty of his newfound ability that, before he could finish copying, his eyes began to ache. Unable to endure the discomfort, Lu Tao rested his head on the desk for a moment. At that moment, Fan Wenwan descended from the podium and approached Lu Tao, rapping gently on his desk. "Teacher Fan," Lu Tao exclaimed, opening his eyes and instinctively rising to his feet. "Why are you sleeping again during the test?" Fan Wenwan inquired, her tone laced with irritation. "Overexerting your mind? With your current state, how could that even be possible? Come, let me see how much you have done," she continued, picking up Lu Tao's test paper as she spoke. As time passed, her expression gradually transformed, shifting from an initial calmness to one of utter astonishment. "Did you truly complete this yourself?" she asked Lu Tao, her disbelief palpable after perusing the paper. "Yet just days ago you scored merely in the 60s. How could you possibly achieve such a remarkable improvement in such a short span?" Fan Wenwan pressed on. "Even if..." She seemed to contemplate further, but at that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. "I say, Teacher Fan, your expression clearly conveys your disbelief in me. How about this? The first mock exam for the upcoming college entrance assessment in our island city is imminent. If I do not score a perfect 100, you may have your way with me. Would that suffice?" Lu Tao replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Are you serious about that?" Fan Wenwan retorted, unable to contain her curiosity. "If I were to play tricks, then I would be this," Lu Tao declared, gesturing with his fingers to mimic a turtle crawling across the desk. "Very well. You must remember what you just said. So many classmates have heard you. If you try to weasel out of it later, then you shall." Paused at this point, refraining from elaborating further. After all, she was a teacher, and certain words were perhaps best left unsaid. "However, teacher, I have already made such a promise. Shouldn't you also demonstrate some sincerity? If I were to score above 100, how would you respond?" Lu Tao inquired with a mischievous smile, fixating on the striking features of. "If you manage to score above 100, I shall leave your fate in your hands," replied without a moment's hesitation. Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, a pang of regret washed over her. Such jesting was not trifling. What if Lu Tao truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck and achieved that score, only to present her with unreasonable demands? Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. "Teacher, did you not proclaim this before the entire class? Should you decide to retract your statement, it may lead to..." Lu Tao remarked with a devilish grin. "Then it is settled. Teacher, I am feeling rather unwell. I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he clutched his stomach and dashed out of the classroom. Watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh, before instructing the students to submit their examination papers, and then she departed with a stack of papers in hand. Chapter 5. A turn of fortune. Upon entering the restroom in a hurried manner, Lu Tao felt an overwhelming sense of relief after attending to nature's call. Gradually, he emerged from the restroom, only to encounter Sun Guang and his companions. "Ah Tao, are you aware? You have become the center of attention among faculty and students alike," Sun Guang remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "The center of attention? What do you mean?" Lu Tao responded, bewildered. He is not particularly adept in his studies, nor does he possess commendable virtues. Apart from his somewhat pleasing appearance, he is essentially devoid of merit. Even if he were to engage in self-promotion, it is unlikely he would become the center of attention at school. As soon as you departed, Teacher Fan followed suit. Once the two of you left, the entire class erupted into chaos, particularly the students who spread rumors about your wager with Teacher Fan far and wide. I suspect that now, apart from the elderly gatekeeper, nearly all the other teachers and students are aware of it, explained Sun Guang. So what if they know? It's of little consequence, Lu Tao replied nonchalantly. His initial intention was to jest with Fan Wenwan, but the situation escalated into a city-wide uproar. In light of this, he adopted an attitude of indifference, thinking that at worst, Teacher Fan would treat him to a meal, thereby fulfilling their playful agreement. "Tao, it would be wise for you to exercise some caution," warned Sun Guang. While I am unsure if any boys harbor feelings for Teacher Fan, I do know that both Teacher Sun and Teacher L are pursuing her. If either of them seeks to create trouble for you, it could become problematic. Sun Guang paused, recognizing the challenges students face when attempting to confront teachers. Let us address this later. You two should hurry inside to the restroom. We don't want any accidents, Lu Tao remarked as he made his way back to the classroom. He quickly settled into his seat. Lu Tao, if you truly manage to outsmart Teacher Fan, what do you plan to do with her? Inquired his inquisitive classmate, Sun Wei. She is my teacher. What can I possibly do? If you're curious, you'll have to wait until the results of the mock exam are revealed. As Lu Tao finished speaking, he retrieved his English book from the desk, flipping to the content covered in yesterday's lesson, and began to read at a leisurely pace. Everyone should have memorized the text assigned yesterday, right? Which student would like to recite it? The English teacher inquired while opening the textbook. Upon hearing the request for recitation, many students below were left dumbfounded. It is important to note that the passage spanned nearly a page and a half. For the average student, merely reading it would be a considerable challenge, let alone memorizing it. When no hands were raised in response, the teacher decided to call upon someone directly. Zhang Qian, please stand up and recite. Upon hearing her name, Zhang Qian promptly closed her book and stood up, commencing her recitation. Initially, she spoke fluently, but as she continued, she began to falter, eventually stopping altogether, unable to proceed further. Zhang Qian, you may sit down. This passage is indeed quite lengthy. Let us postpone the recitation until the next class, the teacher said, casting a glance at her. At that moment, Lu Tao was engrossed in doodling with a ballpoint pen on his English textbook, entirely oblivious to the teacher's words. His English grades had consistently placed him at the bottom of the class, never even managing to achieve second to last. Whenever the teacher reprimanded him, he would defiantly assert that as a Chinese person, he had no need to learn English, nor did he ever intend to travel abroad. Faced with such a self-satisfied student, the English teacher chose to ignore him, allowing him to languish in his own neglect. Typically, Lu Tao could even sleep through class without the teacher intervening. However, today, the English teacher had already heard about Lu Tao's remarkable achievements in Chinese class. Realizing that Lu Tao's performance in the subject seemed to have improved significantly, this revelation left her feeling quite uncomfortable. If one can excel in Chinese, why then should English pose a challenge? It was a blatant affront to her authority. With this thought in mind, the English teacher abruptly set down her textbook and called out to the class. Lu Tao, what are you doing? Lu Tao, the English teacher is calling you. Sun Wei nudged Lu Tao when he did not respond. Hey, why did you push me? Lu Tao spun around, anger evident in his voice. Over there. Sun Wei pointed towards the English teacher. Following Sun Wei's gesture, Lu Tao turned to see a face contorted with fury. Teacher, are you calling me? Lu Tao asked, gesturing towards himself. The class erupted into laughter at his question. Lu Tao, what were you doing just now? Could you not hear me speaking? The English teacher demanded, her frustration palpable. Not paying attention during class was a clear insult to her. Reciting a text? Do you really think you can manage that? I give you a semester, and I doubt you would succeed, the English teacher scoffed. Having lost all patience with such a seemingly hopeless student, she continued. Oh really? What if I do manage to recite it? Lu Tao retorted, his voice rising defiantly. If you do manage to recite it, then in future classes you can do as you please, and I promise I will not interfere, the English teacher shot back, refusing to back down. She could hardly believe that even diligent students like Zhang Qian struggled to memorize the text. Yet Lu Tao, a lackluster student, could do so effortlessly. If Lu Tao truly managed to memorize it, it would be akin to the sun rising in the west. As soon as Lu Tao finished speaking, he closed his textbook and lowered his head, slowly beginning to recite. In truth, there was no way Lu Tao could memorize the text in such a short span. His confidence stemmed from his ability to see through the pages. He peered through the cover of the book and found the passage he needed to recite, then proceeded to recite it verbatim. Although his recitation was somewhat hesitant, he managed to recite it from beginning to end. Lu Tao, you aren't just reading from the book, are you? The English teacher inquired, gazing at Lu Tao, who remained with his head down. Teacher, I can attest that Lu Tao indeed closed the book just now, Sun Wei quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, the English teacher thought it was truly bizarre. A student usually lacking in academic prowess had suddenly transformed into a model student, even outperforming gifted students like Zhang Qian. An incredible turn of events. Sun Wei, please bring Lu Tao's textbook here. Lu Tao, recite the text once more, the English teacher stated with a stoic expression. Sun Wei nodded and eagerly handed Lu Tao's English book to the teacher. Damn it, this girl is truly cunning. Thankfully, I didn't leave the textbook on my desk earlier. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble, Lu Tao muttered in his mind, his gaze shifting to Zhang Qian's English textbook directly in front of him. Whether Zhang Qian intended to assist Lu Tao or not, the placement of the book was such that he could clearly see it. Soon, he began to recite once again, following the text closely. The English teacher was utterly taken aback. How is it, teacher? Would you like me to recite it once more? Lu Tao inquired, a look of pride adorning his face. The teacher gazed at him, unable to suppress a sigh, and instructed, everyone, please turn to page 2 of your textbooks. As the school bell rang to signal the end of class, Lu Tao stretched lazily, preparing to move about. However, before he could rise from his seat, Zhao Kun and Sun Guang approached him eagerly. I must ask, Lu Tao, have you been possessed by the spirit of Spring Brother today? Your performance was utterly astonishing, Zhao Kun exclaimed with admiration. I am not possessed. I merely came to a realization last night, Lu Tao replied thoughtfully. What realization? Do share. Perhaps I too shall become extraordinary like you, Zhao Kun urged. The realization I came to is that. Lu Tao paused deliberately, then continued, I must study diligently. Who would believe that? I aspire to be first every day, yet I consistently end up in the 30s or 40s, Zhao Kun scoffed, gesturing dismissively at Lu Tao. That's because you lack effort. Last night, after finishing my homework, I dedicated an entire hour to memorizing the text. Otherwise, how could I have possibly recited it? Lu Tao stated earnestly. Are you being serious? Zhao Kun's face displayed skepticism. Why would I deceive you? There is no benefit in lying. If you were to work as hard as I do, securing a place in university would be nearly guaranteed. With less than 3 months until the college entrance examination, we ought to strive for our parents' sake. Lu Tao continued passionately. In truth, these words were his heartfelt sentiments. Previously, he had little inclination for studying. During classes, he was either absorbed in novels or lost in slumber. Each time a parent-teacher meeting was held, his mother would endure the teacher's reprimands, further diminishing his interest in academics. However, given the chance, he would gladly see his hard-working mother receive commendation from the teacher. That would be a source of pride for him as a son. Now that opportunity had finally arrived. Tao, I never imagined you would utter such words. From this day forth, I shall strive to learn, Zhao Kun declared with unwavering determination. That's the spirit. Come, let us take a stroll, Lu Tao said as he rose to his feet. At that moment, a disdainful snort echoed from ahead. Lu Tao and the others turned towards the source of the sound, only to find it emanating from Wang Yunlei. This Wang Yunlei was indeed formidable. Since the beginning of his first year in high school, he had secured the top position in every examination without fail, which had cultivated an air of arrogance about him. What do you mean by that, Wang Yunlei? Are you unable to tolerate my words? Lu Tao inquired with a smile as he approached Wang Yunlei. A petty person in triumph, Wang Yunlei replied, engrossed in his book, seemingly oblivious to Lu Tao's question. Who are you calling petty? Have the courage to repeat that. Lu Tao's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing those words. Fine. You think you're so impressive. If I were to strike you, it would only tarnish my dignity. Just you wait. I shall surpass you in the upcoming test, Lu Tao asserted, pointing accusingly at him. You think you stand a chance? Wang Yunlei's tone dripped with condescension. Indeed, if it were Zhang Qian delivering this message, he might take it to heart. However, the one challenging him now is a struggling student who consistently ranks at the bottom. He hardly considers him worthy of his attention. You will soon discern whether I am deserving of waiting for the results of the mock examination. Upon finishing his declaration, Lu Tao turned to Sun Guang and Zhao Kun, stating, Let us go. Let us take a stroll. Wang Yunlei observed Lu Tao's retreating figure with a faint smile gracing his lips. After years of schooling, he had always been the top student in class. If only there were someone to contest him, he would truly welcome the challenge. Chapter 6. Participation in the biology competition. Tao, did you not let your temper escalate a bit too much just now? Furthermore, was your bravado not a touch exaggerated? Sun Guang expressed concern as they exited the classroom. You know who Wang Yunlei is? He is nothing short of an examination machine. Competing with such a prodigy in test scores is akin to inviting self-inflicted torment. Have you not heard the saying? Beyond the mountains there are higher mountains. Behind every talented individual, there are even more formidable people. He may dominate our school, but if placed in the ranks of the 1st or 9th high school, he probably wouldn't even make it into the top 10. What is there to boast about? Just wait and see. This time, I shall certainly give him a taste of his own medicine. If I do not leave him with a face as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms, he will never understand why they are so red. Lu Tao replied nonchalantly. Now armed with the examination's secret advantage, he felt invincible. Regardless of Wang Yunlei's prowess, could he eclipse the textbook? However, the crux of the matter lies in your consistently lackluster academic performance, which renders any hopes of surpassing Wang Yunlei utterly futile. Of course, were you to be in Zhang Qian's position, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. Sun Guang stated bluntly, expressing a desire for Lu Tao to deliver a substantial blow to Wang Yunlei's arrogance. Yet the crucial factor remains Lu Tao's capability to do so. Given Lu Tao's current standing, Wang Yunlei's victory appears inevitable. As if summoned by fate, just as Sun Guang mentioned Zhang Qian, she emerged from the classroom, walking directly towards them. Lu Tao, are you free at the moment? If so, accompany me downstairs for a bit. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Zhang Qian spoke softly, her voice barely rising above the crowd. Although she was acquainted with Sun Guang, Zhao Kuan, and others, their interactions had been rather limited. The two proceeded down the stairs side by side, encountering numerous students along the way, who regarded them with expressions of surprise, whispering among themselves. Zhang Qian felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny, prompting her to quicken her pace in an effort to maintain some distance from Lu Tao. Observing this, Lu Tao shook his head and followed closely behind. They continued until they reached the entrance of the teaching building, where they finally paused. Zhang Qian had always harbored a fondness for Lu Tao. However, his apparent lack of ambition led her to perceive him as someone devoid of drive. She questioned whether a relationship with such a boy would bring her happiness. And it was precisely this apprehension that caused her to overlook Lu Tao's affections. If Lu Tao continues to remain uninspired, by the time he graduates from high school, the bond between them may very well dissipate entirely. However, Lu Tao's performance in class today brought her an abundance of surprises. Nay, one might even say it was a revelation. His display exceeded the expectations of everyone in the class, leaving even the Chinese and English teachers astounded. Her fondness for Lu Tao instantly multiplied. At that moment, she was utterly taken aback. Unable to comprehend where Lu Tao found the audacity to challenge his peers, it seemed like an act of self-sabotage. Nevertheless, after Lu Tao and Sun Guang departed from the classroom, she hesitated multiple times before ultimately deciding to approach him for a discussion. Lu Tao, why did you choose to confront Wang Yunlei? The only outcome of such actions is self-inflicted humiliation. You are well aware of Wang Yunlei's academic prowess. It is no easy feat to surpass him, not even for me, since we have been in the same class since the 2nd year of high school. When have you ever seen the top position occupied by anyone other than him? Zhang turned around and began to reprimand Lu Tao. Zhang Qian, why are you so agitated? Have you ever heard the saying, the wheel of fortune turns? This year it is my turn? Wang Yunlei has held the top position for so long. It is high time for someone else to take a seat. Otherwise, sitting alone for too long can lead to discomfort, Lu Tao replied with a broad smile. Could you be serious for once? I am speaking to you earnestly, Zhang Qian exclaimed, wishing she could deliver a sharp reprimand to wipe the smile off his face. Fine. From today onward, after dinner, come to my house. I will help you with your studies. If you are unwilling, then consider it as if I never spoke. Zhang Qian pondered for a moment before expressing her thoughts. Of course I am willing. It would be my honor for you to tutor me, Lu Tao exclaimed eagerly. He had longed for an opportunity to be alone with Zhang Qian, and now that such a chance had presented itself, how could he let it slip away? As he gazed at her departing figure, he couldn't help but shake his head. Deep down, he understood that, in the past, Zhang Qian would never have voluntarily offered to tutor him. Now, merely a small demonstration of his abilities had brought about such a transformation in her attitude. As Lu Tao contemplated this, a wave of imagination washed over him. "Lu Tao, what are you doing? If you don't hurry, you'll be late." Zhang Qian called out as she reached the stairway and turned to see Lu Tao lost in thought. Her voice snapped him back to reality, prompting him to dash towards her. Upon reaching the classroom door, just as Lu Tao was about to enter, he heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Mr. L.V. Chunda, the biology teacher from the adjacent class. "Mr. L.V., did you call for me?" Lu Tao asked, pointing to himself in puzzlement. After all, it was the first time he had ever spoken to Mr. L.V. since he enrolled in this school. "Yes, Lu Tao. I just heard other teachers mention in the office that you made a bet with Teacher Fan during class today. If your score on the upcoming mock exam exceeds 100 in Chinese, she will agree to any conditions you propose. Is that correct?" Mr. L.V. inquired directly. "Pretty much," Lu Tao nodded in response. "Indeed, it is as you say." Lu Chunda smiled and remarked, "Lu Tao, you must be aware that I have been pursuing Teacher Fan for quite some time, yet she has never acknowledged my efforts. Each time I attempt to invite her for a meal, she unceremoniously declines. Would you be so kind as to assist me? If you manage to win over Teacher Fan, could you persuade her to dine with me? I would be willing to offer you 500 yuan. Lu Teacher, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I was merely jesting with Teacher Fan. You might not be aware of my situation. My scores in the Chinese language exams have consistently placed me at the bottom of the class." Lu Tao chuckled in response. "Is that truly the case?" Lu Chunda inquired, somewhat incredulous. "If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire further. The truth will reveal itself," Lu Tao replied. At that moment, their biology teacher approached, prompting Lu Tao to add, "Lu Teacher, class is about to commence, so I must take my leave. Farewell." "Very well, go ahead." Lu Chunda waved him off. "Lu Tao, are you all right?" Sun whispered. "Of course. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Lu Tao replied, as he opened his biology textbook. "Everyone was just discussing your situation with Wang Yunlei, and many believe you seem a bit off today, which is why I inquired." Sun Wei continued. "Mind your own business. You're the one who seems off," Lu Tao shot back, glaring at him. "The fact remains, you and Wang Yunlei are on entirely different levels. What do you intend to compete with him on?" Sun Wei persisted. "This is a personal matter, and it hardly concerns you," Lu Tao retorted, clearly vexed. His greatest disdain was directed towards Sun Wei, the quintessential gossipmonger, who would undoubtedly thrive as a tabloid journalist in the future. Momentarily silenced by this confrontation, Sun Wei seethed inwardly, cursing, "What pretense is this before me? Just wait until the mock exam results are released. You shall see your downfall." At that moment, the biology teacher entered the classroom. "Hold on a moment, everyone. I have an announcement to make," the teacher stated, surveying the students until most of them lifted their heads. "The provincial biological competition is approaching. Should one secure first prize, there lies an opportunity for direct admission to Dongshan University. Are there any students willing to sign up?" To this inquiry, silence reigned. It was not that the students lacked the desire to participate, but rather they were acutely aware of their inadequacies in competing at such a level. Lacking the necessary skills rendered the registration fee a mere waste. "Wang Yunlei, Zhang Qian, both of you have commendable biology grades. Why not give it a try? Even if you do not secure first prize, a second prize would suffice. Remember, it can enhance your scores during the college entrance examination. It is a benefit without drawbacks." With no volunteers forthcoming, the teacher took it upon himself to nominate them. Wang Yunlei and Zhang Qian, recognizing the teacher's insistence, nodded in agreement. Upon seeing their assent, the biology teacher smiled and prepared to commence the lesson. "I would also like to sign up," a voice suddenly interjected. Instantly, the attention of the biology teacher and the entire class was drawn towards the source of the interruption. "Is that Lu Tao, the student who usually dozes off in class? Signing up for the competition? Surely I must have misheard. Lu Tao, please repeat yourself. What is it that you wish to do?" The biology teacher inquired with a hint of uncertainty. I wish to enroll in the biology competition, Lu Tao reiterated. He had not initially intended to participate in such an event, but since Wang Yunlei and Zhang Qian were both joining, he felt compelled to follow suit. It was a perfect opportunity to venture out during the competition and enjoy some private moments with Zhang Qian. Little did he anticipate that as soon as he finished speaking, the classroom would erupt with whispers and murmurs. What has gotten into Lu Tao today? Has he taken some peculiar medication? Surely, his mind must have been squeezed by the heavy iron gate. He has read too many absurd novels, imagining himself as the protagonist within those tales. Lu Tao, your courage is commendable. However, your performance in biology has consistently been among the lowest, hasn't it? The biology teacher remarked with evident exasperation. Teacher, I believe the essence of the competition lies in participation. I never intended to attain any particular ranking. I simply wish to attend. Despite the bewilderment and ridicule from his peers, Lu Tao maintained his composure and confidence. Since you are so eager to participate, then by all means do so. The registration fee is 100 yuan, to be submitted to me by next Tuesday. The biology teacher shook his head, bemused. After teaching senior students for over a decade, this was a first for him, leaving him both amused and perplexed. Very well, Lu Tao replied as he took a seat. Chapter 7. The bet 40 minutes swiftly passed. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, before the biology teacher could exit, Sun Guang and Zhao Kuan, along with others, surrounded Lu Tao. Tao, your performance today is nothing short of astonishing, evoking both awe and terror. Are you unwell? Zhao Kuan inquired, extending his right hand to touch Lu Tao's forehead. Do I appear to have a fever? Lu Tao responded with a chuckle, unable to suppress his amusement at the questions. Sun Guang, Zhao Kuan, and several other classmates nodded in agreement. Get lost, Lu Tao exclaimed, unable to contain his irritation. At that moment, a sarcastic voice emerged from Lu Tao's left rear. Fellow students, are any of you interested in placing a bet? Hurry, it's 10-1. Lu Tao and his companions turned towards the source of the voice, discovering a boy with a parted hairstyle, brandishing a piece of white paper and shouting. His outburst drew a crowd of curious onlookers. This boy, named Wang Shang, hailed from the same locality as Wang Yunlei, and the two shared a familial bond. Initially, there was an unspoken truce between him and Lu Tao, but witnessing Lu Tao challenge Wang Yunlei today, he felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, he was well aware that Lu Tao was no match for Wang Yunlei, making his actions a mere mockery of Lu Tao. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lu Tao's eyes as he thought. You wish to play? Do you? Very well. I shall indulge you. He gradually rose, parting the crowd to approach Wang Shang. What game are we playing that has stirred such excitement? Lu Tao inquired with a smile. We are wagering on who will triumph between you and Wang Yunlei. Care to join the fun? It's 10-1. Wang Shang declared provocatively. 10-1? How does that work? Lu Tao disregarded the other's demeanor and continued to inquire. Quite simple. If you defeat Wang Yunlei, I shall pay you tenfold. Wang Shang boasted with pride. Is that so? I fear you may not be able to afford such a wager. Lu Tao scoffed. As long as you dare to gamble, I can afford the stakes. Wang Shang, provoked by his words, pounded his chest in assurance. All right. Lu Tao turned to Zhang Liang and said, Liang, bring the money. I'm going to wager with him. Upon hearing Lu Tao call his name, Zhang Liang quickly retrieved the prepared 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. The surrounding classmates, upon witnessing such a sum, were instantly captivated. For a high school student living on a mere 200 yuan a month, 1,000 yuan was undeniably a considerable fortune. I'll stake 1,000 yuan. If you lose, remember to compensate me with 10,000, Lu Tao declared, placing the money before Wang Shang. 10,000 yuan? To a high school student, that was an astronomical figure. Even if Wang Shang's family owned a stone factory, it was implausible for him to possess such wealth. Lu Tao, what are you doing? Before Wang Shang could speak, Zhang Qian squeezed in, her voice laced with reproach. Lu Tao glanced at her, smiling. I'm merely indulging him in a little game. Who plays with money like this? 1,000 yuan. What if you lose? How much do your parents earn in a month? Zhang Qian exclaimed angrily, her words punctuated by 3 question marks. Her remarks caused Lu Tao to retract his playful demeanor, adopting a serious tone as he asked, "Then what do you suggest I do? Are you asking me?" Zhang Qian replied uncertainly, "Indeed, since you disapprove of my wager."
"What do you propose?"
Lu Tao inquired, feeling somewhat helpless. He had initially intended to teach Wang Sheng a harsh lesson, but he hadn't anticipated Zhang Qian's unexpected intervention. Moreover, he recognized that she was acting in his best interest. Even in his recklessness, he understood the value of prudence. "Is 20 a bit too little?" Lu Tao turned to Sun Guang and the others and said, "How much change do you all have? Take it out and place your bets." Sun Guang, Zhao Kuan, and Zhang Liang rummaged through their pockets, collecting a total of 80 yuan, which they placed in front of Wang Sheng. "Then let's wager 100. Lu Tao declared to Wang Sheng. "Are any of you placing bets? Hurry up. You might just strike it rich." Lu Tao called out to the lively crowd of classmates. Everyone shook their heads and dispersed. They had little faith in Lu Tao's victory. Had they been in Wang Sheng's position, they would have insisted Lu Tao leave behind the 1,000 yuan. "Zhang Qian, here is 200 yuan for you," Lu Tao said as he pulled out 200 yuan notes from his 1,000 yuan stack and handed them to Zhang Qian. "Why are you giving me so much money?" Zhang Qian asked, her face a picture of confusion. "Did you not just place a 20 yuan bet? At a 10-to-1 payout, you should receive 200 if I win. Consider this in advance," Lu Tao explained with a smile. "Since when did you become so confident?" Zhang Qian inquired, both amused and bewildered. "I've always been confident, but today, I am exceptionally so," Lu Tao replied, patting his chest. "No, I can't accept this money. What if you lose?" Zhang Qian said, attempting to return the money to Lu Tao. "Could you please have a bit of faith in me? How about this, you keep the money for now, and if I lose, you can give it back then. Does that sound good?" Lu Tao suggested after a moment's thought. "Aoyang, this money is for you." Lu Tao took out 100 yuan from the remaining 800 and returned the rest to Zhang Liang. "Brother Tao, what does this mean?" Zhang Liang found Lu Tao's conduct perplexing. It was the same person who requested funds from him yesterday who was now providing them. He questioned the motive behind this gesture, stating that as brothers, such formalities were unnecessary, as he placed the money in Zhang Liang's pocket. Zhang Liang seemed poised to object, but Sun Guang interjected, urging him to accept the money, reiterating their brotherhood. Zhang Liang then expressed his gratitude to Lu Tao. Lu Tao then suggested that they dine out after school to purchase a gift for the elderly gentleman who had rescued him the previous day. Sun Guang and the others readily agreed. Zhang Liang realized that he now possessed the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision and contemplated how to leverage it effectively. With this newfound power, his prospects of attending university were virtually assured. He then considered what else he should pursue. He resolved to earn money to provide a better life for his hardworking parents. His initial thought was to engage in stone gambling. However, he swiftly dismissed this idea, recognizing that it required specialized knowledge. He realized that he would need to acquire some expertise in jade before he could profit from it. Gambling, on the other hand, offered a more immediate path to wealth, but he lacked experience in this area and was unsure of how to begin. He then considered buying lottery tickets, specifically the instant win variety. Although the potential earnings were modest, the process was straightforward and could be implemented immediately. Having clarified his thoughts on making money, Lu Tao realized that the most pressing matter at hand was to focus his energy on the upcoming mock examination. If he failed to surpass Wang Yunlei, it would truly be akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He could not afford such a loss of face. However, Wang Yunlei's academic performance was indeed commendable, ranking at the top of their class. Even if he were to copy all of Wang's answers, he would at best achieve a tie. The critical issue lay in the Chinese language and composition sections, which could not be replicated by mere imitation. Thus, in order to surpass his rival, he needed to devise alternative strategies. Lost in thought, he soon found himself at the end of the school day. Chapter 8. A visit to the old gentleman. As soon as the chemistry teacher vacated the classroom, Lu Tao snapped his fingers at Sun Guang and the others, and together they departed from the school. Since Zhang Liang had become Lu Tao's close companion, he was also invited to join their outing, while his less intimate follower was left behind. Lu Tao typically preferred to disregard those with whom he had minimal acquaintance. The four of them enjoyed a meal at a nearby restaurant, after which Lu Tao purchased some fruit from a supermarket before they proceeded to the old gentleman's clinic. Upon entering, Lu Tao noticed the elderly doctor was currently attending to a patient, so he refrained from interrupting. It was only after the patient had left that he stepped inside, carrying his items. "Good day, esteemed doctor. Do you remember me?" Lu Tao greeted the old gentleman as he approached. The doctor scrutinized Lu Tao for a moment before nodding and responding, "Of course I remember you. Your demeanor during your treatment yesterday left a profound impression on me. Old gentleman, I am fortunate to have encountered you yesterday. Otherwise, I would likely be lying in a hospital bed now. This is a modest offering of fruit I purchased at the supermarket, a token of my respect." As Lu Tao spoke, he placed the fruit upon the table. "You need not bring anything. Your presence is sufficient," the elderly gentleman replied. "You are still a student, and such formalities are unnecessary." He then gestured to Sun Guang and the others standing behind Lu Tao. "Do not linger at the back. Find yourselves a seat." Sun Guang and the others nodded and settled onto the nearby benches. "Young man, come here, extend your hand. I shall take your pulse to assess your recovery," the elder said, shifting the pulse pillow closer to Lu Tao with a smile. Lu Tao promptly sat down and placed his right hand upon the pulse pillow. As the elder took his pulse, he nodded continually. Upon concluding, he beamed at Lu Tao and remarked, "Your pulse is remarkably good, displaying a rare tranquility. It is astonishing that after sustaining such severe injuries yesterday, you have managed to return to normalcy overnight, surpassing my expectations. Old gentleman, if I understand you correctly, does this mean my body is completely free of issues?" Lu Tao inquired with keen interest. The elder nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. Furthermore, your pulse beats with great vigor. If I am not mistaken, you must have trained in martial arts." "Ah, I see. Given that, how is it that you sustained such grave injuries yesterday? I heard from your classmates that a young man was responsible for them. Could you recount the circumstances of that incident?" The elder continued his inquiry. "Grandfather, that person is not from our locality. I can tell by their accent," Lu Tao quickly remarked. "Not a local? What could someone from outside be doing in Binjiang?" The old gentleman seemed taken aback by this revelation and then inquired. Upon hearing such an absurd question from the elder, Lu Tao couldn't help but scratch the back of his head and chuckle. "I have no idea." Seeing his reaction, the old man chuckled in return. "Look at me. You don't even know the person, so how could you possibly know what they are here for? Well, if you have time, feel free to visit any time." The elderly man rose to his feet as well. Lu Tao and his three companions gradually exited the clinic, bidding farewell to the old gentleman before heading toward the school. "Sun Guang, don't you find that old man a bit peculiar?" Lu Tao suddenly posed the question as they walked. "For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that he's not an ordinary person, especially when he reacted with such surprise upon hearing that the one who seriously injured me was not a local. Did none of you notice that?" Lu Tao expressed his observations. "Come on, don't be so paranoid. Ever since you were attacked, it seems like you've changed," Sun Guang replied with a hint of concern. "Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? By the way, tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have any plans?" Lu Tao shifted the topic. "Zhang Liang, what about you?" Lu Tao turned to ask. "Do you have a computer at home?" Upon hearing those words, Lu Tao's interest was piqued. "How about this? Tomorrow, I have no plans, so I will visit your home and take the opportunity to use your computer to look up a few things. You don't mind, do you?" Lu Tao inquired. "Not at all. I am quite bored being home alone, so your visit would be most welcome," Zhang Liang quickly responded. "Very well then, it's settled. I shall arrive at your house at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning," Lu Tao declared. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, "By the way, where is your house located? Which bus should I take to get there? Is it Fushun Garden, the community opposite Yizhong?" Lu Tao continued. "Yes, I reside in Building 3, Unit 2, Zhang Liang replied. "In that case, I will take the bus there tomorrow," Lu Tao said. "Indeed, I plan to remain at home waiting for you," Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. "Since today is Friday, there are no classes in the afternoon. Instead, we had a 3-hour comprehensive examination." Lu Tao now approached the exam with remarkable composure, leisurely copying answers from his deskmate, Zhang Qian. To avoid arousing too much suspicion, he deliberately wrote down some incorrect answers, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Passing this time should pose no problem. Lu Tao nodded and remarked, once the results of this mock exam are released, you will see whether I have made progress. Is that so? If you manage to place in the top 30, I shall reward you with 100 yuan, his father chuckled. Dad, that seems rather stingy. Doesn't it? Sun Guang's father has promised him 300 yuan if he scores in the top 5. Lu Tao couldn't help but exclaim. Sun Guang is exceptionally talented academically. If all goes well, it is certain that one will gain admission to an undergraduate program. If you manage to rank among the top 5 in this exam, I shall reward you with 1,000 yuan. My only concern is whether you possess the capability. Father remarked half-jokingly. Dad, you said it. If I place in the top 5 this time, you will indeed reward me with 1,000 yuan. Lu Tao stated with utmost seriousness. Absolutely. As long as you secure a spot in the top 5, 1,000 yuan it shall be. No ambiguity whatsoever. Father responded with great enthusiasm. Deal. Upon completing his words, Lu Tao swiftly polished off his rice and prepared to depart. Why are you eating so quickly? Are you off to meet Zhao Kun and his friends again? Father inquired, noticing Lu Tao's hurried demeanor. Is that so? That's wonderful, go ahead. Father remarked after hearing Lu Tao's explanation. Chapter 9. Massage. Upon arriving at Zhang Qian's doorstep, Lu Tao encountered Zhang Qian's father, Zhang Dequan, who had just opened the door. Is that you, Lu Tao? You must be here to see Zhang Qian. Zhang Dequan asked with a smile. Ah, I see. You two go ahead and study in the room. I have some matters to attend to. Zhang Dequan waved at Lu Tao and proceeded downstairs. At that moment, Zhang Qian emerged from her room, shot Lu Tao a knowing glance, and he followed her into her chamber. To be precise, this marked Lu Tao's first entry into Zhang Qian's private quarters. Previously, even when he came here to borrow homework, he would merely wait at the door for Zhang Qian to appear. Why are you standing there? Hurry, take a seat, she urged. Zhang Qian tidied up her desk and turned around to find Lu Tao gazing around curiously. She quickly beckoned him over. Lu Tao nodded and took a seat beside her. What would you like to learn tonight? Zhang Qian inquired with a smile. I think I'll pass. With so many students in the province, there are countless who are far more capable than us. If it weren't for the biology teacher calling my name, I wouldn't embarrass myself by attending, Lu Tao replied. Well, you seem to be willingly stepping into the line of fire, Zhang Qian chided. You've spent enough time at school already. I've never been to the provincial city, so this is a perfect opportunity for me to explore, Lu Tao said with a hint of excitement. You wish. The provincial city is for the semifinals, you know. The preliminary round is conducted uniformly in the city, Zhang Qian retorted, rolling her eyes. Really? So according to you, I might be eliminated in the preliminary round? Lu Tao asked, visibly disheartened. Well, that possibility is quite high. If you don't want to be eliminated, you'd better start studying diligently. Come on. I'll give you a few questions to tackle. Hurry up and memorize them, as I'll be checking in a bit. If you can't recall them, you'll have to write them out 3 times, Zhang Qian said, flipping through Lu Tao's biology textbook for questions. What if I memorize everything? What will be my reward? Lu Tao quickly attempted to flatter her. If you manage to get them all right, I'll invite you to my house tomorrow evening. How does that sound? Zhang Qian teased, tapping Lu Tao's forehead with her pen. Is that truly a reward? That's quite a letdown, Lu Tao complained. Zhang Qian flashed him a mischievous smile, then selected a few questions from the textbook and instructed Lu Tao to memorize them, promising to check his progress in half an hour. When Lu Tao received the textbook, he nearly choked in disbelief. The answers to the questions Zhang Qian had chosen were exceedingly lengthy. It was clear that not even an hour would suffice for memorization. Zhang Qian's intent was evidently to impose upon him the task of copying them 3 times. In the past, Lu Tao would have surrendered without hesitation. However, now he brimmed with self-assurance. He feigned diligent memorization for a while, and before the half-hour mark, he closed the book and confidently declared to Zhang Qian, Teacher Zhang, I have nearly memorized everything and am ready for your assessment. Is it true? You have already memorized these complex questions in less than half an hour? Zhang Qian inquired, glancing at the quartz clock on the wall, her face a picture of skepticism. Lu Tao nodded, brimming with pride, and replied, Previously, I lacked the motivation to study. When I truly set my mind to it, I can conquer any challenge. be it divine or demonic. Go ahead and boast as you wish. Zhang Qian then picked up the biology textbook and began to pose questions. Lu Tao wiped the smile from his face and focused intently on the pages of the book in Zhang Qian's hands. No matter which question she posed, he swiftly located the answers and recited them verbatim. Lu Tao, impressive. I never anticipated your memory to be this formidable. Had you dedicated yourself to studying earlier, you would undoubtedly have secured a place in the first high school instead of settling for the fourth, Zhang Qian remarked, her disappointment palpable. But it is not too late, is it? With 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, I firmly believe I will achieve commendable results. Lu Tao spoke with unwavering confidence. Indeed, I believe so as well, Zhang Qian replied with a smile. All right, let us continue, Lu Tao chuckled. He cherished the moments spent with Zhang Qian, and if given the opportunity, he wished to prolong their time together. Zhang Qian nodded and presented him with several new topics for memorization. After a while, Lu Tao gauged the time and prepared to pose a question to Zhang Qian. However, upon glancing up, he noticed Zhang Qian was massaging her temples. Zhang Qian, are you all right? Lu Tao inquired with concern. If you are having trouble sleeping tonight, you might consider soaking your feet in warm water before bed. It could facilitate slumber, he suggested. I have another remedy you could try. Lu Tao pondered for a moment before continuing. What remedy? Zhang Qian's interest piqued at the prospect of an alternative. I can't recall which book I read it in, but it mentioned that insomnia, from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, is referred to as the heart and kidney not communicating. If one massages the Yongquan point on the sole of the foot, it can improve sleep, Lu Tao shared his insight. I believe I have encountered something similar, though I am uncertain of its efficacy, Zhang Qian responded. In any case, given your current state, it may be worth attempting. Remove your socks, and I shall massage your feet for a while to see if it yields any results. As he spoke, Lu Tao placed his biology textbook on the desk. Isn't that inappropriate? Zhang Qian's expression shifted to one of hesitation. What is inappropriate about it? You are assisting me with my studies, and I am merely offering you a massage in return. It is a reciprocal exchange, is it not? Lu Tao replied somewhat displeased. Very well then, just a brief massage will suffice. If it feels good, I will massage myself before bed in the future. As Zhang Qian spoke, she slipped off her slippers, followed by her socks, and then placed her feet in Lu Tao's lap. Lu Tao grasped Zhang Qian's ankle with his left hand, while his right thumb pressed into the arch of her foot, applying pressure as he began to massage. Ah! Zhang Qian exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Does it hurt? Lu Tao glanced at her with concern. Yes, be gentle, Zhang Qian replied softly. Lu Tao nodded and continued to knead with a lighter touch, asking, how does that feel? Is it comfortable? Yes, quite comfortable, Zhang Qian said, her eyes closed. This was her first experience of such treatment, and a gentle warmth spread through her heart. After a while, Lu Tao felt his wrist beginning to tire. He looked at Zhang Qian, who wore a radiant smile, and a mischievous grin crept onto his lips as he instinctively applied more pressure. Ah! Zhang Qian's eyes flew open in surprise, and she exclaimed, I must say, Teacher Zhang, you're about to drift off into slumber, aren't you? Let's call it a night. I have things to attend to tomorrow, and you should rest early as well. Lu Tao said as he stood up. Thank you, Zhang Qian said, awkwardly slipping on her slippers. No worries, we are friends. There's no need for such formality. Will you be home tomorrow evening? If so, I will come find you after dinner, Lu Tao said, picking up his biology textbook. I will be home studying all day. You can come directly, Zhang Qian nodded and replied. All right then. Rest well. See you tomorrow night, Lu Tao said as he left Zhang Qian's room and made his way downstairs. Upon returning to his room, Lu Tao tossed his biology textbook onto the desk and swiftly disrobed, slipping under the covers with a sense of exhilaration. His current mood was one of excitement, not solely due to his performance in class, but more significantly because Zhang Qian's demeanor towards him had markedly improved. If this trend were to continue, it was conceivable that Zhang Qian might agree to be his girlfriend. The mere thought of this brought a satisfied smile to his lips. Tomorrow would surely be even better, he mused to himself. Chapter 10. Earning a little money the following morning, Lu Tao rose, dressed, and freshened up before greeting his parents and stepping outside. Fortune appeared to be on his side that day. Upon reaching the bus stop, A bus arrived just in time. He deftly retrieved a coin, deposited it into the fare machine, and found a seat. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the bus was not crowded. Before long, they arrived at Fushun Garden. As he disembarked, the imposing structure of Binjiang No. 1 Middle School immediately caught his eye. This institution boasted the finest faculty and student body in Binjiang City, with an annual university admission rate hovering around 50%, particularly impressive for the experimental classes, where the rate exceeded 90%. In comparison, Binjiang No. 4 seemed rather lackluster. A class achieving 12 or 13 students entering university was considered commendable, while dreams of Tsinghua or Peking University were far-fetched. Last year's college entrance examination featured a student who gained admission to Tongji University, and his photo had adorned the bulletin board for an entire year. Such comparisons were disheartening, and Lu Tao couldn't help but sigh as he continued on towards Fushun Garden. Due to the establishment of a prestigious institution, numerous properties have been developed here, giving rise to a relatively prosperous commercial district. As Lu Tao approached the entrance, he noticed that someone had set up a tent outside, with stacks of cards displayed on a table. Upon drawing closer, he couldn't help but smile. This was precisely the scratch-off lottery he had contemplated the previous day. He had initially intended to seek out a ticket vendor, but unexpectedly stumbled upon one here. "Young man, would you like to purchase a couple of tickets to test your luck?" A female ticket seller in her 30s called out to Lu Tao. Noticing her beckoning, he promptly made his way to the table. Gazing at the multitude of lottery options, he felt slightly overwhelmed. "How are these tickets priced?" Lu Tao inquired. "There are tickets for 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, and even 100 yuan, the ticket seller explained, gesturing to the various types of tickets. Lu Tao rummaged through his pockets and discovered 20 yuan, which he tossed onto the table, declaring, "I'll take 10 tickets, please." As soon as he uttered these words, Lu Tao picked up a stack of tickets, examining them one by one. "What on earth are you doing?" the ticket seller questioned, bewildered by his actions. "If you could win something, would you really need to come here to buy lottery tickets? My advice is to simply choose a few at random. You might just strike it lucky." She scoffed, her face displaying disdain. Having sold lottery tickets for quite some time, she had encountered numerous customers like Lu Tao, who would spend ages selecting tickets only to end up with nothing. As Lu Tao continued his selection, he discovered only one ticket worth 50 yuan, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Soon enough, he set aside that 50 yuan ticket and casually grabbed 9 more, handing them all over to the ticket seller. "My luck has never been particularly favorable. Perhaps you could assist me with the scratching." Lu Tao chuckled as he spoke. The female ticket seller nodded, swiftly commencing the task. With each ticket she scratched, she would shake her head, indicating that there were no winnings. When she reached the final ticket, she exclaimed, "You've won." "Really? How much have I won?" Lu Tao inquired eagerly. 50. "Let me get your money." The ticket seller, using one hand to hand the ticket to Lu Tao while the other rummaged through the drawer for cash. Lu Tao glanced at the ticket and returned it to her. He had anticipated this outcome and felt no excitement whatsoever. "You seem to have good luck today. Would you like to try 20 more?" the ticket seller cheerfully suggested. "Please give me 5 tickets at 10 each." Lu Tao had already perused the remaining stacks of tickets and discovered that only one ticket among the $10 ones held a prize of 1,000, while the rest were scattered small amounts of 10 and 20, hardly worth the effort. "Very well. Take your time to choose," the ticket seller responded, her demeanor noticeably shifting upon hearing Lu Tao's request for 50. Unexpectedly, Lu Tao directly handed her 5 tickets, saying, "You made a valid point earlier. Perhaps a random selection might yield a fortunate surprise." "You truly are amusing," the ticket seller remarked, beginning to scratch the tickets. "Listening to advice can lead to a full meal. Perhaps your good fortune will rub off on me, and I might win again." Lu Tao replied with a grin. "Oh my goodness!" At that moment, the ticket seller exclaimed, "Are you all right?" Lu Tao was startled by her sudden outburst. "I've won another 1,000. The female ticket seller gazed intently at the scratch-off area and exclaimed, "No way! Another win?" Lu Tao feigned surprise as he inquired, "Really? Indeed. Who would have thought your luck would be so splendid today?" the ticket seller remarked with a hint of jealousy. "It's all thanks to you," Lu Tao replied with a smile. The ticket seller promptly secured the winning ticket and handed Lu Tao 1,000 yuan. Lu Tao nodded, presenting one of his own tickets in return. What are you doing? Are you planning to buy another 100 yuan worth? The ticket seller asked with a laugh. This young man has become quite addicted to scratching off tickets. Eager to continue his fortune, Lu Tao replied, shaking his head. This is for you. Indeed. If I hadn't heard you suggest randomly picking a few, I might not have one at all, Lu Tao said, placing the money into her hand. Waving goodbye, he added, Take care, sister. Goodbye, the ticket seller murmured. Having sold tickets for so long, she had never encountered such a fortuitous event. Earning 100 yuan simply for assisting someone with their tickets felt like a windfall from the heavens. Lu Tao entered the gate of Fushan Garden and followed the address provided by Zhang Liang. Before long, he found himself at Zhang Liang's doorstep. Zhang Liang, open up. Lu Tao knocked and called out. After a short while, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Liang, who exclaimed, Tao Gu, I thought you weren't coming. How could I not? Lu Tao replied as he stepped inside and changed into slippers. I didn't expect your house to be quite spacious. How many square meters is it? Where's your room? I'd like to use the computer, Lu Tao inquired. The computer is not in my room. It is in the study. Come with me. Zhang Liang walked ahead, opening one of the bedrooms and stepping inside. Lu Tao followed closely behind. Tao Gu, please take a seat, Cui Liang said, pulling out a computer chair and gesturing for Lu Tao to sit. Lu Tao nodded in acknowledgement and settled into the chair. He often went out with Zhao Kuan and others, occasionally engaging in games of CS or playing Legend, but most of the time he was chatting online. He quickly located the QQ icon, double-clicked to open it, and entered his QQ number and password, logging in successfully in no time. Tao Gu, how did you come up with this name? Handsome gets chopped down, Zhang Liang inquired, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Is it that amusing? Do you think I'm not handsome? Lu Tao turned his head, fixing a cold gaze on him. Handsome, of course. You're my boss. Anyone who says you're not handsome, I'll kick them to death. Zhang Liang quickly replied. You just boast all day long. I need to look up some information. You should go do whatever you need to do, Lu Tao said, waving his hand dismissively. Seeing Lu Tao's insistence, Zhang Liang promptly exited the study and went to the living room to watch television. Once he left, Lu Tao hurriedly opened Baidu to search for information. First, he wanted to understand the origin of his clairvoyance. To his surprise, he discovered that there had been several remarkable individuals in Chinese history known for their extraordinary abilities of clairvoyance. Some could see through a person's internal organs, others could perceive thoughts, and some could even predict the future. Naturally, these accounts were based on recorded information, and whether they truly existed remains a mystery to this day. Nevertheless, Lu Tao remains inclined to believe in the existence of such individuals. After all, he too has suddenly acquired this extraordinary ability. Were he to venture out and speak of it, it is likely that no one would take his words seriously, unless he were to demonstrate it on the spot. Yet, he is no fool. Should others discover his unique power, what chance would he have of survival? After browsing for a while longer, he began to perceive that his ability bears a striking resemblance to the fabled heavenly eye, albeit the latter seemingly possesses a wider array of functionalities, unlike his own, which is limited to mere basic clairvoyance. As time passed, the more he searched, the more chaotic the information became. A significant amount of the data was merely transcriptions from obscure sources, devoid of any substantial evidence. Ultimately, Lu Tao decided to abandon his quest. Regardless of its nature, he would simply dub it the heavenly eye. With the heavenly eye in hand, the world is at my fingertips. He mused to himself before turning his attention to another matter, researching the intricacies of stone gambling. In the past, Lu Tao would have had little interest in such pursuits. The risks associated with stone gambling are exceedingly high. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. Stocks and futures pale in comparison to the dangers of gambling on stones. However, the circumstances have changed. He now possesses the heavenly eye, allowing him to discern the contents of any raw material with utmost clarity. With this newfound ability, wealth could be but a blink away. He casually clicked on a stone gambling website, perusing the already evaluated materials, with some exquisite glass-like stones fetching prices in the millions. This was an undeniable temptation. It goes without saying that, even for a lad like Lu Tao, who has yet to experience the world, such prospects would be irresistible. even to the wealthiest of individuals. In this world, no one ever finds their wealth excessive. Lu Tao voraciously perused various materials on stone gambling, a fervent endeavor that persisted until noon. Brother Tao, what would you like to eat for lunch? I can go out and buy something. Zhang Liang's voice resonated in his ear. Turning his head, Lu Tao realized the young man had entered without his notice. Anything will do, he casually replied, continuing to browse the pages. Chapter 11. Saving a life. Brother Tao, are you interested in stone gambling? Zhang Liang inquired with a smile, fixing his gaze on the computer screen. Lu Tao nodded, expressing, I find stone gambling to be an exhilarating pursuit. To be honest, my parents are involved in this industry. However, they do not gamble on stones. They merely travel to Yunnan twice a year to procure materials, which they then sell in their shop to affluent gamblers. If they come across a quality stone, they purchase it, have it fashioned into jewelry, and display it for sale. Zhang Liang elaborated, pausing momentarily before continuing. My father believes the risks associated with stone gambling are too great. He has witnessed individuals amass fortunes overnight, as well as those who have lost everything in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he never participates in gambling, instead opting to profit from the price differences. Those who gamble are aware that my father does not engage in stone gambling, which is why they often visit his shop to purchase rough stones for a gamble. Where is your family's shop? When can you take me there? Lu Tao inquired, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes after listening to Zhang Liang's account. Brother Tao, you truly do not wish to gamble on stones, do you? Zhang Liang asked, his expression one of astonishment at Lu Tao's enthusiasm. Very well. If you are keen to go, I shall take you there tomorrow. Zhang Liang readily agreed. Lu Tao nodded, contemplated for a moment, then rose to his feet, stating, let us dine out together. It shall be my treat. Zhang Liang quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Brother Tao, how could I allow you to pay? Come. Let us find a restaurant, order a couple of dishes, and enjoy a few drinks. Seeing his insistence, Lu Tao acquiesced. It seemed rather trivial for two grown men to squabble over such a minor matter. The two friends donned their shoes and departed from Zhang Liang's home, exiting the Fushan garden, and made their way to a nearby barbecue establishment. Just as they were about to enter, Zhang Liang noticed a crowd gathered not far away. Intrigued by the commotion, excitedly he called out to Lu Tao, Brother Tao, it seems something is amiss over there. Let us investigate. Lu Tao, observing Zhang Liang's enthusiasm, could not help but shake his head in bemusement. He found it perplexing how people today seem so drawn to chaos. Nevertheless, he followed Zhang Liang toward the throng. Lu Tao did not engage in conversation but made his way directly into the crowd. Upon arrival, he parted the sea of spectators and discovered a young girl lying on the ground. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18, with pigtails framing her pale face, which bore an alarming pallor. Time was of the essence. If they did not rush her to the hospital, her life could be at stake. Faced with such a situation, Lu Tao hesitated not for an instant and moved forward to lift the girl. However, he was abruptly restrained by Zhang Liang from behind. Zhang Liang, why are you holding me back? Lu Tao turned, somewhat displeased. Brother Tao, did you not hear the news yesterday? An elderly woman was involved in a traffic accident, and coincidentally, a young man passing by took her to the hospital. As a result, she bit the young man back. I suggest we stick to 20, Zhang Liang murmured. Young man, your friend speaks wisely. In today's society, one encounters all sorts. Should you fall victim to a false accusation, it may be impossible to clarify your innocence. An older gentleman nearby interjected upon hearing Zhang Liang's words. Lu Tao paid no heed to their conversation. Instead, he commanded Zhang Liang to release his grip and swiftly approached to lift the girl into his arms. He then shouted to Zhang Liang, hurry and hail a taxi. Observing the urgency, Zhang Liang dared not utter another word and hurriedly flagged down a cab. As the taxi came to a stop, Lu Tao urged Zhang Liang to open the door quickly. Then he climbed inside with the girl. Driver, take us to the People's Hospital, Lu Tao instructed. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are wrongfully accused, please stand as witnesses for us. Zhang Liang called out to the crowd before entering the vehicle. The taxi driver pressed the accelerator, racing toward the hospital. There are still good people in this world. A bystander couldn't help but exclaim. If they are falsely accused, we must testify for them. Otherwise, Who would dare to do good deeds in the future? Suggested another observer. Many nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, Lu Tao could not hear their discourse. At that moment, his mind was solely focused on one thought: to reach the hospital as swiftly as possible. Every second counted, enhancing the girl's chance of survival. Driver, can you go any faster? Gazing at the unconscious girl, Lu Tao could not help but urge, I wish to hurry as well, but it is the peak hour for dining, and the streets are congested. The taxi driver replied with resignation. With the continuous improvement of living standards, many families have acquired vehicles, leading to inevitable traffic jams during rush hours. Lu Tao acknowledged the driver's truthful observation, casting a glance at the girl in his arms before shaking his head. I shall go to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he declared. They have an emergency center there, and it is closer than the People's Hospital, the driver suggested. Very well, Lu Tao replied without hesitation. At this critical moment, when lives are at stake, arriving sooner is ultimately beneficial. Before the vehicle had fully come to a stop, they reached the entrance of the emergency center at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Lu Tao swiftly opened the door, cradling the girl as he exited, and rushed inside. Zhang Liang, after paying the fare, followed closely behind. Doctor! Lu Tao shouted as he approached the emergency room door. Instantly, a male doctor in a white coat and two female nurses in green scrubs emerged. Upon seeing the girl in Lu Tao's arms, the doctor promptly instructed, quickly, bring her in and place her on the bed. Following his directive, Lu Tao entered the emergency room and laid the girl down. Immediately administer oxygen. The doctor called out to the nurses. How is it that you brought her here today? Where is her brother? The doctor inquired after assigning tasks. Her brother? Lu Tao paused, then shook his head and replied, I do not know her. You do not know her? The doctor, taken aback, inquired with a look of bewilderment. If you do not know her, how could you have brought her to the hospital? There should be no issue. She has already visited twice this month. This is her third time. Please wait here for a moment while I call her brother and ask him to come. The doctor smiled as he spoke. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding. With the girl seemingly out of danger, the anxiety that had gripped his heart could finally dissipate. The doctor retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and after a brief pause, the call connected. He exclaimed, Zhao Gang, your sister is here with us. If you have time, please hurry over. After receiving an affirmative response, the doctor hung up and addressed Lu Tao and the others. Her brother will be here shortly. You two should step outside and wait for a while. Lu Tao nodded and exited the emergency room, making his way to the corridor. Chapter 12. A new encounter. Tao Gu, to be honest, I always thought of you as rather lackadaisical, but I never expected you to step up when it truly mattered. You've really surprised me, Zhang Liang remarked, as he pulled a pack of Blue Ba-Shi cigarettes from his pocket and offered one. Lu Tao chuckled and accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips. Zhang Liang then produced a lighter and ignited it for him. Lu Tao took a deep drag and smiled, saying, in truth, I too had my worries. However, in such a situation, someone had to take action. Otherwise, this girl might never see the light of another day. Such a beautiful girl. It would indeed be a great pity if things were to unfold in that manner. Do you think her brother will come looking for trouble with us? Zhang Liang inquired with a hint of concern. In this day and age, one can never anticipate the kind of individuals they may encounter. If one were to meet someone amiable, it would be manageable. However, encountering a difficult character could lead to quite a predicament. Lu Tao shook his head and replied, I am uncertain. Let us wait until her brother arrives. Worrying about it now serves no purpose. As they conversed, a young man clad in a blue t-shirt and denim jeans hurriedly entered through the door. After casting a glance at Lu Tao and Zhang Liang, he proceeded into the emergency room. Could that possibly be her brother? He certainly appears to be someone involved in the underworld, Zhang Liang remarked. It is well known that individuals from such circles are often unapproachable, and should one find themselves in a confrontation, the consequences could be dire. Before Lu Tao could respond, the young man re-emerged and approached them with a smile. Were you two the ones who brought my sister here? Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Are you her classmates? The young man continued to inquire. No, we do not know her. Zhang Liang interjected before Lu Tao could answer. You do not know her? The young man paused, then asked, Where did you encounter her? Ah, I see. The young man nodded, appearing contemplative. Zhao Gang, your sister has awakened. You may go in now. At that moment, the doctor emerged from the emergency room and addressed the young man. Upon hearing that his sister had regained consciousness, Zhao Gang hurried inside. Lu Tao and Zhang Liang promptly followed suit. Lan, how do you feel now? Zhao Gang inquired anxiously. The girl smiled and replied, Brother, I'm fine. What brought you to Fushun Garden today? Zhao Gang continued to question, knowing that his sister seldom ventured outside, as she usually dedicated her days to studying at home. If you ever need to go out, just call me. I will accompany you, he assured her. Turning to Lu Tao, he added, Brother, we owe you both a debt of gratitude for today. You haven't eaten yet. Have you? Come, let me treat you to a nice meal. Lu Tao waved his hand dismissively, saying, We didn't do much. Since your sister is fine, we shall take our leave. No, brothers, saying that would be like slapping your elder brother's face. Regardless, you must accept my invitation for a meal, Zhao Gang insisted earnestly. Brother, who are they? The girl inquired curiously. I completely forgot to introduce you. Lan, these two are the ones who brought you to the hospital. By the way, I still don't know your names. Zhao Gang admitted sheepishly. I am Zhao Gang, and this is my sister Zhao Lan, he introduced. I am Lu Tao, and this is Zhang Liang. Thank you for bringing me here. Zhao Lan quickly expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. We happened to be passing by, Lu Tao replied, then turned to Zhao Gang and said, Brother Zhao, I think I should forgo this meal. That is not acceptable. You saved my sister's life. This meal is a necessity, Zhao Gang declared resolutely. At that moment, the doctor entered the room. Dr. Zhang, how is my sister? Zhao Gang inquired anxiously as soon as the doctor arrived. He would not allow anything to happen to his precious sister. After the recent emergency treatment, there are no significant issues. However, if conditions permit, it would be prudent to take her to the capital for surgery as soon as possible. Prolonging the situation is not advisable, Dr. Zhang advised. I understand. I have already contacted the hospital in the capital. An appointment is required. Due to the high volume of requests, even the earliest we could secure would be in 3 months, Zhao Gang responded, his expression grave. 3 months should be manageable. However, if a complete cure is not achieved, it could adversely affect her future studies and career, the doctor remarked. Yes. Please settle the emergency treatment fees, and then you may leave, Dr. Zhang instructed. Zhao Lan nodded. Are you both still in school? She asked with a smile after her brother departed, addressing Lu Tao and his companion. Lu Tao nodded and replied, We are both senior students at the 4th high school. Did you not hear your brother mention it? The hospital appointment is already arranged. We can go directly when the time comes. Do not be too disheartened. Once she recovers, she can continue her studies. If necessary, repeating a year is not the end of the world. Lu Tao reassured her with a smile, though he too felt a twinge of sadness at the girl's distress. Indeed, Zhao Lan nodded and said, If you two have some time, you are welcome to visit my home. I spend my days alone, and it can be rather dull at times. Certainly, if we find the time, we shall definitely come, Lu Tao readily agreed. At that moment, Zhao Gang entered from outside and addressed them. Shall we go? Lu Tao stepped forward to assist Zhao Lan down from the bed, and together they exited the emergency center, stepping into the open air. Zhao Gang approached his second-hand Santana, opened the car door, and beckoned Lu Tao and the others to get in. Once they were all seated, he cheerfully inquired what they would like to eat for lunch. Zhao Gu, I seldom dine out, so you decide, Lu Tao replied with a smile. Typically, when he dined with Sun Guang and others, they often settled for a bowl of noodles. As a struggling student, he hardly possessed the funds to indulge in frequent meals at restaurants. Very well, let us head to the Old Fisherman, Zhao Gang declared, starting the engine and steering towards their destination. Chapter 13. Dining at the Old Fisherman. Upon arriving at the Old Fisherman, Zhao Gang found a vacant spot to park the car. He and Lu Tao stepped out and walked towards the entrance of the restaurant. The 2 security guards at the door greeted Zhao Gang with great enthusiasm, indicating that he was a regular patron. Zhao Gang patted one of the guards on the shoulder and led Lu Tao and the others through the revolving door. Brother Gang, what brings you here today? A uniformed waitress eagerly approached them as they entered, ready to attend to their needs. As it happens, I find myself with some leisure today, so I've brought my sister and 2 friends here for a meal. Is there a private room available by any chance? Zhao Gang inquired, his gaze subtly drawn to the alluring cleavage of the waitress. Based on his assessment, she was at least a D-cup, perhaps even an F. The proprietor of Old Fisherman's is becoming increasingly astute in business, he mused, positioning such a well-endowed waitress at the front desk. Even the most virtuous gentleman would be hard-pressed not to steal a glance or two. Even if others don't, you certainly do, Mr. Zhao. Please, follow me upstairs. The waitress responded with a smile, turning to ascend the stairs. Her hips swayed rhythmically as she walked, a captivating sight to behold. Zhao Gang chuckled, beckoning Lu Tao and the others to follow him upstairs. They soon arrived at the entrance of a private room. With practiced ease, the waitress unlocked the door and invited Zhao Gang and his companions to enter and take their seats. Once they were all seated, the waitress retrieved a menu from a nearby cabinet and placed it before Zhao Gang. Without a second glance, Zhao Gang passed it on to Lu Tao. You two are the guests of honor today, so feel free to order whatever you desire. Don't stand on ceremony, Zhao Gang said with a smile. After all, Lu Tao and Zhang Liang had saved Zhao Lan's life. Had it not been for their intervention, Zhao Lan might have already succumbed by the time the ambulance arrived. Therefore, in his eyes, Lu Tao and Zhang Liang were already his friends. Do you two partake in alcohol? Shall we order some beer? As Zhao Gang returned the menu to the waiter, he inquired, Are you both still in school? Lu Tao and Zhang Liang shook their heads in unison. Well then, let us proceed with these orders. Please inform the kitchen to expedite the preparations. He smiled at the waiter. While pouring tea for them, he continued, Earlier at the hospital, Zhao Lan had already shared some information with us. Brother Gang, I overheard your conversation with the doctor. It seems that only hospitals in Beijing can perform Zhao Lan's surgery. Is that correct? Lu Tao asked, intrigued. Indeed, Zhao Gang nodded. To be precise, it is not merely hospitals in Beijing but only a specific medical institution there, and presently, there is only one surgeon qualified to perform this operation. Therefore, an advance appointment is essential. I have already asked a friend of mine in Beijing to assist with the booking, and they informed me that surgery cannot be scheduled until 3 months from now. Lu Tao furrowed his brow. If it is 3 months from now, won't Zhao Lan miss the college entrance examination? Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. In principle, yes. I am planning to leverage some connections to see if we might allow her to pass the physical examination. If she can clear that, she will be able to take the exam without issue. By the time she enrolls at university, the surgery should be completed, and there should be no problems with a follow-up check. That is indeed a sound plan. However, such a surgery must require a substantial amount of money. Correct? Lu Tao pressed further. At the very least, this amount, Zhao Gang replied, extending his right hand and gesturing towards Lu Tao and the others. 50,000? Lu Tao made a conjecture, estimating that a surgery would likely cost around 50,000 yuan. Zhao Gang shook his head with a smile, replying, It's actually 500,000. 500,000? Surely not. Does a surgery really cost that much? Lu Tao inquired in astonishment. For him, a senior high school student, 500,000 was an astronomical figure. 500,000 is not excessive. If there are no connections, even with that amount, one may not secure a spot for the procedure, Zhao Gang explained. Brother, do you actually have that much money? Zhao Lan, who was nearby, asked. I have nearly 200,000 on hand. By the time you undergo the surgery, I should be able to save up to 300,000. As for the remaining 200,000, I've already arranged to borrow it from my boss. After your surgery, I will repay him with my earnings, Zhao Gang replied with a smile. In the past, when Zhao Lan was in good health, he seldom saved money, spending his monthly earnings frivolously. It was only after Zhao Lan fell ill that he began to accumulate savings. Brother, I feel like I am a burden to you. Otherwise, this money could have been used for you to find a wife, Zhao Lan said, tears streaming down her cheeks unknowingly. Lan, what are you saying? If I wanted to find a wife, there are plenty of options that don't require spending money. I'm currently preoccupied with work. Even if I were to find someone, I wouldn't have the time to accompany her. Perhaps in a couple of years, when I have earned more, I will help you find a sister-in-law, and we will live a stable life. Zhao Gang comforted his sister, who was shedding tears. At the tender age of 17, He lost both parents in a tragic car accident, leaving him and his sister to rely solely on one another. From that moment on, he ceased attending school, opting instead to drop out and work to support his sister's education. 6 years have swiftly passed, transforming him from an immature youth into a tenacious young man, firmly establishing his presence in the city through sheer determination. Meanwhile, Xiaolan has blossomed from a little girl who often clung to him, crying for their parents, into a graceful young woman, bringing sunshine into their home at last. Brother, you said that if I am not married in 2 years, I'll hold you accountable, Xiaolan remarked with a smile as she accepted the tissue Lu Tao offered to wipe her tears. All right, no problem, Zhao Gang readily agreed. At that moment, the dishes began to arrive at the table. Zhao Gang encouraged Lu Tao and the others to start eating. The meal was exceptionally delightful, perhaps due to the presence of 2 peers of similar age, which noticeably increased Zhao Lan's laughter. The room was periodically filled with cheerful sounds. After finishing the meal, Zhao Gang and Lu Tao made their way downstairs from the private room. Subsequently, Zhao Gang settled the bill, and the group departed from the old fisherman restaurant. Chapter 14. Encounter Lu Tao. Where are you two headed? Let me give you a ride, Zhao Gang inquired with a smile. Are you being polite with me? Zhao Gang asked, his expression revealing dissatisfaction at their reluctance. Lu Tao, recognizing the kindness behind Zhao Gang's offer, felt compelled to acquiesce. After all, it would be inconsiderate to continue declining such a generous gesture, potentially hurting Zhao Gang's feelings. Thus, he agreed and quickly gestured for them to get into the car. Once Lu Tao and the others had boarded the vehicle, he turned his head and inquired, "Where are you all planning to go?" "Let's go to Fushun Garden," Lu Tao responded after a moment's contemplation. As he had no pressing matters that afternoon, it would be an opportune moment to continue perusing information on gemstone gambling at Zhang Liang's residence. Having finally acquired capital, he was determined to give it a try, driven more by curiosity than the pursuit of monetary gain. Very well, Zhao Gang affirmed as he started the car.
En route.
Zhao Gang shared his home address with Lu Tao and his companions, extending an invitation for them to visit at their convenience, to which Lu Tao nodded with a smile, accepting the offer. Midway through their journey, Zhao Gang's mobile phone emitted a ring. Extracting it from his pocket, he noted that the call was from his employer. Without hesitation, he swiftly pressed the answer button. "Xiao Zhao, where are you at the moment?" The employer's voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Wang and I are engaged in a card game at Cuiyuan Pavilion. If you are available, I would appreciate your presence here. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Zhao Gang briefly assessed his current location and replied, "I am presently on the road directly in front of Cuiyuan Pavilion. Please allow me a moment. I shall arrive promptly." As soon as he completed his statement, the caller terminated the connection. "Lu Tao, please accompany my sister and wait for me here briefly. I will ascend to exchange a few words with the boss and return forthwith." Upon reaching the vicinity of Cuiyuan Pavilion, Zhao Gang turned around and stated with a smile, "Understood. Proceed." Lu Tao responded with a nod, readily agreeing to the request. Zhao Gang alighted from the vehicle with alacrity and made his way inside. Upon entering, he observed his employer and 2 other individuals seated around a table, engrossed in a card game. "Xiao Zhao, come have a seat," the employer beckoned upon noticing Zhao Gang's arrival. Zhao Gang quickened his pace and took a seat beside the boss. "Are you free this afternoon? So, why not stay and play a few rounds?" the boss asked casually as he shuffled the cards. Hearing Mr. Wang's words, Zhao Gang felt extremely uncomfortable. However, since Mr. Wang was a friend of the boss, he couldn't show his displeasure. After Zhao Gang left the room, the boss turned to Mr. Wang with a smile. "Zhao Gang's sister is quite beautiful. It would be quite an experience to get her into bed." "That's easy. Let's have him bring his sister out for a day. We'll find an opportunity to slip her something, take her to a private room, and do as we please," Mr. Wang said with a sinister grin. "Isn't that a bit too much? If Zhao Gang finds out, he'll come after me. Besides, his sister has a heart condition. If something really happens, I might be in serious trouble," the boss expressed his concerns. "A heart condition makes it even better. If she has a heart attack, it would solve everything. Even if the police investigate, we can say it was a sudden heart attack," Mr. Wang quickly added. "Let's find an opportunity then," the boss, swayed by Mr. Wang's words, smiled and agreed. Great. Make sure to call me and Mr. Zhang when the time comes. You can't keep such a good thing all to yourself, can you? Mr. Wang probed. Mr. Wang, what are you saying? What's our relationship? We've studied together, fought together, and even shared women. Our bond is absolutely solid, the boss replied. The boss, turning towards a portly middle-aged man with a round face, addressed him, Manager Zhang, you must attend when the time comes. Rest assured, with such a splendid opportunity, how could I possibly decline? Manager Zhang replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the three exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Unfortunately, their jovial conversation went unheard by Zhao Gang. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just as they were engaged in their discussion, Zhao Gang entered with Zhao Lan, followed closely by Lu Tao and Zhang Liang. Lan, this is Mr. Sun, this is Mr. Wang, and this is Manager Zhang. Zhao Gang introduced them in succession. Hello, Mr. Sunday. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Manager Zhang. Zhao Lan greeted them politely. Here, this is a red envelope for you, Zhao Gang's boss said, retrieving a stack of money from the table and offering it to Zhao Lan. I don't want it, Zhao Lan quickly waved her hand, declining. There's no need to be so polite. Just take it, Zhao Gang's boss insisted, eyeing Zhao Lan with a smile. Lan, this is a small token of appreciation from Mr. Sun. Please accept it, Zhao Gang urged. Seeing her brother's insistence, Zhao Lan accepted the money from Mr. Sun and expressed her gratitude. If you have the time in the future, you can come out and have some fun with your brother. Staying at home all the time can be quite dull, Mr. Sun suggested. Zhao Gang, you really should take her out sometimes. It would be a great way for her to unwind. Mr. Wang chimed in at the right moment. It's not that I don't want to take her out. It's just that the place is too chaotic, and she doesn't enjoy such noisy environments. I'll make sure to take her to Island City for some fun when I get the chance. Zhao Gang replied with a smile. That's fine. But don't always be preoccupied with making money, Mr. Sun remarked. Noticing Lu Tao standing behind Zhao Gang, he inquired, Who are these two? Are they your newly recruited subordinates? Zhao Gang shook his head and replied, They are friends I have just met. Today, thanks to them, my sister was taken to the Chinese medicine hospital. Is that so? Mr. Sun scrutinized Lu Tao and chuckled. I didn't expect there are still such valiant individuals nowadays. Quite commendable. Boss, isn't this inappropriate? Zhao Gang felt a bit awkward upon hearing Mr. Sun's intention to have Lu Tao stay and play cards. He glanced at Lu Tao, seeking his opinion. Unexpectedly, Lu Tao shook his head and said, I'm not very good at playing cards. Not even at Tractor? It's quite simple. It's all about comparing values. Mr. Wang interjected eagerly. I've seen others play, but I've never played myself. Lu Tao scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That's all right. Zhao Gang, you may go ahead, Mr. Sun urged with a hint of impatience. Rest assured, Lu Tao smiled at him and said. His earlier demeanor was merely a strategic ploy to make Mr. Sun and the others underestimate him, thereby unintentionally lowering their guard. Regardless of the cards Mr. Sun and his companions drew, nothing would escape his keen observation. Seeing Lu Tao's confidence, Zhao Gang couldn't help but shake his head and called for Zhao Lan to leave. Tao Gu, I'll stay here to keep you company, Zhang Liang offered. All right, that works. Zhang Liang readily agreed. Okay, you all may go. I shall join Mr. Sun and the others for cards now. Lu Tao waved his hand at them and then took a seat beside General Sunday. Chapter 15. Playing Tractor. Lu Tao was acutely aware that the reason General Sun had retained him was merely to win a few coins from Zhao Gang. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a brusque tone. With this understanding, he decided to embrace the situation and perhaps even procure some funds for Zhao Gang's amusement. Lu Tao politely nodded and inquired, General Sun, how is this game played? What is the minimum stake? The minimum stake is 10 yuan. Each subsequent bet must also be at least 10 yuan, with no upper limit. General Sun explained the rules. Note, the game of Tractor is quite similar to that of Jia Jinhua, although in Tractor, flushes are ranked lower than straights. After absorbing the rules, Lu Tao remained silent, extracting a 10 yuan note from a stack of money and placing it in the center of the table. General Sun and the others exchanged glances before placing their own stakes atop Lu Tao's 10 yuan. The next phase involved drawing cards, with each player receiving 3 cards to compare their values. In the first round, Lu Tao examined his cards. A 3 of hearts, a 3 of diamonds, and a 5 of hearts. He held a pair, yet it was a modest hand. Glancing at the remaining players' cards, he soon realized that, aside from General Sun, the other 2 players held superior hands. He promptly chose to fold. Lu Tao, do you not have a good hand? General Sun inquired with a smile upon observing Lu Tao's decision to fold. Indeed, the hand is rather weak. I think I shall forfeit. Please continue betting. Lu Tao replied with a grin. General Sun assessed his own hand and ultimately decided to fold as well. After 2 rounds of betting, it was Zhang, the general, who emerged victorious. Upon realizing this, Lu Tao collected the discarded cards, swiftly shuffling them with a sense of urgency. Observing his eagerness, President Sun and the others assumed he was keen to win, which only heightened their amusement. Utilizing his ability to see through the cards, Lu Tao selectively shuffled them. As the players took turns drawing cards, it had been President Sun's turn first, followed by President Wang. Once the cards were sufficiently shuffled, Lu Tao placed them on the table and cheerfully announced, "It's time to draw cards." As anticipated, President Wang drew first this round, and to Lu Tao's delight, he obtained a 7 high straight. Meanwhile, President Zhang drew a 3, 7, and 8. President Sun drew an ace and queen, and President Wang drew an ace and king. "I fold," President Zhang declared, tossing his cards onto the table, prompting laughter from everyone. "I raised by 100, President Wang chuckled. Holding a pair of kings, he recognized it wasn't a stellar hand, yet it was still worth a gamble. "I call 100, President Sun said without hesitation, throwing down his chips. "Lu Tao, what about you? Will you match?" President Wang inquired with a grin. "I'll call this time. Let us take a chance," Lu Tao replied, placing 100 in front of him. "You both have decent hands," President Wang exclaimed. "All right, I'll raise by 500, with both of them in." He swiftly increased the stakes. Naturally, President Sun followed suit. "But Sun, I don't have enough money to continue. How can I match?" Lu Tao lamented, glancing at his remaining 380. "Here, I'll lend you another 1,000, President Sun offered, placing 1,000 in front of Lu Tao. "Then I'll call an additional 500. Lu Tao counted out 500 yuan and tossed it into the pot. "I'll raise by 500. As soon as Mr. Wang finished his words, he threw another 500 into the mix. Mr. Sun chuckled and remarked, "I won't join you two any longer. You may continue." "Were you still in, Lu Tao?" Mr. Wang provocatively inquired. Noticing Lu Tao's earlier hesitation, he deduced that his opponent held no formidable cards. Otherwise, someone of Lu Tao's caliber would undoubtedly wear a beaming smile upon drawing a good hand. At this point, could he possibly fold? Lu Tao, as he spoke, tossed in another 500 yuan. "Well done. However, I do not intend to raise any further. Let us reveal our hands." As Mr. Wang spoke, he turned over the cards on the table. Mr. Sun felt a pang of regret. He had just drawn 2 aces, which were superior to Mr. Wang's hand. "Lu Tao, reveal your cards for everyone to see," Mr. Wang said with an air of confidence. Lu Tao, unable to resist the sight of Mr. Wang's smug expression, gradually flipped his cards over. The 3 players widened their eyes in astonishment. "You actually have a straight," Mr. Wang exclaimed in disbelief. "Mr. Wang, my apologies, but my hand surpasses yours," Lu Tao replied, pulling the wager and pot towards himself. He then extracted 1,500 yuan and placed it before Mr. Sun, smiling as he said, "This is what I borrowed from you earlier. Consider it returned. I didn't expect your luck to be quite fortuitous. Now let us continue." Mr. Sun began shuffling the cards. Once shuffled, he placed the ante down, and everyone prepared to draw their cards. This time, after drawing his cards, Lu Tao did not immediately reveal them. Instead, he quietly surveyed the hands of the remaining 3 players. Soon, he realized that the 2 hands were not particularly strong. Only Zhang had managed to draw a straight. Then he glanced at his own cards, and to his delight, his heart soared with joy. 3 sixes. A 3 of a kind. How will you all meet your demise this time? Lu Tao thought with a cold smirk. "Lu Tao, why aren't you playing?" Sun inquired with a smile. "Sun, I recall that in the game of Tractor one can play hidden cards, right? I was contemplating whether to employ a concealed play Lu Tao replied, furrowing his brow. Go ahead. After all, you just won some money. Perhaps you can strike while the iron is hot. Before Sun could respond, Zhang interjected. Realizing his words might have been ill-advised, he promptly fell silent. His exclamation inadvertently revealed to everyone that he held a strong hand. Do as you wish. I'll fold, Sun declared, discarding his cards. Since he was aware that Zhang had a solid hand, he certainly wouldn't squander his money recklessly. Subsequently, Wang also opted to fold. Perhaps I should try a concealed play, Lu Tao mused before addressing Zhang. Zhang, please place your bet. I'll raise by 1,000, Zhang replied, feeling a surge of excitement at Lu Tao's choice to play hidden cards. Since this fool was willing to donate money to him, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Regardless, even if Lu Tao lost, he could count on Zhao Gang to assist him with his debts later. By the rules, I should raise by 500, correct? Lu Tao calculated and inquired. Indeed, Zhang confirmed eagerly. In that case, I'll raise by 500. Lu Tao tossed 5 banknotes onto the table and asked, shall we reveal or not? Mr. Zhang shook his head and proclaimed, I shall raise by 2,000. Mr. Sun, I find myself short on funds. Might you lend me a bit more? Lu Tao gestured towards the remaining money, smiling as he spoke. Here are 6,000. Take it all. Mr. Sun counted the bills on the table and flung them all before Lu Tao. Then I shall wager 1,000. Lu Tao selected 10 notes and tossed them forward. Had Zhao Gang and Zhang Liang been present, they would undoubtedly have sought to dissuade him from such foolishness. Alas, they were not here. The 3 individuals present were intent on devising ways to profit from his funds, eagerly hoping for him to raise the stakes, as their winnings would only increase as a result. You still possess 5,000, do you not? Mr. Zhang glanced at the stack of money before Lu Tao, withdrew a bundle of pristine 100 yuan bills from his pocket, and tossed them down, declaring, I shall raise by 10,000. Will you continue? Zhao Gang remained silent, fixated on the pile of money at the center of the table. If his eyes did not deceive him, that stack amounted to no less than 20,000. It was astonishing how high they were wagering this time. Lu Tao, rise. I shall take the turn, Zhao Gang instructed Lu Tao. Do not rush just yet. This round is not over, Mr. Zhang interjected, having sensed trouble upon Zhao Gang's arrival. He was pleasantly surprised when Lu Tao decided to push his money forward at this juncture. Lu Tao, what hand do you hold? Zhao Gang inquired hastily. Brother Zhao, I am uncertain of my hand. I am playing blind, Lu Tao replied with a wry smile. What? You are playing blind? Zhao Gang was suddenly engulfed in a sense of despair. Having played cards for such an extended period, he had never encountered a concealed hand before. Lu Tao, in his naivety, was rather reckless. Lu Tao remained silent, nodding slightly, and addressed General Zhang. General Zhang, do you intend to continue, or shall we reveal the cards? Reveal them, Zhang replied. With Zhao Gang in that state, continuing would be utterly terrifying for him. As he spoke, Zhang turned his cards face up. I must ask, how could you dare to place such a hefty wager? After all this, it turns out to be a straight. Sun, laughing, remarked. Indeed, holding a straight while hesitating to bet exhibited an alarming lack of courage. Moreover, Lu Tao had opted for a concealed hand. Lu Tao, reveal your cards. Zhang smiled and urged. Lu Tao furrowed his brow and cautiously flipped his cards one by one. When he revealed the first card, there was little reaction from the group. However, as he unveiled the second card, excitement began to ripple through the spectators. Upon revealing the third card, everyone was left utterly stunned. What the hell? How can it be 3 of a kind? Zhang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. 3 sixes. Indeed, what a remarkable hand. Sun added, equally astonished. It feels like seeing a ghost in broad daylight, to have drawn such a splendid hand. Wang remarked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao Gang was rendered speechless. After all his time playing, he had only drawn a 3 of a kind once, and here was Lu Tao, having barely played, managing to pull off such a feat. The sheer luck was simply unbelievable. General Zhang, it seems that my hand surpasses yours, Lu Tao inquired with a smile. Zhang, without uttering a word, could only weakly nod in acknowledgement. In truth, it was not the money that troubled him, but rather the acceptance of such an undeniable reality. Lu Tao swept the pile of cash towards himself, counted out 7,000 yuan, and returned it to Mr. Sun, leaving the remainder on the table as he gradually rose to his feet. Brother Zhao, please continue your game. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lu Tao smiled at Zhao Gang as he spoke. Wait, Zhao Gang exclaimed, reaching for the stack of pristine 100 yuan bills on the table and handing them to Lu Tao. Take this money with you. Lu Tao shook his head and replied, keep this money for your game. If I were to continue playing, wouldn't there still be money on the table? Besides, I have sufficient funds of my own. This is rightfully yours. Now do take care. As Zhao Gang insisted on pressing the money into Lu Tao's hands, he cast a knowing glance at him. If that is the case, then I shall accept it. Lu Tao pocketed the money and addressed Mr. Sun and the others. Gentlemen, farewell, farewell. Mr. Sun and the others responded as they stood up. Boss, let us continue our game, Zhao Gang said as he resumed his seat. Mr. Sun nodded, casting a glance at the despondent Mr. Zhang, who remained silent. Thus, it was evident that Mr. Zhang's mood would continue to dwindle in the ensuing moments. Chapter 16. Stomachache. After leaving Tuyuan Pavilion, Lu Tao withdrew 10,000 yuan from his pocket, toyed with it for a moment, and then returned it to his pocket. He initially intended to visit Zhang Liang's shop the following day merely for a casual stroll, as he had only 900 yuan from today's lottery winnings, a sum insufficient to procure any quality materials. To his astonishment, a windfall had descended from the heavens. Someone was insistent on bestowing money upon him, and he had no choice but to graciously accept. Although he no longer bore the expression of Mr. Zhang, he was confident that Mr. Zhang's spirits could hardly be elevated at this moment. What was once a nearly certain affair had taken an unexpected turn, leading to a disheartening setback, losing both the lady and the soldier. Anyone encountering such misfortune would undoubtedly feel quite vexed. Lu Tao, we visited your home this morning to play, but your mother informed us that you were not at home. Where did you go? A plump boy, around 12 or 13 years of age, inquired, shaking Lu Tao's hand. I went to a classmate's house to play for a while. What are you all doing here? Lu Tao replied, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair with a smile. It's too easy to play cards with you. How about this? You play while I observe from the sidelines, all right? Lu Tao suggested with a grin. All right. The plump boy readily agreed. Subsequently, they formed a circle and commenced a game of Protect the Emperor. Lu Tao positioned himself behind a little girl, watching her draw cards. Lu Tao, you said you would take me to the park last time. When shall we go? The little girl asked, her tender voice chiming in as she drew cards. Lu Tao, you are being partial. How can you only take Hai Feng with you? We want to go too. Another girl beside her chimed in. Let's aim for next week. I have some errands to run tomorrow, Lu Tao contemplated before responding. This is your promise, remember? Come on, let us make a pinky swear. Hai Feng said, extending her pinky finger. Lu Tao chuckled and extended his own pinky in return. Their pinkies intertwined, sealing their agreement. Two individuals recited in unison. Let us make a promise. For 100 years, no changes allowed. Observing their camaraderie, the other children, including the plump boy, eagerly sought to join Lu Tao in this pact. Reluctantly, Lu Tao acquiesced to their requests one by one. Subsequently, he directed Hai Feng to play her cards, leading the group with ease, requiring not the slightest exertion of thought. Before long, the afternoon slipped away. As the clock approached 5, a middle-aged woman rode in on her bicycle. Hai Feng spotted her, dropped the cards in her hand, and rushed over exclaiming, Mom! Auntie! Lu Tao and the remaining children quickly greeted her. Lu Tao, aren't you preparing for the college entrance examination? Why are you out here playing instead of studying at home? Hai Feng's mother inquired, smiling as she approached Lu Tao. Brother Lu Tao, don't forget to take us to the park next week, the plump boy remarked before departing. He nodded, bid farewell to Hai Feng's mother, and exited the courtyard, heading to the left. Lu Tao, is your mother at home? Hai Feng's mother asked once the others had left. Hai Feng gazed at his retreating figure, biting her lip, lost in thought. Perhaps, in her eyes, an older brother like Lu Tao was immensely admirable. Dear mother, rest assured, I am well aware, Lu Tao said as he approached his mother from behind, offering to massage her neck. Having endured years of embroidery, his mother suffered from cervical spondylosis. Prolonged sitting would cause her discomfort. "You can just keep sweet-talking me all day," she replied. "If you truly lack the passion for learning, perhaps you should consider acquiring a skill after graduation. As the saying goes, possessing wealth is not as valuable as having a skill to rely on. Even if you merely learn to drive, you will not find yourself in dire straits." May's words are imbued with a sense of helplessness. After all, what parent does not wish for their child to excel? Yet, her beloved son shows little interest in his studies, leaving her with limited options. She cannot possibly threaten him with a knife to compel him to learn. Thus, it may be wiser to allow him to pursue his own interests, as long as he remains healthy and happy. Lu Tao followed her out and, upon seeing his mother enter the kitchen, inquired, "Mom, isn't today Saturday? Where's Dad?" Lu Tao's uncle is a prominent figure in the Science and Technology Commission, and his father often drives him around. During social gatherings, his uncle frequently invites Lu Tao's father to partake in meals, reflecting their close familial ties. However, upon entering his room, Lu Tao did not sit at his desk. Instead, he collapsed onto his bed. The events of the day had left him feeling somewhat disarrayed. Yet one name lingered in his thoughts: Xiaolan. Upon first laying eyes on her, he found her remarkably pleasing, particularly during their meal. When she shed tears, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Nonetheless, if he were to choose between Xiaolan and Zhang Qian, he would still opt for the latter. After all, he has known Zhang Qian for many years, and they share a profound understanding of one another. Deep down, he is acutely aware that had he not struggled with his studies, Zhang Qian would not have rebuffed his advances. Yet, he could muster no interest in his studies. Thinking of Zhang Qian, Lu Tao gazed up at the ceiling. To his dismay, he discovered Zhang Qian clutching her abdomen, groaning in evident agony. Alarmed, he sprang from his bed and hurried down the stairs, making his way to her apartment. Upon reaching her door, he took a moment to steady his breath before knocking gently and inquiring, "Zhang Qian, are you home?" "It's Lu Tao. Come in," Zhang Qian called out upon recognizing his voice. Lu Tao promptly pushed the door open. "Zhang Qian, what happened to you?" he asked. Noticing her drenched in sweat, concern etched on his face. "I was feeling dizzy while reading, so I thought to rest on the bed. But as soon as I stood up, a sharp pain seized my abdomen," Zhang Qian replied weakly. "Could it be appendicitis?" Lu Tao speculated, recalling how his father had frequently suffered from abdominal pain before undergoing an appendectomy. Zhang Qian shook her head and said, "I think it might be a sign that my period is coming. Please, could you fetch me a glass of hot water?" Without hesitation, Lu Tao located a thermos and poured a glass of water. He gently assisted Zhang Qian into a sitting position, allowing her to lean against the bedside table as he offered her the drink. "Do you feel any better?" Lu Tao inquired after she took a few sips. Zhang Qian nodded slightly. "It doesn't hurt as much as before." "That's good to hear." "Here, have a bit more," Lu Tao said with a smile. He was relieved he had checked on Zhang Qian. Otherwise, she would have continued to endure her suffering. "By the way, Lu Tao, did you come to see me for something specific?" Zhang Qian asked after taking another sip of water. It is important to note that it is not yet time for dinner, and if Lu Tao has come to study, it indeed seems a bit premature. While I was engrossed in my studies just now, I recalled that our mathematics teacher had assigned a set of exercises this week, so I came to inquire if you had completed them. Lu Tao fabricated a casual excuse. "You wouldn't be thinking of copying my work again, would you?" Zhang Qian asked, her face reflecting confusion. In the past, she would not have harbored any doubts, but Lu Tao's image in her mind had undergone a profound transformation. The thought of continuing to copy assignments would be a source of great embarrassment for her. Lu Tao shook his head and replied, "I am not copying. I am seeking inspiration. You know that I genuinely wish to study diligently, and I am making an effort. However, my foundation is weak, particularly in subjects like mathematics and the sciences, where mere memorization does not lead to rapid improvement. Hence, I thought of your exercises. If I encounter anything unclear, I could ask you directly. How about I give your stomach a gentle rub?" Lu Tao suggested, noticing her wince in pain. "Does that actually help?" Zhang Qian questioned, somewhat skeptical. "Of course it does. Whenever I had a stomachache, my mother would often rub my belly, Lu Tao replied with utmost sincerity. All right, go ahead then. Zhang Qian conceded, feeling a bit embarrassed to say anything further, recognizing that his intentions were indeed well-meaning. Lu Tao extended his hand to lift her shirt, revealing her smooth, pale abdomen. He then rubbed his hands together to generate warmth before swiftly placing them over her navel, gradually rotating them. Once he sensed that his palms had lost their warmth, he repeated the motion. How do you feel? Is it much more comfortable now? Lu Tao inquired with a smile. As his palm made contact with her body, he could distinctly sense her heartbeat quickening, and a reaction stirred within him. Zhang Qian remained silent, merely nodding in response. Lu Tao's touch sent waves of warmth coursing through her, eliciting an indescribable sense of comfort. No, just a little longer, Zhang Qian pleaded, her eyes fluttering open in a playful manner. Lu Tao shook his head, warming his hands before placing them once more on her abdomen. Subsequently, Zhang Qian closed her eyes again. After approximately 5 minutes, she opened her eyes and, with a hint of shyness, smiled. Is that enough? Thank you. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhang Dequan entered. He paused upon seeing Zhang Qian lying on the bed and Lu Tao standing beside her. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Lu Tao greeted hastily. I see. Well, you two carry on. I'll go prepare dinner. Zhang Dequan replied with a smile before exiting. Don't worry, everything's fine. Zhang Qian assured as she rose and approached the desk, retrieving her math test paper to hand it to him. I'll come find you after dinner. Lu Tao accepted the paper, opened the door, and stepped outside. Lu Tao, come eat with us. Zhang Dequan called out as he emerged. All right, I'll join you. Lu Tao nodded in agreement. Chapter 17. The first kiss during dinner, Zhang Qian animatedly recounted the earlier events to Zhang Dequan, omitting the details of the massage, fully aware that her parents would surely overthink the matter if they were to hear such things. Zhang Dequan, while engaged in the act of cooking, pondered whether to disclose this matter to Zhang Qian's mother. After all, this was a particularly delicate time. With less than 3 months remaining until the Gaokao, any distraction stemming from romance could jeopardize his academic endeavors, a consequence he fervently wished to avoid. Now that Zhang Qian had taken the initiative to clarify the misunderstanding, the weight on his heart had been lifted. Qian, Lu Tao has been quite diligent in visiting these past few days. Does he harbor any feelings for you? Zhang Qian's mother inquired with a smile. A mother knows her daughter well. Even if Zhang Qian was not currently in a relationship, it did not imply that her heart was untouched. Should feelings arise, they would inevitably impact her academic performance. Zhang Qian shook her head and replied, I doubt it. We have lived together for so many years. We know each other too well. If he had any intentions, he wouldn't need to act in such a manner. Mom and Dad, please rest assured, there is truly nothing between us. That's good to hear. Qian, it's not that we oppose you dating. It's just that you are still quite young, and with your senior year in high school underway, a relationship might divert your focus. If you feel that Lu Tao's visits are hindering your studies, I can speak to him and suggest that he come less frequently, Zhang Qian's mother said with a smile. In truth, she had no substantial objections to Lu Tao. Her concern stemmed from his lackadaisical attitude and poor academic performance, traits unlikely to lead to a successful future. However, her daughter Zhang Qian was different. As long as she performed to her capabilities, gaining admission to a prestigious university would pose no challenge. After graduating, she could secure a good job and find a suitable partner, ensuring a lifetime of financial security. Mother, please do not think this way. In truth, Lu Tao is quite a commendable person, and even as a friend, he is rather delightful. Moreover, considering how diligently he strives, how could I possibly bear to undermine his enthusiasm for learning? Zhang Qian hastily dispelled her mother's notion. Although she claimed that she would not engage in a romantic relationship with Lu Tao, who can truly predict matters of the heart? If Lu Tao were genuinely willing to put forth the effort, why should she not grant him a chance? Oh, you possess an inherently kind heart. Zhang Qian's mother sighed and remarked, Hurry and eat your meal. I suspect Lu Tao will soon come looking for you. Zhang Qian nodded, falling silent as she concentrated on her food. Indeed, her mother's intuition proved correct. Just as Zhang Qian finished her meal and stepped outside, Lu Tao approached, textbooks in hand. Seizing the moment while her parents were still dining, she waved to Lu Tao, and together they quietly entered her room. Zhang Qian, why are you acting so furtively? Lu Tao inquired with a smile. Today's parents are all alike, constantly fretting about their children engaging in romances at school. In any case, we are innocent, so there is nothing to worry about. Lu Tao adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Exactly, when one is upright, there is no fear of shadows. Zhang Qian concurred with his sentiment. What shall we review tonight? Biology again? Lu Tao asked as he settled beside her. Certainly. After all, following the mock exam, we have the biology competition. I hope we can achieve a commendable rank, which could enhance our scores for the college entrance examination. Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. Yes, let us strive together, Lu Tao declared, brimming with determination. In truth, Lu Tao's thoughts were far removed from his textbooks. After all, he saw no necessity to memorize subjects like biology. Ultimately, he could simply copy from others when the time came. His presence here was solely to be in the company of Zhang Qian. The long, dreary nights would be insufferably dull if he were to spend them alone in his room. After nearly an hour had passed, Lu Tao gently tapped Zhang Qian on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "After studying for so long, how about we take a break?" Zhang Qian nodded, setting down her pen and turning to face him. "Since it's a break, shall we play a game?" Lu Tao suggested, his gaze lingering on her slightly fuller figure. "Sure. What game do you have in mind?" Zhang Qian readily agreed. "I'll guess the color of your underwear. If I get it right, you'll let me steal a kiss. What do you say?" Lu Tao proposed eagerly. In such a confined space, filled with a tantalizing atmosphere, it would indeed be a shame not to engage in some form of amusement. "Not a chance. You must have secretly seen my underwear. I won't fall for that." Zhang Qian promptly rejected his suggestion. "I swear by the lights, I have never peeked," Lu Tao assured her with a chuckle. "I don't believe you. If you want to guess, then guess the color of the bra I'm wearing today. If you get it right, I might allow you a couple of kisses." Zhang Qian teased, her tone laced with provocation. "Are you being serious? Don't try to back out once I guess correctly," Lu Tao inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Of course, I'm serious. I shall grant you 3 opportunities," Zhang Qian conceded, relaxing her stipulations slightly. "If you manage to guess correctly within those 3 attempts, I shall bestow upon you 2 kisses." It seemed she was deliberately affording Lu Tao this chance. "Excellent. Allow me to discern the hue of your undergarments," Lu Tao exclaimed, his gaze settling upon Zhang Qian's bosom. Subsequently, his eyes beheld a pair of alluring breasts, devoid of any concealment. This vibrant and sensual spectacle nearly overwhelmed him. It dawned upon him that Zhang Qian was, in fact, braless. To guess correctly through mere conjecture would be futile, even if one were to exhaust the entire spectrum of colors, let alone with only 3 chances. "Do hasten your guess," Zhang Qian urged impatiently. "Such an opportunity may not present itself again." "I harbor the suspicion that you are not wearing a brassiere," Lu Tao mused, furrowing his brow. "Absurd. Why would I forgo wearing a brassiere? Make haste with your guess, lest you forfeit your chance, and I shall resume my studies," Zhang Qian retorted, her countenance shifting. "However, I remain convinced that you are braless, as your chest appears rather flat. I recall it being otherwise in the past. Let us propose a wager. Should you be without a brassiere, you shall permit me 2 kisses. Conversely, should you be wearing one, I shall grant you the same favor. Does this arrangement meet with your approval?" Lu Tao suggested, after a moment's contemplation. Unexpectedly, Lu Tao acquiesced to her proposition without hesitation. After a protracted pause, Zhang Qian offered Lu Tao a wry smile, conceding, "Very well, you have prevailed. I am indeed braless." "In that case," Lu Tao inquired with a grin, "are you not obligated to honor your previous commitment?" Zhang Qian nodded, closed her eyes, and quietly awaited Lu Tao's kiss. Unexpectedly, Lu Tao did not kiss her lips directly. Instead, he gently pressed his lips against her eyes, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. "Why did you kiss my eyes?" Zhang Qian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Generally speaking, one would expect a kiss on the lips. If not that, at the very least, a kiss on the cheek would suffice. "Is my mouth not appealing enough?" Zhang Qian retorted. "It's acceptable, but it pales in comparison to your eyes," Lu Tao replied candidly. To his astonishment, as soon as he uttered those words, Zhang Qian leaned in and swiftly pressed her lips against his. Before he could even comprehend the situation, her lips had already retreated. "Oh my! You just stole my first kiss!" Lu Tao exclaimed in disbelief. "Is that so? Then I must have gained quite the advantage," Zhang Qian said, her pride evident. Seeing Lu Tao's expression brought her immense joy. "You can't possibly tell me that I am not your first kiss?" Lu Tao asked, astonished. "Then how many have there been?" Lu Tao inquired, feeling exasperated. "Wait a moment, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With each number Zhang Qian uttered, Lu Tao felt his heart flutter. Ultimately, she smiled and declared, "There have been a total of 17. 17? That's quite a number. How could you have dated so many boyfriends?" Lu Tao asked incredulously. "Why must they be boyfriends? My father, my mother, and all my aunts and uncles have surely kissed me," Zhang Qian stated with utmost seriousness. "Goodness, are you teasing me?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Tao expressed his discontent, stating, "I am merely teasing you. What can you possibly do about it? If you dare, go ahead and bite me." Zhang Qian looked at Lu Tao, laughing so hard that she nearly lost her breath. "You think I wouldn't dare, do you?" Lu Tao continued, stepping forward to embrace her neck, passionately kissing her lips. Zhang Qian's mind went blank in an instant. She could only yield to Lu Tao's intentions, slowly parting her lips while her hands instinctively wrapped around his waist. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Lu Tao gently withdrew his lips, smiling as he inquired, "How does that feel?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qian blurted out, "Your teeth keep hitting mine." Lu Tao understood her underlying thoughts. Having already taken the first step, he knew there was no need to rush in the days to come. He nodded, picked up his textbook, bid Zhang Qian farewell, and then opened the door to leave. Zhang Qian gazed at his vanishing silhouette, lost in deep reflection. Chapter 18. The Gamble of Stones, Part 1. The following morning, as sunlight flooded the room, Lu Tao slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he could scarcely believe what had transpired. After all, he and Zhang Qian had known each other for many years, with their interactions primarily limited to borrowing homework. Yet now, she had taken the initiative to kiss him. This transformation was truly beyond belief. Had this event occurred in the past, Lu Tao would have likely fainted from joy. However, now endowed with a keen insight, his confidence has significantly surged, rendering his reaction less exaggerated, although his happiness is undeniably evident. After all, his affection for Zhang Qian is not a fleeting sentiment. To receive the favor of one's beloved is indeed a profoundly delightful experience. With this thought in mind, he looked up and discovered Zhang Qian diligently studying at her desk. It was imperative that he dedicated himself to learning alongside her. Lu Tao muttered to himself as he began to dress. Once he had completed his morning routine, he greeted his parents and left the house without even having breakfast. He had already arranged to meet Zhang Liang at the shop the previous day. With over 10,000 yuan in his pocket, he felt fortunate enough to try his luck. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and he might even acquire a modest windfall. This time, Lu Tao opted not to take the bus but to hail a taxi instead. Given that earning money had become relatively easier for him, he deemed it appropriate to indulge himself a little. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Zhang Liang's building. Just as he was about to enter, Zhang Liang happened to descend from above. "Brother Tao, good morning," Zhang Liang exclaimed, hurrying to greet him. "Good morning. Have you eaten?" Lu Tao inquired with a smile. Zhang Liang shook his head and replied, "My parents are upstairs and will be down shortly. I intended to wait for you at the community entrance, but since you're already here, we can go together." "All right," Lu Tao nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhang Liang's parents descended from the upper floors. "Mom, Dad, this is my classmate Lu Tao." Zhang Liang introduced him to his parents. "Greetings, uncle and aunt." Lu Tao hurriedly offered his salutations. "Zhang Shu, I am merely indulging my curiosity," Lu Tao remarked. "Very well. Let us be on our way," Zhang Jiwei declared, and as soon as he finished speaking, he proceeded towards the garage. Shortly after, the vehicle emerged, and Lu Tao and the others boarded. Approximately 15 minutes later, the car came to a halt in front of a shop bearing the name Zhang's Jade Emporium. Lu Tao gazed at the prominent characters, there were already individuals waiting at the entrance. Once Zhang Jiwei alighted from the vehicle, they all gathered around to greet him. "Good morning, everyone." Zhang Jiwei opened the rolling door and invited everyone inside. "Indeed, we must seize the moment and engage in more bets," the man in the vest echoed. "I will notify everyone as soon as new raw materials arrive. There are still quite a few pieces in the backyard. If anyone is free, feel free to select a few to play with," Zhang Jiwei suggested. "Come, let us head to the backyard. I must buy a piece to experiment with," the vest-clad man called out as he walked toward the yard, with Lu Tao and Zhang Liang naturally following suit. Upon arriving in the backyard, Lu Tao was captivated, as it was his first encounter with raw materials in reality. Despite the fact that these materials had undergone numerous selections by others, to a novice like him, they appeared as treasures. It resembled playing an online game. Initially, one collects everything in sight, but as one levels up, one learns to discern what is valuable, and the worthless items lose their allure. Thus, even though others showed little interest in these materials, he crouched down and picked one up. Indeed, as Zhang Jiwei had indicated, the prime jadeite roughs had been largely depleted after numerous selections, leaving behind inferior materials. After examining approximately 10 pieces through his unique ability, Lu Tao found that most of them were devoid of any green coloration, which explained the lack of interest from others. "Mr. Zhang, what's the price of this one?" the vest-clad man inquired, finally settling on a bowl-sized piece of rough after an extensive search. "All right, since everyone has come all this way, let's buy one for amusement." "Here, master, please cut it," the vest-clad man said, handing over his chosen piece. The stone-cutting master received the rough, secured it, and, following the man's instructions, began to cut it. Within minutes, it was reduced to a pile of stone fragments. Onlookers shook their heads, some even gloating. "Damn, it really busted," the vest-clad man exclaimed in frustration, his 500 yuan vanishing into thin air. "Try another one. Maybe you can recoup your losses," someone heckled from the side. The vest-clad man gazed at the pile of rough on the ground, shook his head and said, "I'll wait for the next batch of roughs." Upon hearing this, everyone's interest waned. In truth, most people came here for the spectacle or to purchase finished products, with only a few genuinely engaging in stone gambling. By this time, Lu Tao had surveyed the pile of roughs and discovered that about 7 or 8 were pure stone. Only 4 or 5 had a chance of yielding green jadeite. However, some of the green was interspersed with black, leaving uncertainty about whether they could even break even. Given his current theoretical understanding, he essentially knows that the presence of green within the rough stone signifies quality. However, he is utterly incapable of discerning the nuances of different types, such as glass species or ice species. Nevertheless, now that he has arrived at this place, it would indeed be rather unreasonable not to engage in a little adventure. Moreover, a piece of rough stone costs merely 500 yuan, allowing him to indulge in this pastime over 20 times with the funds he possesses. Even if it is merely for amusement, it is worth the experience. With this thought in mind, he approached the pile of rough stones, crouching down to select a piece approximately the size of his fist. He had already inspected it and noted a hint of green, albeit small, about the size of a little finger. Since it was his first attempt, he decided to test his luck with this piece. "Brother Tao, you're not thinking of gambling, are you?" Zhang Liang quickly inquired, noticing Lu Tao's actions. "Indeed, since I'm already here, I might as well purchase a couple of pieces for fun. After all, it's only 500 yuan each. It's not a significant amount," Lu Tao replied with a smile. "The critical issue is that most of the remaining rough stones are unlikely to yield anything good. If you truly wish to play, wait until my father brings in new stones, and then you can try your luck," Zhang Liang suggested. Now that he and Lu Tao had become friends, he naturally wished to spare his companion from any potential losses. "Lu Tao, if you wish to play, then let this piece be a gift from your uncle," Zhang Jiwei interjected, eager to assist. He had no expectations of selling any of these stones. Ultimately, they were to be handed over to the stone cutter for practice. It would be more beneficial to cultivate goodwill. "Is that really appropriate?" Lu Tao inquired, smiling. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. You and Liang are classmates," came the reply. "Old Chun, please assist him in opening it." Zhang Jiwei addressed the stone-cutting master. Old Chun nodded, taking the rough stone from Lu Tao's hands and preparing to commence his work after securing it. However, Lu Tao intervened. "Master, that uncle up there just drew a line. May I draw one as well?" Lu Tao inquired with a smile. "Certainly, go ahead," Old Chen replied, already aware that this young man was a classmate of the boss's son, and thus he was quite amiable. Lu Tao stepped forward, took a moment to assess the stone, and marked a line on it. Upon seeing where he had drawn, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Who would have thought he was such a novice? This is his first time, and he is already drawing lines, exclaimed one. "Indeed, but it matters not. Nothing valuable is likely to emerge from this stone anyway. A line drawn anywhere would yield the same result," another chimed in. "True enough. To witness the spectacle, we must await the next batch of new goods." Just as the crowd continued their chatter, the stone-cutting master began to slice along the line Lu Tao had marked. In no time, the rough stone was divided in two. Lu Tao picked up one half, revealing a hint of pale green. His earlier line had been quite precise, though he had wasted a slight amount due to his inexperience. Next, he lifted the other half, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "It has green." Chapter 19, The Gamble of Stones, Part 2. What? It actually has green? The crowd, initially awaiting mere entertainment, quickly converged upon the scene upon hearing of the green. "Wow, I can't believe there was such a thing hidden among this pile of refuse," someone exclaimed in astonishment. "Quick, bring water," another shouted in a flurry of excitement. The denizens here are quite the spirited bunch, sometimes even more eager about others' unearthing treasures than they are for their own fortunes. At that moment, Zhang Jiwei approached Lu Tao, taking the partial piece of raw stone into his hands. He sprinkled a bit of water on it, scrutinized it intently, and then exclaimed, "It's glassy jadeite." "No way. Mine should be akin to icy jadeite," someone interjected. Zhang Jiwei firmly shook his head, asserting, "Absolutely glassy jadeite. It's just a pity it's a bit diminutive. I wonder how substantial the interior might be. If it's too small, crafting a pendant might prove challenging." "Young man, fortune smiles upon you. Why not risk another cut?" someone suggested. "Uncle Zhang, what's your assessment? Should I proceed with another cut?" Lu Tao inquired, disregarding the other's opinions, instead seeking Zhang Jiwei's counsel. Given his extensive experience in the trade, Zhang Jiwei demurred, advising, "This stone has already appreciated significantly. It's best not to court unnecessary risk." "All right, I'll heed your advice," Lu Tao said, as he carefully stowed away the partial piece of raw stone. "Alas, what a pity that he won't attempt another cut," someone lamented, their face etched with regret. "Indeed, old Wang, why don't you also purchase a piece and give it a try? Perhaps you can capitalize on the young man's good fortune and unearth something remarkable," someone proposed. "If we're buying, let's all buy together. Why should I be the only one purchasing while you all revel in the spectacle?" Old Wang exclaimed to the group. "All right then, it's been ages since we've glimpsed any green. Perhaps today we'll stumble upon some good fortune," someone promptly seconded. Soon, the group congregated around the pile of raw stones that had previously been shunned, each meticulously selecting a piece. "Uncle Zhang, Zhang Liang and I will go inside for a bit. You can entertain them for now." Lu Tao smiled at Zhang Jiwei as he spoke. "All right, you two go ahead. Once I finish greeting them, we can continue our conversation." Zhang Jiwei nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Tao and Zhang Liang entered the establishment and found a place to sit. "Brother Tao, you truly have remarkable luck. It's your first visit here, and you've already stumbled upon something valuable. Once my dad finishes up, I'll have him appraise it properly. Who knows, it might fetch several thousand," Zhang Liang exclaimed excitedly. "There's no rush," Lu Tao waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, Brother Tao, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. The other day when you dealt with Biao Gu, I was quite impressed with your skills. If you were to venture into the underworld, you would undoubtedly surpass Biao Gu. In that case, you'd be living the high life instead of slumming it in this dilapidated school. Even if you were to get into university, it's doubtful you'd earn as much as they do," Zhang Liang inquired with curiosity. At his age, it was natural to be intrigued by the unknown, which is a key reason why gangster culture has gained popularity. "If I were to delve into that world, my father would break my legs. Besides, what is good about a life filled with violence? Even if one were to enjoy the spoils, one could never know when they might meet a grim fate. Lu Tao replied with a smile. What era are we in now? Who still ventures into the underworld? 20 years ago, during the initial stages of reform and opening up, the situation was prosperous, and there were many who engaged in such activities, profiting immensely through violence. The current landscape has largely taken shape. Achieving prominence is not as simple as one might hope. At best, one may merely play the subordinate role, which carries its own risks. When a leader finds themselves in trouble, they may drag their subordinates into the fray to bear the blame, a scenario that Lu Tao would firmly refuse to entertain. You make a valid point. It is indeed wiser to maintain a low profile. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. Approximately an hour later, Zhang Jiwei and several guests entered the courtyard. The expressions on their faces revealed a mixture of joy and sorrow, though disappointment prevailed. Lu Tao was acutely aware of the batch of rough stones. Aside from the piece he had selected, 2 others were tainted with impurities, while the remainder consisted of pure stone, devoid of any value. Ladies and gentlemen, I still have guests to attend to, so I shall not see you off. Zhang Jiwei called out to the crowd before approaching Lu Tao. Uncle Zhang, how much do you think this piece is worth? Lu Tao inquired as he rose to his feet. The current market is exceedingly chaotic, with prices fluctuating daily as speculation runs rampant. Let me take a closer look. Zhang Jiwei replied, taking the piece from Lu Tao's hands and illuminating it with a powerful flashlight. There should be no cracks inside. I estimate it should be worth this much, he said, extending his hand to indicate a figure. 50,000? Lu Tao ventured hesitantly. Zhang Jiwei shook his head, stating, 500,000. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Tao was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, is this small amount of green truly worth 500,000? Indeed, the supply of rough stones is dwindling, and the quality has become exceedingly rare, Zhang Jiwei confirmed. If this material turns out to be high-quality jadeite, it could be fashioned into a pendant, potentially fetching at least 6 million. Zhang Jiwei remarked, scrutinizing the piece in his hands. Shall we take another cut? Lu Tao suggested. Given the potential value of this jadeite, it would be foolish not to pursue it. However, the risk is considerable. If the only green is on the exterior, it might not even be worth 50,000. Zhang Jiwei's expression grew serious. Regardless, a profit is assured. Let us proceed with another cut. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Tao agreed. Very well. Since you are undeterred, why should I be? Zhang Jiwei resolved after hearing Lu Tao's encouragement. Old Chen nodded, donned his coat, and departed. His salary was calculated monthly, so even if he did not work a single day, he would still receive his pay. He relished the idea of staying home without laboring while still earning. Once Old Chen had left, Zhang Jiwei secured half the material and began to slice it carefully. He was uncertain where the next glimpse of green might emerge. This time, Lu Tao remained silent, intently observing his movements. As time passed, green soon appeared on the opposite end. Zhang Jiwei swiftly made several more cuts, revealing a complete piece of jadeite before them. Uncle Zhang, what do you think? Lu Tao inquired, gazing at the jadeite. If left unprocessed, how much could this piece sell for? 8 million at the very least, Zhang Jiwei replied. Is it truly worth so much? Lu Tao asked, taking the jadeite to examine it closely. Indeed, Zhang Jiwei confirmed. If you wish to sell, I can take the responsibility of contacting potential buyers. There are numerous collectors in Binjiang who would be eager to acquire such a fine piece. If they were to learn that I possess this exquisite material, they would undoubtedly flock to me, Zhang Jiwei remarked with a smile. As the proprietor of a jade shop, he inevitably interacted with numerous affluent individuals, confident that quality goods would never fail to find a buyer. All right, please assist me in selling it then. We shall split the proceeds equally, Lu Tao contemplated before speaking. What? You propose a 50-50 split? Zhang Jiwei, taken aback, questioned incredulously. Indeed, a 50-50 split. If we manage to sell it for 8 million, you shall receive 4 million, and I shall take 4 million as well, Lu Tao affirmed with a nod. That is unacceptable. This material belongs to you. We cannot accept any share, Zhang Jiwei insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Despite being a businessman, he had always earned his living through hard work and would not accept unearned wealth. Uncle Zhang, this piece was originally a gift from you to me. Now that fortune has smiled upon us, it is only right that we share in the bounty. Lu Tao explained with a smile. What I gave you is yours. If you feel uncomfortable, you may offer me a token of appreciation. How about 100,000? Zhang Jiwei suggested after a moment's thought. 100,000 is a bit too meager. Let us agree that regardless of the selling price, you shall receive 10% as a token fee. Does that sound acceptable? Lu Tao proposed. Isn't that rather excessive? Zhang Jiwei inquired, glancing at his wife and child, testing the waters. Uncle Zhang, if you continue to be so modest, it may come across as ungracious. Were it not for Zhang Liang bringing me here, I would not have encountered this fortune. Would you not agree? Lu Tao replied, somewhat displeased. In truth, he understood that if Zhang Jiwei desired to earn illicit profits, he could easily quote a considerably lower price, knowing full well that he lacked understanding in such matters. Since the other party was so forthright, he felt he should not be overly stingy. After all, how could he foster friendships in the future? Moreover, with Zhang Jiwei's assistance, he would ultimately be able to accrue even greater wealth, as a mere 10% was hardly substantial. Additionally, this arrangement would undoubtedly motivate Zhang Jiwei to strive for a favorable selling price. For every extra 100,000 he could sell would yield him an additional 10,000. Very well. When do you wish to make your move? If you wish to act now, I shall contact the buyer immediately, Zhang Jiwei remarked with a nod. He was taken aback by Lu Tao's youthful yet astute demeanor, recognizing that such integrity would surely lead to a promising future. If his son were to cultivate a good rapport with Lu Tao, he would undoubtedly benefit from it. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Jiwei began to reach out to potential buyers. Brother Tao, with such a considerable sum now at your disposal, how do you intend to spend it? Zhang Liang inquired with palpable excitement. Lu Tao shook his head, responding, I am uncertain for now. Let us discuss it once the money is in hand. If those girls were to discover your newfound wealth, they would surely rush into your arms like a frenzy. Do you believe it? Zhang Liang said, reclining comfortably. Lu Tao shook his head, asserting, this matter must remain confidential. If others were to find out, it would invite unnecessary troubles. Lu Tao's wisdom was evident. Liang, you ought to learn a thing or two from Lu Tao. In the midst of today's chaotic society, where human hearts are fraught with malice, one might find that revealing one's considerable wealth could potentially invite dire consequences. Zhang Jiwei, having just concluded a phone call, overheard a conversation between his son and Lu Tao, and approached them. Zhang uncle, how goes the outreach? Lu Tao inquired. I initially intended to contact several more buyers, but upon reflection, I deemed it prudent to limit the number of individuals privy to this information, he replied thoughtfully. Have you determined a meeting location? Lu Tao pressed on. Chapter 20. The Stone Gamble, Part 2. Before long, a casually dressed middle-aged man entered, flanked by two young men in black suits and sunglasses, clearly bodyguards. Mr. Song, I did not anticipate your prompt arrival. Zhang Jiwei greeted him warmly. I had a meeting scheduled, but upon hearing that you possess something of value, I hastened here without delay. Where is it? Mr. Song inquired eagerly. Please do not rush. Come, have a seat, Zhang Jiwei invited with a smile. You two, please wait outside for me. Mr. Song instructed his bodyguards, who obediently complied. Mr. Zhang, who are these individuals? Mr. Song asked, turning his attention to Lu Tao and Zhang Liang. This is my son and this is his classmate. It's the weekend, and they happen to come over for a visit. Zhang Jiwei explained. I see. Now, where is the prized item you mentioned? Mr. Song nodded and continued his inquiry. The item is here, Lu Tao said, presenting the raw material to Mr. Song. Is this piece yours? Mr. Song asked with a smile. Lu Tao shook his head and remarked, when Zhang Liang and I arrived, we happened upon this piece that Uncle Zhang had here, so I took it. I am merely a student, lacking knowledge in this area. After listening to Lu Tao's explanation, General Song remained silent, meticulously examining the exquisite piece in his hand. Mr. Zhang, how much are you willing to part with it for? After a brief pause, General Song inquired. To be candid, we are old friends. This piece was a gift from a friend, and I am simply acting as a broker. I have a firm price in mind, Zhang Jiwei replied, extending a single finger. 10 million? Might that be a bit excessive? General Song asked with a chuckle. He recalled that a similar piece in his possession had cost him 6 million. General Song, you are well aware of the current state of the antique market. Prices fluctuate daily. The moment my friend presented this piece, you were the first person I thought of. If you find this price exorbitant. Zhang Jiwei paused, understanding that General Song comprehended his unspoken thoughts. Very well, Mr. Zhang. I will offer you a firm price of 950,000. If this suits you, I shall pay immediately, General Song declared with an air of magnanimity. Mr. Zhang feigned reluctance, saying, Please hold on a moment. I must consult my friend for his opinion. General Song nodded in silence, continuing to scrutinize the piece in his hand. After a while, Zhang Jiwei emerged from the courtyard and addressed General Song. I just spoke with my friend, and he believes the price is somewhat low. However, I informed him that you are a very close friend of mine, and he ultimately acquiesced. Thank you, Boss Zhang. Should I bring you cash, or shall I accompany you to the bank for a transfer? General Manager Song, with a smile, promptly rose and returned the materials in his hands to Zhang Jiwei, inquiring playfully. Very well. Do you know the location of the Industrial and Commercial Bank branch? I will wait for you there, replied General Manager Song. Yes, I shall arrive shortly, Zhang Jiwei responded. Without further ado, General Manager Song made his way straight to the exit. Once General Manager Song departed, Zhang Jiwei smiled at Lu Tao and remarked, Truly, he is a magnate, having sold for 150,000 more than I had anticipated. Lu Tao, please provide me with your bank card number. A bank card? Lu Tao paused, then said, I do not possess a bank card. Do you have an ID card? Zhang Jiwei inquired further. Yes, I have one, Lu Tao hastily replied. That simplifies matters. Let us go now. We can find a branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank to issue you a bank card before proceeding. Zhang Jiwei stated as he retrieved a handkerchief from the counter, carefully wrapping the materials and handing it to Lu Tao, saying, Let us depart. The group exited the shop and entered the vehicle. As they passed by an Industrial and Commercial Bank branch, Zhang Jiwei accompanied Lu Tao inside to obtain a card. Then they hurriedly made their way to the bank branch. Upon their arrival there, General Manager Song emerged from his car. I must say, Boss Zhang, you certainly took your time, General Manager Song chuckled. I was momentarily delayed by an unforeseen matter. Shall we go inside? Zhang Jiwei beckoned. Indeed, General Manager Song nodded and proceeded within. The staff of the Industrial and Commercial Bank were well acquainted with Mr. Song and Mr. Zhang Jiwei, warmly ushering them into the VIP room. Mr. Song, what business do you wish to conduct today? Inquired the manager, whose face was adorned with a broad smile, dedicated to VIP clients. Mr. Song, however, did not respond to his query. Instead, he retrieved a gold card from his pocket and turned to Mr. Zhang, saying, Mr. Zhang, could you kindly relay the bank card number to him? Mr. Zhang nodded, pulling out a piece of paper inscribed with Lu Tao's name and the bank card number. 9,500,000. Correct? The manager reiterated cautiously, given the substantial sum involved. Mr. Song affirmed with a nod. Before long, the manager completed the transaction. As he handed the transfer receipt to Mr. Zhang, the latter meticulously checked it for any errors. Mr. Zhang, may I have the items now? Mr. Song inquired with a playful smile, assured in his dealings with Mr. Zhang, confident that any trickery would not go unpunished. Before Mr. Zhang could respond, Lu Tao handed over the items. Mr. Song briefly inspected the contents, then rewrapped them, standing up to extend his hand, saying, Mr. Zhang, may our collaboration flourish. Should you come across any promising opportunities in the future, do remember to inform me promptly. I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Mr. Zhang swiftly extended his hand, nodding fervently, absolutely, certainly. Once Mr. Song departed, the manager chuckled and turned to Mr. Zhang, asking, Mr. Zhang, was the individual involved in the transfer just now a friend of yours? Indeed, Mr. Zhang replied with a nod. Is there a problem? No, not at all. The manager reassured him with a smile. If it's convenient one day, we could bring him here for a visit. We currently have a variety of financial products that I believe would suit him well. Simply leaving the money stagnant is not advisable. The manager gestured dismissively and remarked, All right, no problem. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave for now, Zhang Jiwei said. Safe travels, the manager nodded, waving them off. Zhang Jiwei smiled at Lu Tao, and then the group departed from the industrial and commercial bank branch. Once in the car, Zhang Jiwei turned to Lu Tao and inquired, "Shall we find a place to check something?" Lu Tao nodded and replied, "Just in time to transfer the money to you. No rush. You can hand it over whenever you're ready," Zhang Jiwei quickly responded. "It's fine, I also need to withdraw some cash," Lu Tao chuckled. With such a substantial amount of money now at his disposal, he certainly could not behave as he once did. "All right," Zhang Jiwei nodded, starting the engine and driving towards his store. There is a branch of the industrial and commercial bank nearby, where he is a long-standing customer, making transactions exceptionally convenient. Initially, he intended for General Song to transfer funds there, but as General Song is also a loyal customer of that branch, he acquiesced to his preference. Soon, they arrived at the bank's branch. "Mr. Zhang, what business do you wish to conduct?" In the VIP room, the manager stood up promptly to greet Zhang Jiwei and his party upon their entrance. "Manager son, allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Tao, and this is my son, whom you have met before," Zhang Jiwei said with a smile. Manager son nodded and smiled at Lu Tao, saying, "Good day, Mr. Lu. Uncle Zhang, where's your card?" Lu Tao inquired with a smile. Zhang Jiwei retrieved his wallet from his pocket and extracted his industrial and commercial bank card, handing it over. Lu Tao then produced his own bank card from his pocket, along with Zhang Jiwei's card, and presented them to Manager Sun, saying, "Could you please transfer 1 million for me? Additionally, I would like to withdraw 10,000 in cash." 1 million, is that correct? Manager Sun confirmed. Yes, Lu Tao nodded. In Chapter 21, the jewelry store heist, as Manager Sun proceeded with the transfer, he glanced at the bank account and was astonished to see a balance of 9,500,000. His eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that this boy, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, could possess such a fortune. Could he possibly be a rich second generation? With this thought in mind, he swiftly completed the transactions for Lu Tao, handing back the 2 bank cards, the 10,000 in cash, and the transfer receipt. "Here you go, Uncle Zhang." Lu Tao returned Zhang Jiwei's bank card and then smiled at Manager Sun, saying, "Thank you, Manager Sunday." "Not at all. If you have money in the future, please consider depositing it with our bank," Manager Sun quickly replied. Lu Tao nodded and said, "You may carry on with your work. Uncle Zhang, shall we go?" The trio exited the bank. "Lu Tao, why are you withdrawing so much cash all at once?" Zhang Jiwei asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, it was indeed quite alarming for a child to carry 10,000 on him. "I'm planning to buy some items," Lu Tao replied with a smile. Zhang Jiwei nodded and motioned for them to get into the car. Just then, a van halted not far from them. Subsequently, the car door swung open, and 4 individuals emerged, each adorned with hoods that concealed their identities save for their piercing eyes. One among them brandished a firearm. Without delay, they surged into the store. "Zhang Liang, Lu Tao, hurry and get in the car," Zhang Jiwei urged, his heart racing with the realization that they were amidst a robbery. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Lu Tao and Zhang Liang swiftly scrambled into the vehicle. "Get down quickly, and do not reveal yourselves," Zhang Jiwei cautioned. Peering through the crevice of the seat, Lu Tao caught sight of the assailants as they exited the store, the one wielding the gun carrying a bag filled with their ill-gotten gains. Lu Tao activated his keen perception, revealing the features of the 4 robbers before him. Alas, he recognized none of them. Just as he intended to further inspect the contents of the bag, the robbers hastily entered their vehicle and sped away. "That was perilously close," Zhang Jiwei exclaimed as he straightened up, patting his chest. "Today's criminals are audacious. They dare to commit robbery in broad daylight." With the thought of the police arriving imminently, Zhang Jiwei promptly started the engine and drove towards his store. He had no desire to linger as a witness, especially since he had witnessed nothing concrete. Liang, are you all right?" Zhang Liang's mother inquired anxiously upon their return, noticing the unease etched upon Zhang Jiwei's face. He shook his head and replied, "We were just startled by a robbery. A moment of rest and I shall be well." "Robbery?" Zhang Liang's mother echoed, momentarily taken aback. 30 meters? Isn't that a jewelry store?" Zhang Liang's mother pondered for a moment and said, "It seems so. I really didn't notice. If not for the chaos nowadays, How could someone dare to rob in broad daylight? Zhang Jiwei said indignantly. Who makes gold so valuable these days? If it were a trinket shop, I doubt anyone would rob it. I went to the supermarket the other day, passed by the gold counter, and the price of gold has risen to 420 yuan per gram, Zhang Liang's mother added. Indeed, Zhang Jiwei nodded and said, Uncle Zhang, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave now, Lu Tao interjected. Don't go, stay for lunch, my treat. Zhang Jiwei quickly urged upon hearing Lu Tao's intention to leave. Yes, Brother Tao, stay for lunch, Zhang Liang chimed in. No need, I still have some shopping to do. Zhang Liang, if you're free, come with me. We'll have lunch outside, Lu Tao suggested. All right, Zhang Liang agreed immediately. Uncle Zhang, Auntie, you two have lunch. I'll visit you again this weekend. Lu Tao waved to Zhang Jiwei and his wife and said, All right, come over when you have time, Zhang Jiwei, seeing Lu Tao's determination, didn't press further. Soon, Lu Tao and Zhang Liang were outside. Brother Tao, where are you planning to shop? Zhang Liang asked. I haven't decided yet. Let me make a phone call first, Lu Tao said as he walked ahead. Soon, he discovered a location where he could use a public phone. He retrieved the phone number left by Zhao Gang from his pocket and dialed it. Zhao Gu. It's me, Lu Tao, he introduced himself as soon as the call connected. Oh, it's you. Did you call me for something? Zhao Gang inquired. He had intended to reach out to Lu Tao after playing cards with Mr. Sun and others yesterday, but realized he didn't have Lu Tao's contact information. He was pleasantly surprised that Lu Tao had taken the initiative to call him today. Not really. I just wanted to ask where your home is. I plan to visit Jiaolan, Lu Tao replied. My home is in Building 4, Unit 2, Apartment 40 of the Huban community. Lanlan is home, so you can head over directly. Zhao Gang provided the address. All right. By the way, Zhao Gu, do you have a computer at home? Lu Tao continued to inquire. That makes sense. I truly hope she can be happy. As long as she is, I feel invigorated. Zhao Gang chuckled. Zhao Gu, you carry on with your work. I will go over with Zhang Liang shortly, Lu Tao said. Sure, I'll get back to my tasks, and we can chat later when I have some free time. As soon as Zhao Gang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lu Tao paid for the call and turned to Zhang Liang, asking, Do you know where I can buy a computer?
Tao Yi.
You're not considering buying a computer for Jiaolan, are you? Zhang Liang asked, somewhat incredulous. After all, computers are not inexpensive. A decent desktop could cost 4,000 or 5,000, and a laptop would be even pricier. Lu Tao nodded and replied, She spends all day at home without anything to do. She should have a computer. Tao Gu, you can't possibly be falling for Jiaolan, can you? Zhang Liang then inquired, You must understand, if we were merely ordinary friends, there would be no need to purchase such an extravagant gift. What nonsense, Lu Tao retorted, playfully administering a light slap to his head. He continued, Just yesterday, I was assisting Brother Zhao at Suiyuan Pavilion, playing cards. I managed to win over 10,000 yuan, and Brother Zhao graciously gave me 1,000. I find him to be quite generous, someone worth befriending. I was considering buying something for him, but I figured he might refuse it, so I thought it would be better to buy something for Jiaolan. That way he would feel too awkward to decline. I see. I initially thought you were pursuing Jiaolan, Zhang Liang remarked, enlightened by Lu Tao's explanation. Enough of the chatter. Where can we find a computer for sale? Lu Tao, uninterested in continuing the frivolous conversation, asked. Let us head to Xinghe Technology City. That's where I purchased my computer, Zhang Liang replied. Without uttering another word, Lu Tao hailed a taxi, directing it towards Xinghe Technology City. Moments earlier, a robbery had occurred at the Hongxiang Gold Store on Victory Road, involving 4 assailants who fled in a Jinbei van, license plate number XXXX. The announcement concluded with a plea for anyone who might provide clues to come forward, promising a substantial reward. People nowadays are incredibly audacious. To commit robbery in broad daylight, the taxi driver lamented. Such individuals, if apprehended, are likely to meet a grim fate. Lu Tao added. Who knows? The driver replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Lu Tao's immediate reaction upon hearing the news was to report the incident to the police. After all, based on his description, the police department's forensic team could easily recreate the appearances of the 4 robbers. This would render solving the case relatively straightforward. However, he swiftly dismissed that notion. If he were to report the incident, the officers would undoubtedly regard him as mentally unstable, considering all 4 robbers had their faces concealed. In order to gain their trust, he would have to confess to possessing the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance. Could he truly bring himself to utter such a claim? Certainly not. Furthermore, if word got out about his gift, it would likely lead to his capture and subsequent use as a test subject for research. As he pondered these thoughts, they arrived at the Xinghe Science and Technology City. He settled the fare and gestured for Zhang Liang to alight from the vehicle. Soon, under Zhang Liang's guidance, they entered a computer store. The owner, upon their arrival, eagerly greeted them. "What can I assist you with today?" The proprietor inquired with enthusiasm. "We are looking to purchase a computer," Lu Tao replied while surveying the various models displayed in the shop. "Are you interested in a custom-built system or a branded one? A desktop or a laptop?" The store owner continued. "A laptop, please. The desktop is too cumbersome and inconvenient to carry," Lu Tao stated. "If you prefer a laptop, we have models from Lenovo and HP. Which one do you prefer?" the owner said, leading them toward the section housing the laptops. Lu Tao approached and examined the options. In truth, he was not particularly knowledgeable about computers, but he understood one principle: you get what you pay for. Ultimately, he chose a Lenovo laptop priced at $999. "Tao Gu, is this model a bit too extravagant?" I opine that Zhaolan merely engages in rudimentary activities such as casual QQ conversations, rendering such a sophisticated computer an extravagance. Zhang Liang interjected with a word of advice. Before Lu Tao could respond, the proprietor eagerly chimed in, asserting that if gaming is not a consideration, acquiring such an expensive device is indeed superfluous. A machine in the vicinity of 6,000 would suffice. Lu Tao cast a fleeting glance at the proprietor, a smile gracing his countenance. He found the shopkeeper to be rather intriguing. Contrary to the conventional mercantile approach of enticing patrons to purchase the most exorbitant items, she advocated for a more economical acquisition. "Very well. I shall procure this model priced at $69.99, Lu Tao declared with a smile. "Pray tell, is this the nadir of the price range?" After a moment of contemplation, the proprietor responded, "I can extend a further reduction of 300. Beyond that, I am afraid it is untenable." "Then, by all means, proceed with the packaging," Lu Tao affirmed with a nod. Upon witnessing Lu Tao's expeditious decision, the proprietor promptly commenced the task of packaging the computer. In addition to the standard accessories, she included a complimentary high-definition webcam. Subsequently, Lu Tao remitted the payment, bid farewell to the proprietor, and departed the Stellar Tech City in the company of Zhang Liang. Chapter 22. A visit to Zhaolan. Upon exiting Stellar Tech City, Lu Tao realized that the acquisition of the laptop alone did not grant him access to the digital realm. Prompted by this realization, he and Zhang Liang proceeded to the China Unicom office, where they registered for a year-long broadband service using Lu Tao's identification. After completing the requisite forms, the clerk informed them that an installation technician would visit their residence within 3 years. To ensure a seamless process, Lu Tao thoughtfully provided Zhao Gang's mobile number. Subsequently, the duo sought refuge in a modest eatery, where they ordered a couple of dishes and partook in a light repast. Following their brief culinary interlude, Lu Tao and Zhang Liang hailed a taxi and embarked on a journey to Zhao Lan's abode. Ere long, they found themselves standing at the threshold of her residence. Lu Tao gently knocked on the door and stood silently, awaiting a response. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Lan, whose face lit up with delight upon seeing Lu Tao. She hurriedly beckoned him, saying, "Come in." Lu Tao smiled at her, and together with Zhang Liang, they stepped inside. "Make yourselves comfortable. There is no need for formality. Feel at home," Zhao Lan said as she moved to the fruit platter on the coffee table, picking 2 oranges to offer Lu Tao and Zhang Liang. Lu Tao accepted the gift without hesitation and inquired with a smile, "Have you been feeling better?" "Zhang Liang and I happened to be free this afternoon, so we decided to visit. I'm generally fine as long as I don't engage in strenuous activities. Have you two had dinner? If not, I can whip something up for you," Zhao Lan replied cheerfully. "No, we just had a meal at a restaurant," Lu Tao responded. At this point, he reached for a nearby cardboard box and handed it to Zhao Lan, saying, "This is a gift for you." "A gift for me?" Zhao Lan exclaimed, somewhat incredulous at the sight of such a sizable box. Indeed, open it. If you don't like it, I can always get you something else, Lu Tao assured her with a nod. His words were heartfelt. He had a bit of money now, and if Zhao Lan were to dislike the gift, he could certainly buy her something else. I'm already so happy that you both came. I didn't expect you to bring me a gift as well, Zhao Lan remarked as she began to unbox the present. To her surprise, she pulled out a bag designed to hold a notebook. Really? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? She asked, feeling somewhat awkward about the luxury of Lu Tao's gift. Yes, I like it, Zhao Lan affirmed with a nod. That's all that matters, Lu Tao replied, pleased. If it's not to one's liking, even the most valuable things hold no significance. Lu Tao, observing her somewhat shy demeanor, remarked, thank you. Zhao Lan responded, the notebook was bought by Brother Tao. It has nothing to do with me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. At this moment, Zhang Liang interjected to clarify, so that's how it is. Upon learning that Lu Tao had personally gifted it to her, Zhao Lan's favorable impression of him deepened. She then inquired, aren't you still in school? Where did you get the money to buy me a computer? Lu Tao, fearing her misunderstanding, explained, I didn't have much money, but yesterday, while playing cards with your brother, I won some and thought it fitting to buy you a gift. Hearing this reasonable explanation, Zhao Lan remained silent, deeply moved. It was clear that after winning, Lu Tao chose to buy her a gift instead of something for himself, indicating her significant place in his heart. At their age, girls are often filled with romantic aspirations. During her school days, Zhao Lan had several suitors, but she was solely focused on her studies, aiming to get into a good university. Now she had met Lu Tao, a boy who had once saved her and left a profound impression. With his sunny and handsome appearance and his kindness towards her, it was impossible for her not to be moved. By the way, Zhao Lan, I've already paid the broadband fee at the Unicom Service Center, and someone will come to set it up for you in a couple of days, Lu Tao added, noticing her silence. Actually, there's no need to install broadband, she thought. I hardly ever go online, Zhao Lan remarked. In my leisure time, I mostly read at home or watch television. It's all right. Once you have broadband installed, you can stream movies directly. You can also use QQ to chat with people, Lu Tao replied. I don't have a QQ account. I've never used it, Zhao Lan admitted somewhat sheepishly. It's quite simple. Once the connection is established, I will teach you how to use it. You just need to apply for a QQ account, and then you can chat with your classmates, Lu Tao said with a smile. I've heard of it, but I don't know how to use it. By the way, do you have QQ? Can I chat with you then? Zhao Lan seemed to recall something and inquired. Lu Tao shook his head and said, I don't have a computer at home. My parents are worried that it will distract me from my studies, so they haven't bought one. I see, Zhao Lan's face reflected a hint of regret. Tao Gu, why don't you buy one? The first mock exam is coming up soon, and if you perform well, you can discuss it with your parents. Zhang Liang suggested from the side. Let us wait. You still have 2 or 3 days before the broadband is installed. Let us wait until after the mock exam. Lu Tao nodded in agreement. Zhao Lan, how about this? After school, I can arrange for someone to tutor you, Lu Tao proposed. Zhao Lan shook her head, saying, I think it's better not to. Hiring a tutor is not cheap. If you have money, you should keep it for yourself. I can find you someone who doesn't charge, Lu Tao laughed. But not right now, we'll have to wait a few days. Someone who doesn't charge. Is there really such a good deal now? Zhao Lan expressed her disbelief. Of course there is. In due time, you shall naturally come to understand, Lu Tao declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan felt hesitant to further question him and simply nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio settled onto the sofa, engaging in delightful conversations about amusing occurrences from their school days. They were thoroughly engrossed in their exchange. Of course, Zhang Liang often played the role of a mere observer, contentedly listening while occasionally contributing a remark. Be cautious on your way, Zhao Lan said, standing at the doorstep and waving them goodbye. Lu Tao nodded in acknowledgement, reciprocating her farewell with a wave, before descending the stairs alongside Zhang Liang. As Zhao Lan gazed at Lu Tao's retreating figure, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. At this tender age of burgeoning affection, a seed had taken root in her heart, beginning to flourish. Chapter 23. Good deeds bring good returns. Evil begets evil, Tao Gu. I sense that Zhao Lan harbors feelings for you, Zhang Liang remarked with a grin as they reached the ground floor. Really? I fail to see it, Lu Tao retorted, puzzled. You are too close to the situation to perceive it. I, however, maintain an objective perspective. I find Zhao Lan to be a remarkable girl. She is not only beautiful but possesses a kind heart as well. If you have feelings for her, it would be fortuitous to pursue a relationship, Zhang Liang suggested. Please, I can't be bothered with your antics, Lu Tao replied dismissively, continuing his stride ahead. Zhang Liang hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Lu Tao noticed someone approaching from the opposite direction. He glanced casually and was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this one of the 4 robbers? He questioned the reliability of his own eyesight. To his astonishment, not far behind this individual, another robber appeared. It turned out that the 4 robbers had deliberately entered the neighborhood separately to avoid drawing attention. Zhang Liang was uncertain of his purpose and could only nod, waiting in place for him. Lu Tao trailed behind the last of the robbers, observing as they entered one of the buildings. He then cautiously made his way inside, scanning from the first floor up to the 3rd, and discovered the presence of 4 individuals. Brother Bai, do you think the police might find this place? One of the robbers inquired of the armed robber who had held a gun during the day. Impossible, the latter replied with confidence. I've been a police officer before. It's not as formidable as you imagine. We just need to endure here for a few days. Once the heat dies down, we will dispose of this batch. The remaining 3 nodded in agreement. Upon learning their hideout, Lu Tao hastily descended the stairs. After all, they were outnumbered and armed. One misstep could cost him his life. Tao Gu, what were you up to just now? Zhang Liang asked, his face filled with confusion. Lu Tao shook his head, offering a smile. Nothing. I just spotted someone I thought I knew. Turns out it was not the case. Let us go. Oh, Zhang Liang responded, following closely behind. All right, Lu Tao said, ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the door of Zhang Qian's residence, he was about to knock when the door swung open. Yes, my mother mentioned you came looking for me this morning, so I came up. What brings you here? Lu Tao inquired, taking in her attire with a smile. Is it wrong to seek you out if there's nothing urgent? I was bored at home this morning and thought I'd come to play with you. I didn't expect you to be absent, Zhang Qian replied, a hint of disappointment gracing her features. Isn't today the weekend? I visited Zhang Liang for a while and also took a stroll around the jade shop he runs. If you have time, we could go together, and I could buy you a little gift, Lu Tao said with a smile. Let's talk about it when you have some money. By the way, are you coming to study tonight? Zhang Qian inquired. Of course, why wouldn't I? I need to study diligently and strive for progress every day, Lu Tao replied earnestly. All right then, finish your meal and come over early, Zhang Qian said. During dinner that evening, the family of 3 gathered around the table. Speaking of which, Dad, after all these years of driving for my uncle, he's about to retire. Don't you have any thoughts about it? Are you really planning to drive for the science committee for life? Lu Tao asked casually. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, don't you aspire to be an office director or something similar? Lu Tao continued. In the past, he certainly wouldn't have posed such questions to his father. However, he had transformed. He felt a sense of responsibility to ensure his parents lived better lives. An office director? Let's forget that notion. I don't possess any leadership qualities. Otherwise, your uncle wouldn't have kept me as a driver. Lu Guangming shook his head and responded. Why not just venture into business, Dad? Aren't you good at fixing cars? You could open an auto repair shop, Lu Tao suggested, given his father's response. An auto repair shop? What a hefty investment that would require. Your mother and I have saved less than 100,000 in total. That amount is hardly sufficient. Besides, that money is meant for you to marry a wife. We can't touch it, Lu Guangming explained. I can resolve the issue of finances. A classmate of mine has a wealthy father, and I can attempt to persuade him to assist with an investment. As long as you possess this confidence, it will suffice. Lu Tao contemplated for a moment and then spoke. He could inform Zhang Jiwei in advance, investing in his father's auto repair shop under Zhang's name, thus alleviating his father's concerns about funding. Really? A spark of excitement flickered in Lu Guangming's eyes as he eagerly inquired. Of course, it is true. How about this? I will help facilitate a meeting between you two soon. Dad, let me say this, you are far too honest. always thinking of others first when good fortune comes your way. But has anyone considered your interests? Lu Tao remarked. Tao, how can you speak to your father like that? He means well. Had it not been for his kindness, I would not have been with him all those years. Guan Aimei interjected before Lu Guangming could respond. Just focus on your own affairs. There is no need to concern yourself with others, Guan Aimei retorted, somewhat petulantly. Deep down, however, she understood that her son's words held truth. Both she and Lu Guangming were compassionate individuals who could not bear to see others in distress. This inherent nature shaped their lives. Tao, your mother and I will likely remain this way for our entire lives. You need not counsel us otherwise. Furthermore, I believe it is better to be a good person than a bad one. At the very least, one can sleep soundly at night, Lu Guangming said. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he continued, by the way, did you hear about the robbery at a jewelry store today? Have you come across this news? I heard about it when Haifeng's mother visited this afternoon. Apparently, it was the Hongxiang jewelry store on Victory Road, Guan Aimei replied. Indeed. It is indeed the establishment owned by Luo Guangshan, Lu Guangming remarked. Luo Guangshan? Isn't he just a local thug? Guan Aimei paused upon hearing the name and inquired. Serves him right. Such a person deserves to suffer a financial loss. Guan Aimei exclaimed with a hint of excitement. I told you, good deeds bring good returns, and evil deeds bring evil returns. It's not that retribution doesn't occur. It simply hasn't arrived yet. When the time comes, it will come swiftly. He used to rob others, and now it is finally his turn to be robbed. Lu Guangming chuckled. If the police solve the case, will those stolen items be returned to him? Guan Aimei continued to ask. Solve the case? I highly doubt it. Those robbers might not even be locals. Apprehending them will not be easy. Lu Guangming shook his head and replied. Lu Tao had been quietly listening to his parents' conversation, his mind racing with thoughts. He had initially considered calling the police anonymously to report the gang of robbers. However, after hearing his parents' discussion, he felt that alerting the authorities might not be the wisest choice. If the owner of the jewelry store was indeed so unscrupulous, he should suffer a financial setback. Yet, if that were the case, the gang of robbers would go unpunished. No, that simply could not happen. He could not allow them to escape justice. With this thought, a term emerged in his mind. Black eats black. If the robbers could rob the jewelry store, then he could just as easily rob the robbers. It was evident that they had taken a substantial amount of valuable gold. If he managed to seize this batch of goods, not only would he augment his own income, but he could also rid society of a menace. However, there were 4 of them and one of them was armed. If one were to forcefully pursue the matter, it would undoubtedly prove futile. Instead, one must resort to cunning strategies. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to take action in the dead of night. After all, he possessed the advantage of foresight, allowing him to see clearly in the pitch-black darkness, unlike his adversary. With this in mind, he could seize the initiative. A faint smile involuntarily graced his lips at this thought. Tao, are you all right? Guan Aimei, noticing her beloved son lost in thought and neglecting his meal, gently prodded him and inquired. Guan Aimei nodded and then asked, will you still be going to Zhang Qian's house to study this evening? Son, do not place too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. If you do not gain admission to university, you can pursue other avenues. There are many ways to earn a living. Numerous university graduates today find themselves unemployed, languishing at home. As long as one is not greedy or lazy, life will not be too harsh. Lu Guangming smiled as he spoke. In truth, what he cared about most was not Lu Tao's academic performance, but rather his attitude. As long as Lu Tao made an earnest effort, then Lu Guangming as a father would feel a deep sense of contentment. Chapter 24. Impulse is the devil. Upon arriving at Zhang Qian's residence, Lu Tao found that Zhang Qian had yet to finish her meal, although Zhang Dequan had already completed his. After Lu Tao's arrival, Zhang Dequan welcomed him inside to sit. Lu Tao did not hesitate, walking directly in and taking a seat on the adjacent chair. Lu Tao, do you know Zhang Dequan? Zhang Dequan inquired with a smile. Lu Tao nodded and replied, yes, I do. Uncle Zhang, how did you know? Originally intending to greet, who would have thought you all entered the VIP room? Zhang Jiwei chuckled. Today, I accompanied Zhang Liang to their family's shop. just as his father was heading to the industrial and commercial bank for some errands. So Zhang Liang and I went along. Lu Tao elucidated. "Ah, I see," Zhang Dequan remarked. "I and Zhang Dequan have been high school classmates, maintaining a cordial relationship all along. Just a few days ago, when I encountered him, he mentioned that we should arrange a time for our families to dine together." Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding. Faced with such words, he truly did not know how to respond. At this moment, Zhang Qian, who had been silent, stood up after finishing her meal and addressed Zhang Dequan. "Dad, Lu Tao and I are heading over to study. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, I'll be on my way now. Go ahead. Study diligently." Zhang Dequan nodded in response. Once Zhang Qian and Lu Tao departed, Zhang Qian's mother turned to Zhang Dequan and said, "Why mention such things in front of the children? Our families have known each other for quite some time. Their character is beyond reproach. Lu Tao may struggle academically, but in other respects he is quite commendable. If the two of them are willing, I have no objections." Qianqian's mother, "I recall during dinner last night, you were quite apprehensive about Lu Tao distracting Qianqian from her studies. What has changed today, making you appear as if you are an entirely different person? Are you feeling well?" Zhang Dequan remarked, extending his hand as if to touch her forehead. "Oh, please, you think I'm like you, acting strangely in front of a child? Today I had a conversation with Qianqian, who mentioned that Lu Tao has shown significant improvement recently. Not only does he come to study with Qianqian every evening, but his performance in class has also been commendable. To give you an example, during English class, he was the only one who had memorized the text. Moreover, he has signed up for the Dongshan Provincial Biology Competition. Regardless of the outcome, his ambition alone is praiseworthy. I believe that if Lu Tao continues on this path, even if he doesn't get into university, he won't let Qianqian down in the future." Qianqian's mother spoke at length about this. "Really? Are you sure about all this? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhang Dequan clearly didn't believe it. "What do you know? Happiness is something you have to strive for. There's no such thing as too much going with the flow. I think Zhang Liang is better than Lu Tao. His parents are in business and their family is well off. Plus, Zhang Liang is a very honest boy. He won't let Qianqian down. And more importantly, Zhang Liang's academic performance is slightly better than Lu Tao's. Even if he doesn't get into a second-tier university, he can still afford to attend a third-tier one," Zhang Dequan said impatiently. After hearing Zhang Dequan's words, Qianqian's mother fell silent. What more could she say? Her husband's points were indeed valid. Compared to their family conditions, Lu Tao's family is significantly less well-off than Zhang Liang's. If Lu Tao doesn't secure a good job, life would be quite tough for the two if they were to be together. As a mother, she certainly wouldn't want such a scenario for her daughter. The Zhang family is considered quite affluent in our area, and Zhang Dequan's two elder brothers are also capable individuals. If our families could become related by marriage, it would undoubtedly be a joyous occasion for all. Zhang Dequan seemed somewhat excited as he spoke, and then added, "I'll call old Zhang right now to arrange a time." Seeing her husband in such a state, Zhang Qian's mother could only smile helplessly. Soon, Zhang Dequan got in touch with Zhang Jiwei. Upon hearing about the dinner arrangement, Zhang Jiwei immediately agreed. They discussed and decided that since both were free the next evening, they would meet then. The venue was set at Yuan Zhongfang. After hanging up, Zhang Dequan hummed a tune while eating his now somewhat cold meal. "Lu Tao, my father spoke carelessly earlier. Please don't take it to heart," Zhang Qian said somewhat apologetically after leading Lu Tao into the room. "It's nothing." Lu Tao shook his head and replied. "Same as usual today?" Zhang Qian asked, sitting at the desk. "Sure," Lu Tao nodded, readily agreeing. Being alone together in a room is inherently risky, especially for Lu Tao and Zhang Qian, who are both in their adolescence. If they had not had any physical contact, it might have been easier to focus on studying. However, after sharing a kiss the previous night, maintaining a studious environment was no longer simple. About 15 minutes later, as Lu Tao gazed at Zhang Qian, she turned her head, and their eyes met. "Weren't you supposed to be memorizing something? What are you doing?" Zhang Qian asked with a smile. "How can you know me if I don't know you?" Lu Tao retorted. "Humph, who cares about you?" Zhang Qian playfully replied. It is undeniable that when a girl teases, there is always an alluring charm about her, especially with a beauty like Zhang Qian. Her playful demeanor could easily captivate anyone. Is that so? Then you mustn't tease me again. If you do, how will I deal with you? Lu Tao said with a mischievous grin. Humph, I dare you. What can you possibly do to me? Zhang Qian provocatively challenged. What do you think? Lu Tao, no longer holding back, stood up and kissed her. Zhang Qian was taken aback by Lu Tao's unexpected boldness, rendered speechless by the kiss. Lu Tao gently parted her tightly closed lips with his tongue, engaging in an intimate dance with hers. Soon, Zhang Qian transformed from passive to active, kissing Lu Tao passionately. Gradually, Lu Tao lifted her, cradling her in his arms and laying her gently on the bed. He then trailed kisses down her alabas. If you truly love me, then please be patient until after the college entrance examination, and we will find a better hotel, and I will give you what you desire, all right? Zhang Qian's voice was barely audible, as if she could scarcely hear herself. Lu Tao gazed at her, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Since Zhang Qian had expressed such sentiments, any further insistence on his part might evoke her displeasure. Even if he were to gain her body, it would not necessarily mean he could capture her heart. Moreover, they were at Zhang Qian's home. If Zhang Dequan were to overhear them, he might very well come over and lash out at him. Indeed, impulsiveness is a devilish force. Subsequently, the two sat on the edge of the bed, locking eyes in silence for an extended period. Even if you hadn't acquiesced to my request earlier, you still wouldn't have been able to engage in such an act with me, Zhang Qian murmured as she rested her head on his shoulder, her tone tender and melodic. Why is that? Lu Tao inquired, gently caressing her flowing hair, a smile gracing his lips. Because something wonderful is about to happen today, Zhang Qian continued. Really? How unfortunate. Lu Tao responded, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Do you not recall yesterday afternoon when I was experiencing stomach pains, and you came over to massage me? I had mentioned then that good things were on the horizon. Zhang Qian replied, a trace of displeasure evident in her tone. I feel as though I've been living in a dream these past few days. We've known each other for so many years, yet nothing compares to the rapid development we've experienced recently. It's almost unbelievable, Zhang Qian remarked wistfully. This is the transformation brought on by cumulative change. Without prior accumulation, how could we have reached this stage in such a short span of time? Would you kiss a boy you just met? What do you think? Lu Tao inquired with a smile. Drop dead, Zhang Qian retorted playfully, landing a gentle punch on Lu Tao's chest. Are you trying to murder your own husband? You heartless woman, Lu Tao exclaimed in mock distress. If Zhang Dequan and his wife weren't next door, he would have ravished Zhang Qian then and there. I am heartless, she declared. If you ever dare to betray me, you'll regret it. Oh really? Are you and I even an item? Pray tell, Lu Tao teased with a mischievous grin. You know the answer, Zhang Qian responded, playfully attempting to choke him as she erupted into laughter. Observing her mirthful state, Lu Tao swiftly turned the tables, pinning her beneath him and sealing his lips onto hers. Another wave of passion washed over them. After a prolonged kiss, Lu Tao caressed Zhang Qian's face, vowing, I will cherish you. Zhang Qian nodded, reciprocating, me too. With that thought, he arose from the bed, helping Zhang Qian to her feet. Okay, Zhang Qian agreed readily. Considering the extent of their intimacy, there was little left to conceal. Besides, they shared the same courtyard, and attending school together was only natural. Lu Tao kissed her forehead, turned, opened the door, waved goodbye, and then closed it behind him. As the door shut, Zhang Qian felt a pang of longing. The time spent with Lu Tao always seemed too fleeting. However, the prospect of being together indefinitely after the college entrance exams filled her with solace. A hopeful future always brings joy. Chapter 25. The dark side of deception. Upon returning home, Lu Tao changed into a set of dark attire. After all, he intended to operate under the cover of night, and darker clothing would facilitate his concealment. As the clock approached 11, Lu Tao cautiously opened his door and stepped outside. Utilizing his keen observational skills, he surveyed his parents' room through the window, ensuring they were sound asleep before quietly closing the door and swiftly darting to the left. It is worth noting that they resided in the municipal party compound, where security measures were stringent, and the night watchman conducted irregular patrols. Should he encounter these patrolling guards, it would necessitate unnecessary explanations. Consequently, he opted to circumvent the back of the dormitory building and scaled the wall to escape. For the sake of safety, he refrained from disembarking at the entrance of Binhai Garden, choosing instead to alight approximately 100 meters away. After settling the fare and allowing the taxi to depart, he sought out a secluded path and ventured inside. Binhai community is, in essence, a semi-enclosed neighborhood, with residences constructed over a decade ago. Thus, the main gate serves merely as a fade, lacking any real utility. For Lu Tao, traversing the streets at night bore no distinction from daytime walks. He swiftly recalled the location of the apartment building where the four robbers resided. Prior to his arrival, he had contemplated that entering through the front door would be implausible. Fortunately, their dwelling was on the third floor, allowing for the possibility of an entry through the window. While it would be unthinkable for an ordinary individual to scale such heights, Lu Tao was no ordinary person. He had been taught martial arts by officers from the Criminal Investigation Unit during his family's stay at the city bureau. At that time, his parents were occupied with work, leaving little time to attend to him, which led him to spend his days with a group of companions, often skipping school. It was precisely during this period that he laid a solid foundation for martial arts training. Later, when his family relocated from the urban district to the municipal compound, he did not abandon his practice. Instead, he diligently trained in secret whenever he had the chance. This dedication ultimately honed his remarkable skills. He took a few steps back, then swiftly sprinted forward, pushing off the ground with his feet and grasping the iron rack used for drying clothes on the first floor. He then climbed along the rack, ascending higher. Upon reaching the location of the four robbers, he peered through the window and discovered it was a kitchen. He extended his hand to attempt to open the window, and to his surprise, it slid open effortlessly with a gentle pull. Elated, he quickly climbed inside. Subsequently, he stealthily opened the kitchen door and found the living room unoccupied. He then employed his keen perception to scan the two bedrooms, discovering that the four robbers were sleeping separately, 2 in each room. He understood that he was there to locate the stash of gold, not to apprehend them. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued his search. To his astonishment, he spotted the bag he had seen earlier during the day beside the armed robber. Further inspection revealed it contained an array of gold rings and necklaces. Resolutely, he removed his shoes, treading quietly as he opened the door to the room and stepped inside. Soon, he stood before the bag, reaching out to seize it. Just then, the armed robber shifted in his sleep, startling him. Fortunately, he possessed a commendable fortitude. Had it been another, they would have likely emitted a cry of alarm. He stood motionless in the bedroom for nearly 5 minutes before gently retrieving his bag and donning his shoes. Subsequently, he opened the door and stepped outside, a faint smile gracing his lips as he closed the door behind him. Upon entering his abode, his instinct was to secure the door with a lock. Without even switching on the lights, he poured the gold from the cloth bag onto the bed, reaching out to grasp a handful. This substantial haul weighed approximately 7 to 8 pounds, which, at current gold prices, could be valued at around 140 to 150,000. Although this sum paled in comparison to the profits he had made from gambling on stones, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. It is worth noting that this gold was pilfered from 4 robbers, a case of criminal retribution. Not only had he profited, but he had also dealt a lesson to those 4 thieves. One can only imagine their astonishment come morning when they discover their ill-gotten gains had vanished. The mere thought of the robbers' frustrated expressions brought immense joy to Lu Tao's heart. After toying with the spoils of his cunning, he carefully returned them to the cloth bag. For safety's sake, he tucked the bag beneath the bed. This was his sanctuary, a place where his parents seldom ventured, let alone poked around under the bed. Once he completed these tasks, an overwhelming fatigue washed over Lu Tao. He yawned, stretched lazily, and then shed his clothing to retire to bed. If he could successfully dispose of this batch of goods, coupled with his earnings from gambling, he would soon find himself a millionaire. It is important to note that it has only been a mere few days since he acquired the ability to see through the heavens. With this thought, he let out a sigh. In the past, when he lacked this extraordinary vision, he found the pursuit of wealth to be exceedingly arduous. Possessing even 100 or 200 seemed significant. Now, with this newfound sight, the act of making money feels as effortless as a mere breath. With financial resources at hand, it is only natural to aspire to achieve something substantial. Otherwise, money would merely transform into a pile of worthless paper, devoid of purpose. If we were to say that Lu Tao's greatest ambition prior to this was to secure a good job after graduation, it is evident that his aspirations have undergone a profound transformation. To be more precise, he has elevated his goals from mere survival to the realm of a fulfilling life. After all these years, it seems my life is just beginning. From this moment onward, I shall ascend step by step. I aim to stand atop the world and gaze down upon everything, Lu Tao declared emphatically. This young man, who once believed he would grow old and die in this city, has become insatiable in his ambition after gaining the celestial sight. Chapter 26. Acts of Valor. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Lu Tao glanced at the time and stepped out with his backpack in tow. At that moment, Zhang Qian passed by and greeted Lu Tao with a smile. He nodded in acknowledgement, and the two of them walked side by side. Tao. Sun Guang and Zhao Kun were already waiting at the front of the building and called out to him as he approached. Let us go, Lu Tao said, giving Zhao Kun a friendly pat on the shoulder. Zhang Qian, what made you decide to join us for school today? Zhao Kun inquired, curiously looking at Zhang Qian as she walked alongside Lu Tao. It is worth noting that previously, it was always the three of them going to school, and Zhang Qian was always her own person. I am willing, is that not acceptable? Zhang Qian said without a moment's hesitation. Sure, absolutely, Zhao Kun replied, having encountered a setback. The four of them swiftly arrived at the bus stop outside, and soon, the number 9 bus appeared. They boarded in succession and found seats to settle down. When the bus reached the old county committee courtyard, many people boarded. An elderly gentleman who entered from the back found no available seat. Observing this, Lu Tao promptly stood up to offer his seat. Thank you, the old gentleman said as he sat down, directing his gratitude towards Lu Tao. It's nothing. Lu Tao shook his head and took a couple of steps back to stand beside Zhang Qian. Comrade Liaofan, would you like me to give you my seat? Zhang Qian asked with a smile. If you were to give it to me, wouldn't you then become a Liaofan girl? I wouldn't give you that opportunity, Lu Tao responded. You are quite foolish. Come, hand me your backpack, Zhang Qian said as she took the backpack from Lu Tao's hands. Not wanting to be overly polite, Lu Tao accepted this, as they had already established a certain rapport, and excessive courtesy would only breed distance. As the bus neared the 4th middle school, Lu Tao noticed a young man with dyed blonde hair and earrings reaching into someone else's pocket. He immediately realized this was a thief. Just as he was about to intervene, the elderly gentleman he had just given his seat to stood up and seized the young man's hand, which was still in the act of thievery. What are you doing, you old rascal? The youth, on the cusp of acquiring his objective, was interrupted, igniting his fury. I am well aware of your intentions. What business do you have reaching into someone else's pocket? The old gentleman declared with righteous indignation. Which I witnessed me reaching into anyone's pocket. The youth retorted. Without evidence, I can accuse you of defamation. I can attest to it, Lu Tao interjected. Instantly, the gaze of every passenger converged upon him. You little rascal, don't assist this old codger in his slander, the youth exclaimed menacingly. Perhaps we should dial 911, passenger suggested. Anyone who dares to dial 911, just try it, the youth threatened, brandishing a switchblade from his trouser pocket. If you have the audacity, stab me. I am already on the verge of death, and I would gladly take you with me, the old gentleman retorted, undeterred by the threat. You think I wouldn't dare? The youth challenged, brandishing the switchblade as if to strike the old gentleman. However, before his blade could reach its target, Lu Tao delivered a swift kick, sending the youth sprawling to the ground. Lu Tao then pinned the hand wielding the switchblade beneath his foot, applying pressure until the weapon was dislodged. Leisurely crouching down, Lu Tao retrieved the switchblade, tapping the youth's cheek with the flat of the blade as he sneered, Dare to utter another word? Let's see if your tongue is mightier than this blade. The youth, thoroughly subdued, fixed his gaze upon Lu Tao, speechless. Had looks been lethal, Lu Tao would have perished 1,000 times over. At this moment, someone had already dialed 911. Shortly thereafter, the bus came to a halt at the stop near the entrance of the 4th school. Lu Tao seized the young man by the collar and, along with the elderly gentleman and others, disembarked. It was the time for students to head to school, and many passed by, drawn in by the commotion. After a while, a police car arrived, from which 2 officers emerged. Who made the call to report? They inquired as they parted the crowd and approached. Good day, officers. We apprehended this thief on the bus, and now we hand him over to you for further action, the elderly gentleman stated. Sir, you didn't catch this thief yourself, did you? One officer asked incredulously. Of course not. It was this young man, the elderly gentleman replied, gesturing towards Lu Tao. Well done, young man. The officer acknowledged Lu Tao with a nod, glancing at the thief's face and unable to suppress a chuckle, added, You've barely been released and you're already back at it. Truly, a thief's heart is unyielding. The surrounding crowd quickly understood that this youth was a habitual offender. No need, Lu Tao hastily waved his hands. He had no desire for notoriety. If a commendation letter were to be written, he would soon find himself showcased as a model student by the school. The officers ceased their chatter and escorted the thief into the police car, which then sped away. Once the police had departed, the elderly gentleman smiled at Lu Tao and said, Well done, young man. What is your name? If you have time, feel free to visit my home. He repeated Lu Tao's name silently 3 times in his mind before addressing him once more. Goodbye. Lu Tao waved at the elderly gentleman and then walked towards the school with Zhang Qian and others. The old man waited until they all entered the school before slowly making his way inside. However, he did not linger in the campus but headed directly to the faculty housing. By the time Lu Tao and his companions arrived at the classroom, nearly half the students were already present. They had been engaged in hushed conversations, but upon seeing Lu Tao enter, their gazes all turned towards him. Lu Tao paid no heed to their stares, hastening to his seat. Lu Tao, I heard you caught a thief on the bus earlier? Sun Wei leaned in eagerly before Lu Tao could settle in. Lu Tao glanced at him but remained silent, merely nodding. What were you thinking when you caught the thief? Sun Wei pressed on. Could you refrain from being so nosy? Lu Tao retorted with a hint of impatience. He had never particularly liked this deskmate and would have preferred to sit with Zhang Qian if given the choice. Observing Lu Tao's displeasure, Sun Wei promptly fell silent. At that moment, the mathematics teacher ascended the podium. She surveyed the room and, finding all students present, announced the commencement of the lesson. Throughout the entire morning, Lu Tao adhered to decorum, neither dozing off nor distracted by extracurricular reading, instead dedicating himself to diligent study. He understood clearly that even if he could attain good grades through deceit, those grades would ultimately not reflect his own capabilities. If he aspired to rise above others, he must transform his current attitude toward learning. Attitude is the determinant of everything. The teachers also took note of Lu Tao's transformation. During class, they would unconsciously descend from the podium to circle around Lu Tao. Perhaps, in their hearts, the ability to inspire a student like Lu Tao to change is the most commendable achievement. During the lunch break, Lu Tao, along with Sun Guang, Zhao Kuan, and Zhang Liang, ventured to the cafeteria for a meal. Naturally, their presence attracted considerable attention. Following Lu Tao, Sun Guang and the others garnered a fair amount of notoriety. Look, that's Lu Tao from Class 5 of the senior year. I heard he single-handedly subdued a thief armed with a knife today, one girl remarked. Is that so? One must not judge a book by its cover. He appears so refined. I never imagined he could be so formidable, another girl responded, her tone laced with admiration. I believe being his girlfriend would surely provide a profound sense of security. By the way, doesn't he have a girlfriend? One girl inquired. Probably not. Why don't you go and ask him? Suggested a well-meaning girl, spurring her on. As they exchanged glances and words, a girl approached Lu Tao and his friends. They all looked up only to discover that this girl was a sophomore, though the specific class escaped his memory. Isn't that Sienna from Class 3 of the sophomore year? What could she possibly want? A curious girl began to speculate. I don't know. Given her demeanor, she might be about to confess her feelings to Lu Tao. However, Sienna is renowned as the school beauty. The number of boys pursuing her could form a battalion, so it's unlikely she would be interested in Lu Tao. That remains to be seen. We shall soon know the answer. Hello, I am Sienna from Class 3 of the sophomore year. The girl introduced herself briefly. Hello, is there something you need from me? Lu Tao inquired with a hint of indifference. Do you have time this evening? If so, I would like to invite you to dinner. Sienna replied with a smile, revealing her intentions. In that case, let us discuss it again on the weekend. Surely you will have some availability then? Xia Na persisted. In truth, she harbored no particular affection for Lu Tao. She was merely influenced by the discussions among the other girls in class, who deemed him rather discerning. When she had heard this, she had simply smiled it off. To her surprise, one girl had remarked that even if Xia Na were to take the initiative, it might not guarantee success. This comment had left her feeling quite unsettled. She had always held herself in high regard, dismissing the advances of boys who pursued her, and naturally assumed that someone like Lu Tao would be easily won over. This, she thought, would silence the gossiping girls. However, now, suggesting the weekend seemed a bit premature. After all, it was only Monday. Lu Tao shrugged, expressing his resignation. Really? He doesn't even extend Xia Na the courtesy? She had long grown weary of her lofty demeanor. Oh heavens! Finally someone has put her in her place. Just wait, there will surely be more entertainment to come. Lu Tao was blissfully unaware of their chatter. He spoke the truth and had no intention of troubling Xia Na. Moreover, he was not well acquainted with her. It was rather unusual for a stranger to approach one with an invitation to dinner. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Chapter 27. Provocation A Tao. Having rejected Xia Na, I fear trouble will soon find you, Sun Guang whispered. Surely not, Lu Tao replied, astonished. He merely declined Xia Na's invitation. Does that truly warrant a violent confrontation? It seems the trouble has already arrived, Zhao Kuan interjected. Indeed, a boy wearing a cap approached Lu Tao and his companions, followed closely by 7 others. Buddy, what's your game? Xia Na invites you to dinner, and you're here acting all high and mighty. Who do you think you are? The boy spat, his words laced with vulgarity. Mind your language. My affairs with Xia Na are none of your concern, Lu Tao retorted, locking eyes with him coldly. I'm in the same class as Xia Na. How could it not be my business? The boy stammered, grasping for a flimsy justification. Such a weak argument is laughable, Lu Tao thought, before turning to Sun Guang and the others. Let us go. How dare you disregard my words? The boy shouted, launching a punch at Lu Tao. Lu Tao furrowed his brow, dismissing the attack entirely, and swiftly delivered a kick. Before the boy's fist could connect, Lu Tao's foot landed squarely on his thigh. The boy doubled over in pain, grimacing. Overestimating yourself, Lu Tao declared, leading Zhao Kuan and the others away, leaving the onlookers astonished by his formidable display of strength. What are you all doing? Come on. The boy gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and shouted at the students standing behind him. Those students, accustomed to indulging in a carefree lifestyle and bullying the weaker ones, were now hesitant to confront a formidable opponent. Moreover, Lu Tao was flanked by several companions, and in a real altercation, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. They all understood the wisdom of avoiding immediate losses. With no other recourse, the boy pointed at Lu Tao's back and exclaimed, Damn it, Lu, just wait. As they exited the cafeteria, Zhang Qian hurried after them and approached Lu Tao, asking, Are you all right? Lu Tao glanced at her and shook his head, replying, Have you had enough to eat? If not, you can join us next time. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhang Qian hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. We all grew up in the same courtyard. It's perfectly normal to share a meal together. Lu Tao's words dispelled her concerns. Seeing him say this, Zhang Qian felt she could not object further and nodded in agreement. A Tao, I can't fathom your thoughts. Even a school beauty like Xia Na invited you to dinner, yet you had the heart to refuse. If we weren't friends, I would have wanted to give you a good beating, Sun Guang remarked, thoroughly perplexed. I believe what a Tao did was right. Girls like Xia Na are constantly surrounded by admirers, and she probably doesn't even know who she truly is. In my opinion, such girls should face some setbacks to remind them of their reality. Zhao Kuan interjected before Lu Tao could respond. That said, who can honestly claim they don't appreciate beauty? I dare say that if it were someone else today, they would have readily acquiesced. I don't believe I have ever heard of Xia Na dining with any gentleman. Sun Guang continued, Let us leave this matter here. You two may continue your banter. I shall excuse myself to the restroom. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Tao descended the stairs. Wait for me. I shall join you. Sun Guang and Zhao Kun called out in haste as Lu Tao walked away. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the men's restroom, only to find two young men stationed at the door, seemingly guarding it. As Lu Tao and his companions attempted to enter, they were halted. What does this mean? Lu Tao inquired, puzzled. Our leader is occupied inside. If you wish to use the facilities, you must wait outside for a moment, one of the young men replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao immediately recalled that Zhang Liang had rushed in due to an upset stomach. Sensing an ominous turn of events, he hurried inside. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you, the young man exclaimed, but Lu Tao disregarded his words and retorted impatiently. Step aside. He and Sun Guang proceeded into the restroom. However, upon entering, they discovered four young men standing before a stall. At the sound of approaching footsteps, they all turned to face them. Zhang Liang, are you all right? Lu Tao realized that Zhang Liang was cornered and unable to escape. I'm fine, Tao Gu, Zhang Liang quickly responded as Lu Tao entered. Gentlemen, might I inquire what grievance Zhang Liang has caused you? Lu Tao asked with a smile. We simply find him displeasing. Is that not sufficient? One of the lads, clad in a yellow tee, articulated with a discourteous tone. Right, there's nothing amiss with this. Lu Tao, whilst advancing towards them, retorted with a sardonic grin. What if I find you displeasing? Hark, lad, do you fancy yourself a pugilist? Brethren at them, the lad commanded, his countenance shifting. Lu Tao, not one to await their assault, promptly delivered a resounding slap. The reverberation of the strike echoed as a quintet of finger impressions manifested upon the lad's visage. Subsequently, Lu Tao seized him by the hair, dragging him forth from the lavatory. His cohorts, witnessing this spectacle, dared not stir. Unhand me, you scoundrel! The lad protested, his scalp experiencing torment that defied endurance. Upon reaching the exterior, Lu Tao released his grip, sneering, Presume not that I perceive nothing. If you possess the metal, confront me directly. What prowess is there in tormenting my comrades? Lu Tao, mark my words, misfortune shall befall you anon. The lad threatened venomously. Indeed, I am curious as to the nature of the adversity that awaits me. Lu Tao responded with nonchalance. He had previously eschewed confrontation, but now, being provoked, he felt justified in his self-defense. This afternoon, upon the dismissal of classes, prepare for your demise. The lad persisted, emboldened by Lu Tao's apparent indifference. At that juncture, a figure approached from afar, vociferously proclaiming Lu Tao's appellation. Lu Tao, upon closer inspection, discerned it to be Zhao Gang. Brother Zhao, what brings you to our scholastic institution? Lu Tao inquired with a smile. It's nothing, he said, just wait for death after class today. Lu Tao remarked nonchalantly. How dare that little brat, who's barely grown a hair, utter such ruthless words? He truly knows not the peril he invites, Zhao Gang interjected. With that, he approached the boy clad in a yellow t-shirt and inquired, Do you know who I am? The boy glanced at him and shook his head. I am Zhao Gang. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will ensure you are unrecognizable even to your own parents. Do you believe me? Zhao Gang said with a grin. The boy remained silent but nodded. From Zhao Gang's words, he could surmise the nature of the man before him. It was quite unexpected that Lu Tao would associate with someone from the underworld. Never speak such words again, or you may find yourself in a dire situation, Zhao Gang warned, then turned to Lu Tao and asked, Lu Tao, are you free this evening? Today marks the 3rd anniversary of our nightclub's opening, and the boss has requested that we bring our families to celebrate. Initially, I had no intention of bringing Lanlan, but the boss insisted I must. As you know, Lanlan's health is not at its best, and I fear I won't be able to attend to her properly. Thus, I would like to invite you along to help me look after her. Zhao Gang elucidated his purpose. Sure. However, I cannot stay out too late. I must return by 9 at the latest, Lu Tao considered before replying. If we can't make it by 9, we can simply drop by for a brief visit. Zhao Gang hastily added. Where is your nightclub located? I will head straight there after class, Lu Tao inquired. No need. I will come to fetch you once school is over, Zhao Gang replied. All right, I will wait for you after class. Lu Tao readily agreed. I shall take my leave then. See you after school. After Zhao Gang spoke these words, he waved goodbye and departed. Once Zhao Gang had left, Lu Tao cast a glance at the boy in the yellow t-shirt and turned to leave. Lu Tao, how dare you bring someone from the underworld to intimidate me? I will report this to the head of the department. The boy shouted at him. Chapter 28. Separate gatherings, where are you in such a hurry to go? Lu Tao asked, smiling at the visibly anxious Zhang Qian. I just heard someone in the classroom say you got into a fight in the boys' restroom, so I came down. Zhang Qian replied, somewhat embarrassed by his question. What good comes from fighting? Come on, let us head back up, Lu Tao said. Are you all right? Zhang Qian asked, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Lu Tao shrugged and began walking upstairs, with Zhang Qian and the others following closely behind. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Tao noticed a stark difference from the usual routine. No one was napping, and everyone was animatedly discussing something. He understood that it must be related to the events of the day. People have an innate tendency to gossip, whether they are women or men. They are all the same. Sometimes, men can be even more gossipy than women. At this moment, he held no favorable impression of Sienna. Being pursued by a girl of such beauty could, at times, feel less like a blessing and more like a curse. It unnecessarily introduced a multitude of rivals, akin to tossing stones into a serene lake, causing countless ripples to form. He realized that his future would undoubtedly be anything but lonely. At this moment, Zhang Qian's emotions were rather intricate. She believed that Lu Tao had declined Sienna's invitation for her sake. Otherwise, it was rare for a young man to reject the advances of a beauty of Sienna's caliber. If this were indeed the case, how could she reconcile such feelings within herself? Yet what could she possibly do? It was hardly feasible for her to publicly declare herself as Lu Tao's girlfriend, for such a proclamation would likely lead both of them to face their parents, especially since romantic relationships among high school seniors are a particularly sensitive topic. After much contemplation, she resolved to discuss this matter thoroughly with Lu Tao during their study session that evening. After all, Lu Tao had essentially become the target of all the boys in the school. Conversely, the girls were reveling in the situation, eagerly anticipating Sienna's discomfort as a means to restore their own sense of balance. By the way, Tao, who is Zhao Gang? He seems quite impressive. Sun Guang inquired curiously. He is a friend I just met. I'll fill you in on the details when I have more time. I need to take a nap now. We have classes this afternoon, Lu Tao replied, resting his head on the desk and closing his eyes. The entire afternoon passed in tranquility, with no one seeking to trouble Lu Tao. When school let out, Lu Tao tidied up, exchanged greetings with Sun Guang and the others, and headed out with his backpack in tow. They soon arrived at the school gate, where numerous cars were parked, waiting to pick up students. Liang, someone called out to Lu Tao. Dad, what brings you here? Zhang Liang exclaimed, rushing over. Get in. Dad's taking you out for a feast. Zhang Jiwei beckoned. At that moment, he had already reached Lu Tao, waving his hand in greeting. Zhang Liang nodded slightly, turned, and waved to Lu Tao and the others before getting into the car. Just then, Zhang Dequan arrived on his motorcycle, with Zhang Qian's mother seated behind him. Mom and Dad, Zhang Qian called out to her parents, hastening to greet them. Get in the car. Dad will take you out for a meal, Zhang Dequan announced. Don't worry, everything is fine, Zhang Qian replied as she climbed into the vehicle, and the Dequan family swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Sun Guang took hold of his backpack and walked toward the bus stop alongside Zhao Kuan. After a short while, Zhao Gang's vehicle came to a halt in front of Lu Tao. Zhao Gang then leaned out of the window and called, Get in. Upon entering the car, Lu Tao noticed Zhao Lan was also inside and greeted her with a smile. All right, no problem, Lu Tao nodded in response. I truly apologize for dragging you into this gathering, Lu Tao, Zhao Lan quietly remarked from beside him. I just happened to be tagging along for the food and drinks. How delightful. You must know that I have a penchant for free meals, Lu Tao responded with a grin. Why don't you come over to my house for dinner sometime? Zhao Lan suggested after a moment's thought. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Lu Tao chuckled and replied, Perhaps not. If my mother finds out that I'm dining at your place every day, she would surely scold me. He shook his head, politely declining. How about the weekend then? You'll be free, and it would be the perfect opportunity for you to come over for a meal, Zhao Lan continued. All right, let us say Saturday then. I still have plans to take the kids from our neighborhood to the park on Sunday, Lu Tao responded. I never expected you to be such a leader among children. Since that is the case, you might as well include me this Sunday. Staying at home all day is quite dull. It would be refreshing to go out for a change, Xiaolan implored. Not a problem. As long as you are willing to go, it's settled, Lu Tao readily agreed. Before long, they found themselves parked in front of the dazzling entrance of the carnival nightclub. Zhao Gu, is this your workplace? This is my first time here. Lu Tao inquired with a smile, gazing at the opulent facade as they exited the vehicle. Yes, let's hurry inside, Zhao Gang exclaimed, striding confidently towards the entrance, with Lu Tao and Zhao Lan trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the door, two doormen greeted Zhao Gu promptly. Zhao Gang nodded in acknowledgement and led Lu Tao and the others into the nightclub. The grand hall was already bustling with patrons. As soon as President Sun noticed Zhao Gang's arrival, he approached them. Boss, they hardly require an introduction. You know them all? Zhao Gang remarked with a smile. President Sun nodded, feeling a twinge of discontent. He had initially intended for Zhao Gang to accompany his sister, not realizing that Lu Tao would also be part of the group. This unforeseen addition necessitated a slight alteration to his original plan. With this in mind, he cheerfully suggested to Zhao Gang, given the chaos outside, why don't you take them to a private room? All right, I'll ensure they are settled before returning, Zhao Gang replied, leading Lu Tao and the others to a private room on the second floor. Once they departed, President Sun quickly approached Zhang and Wang, exchanged a few words, and then the three of them made their way to the restroom. Chapter 29. A double loss for Lu Tao. Every blade of grass and tree in the carnival felt utterly unfamiliar. He would have never ventured to such a place had it not been for Zhao Gang. After all, in the eyes of many, a nightclub is a den of iniquity. Those who frequent such establishments are unlikely to be of good character. As Zhao Gang led him toward the private room, Lu Tao observed the patrons with keen interest. He noticed that the youthful clientele was sparse. The majority were middle-aged men, clad in suits, adorned with ties, and wearing polished leather shoes, their hairstyles meticulously groomed, exuding a facade of respectability. The phrase in a city where the well-dressed are like snow, the hearts of men are as dark as beasts, floated through his mind. Unbeknownst to him, they had already entered the private room. Lu Tao, please keep Lan Lan company for a while. I will arrange for the waiter to bring you some drinks and fruits. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to call upon the staff. They will attend to your needs, Zhao Gang declared before stepping out. Lu Tao refrained from sitting, choosing instead to examine the room's interior decor. Lan Lan stood silently beside him, offering no words. She replied softly, before taking a seat on the sofa. Lu Tao exited the room to inquire with a waiter about the location of the restroom, then hurriedly made his way there. However, upon attempting to enter, he discovered the door was unexpectedly locked. He shook his head in disbelief, intending to seek out another waiter for assistance with locating an alternative restroom, when he faintly heard voices emanating from within. Was there someone inside? Startled, Lu Tao paused momentarily. He promptly concentrated, peering through the lavatory door, only to discover Mr. Sun and two others engaged in conversation within. Mr. Sun, didn't you assure us that all preparations were finalized? Mr. Wang inquired, his tone laced with displeasure as he fixed his gaze upon Mr. Sunday. Indeed, everything was meticulously arranged, awaiting Zhao Gang's arrival with his sister. However, to our surprise, he brought along Lu Tao. If we fail to neutralize this young man, my plans for this evening will be irrevocably thwarted, Mr. Sun lamented, frustration evident in his voice. As the principal architect of this scheme, its failure would undoubtedly be a source of profound disappointment. He's merely an adolescent, Mr. Wang retorted dismissively. While administering the sedative, we'll simply slip him a concoction of sleeping draught, ensuring he slumbers as soundly as a hibernating swine. Mr. Wang, a seasoned veteran of the social arena, had encountered countless scenarios. To be stymied by a mere youth would be an utter disgrace. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately, Mr. Sun promptly assented. Having progressed to this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. He resolved to see it through, incapacitating Lu Tao without hesitation. A selection of fruits and beverages had been presented, encompassing watermelon and apples. Adjacent to the fruit platter lay a paring knife, presumably intended for the patron's convenience in peeling the fruit. Lu Tao procured an apple, deftly utilizing the knife to pare its skin, before offering it to Zhao Lan. "Thank you," Zhao Lan murmured, a hint of diffidence in her tone. "Please, there's no need for such formality. We are all friends here," Lu Tao responded, as he proceeded to select another apple, poised to begin peeling. At that precise moment, the door to the private chamber swung open. A throng of individuals surged into the room, prompting Lu Tao and Zhao Lan to rise instinctively. Among the newcomers were none other than Mr. Sun and his associates. However, in addition to the three of them, two middle-aged women accompanied them. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Zhao Lan, the sister of Zhao Gang, and this is her friend, Lu Tao," Mr. Sun said with a smile. The two middle-aged women, upon observing Zhao Lan's appearance, could not help but exclaim their admiration. "Zhao Lan, Lu Tao, this is Mrs. Wang, the wife of Mr. Wang, and this is Mrs. Zhang, the wife of Mr. Zhang." Mr. Sun continued with his introductions. "Hello, Auntie," Zhao Lan greeted politely. "Zhao Lan, come, have a seat." Mrs. Wang beckoned from the sofa. Zhao Lan obediently settled beside her. "Why aren't you two drinking, Mr. Sun?" inquired, glancing at the fruits and beverages arranged on the coffee table. "Neither of us drinks," Lu Tao elucidated. "Today is a momentous occasion. Even if one does not partake in alcohol, one must indulge a little," Mr. Sun asserted, before calling out to the outside, "Waiter, bring us some wine." Before long, a server entered, carefully balancing a tray. The tray held 7 elegant wine glasses, each filled to roughly half with red wine. Mr. Sun lifted a glass from the tray, placing one in front of each person. The server then exited, closing the door behind them. "Come, let us toast to the 3rd anniversary of the carnival's opening," Mr. Sun proclaimed, raising his glass. At that moment, Lu Tao had yet to sit down, standing right next to the light switch. He understood that if Zhao Lan were to consume that glass of wine, the situation would soon become exceedingly complicated. Upon this realization, he shifted his body slightly aside, inadvertently brushing against the power switch, plunging the entire room into darkness. Suddenly, the room was illuminated once more. "Cheers!" Everyone raised their glasses, standing as they exclaimed. Following a chorus of clinking glasses, they all downed their drinks in unison. During the revelry, Mr. Sun's gaze remained fixated on the glass held by Zhao Lan, only relaxing once she had consumed its contents. "Zhao Lan, Lu Tao, please entertain the two ladies for a while. I shall join Mr. Wang and attend to the other guests," Mr. Sun declared, placing his elegant goblet on the coffee table. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding. He was acutely aware of the nefarious intentions harbored by these unscrupulous individuals, and he was resolute in thwarting their sinister plot. "This drug requires 30 minutes to take effect. Let us first make our rounds, and then find an opportunity to summon your wives," Mr. Sun continued, patting Mr. Wang on the shoulder with a grin. "Rest assured, everything is under my control." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang and his companions exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. After their departure, Lu Tao remained industrious, proactively taking a fruit knife to slice the watermelon, offering the neatly cut pieces to Zhao Lan and the two ladies. "Zhao Lan, tell the truth to the ladies. Is Lu Tao your boyfriend?" inquired Mr. Wang's wife, nibbling away, her curiosity piqued. Zhao Lan shook her head, responding, "Lu Tao and I are merely friends." Noting Zhao Lan's denial, Mr. Wang's wife felt it inappropriate to press further, and thus opted for a change of subject. Approximately 15 minutes had elapsed when a waiter entered the private room, smiling at the ladies and saying, "Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Zhang, Mr. Wang has sent me to call you downstairs." "Understood, you may go ahead." "We shall join shortly," replied Mr. Wang's wife, waving her hand dismissively. The waiter nodded and exited. Lu Tao, observing this, understood that Mr. Sun and his associates were ready to take action. He would show no mercy to such predatory individuals. If they wished to play, he would ensure they had a thorough experience. Unbeknownst to Mr. Wang's wife, who had matters to attend to, she could not leave Zhao Lan alone, so she readily agreed to accompany Lu Tao. Just as Lu Tao emerged from the private room, the same waiter approached him, intending to push the door open, but Lu Tao intercepted him. "I am here to find Mrs. Wang and the others," the waiter stated. "I am aware, Mrs. Wang and the others have just gone to the restroom and will likely be down shortly, Lu Tao replied with a smile. The waiter expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Upon reaching the lobby, he informed Mr. Sun of the situation. Mr. Sun nodded and relayed the information to Mr. Wang and his colleagues. Lu Tao stood outside for nearly 15 minutes before opening the door to re-enter the room. He had already discerned that the effects of the drug would take half an hour to manifest, making this the perfect moment for his re-entry. Indeed, as he had anticipated, upon entering, he found Mr. Wang's wife beginning to disrobe due to the heat, while Mrs. Zhang appeared drowsy. Xiaolan, your brother has asked us to come over. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Zhang, you should head downstairs as well. As soon as Lu Tao finished speaking, he took Xiaolan's hand and walked out. Upon reaching the door, he casually turned off the light, plunging the entire room into darkness. Before Xiaolan could react, Lu Tao had already led her out the door and towards the other end of the corridor. At that moment, Mr. Sun was just coming up from downstairs. As he entered the private room, he faintly heard moans. His heart leapt with joy, and he quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Following the source of the moans, he soon found himself beside Mrs. Wang. Reaching out to touch her, he discovered she was already stripped down to her bra. Thinking to himself how potent the drug must have been, without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly removed his own clothes and then rid Mrs. Wang of her remaining garments, mounting her immediately. He had expected some resistance, but to his dismay, her private area was as loose as the waistband of cotton trousers, allowing him to plunge in effortlessly, which left him feeling quite unsatisfied. Damn, I thought she was a virgin, but she's so loose down there. What a stroke of bad luck. Mr. Sun cursed inwardly. But curses aside, actions spoke louder, and since things had progressed this far, he was determined to make the most of it. The saying that women in their 30s are as fierce as wolves and in their 40s as tigers holds true. Under Mr. Sun's vigorous assault, Mrs. Wang's moans grew even louder. To prevent anyone outside from hearing, Mr. Sun covered her mouth with his hand. The room was filled with a decadent aroma. Chapter 30. A double loss. After Lu Tao took Xiaolan's hand and left the private room, he did not immediately seek out Zhao Gang. He was acutely aware that this game had merely begun, with the most thrilling parts yet to unfold. Thus, he led Xiaolan to the hall. At that moment, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhang had yet to ascend. They had already conspired to allow Mr. Sun to go up first, planning for the two of them to follow shortly thereafter. As they debated who should go next, Lu Tao and Xiaolan appeared not far from them. Mr. Zhang, am I seeing things? Quickly, is that not Zhao Gang's sister? Mr. Wang exclaimed as he approached them, urging Mr. Zhang to take notice. Mr. Zhang turned around and was taken aback. Shouldn't they have been in the private room? How could they be here? Mr. Wang, I sense something is amiss. We should hurry upstairs, Mr. Zhang said anxiously, setting his glass down on the nearby bar. Mr. Wang nodded in agreement, and the two hastened up the stairs. As Lu Tao watched them ascend, a sly smile played at the corners of his mouth. He flashed a grin at Xiaolan before taking her hand and following them upstairs. Upon reaching the door of the private room, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhang did not enter immediately. Mr. Zhang pressed his ear to the door and was met with the sounds of feminine moans and masculine gasps emanating from within. Not daring to hesitate, he swiftly opened the door and stepped inside. The dim light of the room compelled him to flip the switch, and the scene before him plunged him into utter despair. His spouse was reclining on the sofa, as Mr. Sun vigorously engaged, his hands clasped upon her posterior. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang's wife lay supine on the couch, slumbering profoundly. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang, your arrival is impeccably timed. Quickly, secure the door. I am on the cusp of completion, Mr. Sun exclaimed, oblivious to the unfolding events. His countenance flushed with ardor, his actions unwavering. At this juncture, Lu Tao and Xiaolan had also reached the threshold of the private chamber. Cognizant that Xiaolan might not have previously witnessed such a spectacle, Lu Tao requested her to remain outside, while he himself proceeded within. You, son, I shall terminate you, Mr. Wang roared, brandishing his fists as he lunged towards Mr. Sunday. What in God's name? Mr. Wang, are you unwell? Was this not prearranged? Mr. Sun retorted, aghast at Mr. Wang's murderous mien. He was at the apex of his exertions, and to withdraw at this moment would be akin to facing death itself. Mr. Wang, eschewing further discourse, delivered a blow to his head, then seized his arm and forcefully dragged him backward. Subsequently, the bodies of Mr. Sun and Mr. Wang's wife were wrenched apart. No, Mr. Wang's wife cried out, as the sudden void left her bereft of pleasure. Witnessing his wife being defiled by Mr. Sun before such an audience, Mr. Wang was consumed by an inferno of rage. He raised his hand and delivered a barrage of over a dozen slaps, both forehand and backhand, causing Mr. Sun's lips to bleed. Mr. Wang, temper your fury. Let us not engender a fatality. Mr. Zhang interjected, hastily attempting to mediate. Lu Tao followed suit, joining in the effort to quell the altercation. However, he was not merely mediating the conflict. He casually picked up the fruit knife resting on the coffee table and seized an opportunity to thrust it into Mr. Wang's hands. Dealing with someone like Mr. Sun demanded a certain ruthlessness. Even if one could not eliminate him entirely, inflicting a few wounds would certainly provide some satisfaction. At that moment, Mr. Wang was engulfed in anger and failed to notice the fruit knife that had mysteriously appeared in his grasp. He intended to strike Mr. Sun several times to vent his frustration, but unexpectedly, his blow resulted in the knife embedding itself within Mr. Sun's body. Instantly, Mr. Sun's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Wang, upon seeing Mr. Sun's expression and the knife protruding from him, was taken aback. What had begun as a mere outlet for his anger had now escalated to a fatal consequence. I did not intend this. The knife was not in my possession. Mr. Wang panicked. You are ruthless. Mr. Sun uttered these words before his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang's wife had returned to her senses, bewildered by the chaotic scene before her, and was oblivious to what had transpired. However, upon realizing her complete nudity, she gasped and hurriedly sought clothing to cover herself. Mr. Wang's mental state had also become increasingly unstable. Upon hearing his wife's cry, he approached her and struck her twice, berating her, "You shameless wretch, why are you hitting me?" Wang, Mr. Wang's wife, unaccustomed to such treatment, disregarded her dignity and clawed at Mr. Wang's face. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the number of onlookers gathering outside the private room continued to swell. After receiving the letter, Zhao Gang managed to navigate through the crowd and entered the private room. Someone had already called the police. Lu Tao, where's my sister? Zhao Gang asked urgently upon seeing Lu Tao. You go out and look for her. I'll handle things here, Zhao Gang quickly instructed. All right, Lu Tao responded, then pushed through the crowd at the door and left the room. After a thorough search, he finally found Zhao Lan. Lu Tao, what exactly happened inside? Why are so many people gathered here? Zhao Lan asked anxiously. Due to her health condition, she couldn't squeeze through the crowd and could only wait anxiously on the side. I'm not entirely sure. It seems that Mr. Sun and Mr. Wang's wife were caught doing something inappropriate, and Mr. Wang saw it. He then went over and beat Mr. Sun, even stabbing him. I don't know if he's dead or alive. Lu Tao pondered before answering. Really? People these days are so bold, even daring to mess with a friend's wife. Truly despicable, Zhao Lan exclaimed in shock. Indeed, let's wait here. The police should be arriving soon, Lu Tao said with a smile. He had originally intended to teach Mr. Sun a lesson, but he didn't expect Mr. Wang to be so decisive, striking a critical area. This time, it would be hard for Mr. Sun to survive. After Zhao Gang and Mr. Zhang intervened to separate Mr. Wang and his wife, Zhao Gang urged Mrs. Wang to quickly get dressed, as the situation was already embarrassing enough with so many people around. Mrs. Zhang had also regained consciousness, but she was completely unaware of what had happened amidst the chaos in the room. Originally, Zhao Gang intended to escort President Sun to the hospital. However, upon placing his fingers on Sun's nose, he discovered that the man had already ceased to breathe. President Wang, equally taken aback by the unintended consequence of his actions, sank onto the sofa in disbelief. Even if the court were to rule it a case of involuntary manslaughter, he would still face several years of imprisonment. Before long, police officers arrived from outside. They dispersed the gathering crowd with little regard and entered the private room. We received a report indicating an incident here, stated a male officer, appearing to be around 40, with a nonchalant demeanor. For them, Incidents involving individuals causing disturbances in nightclubs were rather commonplace. Were it not for the emergency call, they would have been disinclined to visit. After all, nightclubs typically employed their own security teams to handle such matters. Officer, I assure you it was not intentional. Please, you must believe me. President Wang, upon seeing the police, hurried forward, his voice tinged with desperation. The leading officer, alerted by Wang's urgency, sensed the gravity of the situation. He quickly surveyed the surroundings and discovered President Sun lying on the sofa, a fruit knife lodged near his heart. Rushing forward, he checked for a pulse, only to find none. Shall AI immediately call the station and request additional personnel? The officer commanded, his earlier nonchalance evaporating, replaced by a serious expression. It was clear that a homicide had occurred here, a matter of far greater consequence than mere brawling. Understood. The policewoman, addressed as Xia AI, promptly retrieved her phone to report the situation to the station and request backup. What is your relationship to the deceased? The lead officer inquired, gazing at Chairman Wang and the others. Zhao Gang, upon hearing the officer's question, quickly stepped forward and stated, Chairman Wang and Chairman Zhang are friends of the deceased, and I am the head of security here. And them? The lead officer asked, gesturing towards Chairman Wang's wife and Chairman Zhang's wife. Prior to the victim's demise, were there any other individuals present besides those of you here? The lead officer continued. There was one more person. His name is Lu Tao. Chairman Zhang quickly interjected. And where is he? Could he have already absconded? The lead officer speculated. No, he was here when I came in earlier. Because my younger sister is outside. I asked him to go out and look after her. Zhao Gang hastily explained. Go and fetch him. And then all of you will have to come to the station with us, the lead officer instructed. Zhao Gang quickly exited the private room, located Lu Tao and Zhao Lan, and brought them both back. As Lu Tao was about to enter the room, he greeted the policewoman named Xia AI. Long time no see, Sister Mingli. AI Mingli, upon seeing Lu Tao, appeared somewhat perplexed. The young man seemed familiar, but she couldn't quite recall where she had seen him before. You are? AI Mingli asked, scrutinizing him with a puzzled expression. Sister Mingli, don't you recognize me? I'm Lu Tao. Your mother used to be colleagues with my mother. Lu Tao promptly reminded her, seeing her hesitation. I remember now. You're Auntie Guan's son. Am I right? Mingli finally responded after Lu Tao's remarks about her figure. Indeed. I never expected to encounter you here, Lu Tao said with a hint of excitement. His mother had previously worked at the landscaping bureau alongside Mingli's mother, and they had crossed paths on a few occasions. After Mingli's mother retired and his own mother became a homemaker, the two lost contact. I believe you are still attending school, aren't you? What brings you here? Mingli inquired with a smile. A friend invited me to come here to have some fun. Sister Mingli, I must take my leave for now. Once I conclude my matters here, we shall converse further. Lu Tao waved goodbye and proceeded into the private room. At that moment, the leading police officer surveyed the crowd and asked, Only you were present, correct? Everyone nodded in unison. Meanwhile, another team from the police station had arrived at the scene. Zhao Gang conferred briefly with the manager before joining Lu Tao and the others at the station. Chapter 31. A farce. Lu Tao and Zhao Lan attended the celebration for the third anniversary of the carnival, while Zhang Qian and Zhang Liang accompanied their respective parents for a meal. Zhang Liang's family arrived at the designated restaurant first, followed shortly by Zhang Qian's family. Dequan, your family's four-wheeled vehicle is certainly swifter than our two-wheeled one. Zhang Dequan greeted Zhang Jiwei with a smile. We have just arrived as well. Zhang Jiwei replied with a chuckle as he approached. When Zhang Qian and Zhang Liang met, both were momentarily taken aback. They were unaware of the gathering for dinner this evening. Otherwise, their astonishment would not have been so pronounced. Liang, quickly call your uncle, Zhang Jiwei urged his son. They were all acquaintances, thus such formality was unnecessary. Come, let us find a place to sit before we proceed, Zhang Dequan suggested, leading his wife and child into the restaurant. Zhang Jiwei's family followed closely behind. The waiter, noticing the large group, promptly escorted them to a private room. Once they were all seated, the waiter placed the menu before Zhang Dequan, inviting him to order. Zhang Dequan selected 2 dishes and then passed the menu to Zhang Jiwei. After a round of selections, they had ordered a total of 8 dishes and a soup. "Jiwei, what would you like to drink? Baijiu or beer?" Zhang Dequan inquired, glancing at the beverage section of the menu. "I still have to drive later. Let us go with some beer," Zhang Jiwei replied, as he poured tea for everyone. "Very well. Then let us have 4 bottles of beer," Zhang Dequan declared, returning the menu to the waiter. After jotting down the order, the waiter retreated. Zhang Qian remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. This was not their first meal with the Zhang family, and she naturally assumed this dinner would unfold as before, with both sets of parents reminiscing together. "Sister-in-law, you are quite right. Your Liang is also a wonderful child," Zhang Qian's mother quickly interjected. "This arrangement is quite favorable. If possible, we should have Qian and Liang attend the same university, so they can look out for one another," she continued. "Sister-in-law, what do you think?" Zhang Qian's mother added. "That would indeed be splendid. Who knows, perhaps our families might have the opportunity to become in-laws." Zhang Liang's mother cheerfully exclaimed, "My dear, what are you talking about?" Zhang Liang replied somewhat unhappily, "What? Is what you said incorrect?" His mother retorted, "How can that be? Qian is so beautiful and excels in her studies. It's a blessing for you to marry such a wonderful daughter-in-law." Ignoring her son's displeasure, she continued to press on. "Qian and I are friends now and will remain so in the future. As for what you are suggesting, that is simply impossible." Zhang Liang asserted firmly, "Do you even know how to speak? Saying such things in front of Qian." His mother could not help but chide him. She had always held a very favorable impression of Zhang Qian, and if Zhang Qian could indeed marry her son, she would be more than delighted. "Indeed, Zhang Liang is right. We are friends now and will continue to be in the future. As for being in a romantic relationship, that is out of the question," Zhang Qian interjected at this moment. "Qian, my husband and I have been longtime friends with your parents. If you and Liang were to be together, we would undoubtedly treat you as our own daughter," Zhang Jiwei hastily added, seeing Zhang Qian's agreement. "Dad, why are you saying all this nonsense?" Zhang Liang shouted at his father and continued, "Lu Tao and I are friends. I cannot betray my friend." "Lu Tao?" Zhang Jiwei paused at the mention of the name and then inquired, "What does Lu Tao have to do with this?" "Jiwei, I believe Liang may have misunderstood. Lu Tao's family lives in the same courtyard as ours, and we greet each other regularly. Our relationship is quite amicable," Zhang Liang's mother clarified. "I am aware that Lu Tao has an affection for our Qian, yet we have consistently opposed their association. Moreover, our Qian has shown no intention of pursuing a relationship with him," Zhang Dequan hastily clarified. "Dequan, is that truly the case? A fine young man like Lu Tao, and you would dismiss him?" Upon hearing Zhang Dequan's words, Zhang Jiwei appeared utterly astonished. "Jiwei, you are acquainted with Lu Tao as well?" Zhang Dequan expressed his surprise. "Indeed, he visited my shop yesterday with Liang, and I conversed with him for a while. The young man is quite impressive, and I even encouraged Liang to learn from him. I had no idea you both resided in the same courtyard. Had I known, I would not have interfered," Zhang Jiwei remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. "Certainly, I have also met Lu Tao, and he is indeed commendable. If Qian were to be with him, she would surely be well taken care of," Zhang Liang's mother concurred. "Sister-in-law, you and your brother-in-law are harmonizing so well that we, as a couple, are left quite bewildered. You may not be aware, but Lu Tao's academic performance is rather poor. He likely won't even qualify for a diploma. If our Qian were to be with him, she would undoubtedly face hardship," Zhang Qian's mother expressed with concern. "It's a pity I do not have a daughter. Had Liang been a girl, I would have certainly wished for her to marry Lu Tao," Zhang Jiwei stated while sipping tea, drawing an analogy. "Exactly. I tell you, if I were a woman, I would undoubtedly choose to marry Brother Tao. He is not only loyal but also possesses a great deal of compassion. Just today, while taking the bus to school, he apprehended a thief, earning the admiration of the entire school community. If you harbor any doubts, you may inquire with Zhang Qian." Zhang Liang continued his father's words. "Qian, is what Liang said true?" Zhang Dequan asked his precious daughter with a smile. "Is it really true?" Confusion clouded Zhang Dequan's face. Indeed, Lu Tao had not left a favorable impression on him in the past. For a high school student, The most admirable trait is excellent academic performance. If one's grades are poor, it invariably reflects poorly on the parents. Qian Qian's words held merit. With the impending college entrance examination, it was best to avoid distractions. Zhang Jiwei chuckled and remarked, "Let's focus." Upon hearing Zhang Jiwei's sentiment, Zhang Dequan and his wife understood the implications. At this point, there was no need to push further. They could reassess their plans once the examination results were out. By then, the meal had been served, and Zhang Jiwei invited everyone to dine. After they had eaten their fill, Zhang Jiwei settled the bill, and the group exited the private room, stepping outside the restaurant. Dequan, once the children are accepted into university, we should gather together for a proper celebration, Zhang Jiwei suggested with a smile. All right, that sounds good, Zhang Dequan readily agreed. Let's call it a day. Please drive safely. Zhang Jiwei waved goodbye to them and beckoned his wife and child to get into the car. Zhang Dequan swiftly donned his motorcycle helmet and called for his family to board. Once Zhang Jiwei's vehicle departed, he too revved up his engine and left the premises. Chapter 32. A visit to the police station. Lu Tao and his companions arrived at the police station, where they were promptly escorted to the interrogation room. Due to the limited space of the interrogation room, the sudden influx of people made it feel somewhat cramped. As the leading officer prepared to commence the questioning of Lu Tao and the others, a middle-aged man with a distinctly square face entered from outside, promptly greeting them. "Old Chui, I just heard from Xiao Ai that someone has died. Why have you brought so many people?" Director Wang, gazing at Lu Tao and the others, looked at the leading officer with a puzzled expression and inquired. However, Director Wang, he claims that this fruit knife is not his. He does not know who placed it in his hand, Old Chui explained, a hint of discomfort in his voice. Unaware of who placed it in his hand? Could it be that these individuals harbor a grudge against him? Director Wang speculated after hearing Old Chui's words. This remains unclear. Nonetheless, we could inquire further. Perhaps it will yield new insights, Old Chui suggested. Very well. Since this matter involves President Sun and that woman, we shall begin with her, Director Wang commanded. Come here for a moment, Old Chui beckoned to President Wang's wife. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to approach. The thought of engaging in such acts with President Sun in front of so many was utterly humiliating, especially considering the green hat her husband had been made to wear. It was plausible that divorce could be on the horizon. Your name, Director Wang asked earnestly, seated in the office chair that Old Chui had provided. Now, please describe your relationship with the deceased, he continued. This is not the first time he has encountered such matters. In today's society, people's moral values have become exceedingly tenuous. Infidelity is alarmingly commonplace. Were it not for the occurrence of a homicide, they would hardly concern themselves with such affairs. Given that there is no connection, how do you justify your behavior with one another in the private room? Director Wang inquired further. He was utterly incredulous regarding Mrs. Wang's assertions. Unless Mr. Sun were a patron and Pan Shouji a courtesan, he might entertain such a notion. After all, courtesans engage in their trade to augment their earnings, indifferent to the age or background of their clients. I cannot fathom how I ended up engaging in such acts with him. Initially, Mrs. Zhang and I were conversing with Zhao Lan in the private room, when someone entered and summoned us downstairs. At that moment, Lu Tao expressed discomfort and wished to use the restroom, so we lingered a while longer in the room. As for the subsequent events, I cannot recall anything at all, Pan Shouji said, her expression one of utter bewilderment. She felt profoundly distressed, having unintentionally engaged in such acts with Mr. Sun, only to be caught red-handed by her own husband. Was this not the very essence of being caught in the act? Is that so? If what you say is true, then your mind was not clear while with Mr. Sunday. Could it be that he bewitched you? Director Wang continued his inquiry. Could Mrs. Zhang please step forward? Director Wang called out to Lu Tao and others in their vicinity. Upon hearing her name, Mrs. Zhang hastened to approach. She mentioned that you could testify on her behalf. I came to ask you, what were you doing when she and Director Sun were engaged in that act? Director Wang gazed at Mrs. Zhang, who seemed to have just awakened from a dream, and asked expressionlessly. Mrs. Zhang shook her head and said, I felt dizzy and didn't know anything. I just lay on the sofa sleeping. When I woke up, my husband and the others had already entered the private room. Just as Director Wong was about to continue his questioning, AI Mingli walked in from outside. Director Wong, we found drug residues in 2 glasses in the private room. AI Mingli reported as she approached Director Wong. I see. It seems someone tampered with the glasses, and it's likely that Director Sun was behind it. Director Wong sorted through his thoughts and concluded. If he really did this, then he deserved his fate. However, he's already dead now, and everyone present saw Director Wong kill him. What about you? AI Mingli then asked. AI Mingli nodded and went to Lu Tao and others, having them register one by one before leaving. Soon, only Director Wong and a few others remained in the interrogation room. Director Wong, right? Why were you so impulsive? Even if Director Sun did such a thing, you shouldn't have killed him. If it turns out to be manslaughter after our investigation, you might just serve a few years in prison, Director Wong said earnestly as he approached Director Wong. What? I have to go to prison. I really don't know how that fruit knife ended up in my hand, Director Wong exclaimed in frustration. In moments of irrationality, individuals are often prone to actions that defy comprehension, even to themselves. Your impulsive decision to seize a fruit knife from the coffee table and thrust it towards Director Sun is, in a sense, understandable. However, fate dealt you a cruel hand, as your single strike proved fatal. Regrettably, you must now bear the consequences of your impetuousness. Inspector Wong continued. Director Wong's lips quivered, but he ultimately chose silence. He had initially intended to elucidate the entire sequence of events, but reconsidered, fearing the potential addition of further charges against him. After all, Director Sun's demise was an undeniable reality, leaving him with no means of denial. His only recourse was to secure the services of a reputable attorney, with the aim of minimizing his prison sentence. Failing that, he would resort to financial means to expedite his release. Faced with such circumstances, he could only opt to mitigate the damage through monetary compensation. Old Chui, escort him to the detention cell, Inspector Wong declared, before departing the interrogation room. Chapter 33. Attitude is paramount, Sister Mingli. It's unexpected that after such a long hiatus, our paths would cross under such circumstances, Lu Tao remarked with a hint of embarrassment, upon exiting the police station. It's of no consequence. However, as you are still a student, I advise you to refrain from frequenting such establishments in the future. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to contact me, AI Mingli said, producing a business card from her pocket and handing it to Lu Tao. Lu Tao glanced at the card and nodded. Understood. Goodbye, Sister Mingli. Lu Tao waved farewell. Lu Tao, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that such an event would unfold, causing you to be dragged into this predicament. Zhao Gang approached Lu Tao, expressing his profound regret. Brother Zhao, there is no need for such formalities between us. Now that Mr. Sun has passed, what are your plans? Lu Tao inquired, shaking his head. I am uncertain. Let's wait it out. If all else fails, I will seek another venue. Lon Lon is scheduled for surgery in 3 months, and I must expedite my efforts to earn money. I had originally hoped to borrow 200,000 to 300,000 from Mr. Sun, but I never expected this turn of events. Zhao Gang lamented, emitting a deep sigh. Brother Zhao, I have a classmate whose family is quite affluent, and our relationship is amicable. Continuously relying on others for venues is not a sustainable solution. In my opinion, it would be more prudent for you to establish your own nightclub. Alternatively, you could take over the carnival and become your own boss. Lu Tao articulated his thoughts. To Lu Tao's surprise, Zhao Gang shook his head and replied, I lack the qualities of a business owner. Most nightclub proprietors have substantial backing. Although Mr. Sun had no connections, his wife did. Her brother is a deputy director at the municipal bureau. Without such support, how could Mr. Sun have thrived? If I were to manage the carnival, it would surely fail within days. Lu Tao remained silent after hearing Zhao Gang's words. The truth of Zhao Gang's statement resonated with him. Despite still being a student, he often overheard discussions between his parents, revealing the necessity of having connections. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He recalled that Sun Guang's father worked at the Public Security Bureau and served as a chauffeur for a deputy director. If I could establish a connection through him with this deputy director, having his support would undoubtedly enhance the nightclub's business prospects. With this thought in mind, he turned to Zhao Gang and said, A friend of mine has a father working at the municipal bureau. might I request his assistance? I am currently preoccupied with the upcoming mock examinations and will likely have little time to spare. Once the exams conclude, I shall seek an opportunity for you both to meet. There is no rush. With the recent passing of President Sun, it would be unseemly for me to hastily embark on new ventures. I suspect President Sun's wife will attend the carnival. We can reassess the situation then. Perhaps she wishes to continue overseeing the carnival, in which case I would remain there for another couple of years. Zhao Gang pondered for a moment before responding. Tao, the college entrance examination is imminent. You must focus on your studies and refrain from continually seeking amusement. Guan Aimei advised earnestly. Do not stay up late. Retire early. Guan Aimei nodded in agreement, yet he did not immediately retire to bed. Instead, he took a seat at his writing desk. The events of the day had left him feeling quite unsettled. Initially, he had merely apprehended a thief on the bus, never anticipating such a significant reaction, even drawing the attention of someone as popular as Sienna, who came to invite him to dinner. In declining her invitation, he inadvertently invited complications. Two groups of suitors vying for Sienna's affection had sought him out, and although he had managed to dismiss them, who could guarantee that such encounters would not recur? Indeed, beauty can bring misfortune. His days would certainly not remain as uneventful as before. The occurrences of the evening had surpassed his expectations. He originally intended to accompany Zhao Lan, but unexpectedly overheard a conversation among Mr. Sun and his companions in the restroom. Thus, he seized the opportunity to teach them a lesson. To his astonishment, Mr. Wang's precision was such that he fatally wounded Mr. Sun, leading him to an unanticipated visit to the police station. The situation seemed to spiral beyond his control, and he dreaded to consider the potential consequences if it continued in this manner. Moreover, with less than 3 months until the college entrance examination, he was, after all, a student whose primary focus should be his studies. Previously, he was indifferent in class, often dozing off, which had become quite commonplace. Now endowed with a unique advantage, he should ideally be free to indulge in sleep without concern for future exams, as he would undoubtedly achieve commendable results regardless. However, such behavior would inevitably arouse suspicion, particularly from Zhang Qian. Through recent interactions with her, he had come to realize that her concern lay not in his academic performance but rather in his attitude towards learning. Attitude, he understood, is paramount. He also recognized that this newfound advantage did not guarantee success. If he were to lack intellectual diligence, he could easily become a pawn in someone else's game, rendering his advantage a potential liability. Thus, he resolved to study diligently, continually enhancing himself. With the aid of this extraordinary tool, a life of mediocrity was not his destiny. With this thought in mind, he stood, massaged his temples, stretched languidly, and then retired to bed. Lying there, sleep eluded him, prompting him to utilize his unique insight to discern Zhang Qian's current activities. As a result, Zhang Qian remained immersed in her studies late into the night, her unwavering focus evoking a twinge of embarrassment within him. There exists no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Zhang Qian's diligence rightfully places her among the top of her class. Conversely, he, endowed with extraordinary vision, manages to achieve commendable results without the need for arduous study, which seems akin to pilfering the fruits of others' labor. Yet, as the adage goes, those who steal a mere penny are deemed thieves, while those who usurp a nation are hailed as nobles. When the day arrives that he stands atop the pinnacle of this world, who will still care about his past transgressions? Chapter 34. Teacher-student confrontation the following day. As per the usual routine, Lu Tao, along with Sun Guang and others, took the bus to school. Upon nearing the classroom door, Lu Tao was halted by a voice calling his name. It was Qi Jinxiang, the head of the senior class. Yes, I did engage in a bit of trouble, but it was he who sought me out first, prompting my response. He later expressed his defiance with threats of dire consequences for me. At that moment, my brother happened to visit the school and casually uttered a few words. It was nothing of great significance, Lu Tao replied nonchalantly. This incident was certainly not his fault. Had the other party not provoked him, he would have had no desire to retaliate. You, young man, are becoming quite audacious. I warn you, if you dare to engage in fighting at school again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Qi Jinxiang threatened ominously. Director Qi, if they strike me, Am I simply to stand idly by and accept it? Lu Tao's tone carried a hint of displeasure. If you do not provoke others, why would they strike you? Perhaps it would be wise to reflect on your own actions first. Qi Jinxiang was taken aback by the student's impudent tone, which he found utterly intolerable.
Directori.
Aren't you being unreasonable? If a hooligan harasses a girl, is it the girl's fault? Lu Tao retorted, his brow furrowed in defiance. Well, aren't you audacious enough to talk back to me? How dare you? I'm telling you, you don't need to attend class today. Stand here until you've come to your senses. Qi Jinxiang rebuked him furiously. This is corporal punishment. Do you have the authority? Who gave it to you? Lu Tao said, heading straight for the classroom. What's with this attitude? Qi Jinxiang, never expecting the student to disobey him, felt his authority undermined. He grabbed Lu Tao's arm and yanked, nearly causing him to stumble. Director Qi, out of respect for your position as the head of our grade level, I won't hold it against you. But if you persist, don't blame me for being impolite, Lu Tao warned, shaking off his grip and continuing towards the classroom. You've gone too far. Come with me to the office. I'll teach you a lesson. Qi Jinxiang's anger flared, and he dragged Lu Tao along. Let go. Lu Tao retorted, wrenching himself free, causing Qi Jinxiang to stumble. Cursing, Qi Jinxiang raised his hand to slap Lu Tao across the face, a habitual practice. However, this time Lu Tao was not going to endure it. He grasped Qi Jinxiang's right hand with his left, and then swiftly extended his right hand, accompanied by a series of resounding slaps, causing both sides of Qi Jinxiang's face to swell up. He stood there, utterly stunned. It is worth noting that after years of serving as the head of the department, he had encountered countless students, yet none had ever dared to retaliate. But now, right here, he had been forcefully slapped multiple times by a student. It was an utter disgrace. You dare to strike me? Come. Follow me to the principal's office. At that moment, Qi Jinxiang resembled a furious lion, bellowing at Lu Tao. His outcry was unrestrained, prompting many students to rush outside. Upon witnessing Qi Jinxiang's swollen cheeks, they were taken aback. Initially, while in the classroom, they had heard the sound of slaps and assumed that Lu Tao was the one being struck by the head of the department. Unexpectedly, to their astonishment, it was Lu Tao who had struck the head of the department. Was Lu Tao out of his mind? Did he no longer wish to continue his studies here? One student whispered, "Who knows? But well done. I have long held a grudge against the head of the department, yet lacked the courage to act. I never imagined Lu Tao would take vengeance on my behalf. Indeed, this head of the department is truly insufferable. He not only bullies the boys but the girls as well. Were it not for his position as a teacher, I would have sought someone to deal with him long ago. Regardless, he is still the head of the department. I fear Lu Tao might find himself in dire trouble." While they were engaged in their discussions, Lu Tao glanced at the flustered Qi Jinxiang and said, "You may go first. I will drop off my backpack and join you shortly." Qi Jinxiang gazed at the calm and composed student, feeling an overwhelming sense of perplexity. It is important to note that he had previously reprimanded the student, yet he had always responded with silence and submission. What could possibly have caused such a shift in demeanor today? Had he perhaps ingested something peculiar? The bewilderment was palpable. However, given that numerous students had lost face today, he was determined to make an example of this one. If feasible, he would expel the student, especially since he was aware that the student's academic performance was lackluster, rendering him expendable. Lu Tao entered the classroom, placed his backpack in his cubby, and then followed Qi Jinxiang to the principal's office. "Director Qi, what brings you here?" The principal inquired with a smile as he glanced up from his newspaper upon seeing Qi Jinxiang enter. "Lu, the current generation of students is truly unmanageable. Just yesterday, a student reported to me that Lu Tao had enlisted individuals from outside to intimidate him. When I confronted Lu Tao today, he readily admitted his wrongdoing. Consequently, I imposed a punishment of standing outside. However, to my astonishment, he claimed that I was inflicting corporal punishment and not only refused to comply but also argued back. I intended to teach him a lesson, yet he retaliated against me. Tell me, should such a student not be expelled?" Qi Jinxiang took the initiative to cast himself as the victim. After all, having served as a teacher at the 4th high school for many years, he was confident that the principal would not oppose him over a single student. Lu Tao, is what Director Qi has stated accurate? The principal did not immediately respond, but instead turned his gaze towards Lu Tao, questioning him. What do you mean by this? Are you questioning my methods of student management? I must tell you, after all these years serving as the head of the department, I have never encountered a student quite like you. If you have no desire to attend school, it would be best for you to leave at once, rather than causing distress to your fellow classmates. Ji Jinqiang could hardly spare a glance at Principal Lu standing nearby as he voiced his indignation. Director Ji, you truly ought to be mindful of your manner of speaking. Lu Tao interjected, acknowledging the validity of his colleague's concerns. Moreover, I frequently receive complaints from other parents. I considered that you were acting in the student's best interest, which is why I have chosen to suppress these issues thus far. However, if you persist in this manner, I fear that even my goodwill cannot shield you from parental discontent. Principal Lu spoke with earnest gravity. Are you implying that today's incident is still my fault? Ji Jinqiang could hardly believe his ears. He was well aware that Principal Lu had consistently supported him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so recklessly towards students. It was astonishing to find Principal Lu now opposing him and siding with the students. Principal Lu nodded in affirmation, stating, Director Ji, it is indeed time for you to reflect on your management approach. In this age, we emphasize humane management. Should you continue down this path, and should parents choose to complain, your position as head of the department will undoubtedly be untenable. Of course, you could consider alternative roles, such as in logistics. Upon hearing Principal Lu's words, Ji Jinqiang found it utterly unacceptable. Yet, as the principal, he commanded authority, and as the head of the department, Ji could do little but listen. His eyes continuously darted about, as if he could sense the principal's particular favoritism towards Lu Tao. Could it be that Lu Tao possesses some hidden background? Ji Jinqiang responded affirmatively, then turned to glance at Lu Tao before departing from the principal's office. Chapter 35. A narrow path of enmity. So, you are Lu Tao? Quite impressive. Indeed impressive. Principal Lu scrutinized Lu Tao from head to toe, speaking to himself. No rush. If my memory serves me right, there was a student who apprehended a thief on the bus yesterday. That student would be you, correct? The principal shook his head and inquired with a smile. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It was surprising to discover that the principal was so well informed, even about such trifling matters. One would assume that someone of the principal's stature has little time for such insignificant details. Reflecting on your present self, I am reminded of my own youth. At the age of 17 or 18, brimming with passion, one detests evil with fervor, unable to tolerate even a speck of dust. As Principal Lu spoke, he shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, do you know who the elderly gentleman was that assisted you in catching the thief on the bus? Lu Tao shook his head and replied, he left me his address and phone number, inviting me to visit when I have the time. It would be wise for you to visit him this weekend. If you can forge a friendship with him, establishing a bond across generations, it would greatly benefit your future endeavors, Principal Lu advised earnestly. However, this weekend is not feasible for me. I have other commitments. Perhaps I shall visit him next week. Lu Tao contemplated and responded. This weekend, he is planning to dine at Zhaolan's home and accompany Haifeng and the other children to the park. With less than 3 months left before the college entrance exams, how is his preparation going? Principal Lu changed the subject. It's manageable. I will strive to do my best. Lu Tao replied somewhat sheepishly. After all, his academic performance had been quite poor in the past. Without the aid of his extraordinary insight, he might not even have been able to secure a place in a vocational college, let alone a university. Principal Lu watched his retreating figure, a faint smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. Some classes were having physical education. Lu Tao walked slowly along the track, and as he passed the soccer field, a ball, kicked by someone, came flying directly towards him. He quickened his pace, picked up the ball, and then swung his right foot to kick it back. Perhaps he used too much force, for the ball did not land in the goal but instead hit a boy directly in the face. Immediately, the boy, covering his face, walked over to Lu Tao. I'm sorry, are you okay? Lu Tao, not expecting his unintentional act to cause harm, quickly apologized. Are you blind or what? The boy shouted as he approached Lu Tao, shoving him while cursing. I really didn't mean to. Here, let me help you with that, Lu Tao said, extending his right hand. Get lost. The boy pushed Lu Tao again. I've already apologized, what more do you want? What's with all the pushing? Lu Tao asked, visibly annoyed. What's it to you if I push you? I like pushing, and you can't stop me, the boy retorted. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, the boy not only failed to cease his actions but instead intensified them. Lu Tao remained silent, resolutely grasping his arm and pulling him aside. The boy staggered forward a couple of steps before halting unsteadily. You dared to insult the neighbor. Do you still have the gall to retaliate? Seeing this, the boy lunged at Lu Tao. Lu Tao, disinclined to engage with such an unreasonable individual, turned to leave. However, other boys from the same class encircled them. Who is that? Isn't it Lu Tao? One of them remarked, having only just recognized him. Unexpectedly, he found himself face to face with an old rival. Another boy directed his words at Lu Tao, revealing himself to be the same one who attempted to pick a fight with him in the cafeteria the previous afternoon. What are you all doing standing here? At that moment, the physical education teacher responsible for the class approached, shouting at them. It's nothing, sir. The boy quickly interjected as the teacher arrived. If it's nothing, why aren't you all hurrying to play football? The teacher admonished impatiently. Instantly, the crowd dispersed. Why haven't you left yet? The teacher asked upon noticing Lu Tao still present. Isn't it class time? What are you doing here instead of attending class? The teacher continued. I see. Well, do as you wish, the teacher replied, turning to depart. Lu Tao shook his head and continued along the track. Sienna, hurry. SNT that Lu Tao? A girl exclaimed. Indeed. What is he doing here? Could it be that he came to invite Sienna for a meal? Another girl speculated. It's possible that it's exactly that. What else could he possibly be doing here? A girl chimed in. Sienna, I believe he is hesitant to approach us with so many people around. Perhaps you should go over to him, another girl suggested. Upon hearing these words, Sienna remained silent and strode directly towards Lu Tao. She was not a person without opinions. Her pride suggested otherwise. However, she naturally assumed that Lu Tao had come to seek her out. Lu Tao, are you here to find me? Sienna inquired earnestly as she stood before him. Lu Tao looked up and realized it was Sienna, who had invited him to dinner the previous afternoon. He shook his head and replied, I just left the principal's office and came here to wander around. I had no idea your class was having physical education here. Is that really the case? Sienna asked skeptically. Lu Tao remained silent but nodded. Sienna's expression suddenly darkened. She had never liked this boy, and her invitation to dinner the day before was merely to prove a point. To her astonishment, he had rejected her. It was an utter humiliation. Today, she had hoped to confront him and settle the score, only to find herself further embarrassed. Lu Tao, observing her reaction, felt quite helpless. He had spoken nothing but the truth. Why was it so difficult for her to accept? Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. He quickly left the playground and headed towards the teaching building. Chapter 36. Never have I encountered such insolence. Lu Tao smiled and said, It's nothing. I could no longer tolerate his incessant berating and physical abuse of students, so I decided to teach him a lesson. Do you think that was wise? Fan Wanwan inquired with a hint of apprehension. After all, he is the head of the department, and you could very well be expelled. Her perception of Lu Tao had undergone a significant transformation, recognizing that the student who habitually dozed off during class had experienced a profound metamorphosis. Not only had his academic performance improved, but he had also demonstrated commendable acts of courage and righteousness, a rarity in today's society. It's fine, Lu Tao reassured her. I just came from the principal's office with him, and Principal Lu has already resolved the matter. Miss Fan, don't forget our wager. The mock exam begins tomorrow, and if I score above 100 in Chinese, you mustn't renege on our agreement. Lu Tao transitioned to a different subject. Rest assured, Fan Wanwan responded with a smile. I am your teacher, and if I were to break my word, how could I possibly educate you in the future? However, if you fail to achieve a score of 100, you mustn't welsh on our deal either. Lu Tao nodded in agreement, stating, Ms. Fan, if there's nothing else, I'll head inside. Go ahead, Fan Wanwan replied, waving her hand. Study diligently. Without uttering another word, Lu Tao swiftly entered the classroom. Upon Lu Tao's arrival, Sun Guang, Zhao Kuan, and Zhang Liang immediately flocked around him. "Tao, are you all right?" Sun Guang scrutinized Lu Tao, attempting to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries. Lu Tao shook his head, nonchalantly taking his seat and declaring, "I've endured his behavior for far too long. Since the beginning of 11th grade, I've been subjected to his abuse countless times. This time, I finally vented my frustration. Indeed, that is truly a scoundrel. I've been struck by him numerous times myself. However, everyone refrains from taking action against him due to his position as the director of the academic department. The fact that you struck him has undoubtedly pleased countless students." Sun Guang remarked with considerable excitement. "The students' approval is of limited consequence. As the saying goes, the gun targets the bird that pokes its head out. Now that you've struck, he certainly won't let the matter rest. You should exercise caution to prevent him from causing you further trouble." Zhao Kuan said with some concern. "Is correct. It has always been who strikes the students, and never before has a student dared to retaliate. You must be extremely careful not to allow him to find fault with you. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly make you regret it." Zhang Liang chimed in from the side. Just as he finished speaking, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. At that moment, he glanced at who turned her head with a hint of worry in her eyes. He quickly offered her a reassuring smile. During class, Lu Tao kept his gaze fixed on the blackboard, but his mind was not on the lecture. Instead, he was contemplating the words that Principal Lu had spoken to him. From the principal's words, he sensed that the elderly man he had encountered on the bus was of considerable importance. It should be noted that although the principal of 4th High School does not hold a high administrative rank, he is, after all, the head of the school and possesses a certain degree of status. The fact that such a person spoke of the elderly man with such reverence suggested that the man was indeed extraordinary. Therefore, he should indeed find time to visit the elderly man and inquire about his identity, as it might lead to some unexpected discoveries. In the morning, everything was calm, and Qi Jinxiang did not come to trouble him. After school, Lu Tao approached Zhang Qian with a smile and extended an invitation. "Zhang Qian, why don't you join us for lunch?" Zhang Qian looked at him and nodded gently. Subsequently, Lu Tao, Zhang Qian, and Sun Guang, among others, left the classroom and headed to the cafeteria. From the moment they entered, almost everyone's gaze was fixed on them. People occasionally pointed and whispered behind Lu Tao's back, discussing something unknown. Unbothered by the murmurs, Lu Tao went to the food counter, ordered 2 dishes, bought a portion of rice, placed everything on a tray, and sat down at an empty table. Sun Guang and the others gradually followed with their trays. Zhang Qian sat beside Lu Tao. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Zhang Qian felt uneasy. After all, Lu Tao had become a focal point in the school, and being with him was bound to attract much gossip. There was even a risk that some talkative students might report this to the teachers, potentially leading to a conversation with them. Lu Tao, being a boy, might not care, but Zhang Qian, being a girl with a more sensitive disposition, felt differently. Thus, during the meal, she remained silent, focusing intently on her food. "Zhang Qian, no one is rushing you. Take your time," Lu Tao advised with a smile, noticing her behavior. Zhang Qian did not respond verbally but nodded. As they were eating, the boy they had encountered on the playground earlier that morning approached them again. A trace of smugness adorned his face, yet one could only wonder what malevolent schemes brewed within his mind. "Lu Tao had intended to seek you out after class this morning, but to his surprise, you managed to evade him. I heard that Sienna approached you, yet you disregarded her. Did you not?" the boy inquired with palpable impatience. "That is my affair," Lu Tao replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of the steamed bun in his hand. "Your affair, is it?" Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, the boy snatched the bun from his grasp and hurled it at his face. Nearly half of it tumbled to the ground. Witnessing this, Sun Guang and Zhao Kuan sprang to their feet, for they were allies of Lu Tao, and seeing an altercation unfold, they could not remain passive. However, Lu Tao also rose, placing a calming hand on their shoulders, urging them to maintain their composure. He then bent down slowly to retrieve the bun that had fallen to the floor. "O bun, whom have you offended to deserve such a fate, cast upon the ground?" In days gone by, such individuals would have faced dire consequences, Lu Tao mused to himself, gazing at the dust-covered bun. Lu Tao, are you feeling quite indignant? If you possess any courage, strike me. The boy, unable to contain himself, taunted Lu Tao further. Upon hearing the provocation, Lu Tao could not help but shake his head and remarked, in my life, I have encountered many a scoundrel, yet none as lowly as you, who willingly presents oneself for a beating. Since you are so eager, I shall indulge you this once. With those words, Lu Tao pressed his left hand against the table and leaped forward, confronting the boy. Subsequently, he swiftly extended his hand to seize the opponent's face, causing the latter's mouth to involuntarily open. He promptly stuffed the bun he was holding into it. The boy never anticipated that Lu Tao would take action without so much as a word. As the dusty bun entered his mouth, he immediately felt a wave of nausea, hastily reaching up to extract it, followed by a fit of retching. The surrounding students were momentarily taken aback, never expecting Lu Tao to respond with such decisiveness and alacrity, executing his counterattack with remarkable resolve, devoid of any hesitation. You scoundrel! I'll make you pay! The boy shouted, once he had regained some composure from his retching, lunging towards Lu Tao. Lu Tao merely shook his head, grasped the boy's arm, and executed a shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, the boy landed flat on the ground. Had Lu Tao not shown restraint, he might have found himself incapacitated for an entire month. The boy struggled to rise from the ground, preparing to confront Lu Tao once more. However, his companions hurriedly stepped in to restrain him. They were not fools. It was evident that the boy stood no chance against Lu Tao. Continuing the altercation would merely be an exercise in futility. What are you all standing around for? Go for it. With so many of us, we can't possibly be outmatched by just one. He bellowed in frustration. Yet, before his companions could make a move against Lu Tao, Sun Guang and others had already positioned themselves beside him. They knew that if a fight broke out, they would likely gain no advantage. Just as the two factions seemed poised for a confrontation, unexpectedly, Sienna appeared from an unknown direction, walking directly between Lu Tao and the group of boys. Cui Juanhao, I shall reiterate, my affairs do not require your oversight. Should you persist in troubling him, do not hold me accountable for my lack of civility. Initially, Sienna issued a warning to the boy who was causing Lu Tao distress, then turned to Lu Tao and remarked, You are the most audacious boy I have ever encountered. Having uttered these words, Sienna swiftly departed from the cafeteria, leaving only her silhouette behind. Lu Tao, consider yourself bold. Await my return this afternoon after school. Cui Juanhao, perturbed by Sienna's admonition, naturally directed his ire towards Lu Tao. Do not attempt to intimidate me with such tactics. If you wish to confront someone, feel free. However, I advise you to seek out those who are capable, rather than mere blusterers, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, Lu Tao retorted, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. Humph! Cui Juanhao glared at Lu Tao before exiting the cafeteria, followed by his cohort of students. Lu Tao shrugged at Sun Guang and the others, expressing his exasperation. I had hoped for a pleasant meal, yet this ruckus was instigated by that fool. Have you all had your fill? If not, we can venture out to dine.
I am satisfied.
If you're still hungry, we can accompany you, Zhao Kun promptly replied. No need. Since you are all satiated, let us depart. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Tao approached Zhang Qian with a smile, inquiring, Are you full? Shall we go? Zhang Qian nodded silently, and the group exited the cafeteria. Observing their departure, the previously dazed students resumed their spirited discussions. Is Lu Tao truly lacking in judgment? The woman beside him evidently pales in comparison to Sienna. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly choose Sienna. Beauty alone cannot sustain one, yet perhaps that woman possesses some hidden advantages within her family. However, I find that unlikely. Among the students at 4th Middle School, I truly believe there are none whose family circumstances surpass Sienna's. If we were discussing students from 1st or 9th Middle School, there might be a few contenders. Indeed, Sienna's father is involved in real estate, and their family fortune certainly amounts to several hundred million. Unbelievable. If my family were to possess 3 billion, I would immediately purchase a villa to reside in. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such discussions. Should Sienna overhear, it could lead to unwanted consequences. Chapter 37. Conversation. Zhang Qian cast a glance at him, remaining silent, and nodded before departing. A Tao, my friend Cui Juanhao is not to be trifled with. He may very well seek trouble with us. A Guang expressed his concerns. What is fated to be is unavoidable. If he truly comes after us, I will devise a plan, Lu Tao replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had already formulated a strategy. Should Cui Juanhao indeed pursue him, he would contact Zhao Gang or AI Mingli. When those individuals encounter the police, they would surely be terrified. A Tao, what exactly does Sienna see in you? Why would she invite you to dinner in front of so many people? Zhao Kun inquired, perplexed. It is well known that Sienna was the belle of the 4th high school, with a multitude of suitors vying for her attention. Yet, she inexplicably chose Lu Tao, a decision that baffled many. Lu Tao shook his head, wearing a bitter smile, and said, I'm not a worm in her stomach. How could I possibly know her thoughts? If you're so curious, why not ask her directly? To be honest, you're oversimplifying things. Sienna's family is wealthy. Do you think her parents would approve of someone like me? Even if Sienna were willing, her parents certainly wouldn't be. In Chinese culture, relationships are often about matching social status, and my family's circumstances are worlds apart from Sienna's. Moreover, with so many people pursuing her, I haven't even done anything yet, and already I'm facing trouble. If I were to actually be with her, I can only imagine the complications that would arise. With less than 3 months left until the college entrance exams, I don't want to create unnecessary stress for myself. Lu Tao scuffed the ground with his heel as he spoke. You're right, Zhang Liang sighed. A beauty like Sienna is indeed beyond our reach. Just then, Zhao Kun exclaimed, Lu Tao, bad news. Isn't that Sienna? She seems to be heading our way. Lu Tao and the others looked ahead, and sure enough, Sienna was walking towards them. She soon stood before them. Lu Tao, can I talk to you alone? Sienna asked, her eyes fixed on Lu Tao, her expression unreadable. Take care. Sun Guang patted Lu Tao on the shoulder before leaving with Zhao Kun and the others. What do you want to talk about? After Lu Tao waited for them to leave, she smiled and asked Sienna, there are too many people here. Shall we take a walk on the playground? Sienna suggested. All right. Lu Tao replied without hesitation, immediately heading towards the playground, with Sienna following closely behind. Lu Tao, could you tell me why you declined my invitation? Am I really so unappealing? Sienna inquired softly. We shouldn't be strangers, should we? You are my senior, and I am your junior. Is that not the case? Sienna continued to question. If that were true, would I then have to dine with everyone in the school? That reasoning is clearly flawed. Besides, you are so beautiful, and there are many who pursue you. Why must you insist on inviting me to dinner? If you find it dull, you could let them take you out. I am certain they would be more than willing, Lu Tao proposed. If they invite me, I would not be pleased, Lu Tao replied. To be honest, the only reason I wanted to invite you to dinner was due to the provocation from the girls in our class. I had assumed you would surely accept my invitation. I never expected you to refuse. During gym class today, I thought you were coming to apologize to me. It turns out I was completely mistaken. Lu Tao, do you feel a sense of accomplishment making me lose face in front of so many people? Sienna asked coldly. At that moment, she regained her usual icy demeanor. Lu Tao shook her head, feeling quite helpless, and said, I cannot comprehend how my refusal brings you any sense of achievement. Just because you are beautiful, does that mean I am obliged to dine with you? This is utterly preposterous. I have made it abundantly clear to you that my refusal of your invitation stems solely from our lack of familiarity, with no ulterior motives implied. If you insist on fabricating baseless accusations against me, there is little I can do. When one seeks to impose guilt, excuses are never in short supply. Your insinuations are as absurd as likening me to Qin Hui and yourself to Yu Fei. By the way, was the girl accompanying you today your girlfriend? Sienna shifted the topic. So that's how it is. Sienna nodded, seemingly enlightened. If there's nothing else, let's conclude our conversation here today. Don't take others' words too much to heart. It's unnecessary. You live for yourself, not for others, and there's absolutely no need to invite me to dinner out of spite. Now that everything has been clarified, you go your way, and I'll go mine. Agreed? Lu Tao asked with a smile. Agreed. Sienna responded promptly. She could tell that Lu Tao's demeanor was quite serious, certainly not just idle talk. Since she didn't fancy him anyway, continuing to tangle over pride was pointless. It was better to remain as strangers as before. Goodbye. Lu Tao waved at her and then turned towards the direction of the school building. Sienna watched his retreating figure, a look of helplessness on her face. She couldn't fathom why, even if Lu Tao was handsome, he wouldn't have any interest in a girl of her caliber. In front of Lu Tao, she felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Chapter 38. People in Society. Brother Tao, what did Sienna want with you just now? Was she trying to invite you to dinner again? Zhang Liang approached Lu Tao, hastily setting aside the book in his hands to inquire about him. Lu Tao glanced at him, playfully delivering a light smack to his head, and remarked, "If you have nothing else to do, focus on your studies. The college entrance examination is imminent, and there's no time for idle gossip." Once Zhang Liang departed, Lu Tao seized the biology textbook from the table, determined to study diligently. Despite the advantage of his keen insight, he recognized the importance of understanding the material, at the very least to know where the answers were located during note-taking. The afternoon swiftly passed. As school ended, Lu Tao and Sun Guang exited the classroom and made their way to the school gate. To their surprise, as soon as they stepped outside, a group of 7 or 8 individuals encircled them. Leading the pack was a bald man adorned with a dubious gold chain around his neck and a fierce dragon tattooed on his arm, unmistakably a figure from the streets. Beside him stood Cui Juanhao. "Brother, he was the one who hit me at noon today. You must avenge me." Cui Juanhao pointed at Lu Tao and declared, "Why did you strike my brother?" The bald man coldly questioned Lu Tao, stepping forward. He had initially hesitated to intervene, aware that this was a high school setting, and any altercation could lead to unwarranted complications. However, given that Cui Juanhao was his brother, he felt compelled to act. Though he merely intended to intimidate Lu Tao into apologizing rather than resorting to physical confrontation. "What did I do to him? What? Are you bold enough to act yet too cowardly to admit it?" A trace of disdain curled upon the bald man's lips. "You speak rather defiantly. Let me make this clear. You must apologize to him today, or you shall not escape my wrath." The bald man threatened ominously. Upon graduating from middle school, he began mingling in society, having engaged in countless brawls. How could he possibly regard a mere high school student with any seriousness? "Why should I apologize to him? I have done nothing wrong," Lu Tao exclaimed, filled with indignation. "How dare you?" the bald man retorted, and with that, he swung his right hand towards Lu Tao's face. "You were the one who struck first," Lu Tao replied, seizing the man's wrist and delivering a swift slap in return. The bald man was utterly unprepared for such rapid reflexes from this high school student, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sun Guang, Zhao Kuan, and others quickly discarded their backpacks and lunged towards the altercation. Fists flew and kicks landed as they reveled in the chaos. "Stop fighting!" Zhang Qian shouted, rushing forward to break up the scuffle. Unfortunately, being a girl, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Desperate, she positioned herself in front of Lu Tao in an effort to halt the conflict. The bald man, now blinded by rage, would not allow anyone to impede his path. He yanked Zhang Qian by her hair, pulling her aside, causing tears to stream down her face. Incensed by this, Lu Tao leapt into action, delivering a powerful kick to the bald man's face. He then seized the man's arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Having witnessed Zhang Qian's distress, Lu Tao was truly enraged, showing no mercy in his retaliation. Before the bald man cowl, Lu Tao crouched down, extending his right hand to strike the bald man's face, coldly demanding, "You better watch out. If I don't eliminate you, I don't bear the surname Cui." Despite being pinned beneath Lu Tao's foot, the bald man continued to issue threats. "Stubborn, are we? Very well. I shall oblige." As soon as Lu Tao finished speaking, he unleashed a flurry of slaps, causing the bald man's eyes to sparkle with stars. "Let my brother go, or you'll regret it," Cui Juanhao shouted from the side. "Apologize. Apologize to her right now," Lu Tao commanded the bald man. The bald man gritted his teeth in silence, glaring fiercely at Lu Tao. If his gaze could kill, Lu Tao would have perished countless times by now. "Refusing to apologize, are we?" Lu Tao scoffed, delivering another barrage of slaps. "I yield." I apologize. The bald man, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, could scarcely believe he had encountered such a fierce individual. Lu Tao was no mere high school student, but a veritable deity of death. Apologize swiftly. Lu Tao reiterated coldly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have struck you earlier. The bald man hastily replied, fearing that a delayed response would result in further punishment. Seeing him relent, Lu Tao removed his foot from the man's back and approached Zhang Qian with genuine concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Zhang Qian glanced at him, offering no words, merely shaking her head. "Let us go." Lu Tao picked up the backpack from the ground, waved to Sun Guang and the others, and then the group made their way toward the bus station. "Brother, are you all right?" Cui Juanhao hurriedly helped the bald man to his feet after they had departed. The bald man shook his head and cursed, "Damn it, that little brat really knows how to hit hard. Brother, are we just going to let him beat us up like this?" Cui Juanhao asked unwillingly. Although he knew Lu Tao had some martial arts skills, he hadn't expected him to be so formidable that even his brother, who was experienced in street fights, was no match for him. The group quickly left the scene. "I can't believe Lu Tao is so skilled. He even took down someone from the underworld," a boy exclaimed excitedly. "What does it matter how good he is? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Just wait, he's going to be in trouble soon." Someone else gloated. "Lu Tao has really been in the spotlight lately. He's caused so much trouble in just a few days, it's impressive. Stop talking nonsense here. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the last bus." Hearing this, everyone quickly dispersed. Chapter 39. Moving. Why did those people dare to cause trouble for him? He kept asking himself this question, hoping to find an answer. Eventually, he realized that the reason they targeted him was because they thought he had no influential background, which made them feel free to bully him without consequences. In the past, he would have had no choice but to endure it silently. After all, his parents were ordinary people, and causing trouble might have brought misfortune upon them as well. But now he possessed the heavenly eye, and he already had some money in his pocket. In the near future, he would acquire even more. If he continued to let others bully him despite all this, what was the point of living? He was no longer the timid boy he once was. He was determined to use his own abilities to protect his family from being bullied by others, and of course that included himself as well. He clearly understood that to avoid being bullied, he needed to possess formidable strength. Otherwise, mere talk would only lead to more suffering. However, he was just a student at the moment, and building his own network of connections wasn't easy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. "Isn't this Lu Tao? Fancy meeting you again." At that moment, a voice sounded beside his ear. Lu Tao looked up and saw the old gentleman who had caught a thief on the bus the other day. He quickly greeted him. "Yes, where are you heading? At your age, shouldn't your children be doing the shopping for you?" Lu Tao said with a smile. "My children aren't around. It's just my wife and me at home. Since I have nothing to do at home, I thought I'd take a walk." The old gentleman paused for a moment, then asked, "Where is your home? I've seen you twice on the number 9 bus. Your father must work in a government institution. May I ask which one?" The old gentleman inquired with interest. "Yes, my father works at the Science and Technology Commission, driving for the leaders." Lu Tao replied, "The Science and Technology Commission is a good place. I live in the old county committee building, right across from your father's workplace. If you have time, you should come over for a visit. Last time we parted in a hurry, and I forgot to leave you my phone number," the old gentleman said, pulling out a pen from his pocket and writing a series of numbers on Lu Tao's palm. "All right, whenever I find the time, I shall certainly come to see you." Lu Tao readily agreed. Although he remained unaware of the true nature of the elderly gentleman's profession, it was evident that those residing at the old county party committee were primarily veteran officials from Binjiang City. Establishing connections with them would undoubtedly prove advantageous for him. At that moment, the bus arrived at the stop for the old county party committee, and Mr. Zhao bid farewell to Lu Tao before alighting. Soon after, Lu Tao and his companions arrived home. Sun Guang and the others shook their heads in confusion, unclear about what had transpired. Lu Tao refrained from saying anything further, bidding farewell to Sun Guang and the others before heading home. Indeed, many units have already completed their housing projects, and they are hastily relocating. Guan Aimei remarked with a smile. "What about my father's unit?" Lu Tao inquired. "Your father's unit had already allocated housing, but he chose not to accept it. Guan Aimei responded. Why? Why would he decline? A look of perplexity clouded Lu Tao's face. It is well known that these are company-built houses, priced at only 1/3 of the market value. Who would turn down such an opportunity unless they were foolish? To purchase one of these homes, one would need to pay 50,000 yuan. If declined, the unit would still return the 50,000 yuan. After discussing it, your father and I ultimately decided to take the money. Since you are about to take your college entrance examination, if your scores are satisfactory, we intend to invest in sending you to a third-tier university. As Guan Aimei spoke, she walked toward the door. Upon hearing his mother's explanation, Lu Tao felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. If it were not for him, his parents would surely not have made such a choice. He understood that while others were moving to new homes, his family still resided in the same place, and it surely weighed on his parents' hearts. Life, at times, presents such poignant dilemmas. To acquire one thing often necessitates the relinquishment of another. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhang Qian entered. Lu Tao, do you know? Most of the families in our building are planning to move. My parents are arranging for a truck and will be relocating shortly. What about your family? When are you moving? Zhang Qian inquired with a hint of excitement. Our family isn't moving just yet, Lu Tao replied with a smile. Really? Why not? Zhang Qian asked, somewhat perplexed. I suppose it will be in a couple of days. Are you moving out tonight? Where to? Lu Tao responded nonchalantly. A mere 20,000 for a house. If he desired, he could easily acquire dozens of them at any time. Then I'll help you with your move, Lu Tao said with a grin. Yes. Sun Guang's family is also moving. Do you want to go outside? We might not be able to attend school together anymore. Zhang Qian said, her spirits dampened. All good things must come to an end. However, it's not so terrible. We will still see each other every day, Lu Tao reassured her with a smile. Indeed, Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. Let us go outside. Lu Tao helped her adjust her clothes, and they stepped out together. Just as they exited, Sun Guang and Zhao Kuan approached. Tao, when is your family moving? Sun Guang asked, brimming with excitement. For the children, the prospect of leaving this place for a larger one was ultimately a cause for celebration. My family still has to wait for 2 more days. Are you all moving tonight? Lu Tao inquired with a beaming smile. It's hard to believe that the house has been completed so swiftly. Alas, we will no longer be able to attend school together. Lu Tao expressed with a hint of melancholy. He and Sun Guang had known each other since the 1st grade of elementary school. And after all these years, their bond had grown as close as brothers. The impending separation naturally brought a wave of sadness. It's all right, Tao. We can always arrange to visit each other's homes on designated days. With the convenience of public transport nowadays, not living in proximity will hardly have a significant impact, Zhao Kuan reassured him. Indeed, do not forget, we are the illustrious Iron Triangle. Even if we do not reside together, our relationship will remain unchanged. Sun Guang added in agreement. Lu Tao nodded and said, moving is a positive change. Let us all be cheerful about it. Just then, a little girl came running from a distance, approaching Lu Tao and the others. Lu Tao recognized her immediately. It was Haifeng. Lu Tao Gij. I heard my mother say that everyone is moving away. Where is your family relocating to? Haifeng asked excitedly, fiddling with her ponytail. Our family still has 2 days to go. What about yours? Lu Tao lifted her up and playfully tickled her nose as he asked. I'm not sure. My parents are packing and I think we'll be moving soon, she replied. Lu Tao Gij, you promised to take us to the park this weekend. I wonder if that still holds true, she inquired, wrapping her arms around Lu Tao's neck. Of course it does. Didn't we make a pinky promise? I'll come to pick you up this weekend. How does that sound? Lu Tao smiled and said, all right. Haifeng laughed heartily. Soon, the other children from the courtyard came running over. Lu Tao had always had a good relationship with them, often playing with them in his free time. Now that everyone was about to move away, they naturally came to say their goodbyes. Seeing so many children, Lu Tao felt a lump in his throat, and tears nearly fell. When his family first moved here, some of these children hadn't even been born. In a way, he had watched them grow up step by step. Now that they were parting, his heart was truly heavy. Sun Guang and the others also felt the same. For them, The communal life of the courtyard was coming to an end, and it was unlikely they would ever experience such a lifestyle again. After all, living in a residential complex, visiting each other wouldn't be as convenient. Chapter 40. Buying a big house. We're moving in a couple of days. My dad said you can all come over to our place after we move, Lu Tao said, giving his father a meaningful look. Oh, I see. Everyone sighed in relief. Dad, Mom, you two go inside first. I have something to say, Lu Tao said, waiting until they had left before turning to Guan Aimei, who was cooking in the kitchen. Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Lu Guangming and Guan Aimei couldn't help but chuckle, then followed him inside. Once they were in, Lu Tao locked the door. He then gestured for his parents to sit down. Tao Tao, if you have something to say, just say it. Why all the secrecy? Guan Aimei said, somewhat exasperated by her precious son's antics. I mentioned to my parents that Sun Guang and the others have moved, and we can no longer remain here indefinitely. Thus, I have resolved to convene a family meeting to address our housing situation, Lu Tao stated earnestly. Is that all? I had thought there was something more pressing at hand. Your mother and I have already discussed the matter of the house and decided to hold off on any purchases for the time being. Once the college entrance examinations are concluded, if your scores are satisfactory, we will enroll you in a third-tier university. After your graduation, we shall devise a plan to save for your own home, Lu Guangming replied with a smile. In his eyes, his son would forever remain a child, someone who required his constant care. Mom, Dad, I appreciate everything you have done for me, Lu Tao declared, then shifted his tone. However, other families are residing in new houses, and we should not fall short in comparison. Why shouldn't we have a new home as well? I tell you, we must not only have a new house, but one that is larger than theirs. Tao Tao, are you alright? Have you been feeling overwhelmed by your studies? You seem to be speaking rather nonsensically, Guan Aimei remarked, placing her hand on Lu Tao's forehead. Please share what is troubling you. You haven't gotten into any trouble, have you? Lu Guangming inquired, gazing at his beloved son with a smile. Father, how can you think so little of my ambition?
Let me assure you.
I currently possess 1,500,000 in my bank account, Lu Tao said after a moment's contemplation, carefully providing a figure. Though he considered revealing more, he opted for a conservative estimate, mindful of his parents' capacity to absorb such news. In retrospect, this decision proved to be wise. After hearing their son's words, Lu Guangming and Guan Aimei were utterly stunned. Mom, Dad, are you both all right? Lu Tao quickly asked, seeing their bewildered expressions. 1,500,000. Lu Tao enunciated each word clearly. Where did you get this money from? Guan Aimei asked anxiously. It was understandable, as the couple had worked hard for many years without accumulating much savings, and now Lu Tao had suddenly produced such a large sum. Mom, Dad, don't worry, let me explain slowly, Lu Tao said, recounting his visit to Zhang Liang's family's jade shop over the weekend, though he omitted the actual price at which the jade was sold. So, you're saying Zhang Liang's father gave you a raw stone, and you cut out a top-grade jade, selling it for this amount, is that correct? Lu Guangming repeated. Lu Tao nodded without speaking. This story sounds almost mythical. Tao Tao, are you sure everything you said is true? Lu Guangming still harbored doubts. Although he had some knowledge about jade gambling, he found it hard to believe his son could have such extraordinary luck, akin to winning the lottery, which seemed highly improbable. Of course, it's true, Dad. If you don't believe me, I can get Zhang Liang's father's phone number tomorrow, and you can ask him yourself. By the way, didn't I suggest you open a car repair shop? I was planning to ask Zhang Liang's father for help, Lu Tao said with a smile. 1,500,000 has already caused such anxiety for my parents. If it were 8,500,000, it might very well leave them utterly astounded. My dear wife, I never anticipated this. After purchasing lottery tickets for so many years without a single win, our son casually selected a piece of raw material and miraculously earned such a fortune. It must be divine providence, Lu Guangming exclaimed with excitement, his words tumbling over one another. Indeed, Guan Aimei shared in the exhilaration, having previously fretted over her son's university entrance. Now, this dilemma has been resolved. Mom and Dad, you needn't be so overly excited. Where would you like to purchase a house? We can go tomorrow, Lu Tao remarked, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of his parents' happiness. He was finally experiencing what true happiness meant. His past actions had undoubtedly caused his parents considerable worry, but now he could finally do something meaningful for them. Is there still housing allocated by your workplace? Guan Aimei quickly inquired. If so, we could buy a unit. To their surprise, Lu Guangming shook his head and replied, originally, it was intended for each person to receive 1 unit. I did not take one, and it has already been given to a relative by my supervisor. Moreover, these allocated houses cannot be sold within 5 years. Once purchased, they are for living in. Otherwise, I would have secured one long ago. What shall we do then? Guan Aimei asked. Mom, what else can we do? We'll continue pursuing housing. There are numerous new constructions in Binhai City, and many of the layouts are quite appealing. The ones you were allocated are only around 70 to 80 square meters, which is indeed rather small. If our family is to purchase a home, it must be at least around 120 to 130 square meters. By the way, when I last visited Zhang Liang's house, his residence was a 3-bedroom apartment, approximately 120 square meters. A property like that would suffice. Lu Tao suggested to Guan Aimei. Such a house would likely cost around 4 to 500,000. I think I would prefer something smaller. Using the remaining funds for renovations, Lu Guangming reflected, articulating his thoughts. He had not earned such a substantial sum, and parting with it all at once indeed pained him. Guan Aimei nodded in agreement. Observing this, Lu Tao smiled and remarked, Mom and Dad, I believe a larger house would be preferable. Otherwise, when relatives come over, there won't be enough space for them to sleep. There is merit in what Tao Tao says. Tomorrow, I shall request leave from my supervisor, and we can explore together to see if we can find something suitable, Lu Guangming stated. All right, Tao Tao, be prudent with the funds in your account. After you graduate from university and secure a job, use that money to purchase a home and find a wife, and your father and I will have no further worries, Guan Aimei advised. She had initially worked as a temporary employee at the landscaping bureau, but had to recuperate at home for 2 years following a car accident. And since then, she had not returned to work, relying instead on crafting to earn a little income. Fortunately, Lu Guangming had a stable salary, allowing them to manage their lives reasonably well. This experience had instilled in her a habit of careful budgeting. Lu Tao nodded and said, Mom and Dad, it's best that we keep our financial situation private, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Lu Guangming and Guan Aimei both nodded in agreement. Having been through life's trials, they understood well the wisdom in keeping wealth discreet. All right, Mom, you go ahead and start cooking. I'll go out and see how their moving is going. See if there's anything I can help with, Lu Tao said as he finished speaking, opened the door, and walked out. Lu Guangming watched his son's retreating figure, then turned to Guan Aimei and said, Our precious son is truly blessed. He might really make something big of himself in the future. Guan Aimei shook her head and replied, I don't expect him to have great talents. I just hope he can live a steady life. I'll go out too. You cook. Make something nice and we'll celebrate properly tonight, Lu Guangming said as he stood up. All right, Guan Aimei nodded and went to the kitchen. When Lu Tao went outside, he happened to see Zhang Dequan coming down from upstairs, carrying a heavy-looking cardboard box. Seeing this, Lu Tao quickly stepped forward to take it. Lu Tao, when is your family moving? Zhang Dequan asked with a relieved smile. Probably tomorrow or the day after, Lu Tao replied as he placed the box into the car's trunk, then turned back. Come over to our house when you have time, Zhang Dequan invited. Ever since having dinner with the Zhang Jiwei family, he had wanted to find a time to chat with Lu Tao. Sure, no problem, Lu Tao readily agreed. At that moment, Zhang Qian arrived in front of Lu Tao and the others, holding a stack of books. Lu Tao, have you eaten? Zhang Qian asked with a smile. When you have a break this weekend, you can come over to my house as a guest, she invited just like Zhang Dequan had. Yes, Uncle Zhang just invited me to your house too, Lu Tao smiled and said. Zhang Dequan had nearly packed everything and then wandered upstairs to ensure nothing was left behind. Once he confirmed that nothing had been forgotten, he approached Zhang Qian's mother. At that moment, Lu Guangming also arrived. Old Lu, do visit us at home sometime, Zhang Dequan greeted him. Sure, just make sure to prepare some fine food and drinks, Lu Guangming replied half-jokingly. These are mere trifles. It's getting late. We must proceed to move our belongings. We shall catch up another day, Zhang Dequan said as he opened the car door. Zhang Qian glanced at Lu Tao, waved at him and then got into the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the truck roared to life and departed, leaving the courtyard to descend into a tranquil silence. Chapter 41. House viewing. The following day, Lu Tao rose early, completed his morning routine, had a light meal, and then grabbed his backpack before leaving home. As he stepped out, he reminded his parents to visit the house and finalize the arrangements promptly. Outside, Lu Tao gazed at the numerous vacant houses, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Having lived here for so long, it was natural to develop some attachment. Half an hour later, he arrived at the school entrance, just in time to see Zhang Qian disembarking from another bus. "Good morning." Lu Tao waved and greeted her. "Good. We have a mock exam today. Let's hurry," Zhang Qian urged. Lu Tao nodded and followed her toward the classroom. Upon entering, they found their classmates already engrossed in their preparations. As this was a mock examination for the island city, the regulations were relatively stringent. All materials related to the exam had to be placed at the front of the podium or outside the classroom. Lu Tao was no exception. Given that this was a simulated assessment, there were evidently not enough desks to accommodate all the students. According to convention, one of the pair at each desk had to sit on the floor, using the stool as a makeshift table. Since Lu Tao had sat on the floor during the previous midterm examination, this time he occupied the stool. Soon, the invigilator entered the room. As this examination was standardized across the island city, the invigilator hailed from a different school, and thus Lu Tao did not recognize him. Once the bell rang, the invigilator distributed the examination papers. Lu Tao skimmed through the contents briefly before commencing his essay. While he could copy answers for the other questions, the essay was beyond replication. Fortunately, his fondness for literature had consistently yielded commendable results in his essay writing. Coupled with the ample time allotted for the task, achieving a relatively high score seemed assured. Upon completing his essay, Lu Tao discreetly cast a glance towards Wang Yunlei's position. In no time, he had transcribed all the answers from Wang Yunlei's paper onto his own. Seizing the remaining moments, he also checked Zhang Qian's and her desk mate's papers, cross-referencing their answers. After finishing the Chinese exam, it was time for mathematics. Each subject was allotted a 2-hour duration, and by the time the math examination concluded, it was already noon. The English exam followed, and after a brief 15-minute intermission, they swiftly transitioned into the comprehensive science test. After enduring a grueling 3 hours, the mock examination finally came to a close. Lu Tao, along with Sun Guang and others, exited together. "Tao, I estimate the exam results will be available the day after tomorrow. Do you think Wang Yunlei will pass this time?" Sun Guang asked with a hint of concern. The questions this time are relatively straightforward, primarily derived from past Gaokao examination papers. If one has practiced with previous papers, achieving a respectable score should be quite feasible. Lu Tao shook his head and replied, "Let us wait for the results. How do you all feel about moving into your new home?" "It's wonderful. Compared to my previous room, this one is like comparing a minor sorcerer to a great wizard," Zhao Kuan exclaimed excitedly. "That's great to hear. Our family is likely to move tomorrow as well. Once we are settled, we should visit each other," Lu Tao said with a smile. "Sounds good, no problem." Zhao Kuan and the others readily agreed. "Mom and Dad, have you bought the house today?" Lu Tao inquired as he set down his backpack with a smile. "Yes. We've nearly secured about a dozen options. Your mother is quite exhausted. We've chosen a unit in the Binjiang City Garden, spanning 138 square meters, and it's quite satisfactory in all respects. The convenience of living and the complete amenities are commendable. Moreover, the price is reasonable. After including all expenses, it amounts to only 3,500 per square meter," Lu Guangming replied with a smile. "That sounds good. Have you placed a deposit?" Lu Tao continued to inquire. "Not yet. The owner was not home today. We were shown around by her neighbor. I've already contacted the owner and will visit again tonight to discuss the price." Hoping to negotiate a bit lower, Lu Guangming remarked, shaking his head. "All right, Mom. Didn't you already check out this property?" After finishing dinner, Lu Tao suggested to his father, "Let's head over there. You stay home and rest well." Lu Tao smiled at Guan Aimei after pondering for a moment. "All right, I'll go serve the food. You two can sit down," Guan Aimei said as she exited to the kitchen. Once the meal was completed, Lu Guangming and his son stepped outside. It should be fine. I estimate I'll at least make it into the top 10, Lu Tao declared confidently. In truth, he had deliberately understated his expectations. If he were to directly tell his father that he could secure the first place, he feared his father would be so astonished that he might drop the cigarette dangling from his lips. Even so, Lu Guangming was quite taken aback. It is important to note that Lu Tao's usual ranking was around the 40th place, and such a dramatic improvement left him incredulous. Son, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Lu Guangming inquired skeptically. Actions speak louder than words. You'll see for yourself when the results are out, Lu Tao replied, striding forward with determination. Hey, wait up for me. Lu Guangming hurriedly called after him. Upon exiting the municipal gate, Lu Tao hailed a taxi to the Binjiang city garden. Once they arrived at the entrance of the community, the taxi came to a halt. Lu Tao settled the fare and beckoned his father to alight. Father, would you like to call ahead and check if they're home? Lu Tao asked, glancing at a statue within the community with a smile. Lu Guangming nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket to dial the homeowner's number. The call connected swiftly. After exchanging a few words, Lu Guangming hung up. She'll be down shortly. Let us go, he said, prompting Lu Tao to nod in agreement as he followed Lu Guangming into the complex. Upon their arrival, the landlady was already awaiting them. Good heavens! It's you! Lu Tao exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the landlady's appearance. I, too, did not anticipate it would be you. She responded with a gasp of surprise. What? You two are acquainted? Lu Guangming inquired, his face etched with puzzlement. Dad, allow me to introduce you. This is my language arts instructor, Fan Wenwan, Lu Tao promptly stated. Ah, esteemed instructor Fan. Greetings, Lu Guangming hastily offered. Greetings to you as well. Let us not remain standing here. Shall we retire indoors to converse? Fan Wenwan suggested, gesturing an invitation. The father and son ascended the stairs. Having visited once during the day, they proceeded directly to the third floor. Fan Wenwan unlocked the door and entered. Instructor Fan, have we perhaps entered the incorrect apartment? If memory serves, it should be the one opposite, Lu Guangming queried, his certainty wavering. You have not erred. Both this apartment and the one across the hall are mine. Pray, enter quickly, Fan Wenwan responded, slipping into a pair of slippers and beckoning them inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangming could not suppress a click of his tongue. To consider that the apartments here command a price of over 400,000 yuan apiece, and this instructor Fan, who appears youthful, possesses two such apartments, is indeed rather incredulous. Nevertheless, thoughts notwithstanding, he and Lu Tao promptly entered the dwelling and seated themselves upon the sofa in the living room. Would you care for some refreshment? Fan Wenwan inquired, opening the refrigerator. Instructor Fan, there is no need for such formality. We require nothing, Lu Guangming quickly replied. Perhaps some Sprite would be agreeable. Fan Wenwan spoke as she retrieved 2 cans of Sprite from the refrigerator, placing them before Lu Guangming and his son. Thank you, Lu Guangming acknowledged with a nod. Mr. Lu, she continued straightforwardly, since you are Lu Tao's father, I shall be direct. The original price for this apartment was 3,500 per square meter. However, if you wish to purchase it, I can offer it to you at 3,300. You must be aware that properties in Binhai City Garden are currently not listed below 3,005. Yes, I am aware, Lu Guangming replied. In that case, when shall we proceed with the transfer of ownership? He inquired with a smile. He had initially expected to negotiate a discount of 100 per square meter, but learning that the owner was Lu Tao's teacher, he was pleasantly surprised by the offer of a 200 discount. This meant a savings of at least 10,000. There's no rush. I have papers to grade tomorrow. Let us aim for the weekend. If all goes well, you can move in tomorrow, Fan Wenwan said with a smile. Sounds good. Lu Guangming nodded in agreement. By the way, Lu Tao, how did you fare in the recent Chinese exam? Fan Wenwan shifted the topic. Fairly well. I should score above 100. Lu Tao replied as he opened the can of Sprite before him. Indeed, Lu Guangming thought momentarily, unsure of what to say, merely responding as needed. Lu Tao, from now on we shall be neighbors. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to come to me directly, Fan Wenwan said to Lu Tao. I will, Lu Tao responded before asking, Ms. Fan, do you live here alone? Fan Wenwan nodded. Then why don't you go abroad? Lu Tao then inquired, Teacher Fan, since everything has been settled, we shall not disturb your rest any longer. If all goes well, may we move in tomorrow night? As Lu Guangming spoke, he rose to his feet, with Lu Tao following suit. Certainly, there is no problem at all. Fan Wenwan replied with a smile as she opened the door. The father and son of the Lu family stepped outside. Goodbye, Teacher Fan. Lu Tao waved at Fan Wenwan. Goodbye. Fan Wenwan reciprocated the gesture. The Lu father and son then descended the stairs, departing from the Binjiang city garden. Dad, I never expected the world to be so small. Running into Teacher Fan here, Lu Tao exclaimed with excitement. It is well known throughout the school that Fan Wenwan is exceptionally beautiful, and many male teachers have desired to court her. Yet her feelings remain a mystery, as she has rebuffed their advances. Now that he has the opportunity for closer interaction, he is naturally overjoyed. Indeed, you are truly a blessing for our Lu family. You casually selected a piece of raw jade at Zhongliang's store and made over $1 million, and now running into your Chinese teacher has saved us over 10,000. Lu Guangming said, his mood equally buoyant. To be frank, as a man, he naturally wishes for his wife and children to lead a prosperous life. However, he is a straightforward individual, skilled only in driving and repairing vehicles, and his modest salary is merely sufficient to cover household expenses. If possible, he would certainly aspire to earn more. Although his situation remains unchanged, with Lu Tao's unexpected windfall, they too have benefited from it. This matter requires careful consideration moving forward. Establishing an automobile repair shop would undoubtedly require a substantial investment. What if, in the end, it results in a loss? Lu Guangming expressed his concerns. Experiencing losses is quite normal. Such is the nature of business, where profit and loss coexist. However, without taking the plunge, how can one discern whether it will yield gains or losses? In my opinion, since you already possess the skills to repair vehicles, hiring a few workers should ensure the business thrives. Have you not noticed the increasing number of private cars nowadays? Minor accidents are inevitable, Lu Tao encouraged. He understood that his father harbored a deep desire to open an auto repair shop, but had been held back by financial constraints and a fear of risk, delaying the dream until now. With newfound resources, he was determined to help his father realize this aspiration. All right, since you put it that way, I shall give it a try. However, let us not expand too much, lest we incur excessive losses, Lu Guangming advised. Dad, you always think about losses even before embarking on the venture, Lu Tao chided, casting a glance at his father. Lu Guangming chuckled awkwardly. Once everything was in order, he changed into his nightclothes and instinctively gazed at the ceiling. It was then he remembered that Zhang Qian's family had moved away, a hint of sadness creeping into his expression. Their relationship had finally begun to flourish, and now, evening visits would be impossible. Fortunately, they would be relocating to Binjiang City Garden the following day, allowing him the opportunity to visit Teacher Fan's home. With this thought, his spirits lifted slightly. Life is always a balance of gains and losses. When God closes one door, he opens another. Such is the way of existence. The subsequent day, Lu Tao abstained from heading directly to school. Instead, he sought out a secluded spot behind the building and interred the cloth sack within a newly excavated pit. His immediate concern was attending school. The discovery of such a substantial cache of gold within his possession would undoubtedly incite a considerable commotion. After all, this bounty was illicitly obtained from the very brigands he had double-crossed. Should the authorities launch a thorough investigation, it was conceivable that even his possession of the celestial eye would be unveiled. Upon arriving at school, Lu Tao exchanged greetings with Zhang Qian and the others before settling into his designated seat. The instructors were preoccupied with grading the recently administered mock examinations, rendering the morning classes self-study sessions. The protracted duration of self-study proved arduous to endure. Lu Tao approached Sun Wei, who was engrossed in a novel, and gently tapped his shoulder, inquiring, "Do you have any more? May I borrow one?" Without hesitation, Sun Wei retrieved 3 volumes from his desk and extended them to Lu Tao. After perusing the titles, Lu Tao ultimately selected How Could a Golden Dragon Be Confined to a Pond? He found the title to be particularly audacious, anticipating a fervently passionate narrative. However, upon perusing a mere 2 pages, he sensed a certain impropriety. To his dismay, it was a novel of an explicitly erotic nature. Were he at home, Such a book would be tolerable, as any physiological response could be addressed discreetly. However, in the confines of the classroom, such a book was an invitation to trouble. Sun Wei, you rogue, do you have any other books? Lu Tao muttered under his breath. Is this one not to your liking? Sun Wei inquired with a mischievous grin, while simultaneously retrieving the remaining 2 volumes from his desk. Are these also of an erotic nature? Lu Tao queried, refraining from accepting the proffered books, his countenance etched with perplexity. Return it to me, will you? Sun Wei readily agreed. As they conversed, a novel resting on Lu Tao's desk was suddenly seized. Lu Tao turned to find it was their class monitor, Fang Xiaolong. Fang Xiaolong, what are you up to? Lu Tao asked, clearly displeased. Typically, he had read such books during class without Fang ever intervening. Was it possible the sun had risen from the west today? Hand the book over, Lu Tao said coldly, not wishing for their homeroom teacher to discover his reading material during class. Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Tao chose not to say anything further. He stood up, tugged at Fang Xiaolong and reached for the book. Hey, Lu Tao, how dare you pull me? Fang Xiaolong swung his fist toward Lu Tao's face. Lu Tao smiled slightly, caught Fang's fist with his hand, and twisted it forcefully. Fang Xiaolong immediately felt a sharp pain shoot through his wrist, causing his body to lean away. Lu Tao, let go. We're all classmates. Is this really necessary? Some classmates attempted to mediate. With a cold snort, Lu Tao released his grip and returned to his seat. You just wait here. Fang Xiaolong, enduring the pain, hurriedly exited the classroom. Lu Tao understood Fang's intentions and swiftly retrieved 2 novels from his backpack to return to Sun Wei, advising, hide the books. If the homeroom teacher comes by, do not admit to anything. Sun Wei remained silent, merely nodding. He wasn't foolish. If the novels were confiscated, it would be of no benefit to him either. Fang Xiaolong exited the classroom, and before he reached the head teacher's office, he fortuitously encountered Qi Zhenxiang approaching him. He was acutely aware of Qi Zhenxiang's simmering rage following the previous altercation with Lu Tao, and he knew this was an opportune moment not to be squandered. With this thought in mind, he promptly greeted Qi Zhenxiang. Lu Tao was indeed a lawless individual. It was imperative to teach him a lesson. Upon finishing his statement, Qi Zhenxiang made his way to the entrance of Class 5 of the 3rd year. Observing this, Fang Xiaolong felt a surge of delight and quickly followed suit. He understood that as long as Qi Zhenxiang took charge of the situation, Lu Tao would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After all, Lu Tao was in the wrong this time. Even if Qi Zhenxiang were to give him a beating, it would be entirely justified. Director Qi, I just saw that book. It is indeed a martial arts novel, and one with explicit content. If you don't believe me, you can search his desk drawer. Fang Xiaolong had not anticipated that Lu Tao would outright deny it, so he hastily devised a plan. He realized that if they could not locate this book today, he would have no means of confronting Lu Tao effectively. Qi Zhenxiang nodded and commanded Lu Tao, take out all the books from your desk drawer. I simply refuse to do so. What can you do about it? Lu Tao defiantly rejected Qi Zhenxiang's unreasonable demand. Get up. Qi Zhenxiang reached out, attempting to pull Lu Tao from his seat. Directori, I hold you in respect as my teacher, and I do not wish to hold a grudge against you. However, if you continue in this manner, do not expect me to remain courteous. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Tao's eyes. He is no longer the boy who could be easily bullied. He has his own ideals and aspirations, and in the face of these unjust encounters, he will never compromise. You little brat, come out with me, Qi Zhenxiang said, grabbing Lu Tao's arm and dragging him out forcefully. Lu Tao did not resist in the classroom, allowing himself to be pulled out. However, as soon as they stepped out of the classroom, Lu Tao swiftly knocked Qi Zhenxiang to the ground, leaving him groaning in pain. Lu Tao, you just wait. Qi Zhenxiang slowly got up from the ground, pointing at Lu Tao threateningly. Then he shouted at Fang Xiaolong, come, let's go to the principal's office. We'll let the principal handle this. This is outrageous. Fang Xiaolong, without hesitation, quickly followed Qi Zhenxiang downstairs. Lu Tao watched their retreating figures, a faint smile playing on his lips. He clapped his hands and walked back into the classroom. All eyes in the class were on him. It must be noted that since they entered the 4th high school, they had always been subjected to Qi Zhenxiang's corporal punishment, but no one dared to stand up and resist. Now, Lu Tao had not only stood up but had also beaten Qi Jinqiang twice. It was nothing short of a miracle. All he could do now was wait. Chapter 44. Quelling the storm, Qi Jinqiang and Fang Xiaolong quickly arrived at the principal's office, not even bothering to knock before pushing the door open and walking in. Principal Lu was reading a newspaper and was momentarily startled by their abrupt entrance. He then set down the newspaper and asked with a smile, "Director Qi, you seem to be in a hurry. Has something happened?" Upon being questioned, Qi Jinqiang immediately recognized that his earlier behavior had indeed been quite impolite. After all, this was the principal's office, and he was merely a department head. He should have knocked before entering. What if the principal had been occupied with something? It was quite improper of him to rush in so hastily. "Principal Lu, I have an urgent matter to report to you. You must remember the student Lu Tao, correct?" Qi Jinqiang hastily explained. Principal Lu nodded and replied with a smile. "Please, continue. Is it possible that there has been a misunderstanding?" Principal Lu inquired, adjusting his glasses with a grin after hearing the report. "If you doubt my words, you may ask him. He is the class monitor of Lu Tao's class," Qi Jinqiang quickly said, motioning for Fang Xiaolong to step forward. "Given this situation, how can you substantiate that Lu Tao is in a martial arts novel? You must provide evidence." Principal Lu pondered aloud. "I have eyewitnesses. I will go to the classroom and summon them immediately," Fang Xiaolong exclaimed. His spirits lifted at once. When he confiscated Lu Tao's book earlier, there must have been witnesses. Even if no one had seen it, he could ask a few male friends to vouch for him. "Make sure to call Lu Tao as well. I need to inquire about this matter more thoroughly," Principal Lu instructed. "Understood," Fang Xiaolong responded, and without delay, he exited the principal's office and hurried towards the classroom. Soon, he returned to the principal's office, accompanied by Lu Tao and others. "Principal Lu," Lu Tao greeted as he entered. Lu Tao glanced at Qi Jinqiang and others, shook his head and said, "I am currently preoccupied with my studies during class. Where would I find the time for martial arts novels? Someone with poor eyesight mistook my book for a martial arts novel." "Lu Tao, don't slander me. I clearly saw the content of the book. It was indeed a martial arts novel and, moreover, the kind unsuitable for minors." At this point, Fang Xiaolong turned to two students with whom he had a good relationship and said, "You were both there at the time. You should know what kind of book it was, right? Are you two really clear about what kind of book that was? Fine. You two tell me, what kind of book was it?" Seeing them nod, Lu Tao sneered and questioned. Before Lu Tao could continue his interrogation, Principal Lu approached the two students, smiled, and said, "Lift your heads and speak. Tell me, did you two really not see what kind of book it was? If you lie, I will call your parents and have them come here for a good chat." Upon hearing the principal's words, the two students were immediately stunned. They had originally intended to help Fang Xiaolong, never expecting the principal to resort to such tactics. If they lied and their parents were called, they would surely be punished. Thinking this, they could no longer consider loyalty to their friend and shook their heads. "Since you didn't see clearly, why did you lie? Was someone instructing you to do this?" Principal Lu said, glancing at Fang Xiaolong and Qi Jinqiang standing nearby. The two students nodded and pointed at Fang Xiaolong, saying, "It was the class monitor who asked us to testify." "Director Qi, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding this matter. Perhaps we should leave it at that," suggested Principal Lu as he gazed at Qi Jinqiang. "Principal, even if Lu Tao did not bring a novel to class, he still struck me. Should I simply accept this assault without consequence?" Qi Jinqiang was unwilling to let the matter rest and quickly expressed his grievances. "Lu Tao, what prompted you to strike him?" Principal Lu furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Lu Tao with a questioning gaze. "Director Qi, why did you rummage through the student's desk? Are you not aware that such actions infringe upon the rights of the student? This is a school, and as the head of the department, you cannot act recklessly. Let today's events conclude here, and if you have further concerns, please remain after class for a private discussion," Principal Lu admonished without reservation. Qi Jinqiang was momentarily taken aback by Principal Lu's stern reprimand. Having worked at the 4th high school for some time, he had seldom encountered such direct criticism from the principal. Although he still felt a surge of frustration, he knew that continuing to vent his anger would not bode well for him, especially if it led to conflict with the principal. He cast a resigned glance at Lu Tao and slowly nodded. I will, he replied. After Lu Tao finished speaking, he left the office. You are the class monitor of the third-year class 5, correct? As the monitor, your actions are commendable. However, should you find yourself in a similar situation in the future, exercise caution to avoid misunderstandings like today's. Principal Lu continued, addressing Feng Xiaolong. Feng Xiaolong remained silent, simply nodding vigorously. What more could he say? Whatever he uttered would likely not be believed by the principal. He was left with no choice but to swallow his indignation. Both of you should refrain from engaging in deceitful acts in the future. It is imperative to understand that perjury is also a criminal offense. Do you comprehend? Principal Lu continued addressing the other two boys, who nodded in agreement. This was their first time in the principal's office, and their evident anxiety led them to confess rather quickly. Feng Xiaolong and the two boys promptly exited the office. Once they had departed, Principal Lu turned to Qi Jinqiang and earnestly remarked, Director Qi, it is indeed essential for you to amend your approach to work. Relying solely on punitive measures will not resolve any issues. Such actions may only exacerbate their rebellious tendencies. Should any harm befall the students, you too will be implicated. I believe it would be more prudent to entrust the students' matters to their respective homeroom teachers. Simply ensure effective communication between you and the teachers. Now you may go. Principal Lu gestured dismissively, and Qi Jinqiang exited the office, closing the door behind him. Chapter 45. The test results are released. As he reached the door, Feng Xiaolong encountered the other two boys head-on. Lu Tao shot him a cold smile before departing the classroom with Sun Guang and the others. Tao, the reason they are targeting you this time is undoubtedly due to Zhang Qian. He has been envious of your proximity to her in recent days, Zhao Kuan remarked. Ignore him. If he troubles me again, I will make him regret it, Lu Tao replied nonchalantly, glancing at Zhang Qian beside him. Zhao Kuan, just because you remain silent does not mean others will treat you as mute. Zhang Qian expressed her displeasure. Am I wrong, Zhang Qian? Feng Xiaolong's affection for you has not been a fleeting sentiment. If you do not reciprocate his feelings, it would be prudent to convey your disinterest directly to him, lest he continues to create trouble for Tao. Zhao Kuan remarked with evident displeasure. Although he and Zhang Qian once resided in the same courtyard, they had scarcely exchanged a few words. Were it not for Lu Tao's persistent desire to pursue a romantic relationship with Zhang Qian, he would have little inclination to engage in idle chatter with her. Now, the fact that Feng Xiaolong is causing Lu Tao distress on her behalf has left him exceedingly irate, thus rendering his tone rather brusque. Am I the one who instigated his troubles with Lu Tao? How can you attribute the blame for this matter to me? I have no desire to converse with you all. I am going to have my meal, Zhang Qian declared, and with that, she departed alone towards the cafeteria. Kuan, it is indeed unfair to place the blame on Zhang Qian. She is not involved with Feng Xiaolong. It is solely his unreciprocated affections that have led to this situation. What has transpired is in the past. Let us proceed to dine, Lu Tao said with a smile directed at Zhao Kuan, then strode confidently towards the cafeteria, with Zhao Kuan and the others trailing behind. The results of the recent mock examination have been compiled. Here are the report cards, one for each student. As the homeroom teacher spoke, he distributed the report cards, beginning with the first row and instructing the students to pass them along. Before the report card reached Lu Tao, numerous gasps of astonishment filled the air. No way! Lu Tao actually secured the first position. Could there be an error in the tallying of results? It is difficult to say. If he had placed 41st, I might find that plausible, but first place is simply outrageous. As the discussions swirled around them, the homeroom teacher approached Lu Tao with a cheerful smile, saying, Lu Tao, could you step outside with me for a moment? Engrossed in examining his report card, Lu Tao nodded upon hearing his name, casually stowing the report card into his backpack before following the teacher outside. Lu Tao, you have secured the top position in our class and 5th in the entire grade. I am curious to know how you improved so remarkably, the teacher inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. The astonishing leap from Lu Tao's previous rank of over 40 to 1st in the class was indeed hard for anyone to digest. Teacher, to be honest, I deliberately performed poorly before. I was concealing my true abilities. Had it not been for my wager with Wang Yunlei, I would have continued this charade. I initially intended to surprise you all during the college entrance examination, But alas. Lu Tao sighed, his words trailing off. The teacher, taken aback by Lu Tao's candid explanation, found himself at a loss. After years of teaching graduating classes, he had never encountered a student who had so meticulously hidden their true potential. What could possibly be the motive behind such a performance? Lu Tao, my dear boy, I truly do not understand what goes on in your mind. On my way here, I happened to pass by the Chinese department and ran into Teacher Fan, who mentioned she would like to see you. You should head over there, the homeroom teacher said, a note of exasperation in his voice. This time, Lu Tao achieved first place, securing fifth in the entire grade, which indeed brought him considerable honor. Moreover, due to Lu Tao's exceptional performance, the average scores across all subjects saw a significant increase, much to the delight of his teachers. Upon hearing that Fan Wenwan was seeking him, Lu Tao promptly bid farewell to his homeroom teacher and made his way towards the Chinese language office. Along the way, he encountered several teachers, who all nodded in acknowledgement as he passed, their gazes akin to that of beholding a prodigy. Upon reaching the Chinese language office, Lu Tao announced his arrival before stepping inside to stand before Fan Wenwan. Lu Tao, I never expected you to perform so brilliantly this time, she exclaimed. You scored 132 in Chinese, securing the top position in the class, far surpassing the 100 we initially agreed upon. Speak up. What would you like me to do? Fan Wenwan inquired, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Lu Tao's remarkable achievement not only brought her prestige as a Chinese teacher, but also elevated the average scores of Class 5 in their senior year, placing them at the forefront. Teacher Fan, I do have a favor to ask of you. Since you are still mindful of our wager, it would be fitting for you to assist me with this matter, thereby fulfilling your promise. Lu Tao responded eagerly after hearing her words. What is it? As long as it is within my capability, I shall certainly assist you, Fan Wenwan readily agreed. The bond between Lu Tao and her had evolved beyond mere teacher and student. They were now also neighbors, which undeniably drew them closer together. I have a friend who is unable to attend school due to health reasons, and I would like to request that you find some time to tutor her. Would you be able to do that? Lu Tao glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, No problem. Should we go tonight or over the weekend? Fan Wenwan asked with a smile. Fan Wenwan nodded and replied, All right. In truth, your current grades are already quite impressive. You can certainly tutor her. Why do I have to go? Lu Tao casually offered an excuse. I have things to do tonight and won't have time to give her extra lessons. He could utilize the heavenly eye to achieve remarkable scores, but truly grasping the knowledge was another matter. He wouldn't dare tutor others, lest he expose his own shortcomings. When did you become so busy in the evenings? You aren't just busy reviewing, are you? Fan Wenwan teased. At this rate, you might even get into prestigious schools like Tsinghua or Peking University. Lu Tao replied somewhat bashfully, That seems unlikely, but I should have no problem with a key university. At that moment, someone entered from outside and approached Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan. It was El Chunda. With school about to end, his purpose for coming at this time was evident. He merely wished to invite Fan Wenwan to dinner. Teacher Fan, do you have time tonight? I went to Yuanzhongfang for dinner with friends yesterday and found the food delightful. I would like to invite you to try it. El Chunda asked with a broad smile. His pursuit of Fan Wenwan was well known among the faculty. It had become customary for him to visit the Chinese language office whenever he was on duty. If he missed a day, the other teachers in the office would feel a sense of unease and occasionally speculate whether something had happened to him. Apologies, but I have prior commitments this evening. Let us postpone. Fan Wenwan, as usual, offered a gracious refusal. She held no romantic interest in El Chunda, and for those who failed to ignite any feelings within her, she resolutely refused to entertain any opportunities. This was Lu Tao, of course. At that moment, El Chunda turned to Lu Tao, who was standing nearby, and with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, Lu Tao, could you step outside for a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. Upon witnessing his eager demeanor, Lu Tao instantly discerned his intentions and followed him outside. Once outside, El Chunda, unable to contain his excitement, declared, Lu Tao, I am aware that your recent Chinese exam score exceeded 100. You have indeed won the wager. Here's the deal. Assist me in persuading Teacher Fan to dine with me once. Name your price for any favors. Upon hearing his proposition, Lu Tao mused to herself about how some men would go to great lengths, even to the point of financial ruin, in their pursuit of women. Since he was so eager to debase himself, Lu Tao resolved to indulge him. With that thought, she turned to El Chunda and said, El Laosher, why don't you wait here a moment? I will go inside and speak with Teacher Fan to see if she might grant you this favor. As for your compensation, should you be inclined to offer something, I have no extravagant demands. Simply procure me an iPhone 4, which I understand retails for approximately 4,000. However, in order to share a meal with Fan Wenwan, it is needless to say that he would have to part with not merely 4,000 but even 8,000, for once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily acquiesced. Lu Tao, your smile is so radiant. Has Lu Chunda shared something with you? You wouldn't be suggesting that I accompany him to dinner, would you? Fan Wenwan shot Lu Tao a disapproving glance and inquired. Should Lu Tao indeed agree to Lu Chunda, she would undoubtedly sever all ties with him henceforth. It's merely a meal, and besides, I shall be there too. At worst, I can order the dishes, and if he speaks out of turn, it shall not reflect upon you, Lu Tao mused, grinning. All right, I shall heed your advice. I'll call your father to inform him, lest he worry, Fan Wenwan remarked, retrieving her phone from her pocket as she spoke. Lu Tao nodded in agreement, saying, I will wait for you outside with Teacher Lu. Just come out when you're ready. Fan Wenwan remained silent, merely nodding in response. Subsequently, Lu Tao exited the office. As Lu Chunda saw him emerge, he hurriedly approached. Lu Tao, how did it go? Is Teacher Fan coming or not? Lu Chunda asked, his anxiety palpable. Lu Tao couldn't help but shake his head inwardly at Lu Chunda's eagerness, responding with a smile. Rest assured, everything is settled. Teacher Fan has agreed to dine, but with one condition. She insists on my company. She stated that if you are unwilling, then she shall not attend. No way, you are going along too? Lu Chunda exclaimed in astonishment. He initially envisioned a delightful dinner with Fan Wenwan, followed by a movie, hoping that perhaps something more would naturally unfold. To his surprise, Fan Wenwan proposed such a condition, adding an unwelcome complication to their evening, which left him somewhat vexed. However, what could he do now? The situation had progressed to this point, and if he were to abandon the plan now, it would be nearly impossible to arrange another dinner with Fan Wenwan. Considering this, he ultimately decided to acquiesce. Lu Tao observed the glum expression on his face and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He had no intention of being courteous to someone so oblivious in their pursuit of a woman, and this would also earn him a modicum of gratitude from Fan Wenwan, a trifecta of benefits, indeed. At that moment, Fan Wenwan emerged from the office, noticing Lu Chunda's somewhat displeased demeanor, which she understood all too well. She smiled at Lu Tao and said, Have you two come to an agreement? We can leave now. Lu Chunda quickly nodded in affirmation, stating, I'll go fetch the car. You two wait for me in front of the teaching building. With that, he hastily departed towards the parking lot. Lu Tao watched his retreating figure before smiling at Fan Wenwan, and the two strolled side by side away from the teaching building. After a brief period, Lu Chunda arrived in his Peugeot 407, parking it in front of Fan Wenwan. Without waiting for him to exit, Lu Tao opened the rear door, gesturing for Fan Wenwan to enter. Once she was seated, he followed suit and closed the door behind him. El Chunda had initially intended for Fan Wenwan to occupy the passenger seat, allowing them to engage in conversation on their way to the restaurant. However, he was taken aback by Lu Tao's interference, which incited a profound irritation within him. Under the current circumstances, it seemed as though it was Lu Tao who had invited Fan Wenwan to dinner, rather than himself. What an absurd situation this was. Yet, with Fan Wenwan already seated in the back, what could he possibly say? He could only swallow his frustration in silence. Lu Tao, glancing at El Chunda's increasingly troubled expression through the rearview mirror, felt a surge of delight. The thought of continuing to outmaneuver him filled Lu Tao with anticipation. He could easily envision El Chunda's expression, likely no better than that of a dish of overcooked pig liver. The vehicle swiftly departed from the school, heading toward the Yuan Zhongfang area. Inside the car, Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan were in close proximity, their bodies nearly touching. Perhaps in Fan Wenwan's eyes, Lu Tao was merely a child, lacking any sense of wariness. This very notion allowed her to maintain an unguarded closeness with him. Furthermore, as neighbors, they adhered to the adage that distant relatives are not as valuable as nearby friends. In times of need, mutual support was essential. Moreover, given Lu Tao's remarkable academic performance, which not only avoided hindering the class but also elevated the average score in Chinese, it was no wonder Fan Wenwan had achieved the top mark in the subject. All these factors combined led her to harbor an unprecedented level of fondness for Lu Tao. Conversely, Lu Tao had never entertained any illusions about Fan Wenwan. Her extraordinary beauty attracted suitors in droves, and even if he were to queue up, he would never reach her. Thus, he resolved to abandon such thoughts entirely. However, he was no longer the same as before. Possessing the heavenly eye signified wealth, and with wealth came the means to pursue women. The prospect of being with Fan Wenwan was indeed an appealing choice. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile graced his lips. Soon they arrived at the hotel. El Chunda found a vacant space to park, and the three of them alighted from the vehicle. Upon entering the restaurant, El Chunda requested a private room and followed the waiter inside. "What would you like to eat?" The waiter inquired after they had settled at the table, placing the menu before them. "Teacher Fan, why don't you order?" El Chunda hastily placed the menu in front of Fan Wenwan. After all, his purpose for coming here was not merely to dine, but to seize the opportunity to spend time with Fan Wenwan. The choice of food was of little consequence to him. "Lu Tao, you should order." Fan Wenwan smiled at Lu Tao, casually handing the menu to him. Lu Tao did not respond. Instead, turning to El Chunda with a grin, he asked, "Teacher El, is it all right if I place the order?" El Chunda shook his head and replied, "Feel free to order whatever you like." Seeing his approval, Lu Tao immediately became more forthright, ordering several expensive dishes. Once he had ordered nearly 10 items, he turned to El Chunda and Fan Wenwan, asking, "Teacher El, Teacher Fan, would you like something to drink?" El Chunda remained silent, merely glancing at Fan Wenwan, as if seeking her opinion. Fan Wenwan smiled at Lu Tao and said, "Perhaps we should skip the alcohol and just enjoy a simple meal." Unexpectedly, Lu Tao shook his head and remarked, "How can one enjoy a meal without a drink? That would be rather dreary, wouldn't you agree, Teacher El?" Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, El Chunda felt a surge of joy within him. He had initially hoped to encourage Fan Wenwan to partake in some wine. Although he was unaware of her tolerance for alcohol, any opportunity to indulge would certainly increase his chances. When Fan Wenwan had previously stated her refusal to drink, he felt somewhat disheartened. Thus, Lu Tao's spontaneous suggestion to drink was a welcome surprise, and he readily nodded in agreement. Lu Tao then perused the selection of wines, ultimately choosing a bottle of red wine without hesitation. After all, his intention for the evening was solely to encourage El Chunda to spend generously. Everything else was of little concern to him. Subsequently, he handed the menu to the waiter, stating, "That will suffice." Once the waiter departed, El Chunda poured tea for both Fan Wenwan and Lu Tao, flashed them a smile and said, "You two sit tight for a moment. I'll be right back after a quick visit to the restroom." Fan Wenwan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 47. Unprepared, sir. How may I assist you? The waiter inquired with a smile. Very well. May I ask which private room you are in? The waiter continued. No sooner had El Chunda finished speaking than he turned and exited the restaurant. Once outside, he glanced around as if searching for something. He then proceeded to walk leftward, halting in front of a health supplement store. After a brief moment of hesitation at the entrance, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. A plump woman in her 40s was reclining in a wicker chair, watching television. Upon noticing his arrival, she quickly rose to greet him. "What would you like to purchase?" The plump woman inquired with a cheerful smile. She promptly retrieved several varieties from the shelf and placed them before him, explaining that these selections were quite popular. El Chunda glanced over them and found them to be rather similar. He casually picked one box and proceeded to pay before leaving. Observing his eagerness, the plump woman couldn't help but shake her head, pondering which girl would suffer this time. The attendant, blissfully unaware that the bottle had been tampered with, accepted it with a smile. "Apologies, my stomach feels a bit uneasy," El Chunda said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He took a seat and poured red wine into glasses for everyone at the table. By this time, most of the dishes had been served. He lifted his glass, smiling at Fan Wenwan. "Teacher Fan, let us have a drink to whet our appetites." Initially reluctant to drink, Fan Wenwan felt compelled to comply with his invitation and took a sip from her glass. Seeing her take a drink brought a flicker of joy to El Chunda's heart, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. This slight change did not escape Lu Tao's notice. Although he was unsure of the reason behind El Chunda's smile, he sensed something amiss, particularly when he observed that El Chunda had only encouraged Fan Wenwan to drink while abstaining himself, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Teacher El, you should drink as well. Lu Tao raised his glass toward El Chunda, beckoning him. To his surprise, El Chunda waved his hand and replied with a smile, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'd prefer to eat something first before drinking. Please enjoy yourselves. Upon hearing his words, Lu Tao's doubts deepened. It was precisely for this reason that he felt compelled to abstain from alcohol. With this thought in mind, he set down his wine glass and suggested, let us indulge in some dishes first. El Chunda noticed his refusal to drink, raising an eyebrow in response. However, he could not voice his thoughts at that moment and instead awaited an opportunity to coax Lu Tao into partaking. During the meal, El Chunda incessantly conversed with Fan Wenwan, seemingly oblivious to Lu Tao's presence. This was fortuitous for Lu Tao, who, seizing the moment when El Chunda was distracted, discreetly poured out nearly half of the red wine in his glass, then remarked, this wine possesses a rather delightful flavor. Teacher El, you should indulge a bit as well. El Chunda, engaged in conversation with Fan Wenwan and occasionally observing her expressions, was startled by Lu Tao's unexpected call. However, upon noticing that Lu Tao's glass was half empty, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. If Lu Tao were to consume alcohol, it would facilitate his effortless plan to whisk Fan Wenwan away. As the meal progressed, Fan Wenwan took a couple more sips of red wine, her complexion reddening and her demeanor becoming increasingly restless. El Chunda recognized that the effects of the drug were beginning to take hold. If they remained here much longer, he would have to address the situation on the spot, a scenario he wished to avoid. Given that Lu Tao had only begun drinking later, he had yet to exhibit any significant reaction. Thus, he flashed a smile at Lu Tao and said, I shall step out to settle the bill. You help Teacher Fan as she has had a bit too much. Lu Tao, observing Fan Wenwan's flushed face and the dazed look in her eyes, felt a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, there was indeed something amiss with the wine, perhaps akin to the deceptions employed by Mr. Wang and his associates. Fortunately, he had refrained from partaking, for who knows what calamity might have ensued. Nonetheless, the situation had reached a critical juncture. He must ensure the safety of Fan Wenwan. Should the nefarious schemes of El Chunda, a heartless creature, come to fruition, he would have no face left to meet Fan Wenwan. With this thought in mind, he assisted Fan Wenwan in leaving the private room and descended the stairs. At this moment, El Chunda had already settled the bill, which amounted to over 13,000 yuan. Initially irritated by the exorbitant cost of the meal, money that could have afforded a dozen escorts, his displeasure swiftly dissipated at the prospect of intimate moments with Fan Wenwan. Lu Tao guided Fan Wenwan to the parking area and opened the car door for her. El Chunda promptly joined them. Excellent. El Chunda readily agreed. Lu Tao, through the rearview mirror, noted El Chunda's constant glances at them, fully aware that he was waiting for him to succumb to the same state as Fan Wenwan. In light of this, he decided to accommodate El Chunda's expectations. Pretending to be overwhelmed by heat, he yearned to shed his clothing. El Chunda, observing his reaction in the mirror, felt a surge of joy. He quickly searched for a nearby hotel, parked the car, and exited. Mr. L, have we arrived? Lu Tao inquired, a tinge of anxiety in his voice. Not yet. Both you and Teacher Fan are quite inebriated. Let us find a place for you to rest. El Chunda replied, supporting Fan Wenwan as they made their way into the hotel. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Tao hastily exited the vehicle and followed suit. Upon entering, Lu Chunda requested 2 guest rooms, and with the guidance of a staff member, they proceeded inside. Unexpectedly, as he assisted Fan Wenwan into the room, Lu Tao entered right behind them. Lu Chunda gently placed Fan Wenwan onto the bed, only to turn and find Lu Tao, his expression filled with discontent. He quickly urged Lu Tao, saying, Come, I will escort you to the next room. Why should I go next door? I intend to sleep here, Lu Tao retorted, collapsing onto the bed, fortuitously aligning himself beside Fan Wenwan. This is Teacher Fan's resting place. You cannot stay here. Get up at once. Lu Chunda, perceiving the situation, rushed forward to pull Lu Tao, attempting to lift him. However, Lu Tao's body seemed glued to the bed, resisting all efforts to be moved. Realizing the futility of his attempts with Lu Tao, Lu Chunda decided to grasp Fan Wanwan instead. Yet, before he could even touch her arm, Lu Tao's left hand swiftly encircled Fan Wanwan's back, holding her firmly. As Fan Wanwan's movements grew increasingly agitated, Lu Chunda felt his frustration boiling over. He seized Lu Tao's arm, intending to pry him away, but Lu Tao flipped over, anxiously shouting, "Who are you? Let go." Seeing Lu Tao's dazed eyes, Lu Chunda thought to himself that this fellow was on the verge of succumbing to overwhelming desire. If he did not act swiftly to remove him, who could predict the ensuing chaos? With that thought, he tightened his grip. In response, Lu Tao smirked inwardly, seizing the opportunity to stand and deliver a resounding slap to Lu Chunda. Lu Chunda never dreamed that Lu Tao would actually resort to violence. Stunned for a moment, he then shouted in anger, "Why did you hit me? Who do you think you are? Get out of here now." Lu Tao, in a daze, cursed back and slapped him again. Lu Chunda's cheek swelled up instantly. He had intended to engage in a fierce battle with Fan Wanwan, but before he could even begin to enjoy himself, he was slapped twice, which infuriated him beyond words. "Lu Tao, damn you, get out!" Ignoring the pain, Lu Chunda grabbed Lu Tao's clothes, trying to drag him out. Seeing Lu Chunda's furious and humiliated state, Lu Tao decided not to hold back. He punched Lu Chunda, knocking him out, then dragged him to another open room, threw him onto the bed, and closed the door on his way out. By this time, Fan Wanwan was already on the edge, unable to hold back. She frantically tore at Lu Tao's clothes, her face flushed with urgency. Seeing this, Lu Tao thought to himself that there was no escaping this situation today. Helpless, he let her undress him, and they both fell onto the bed. Being his first time, Lu Tao had no idea what to do and could only let her take the lead. Fan Wanwan climbed on top of him, grabbing his member and thrusting it inside her. Lu Tao felt as if he was being torn apart. The pain was excruciating. But what else could he do but comply? He couldn't just watch Fan Wanwan suffer. Although he had feelings for her, he never imagined things would progress so quickly, and under such circumstances, it felt incredibly awkward. The process of entering was far from smooth. After much ado, Lu Tao finally managed to enter, by which time Fan Wanwan's brows had furrowed into a tight knot, her expression a portrait of anguish. Once Lu Tao was guided inside, she gradually leaned onto him, opening her mouth to bite his shoulder. Lu Tao never anticipated that she would bite him, and with such ferocity, as if she wished to gnaw the flesh from his shoulder. A cold sweat instantly beaded upon his forehead. Perhaps due to it being his first time, he quickly surrendered. Fan Wanwan then lay beside him. The earlier restlessness vanished without a trace, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Observing her demeanor, Lu Tao couldn't help but shake his head. He felt an acute apprehension at the thought of Fan Wanwan awakening, for he was at a loss for words. Gently, he parted her legs and meticulously cleaned her. This was his first encounter with a woman's intimate area, and his heart raced wildly. After tending to her, he dressed her, then donned his own clothes. The wait felt interminable. Chapter 48. Fish die and nets break. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until Fan Wanwan slowly regained consciousness. She felt a wave of pain below, and as she attempted to rise, the discomfort intensified. At that moment, she noticed Lu Tao sitting beside her. Although she was unaware of what had transpired, in this uncertain environment, an ominous premonition enveloped her. "Teacher Fan, you have finally awakened," Lu Tao interjected before she could utter a word. Fan Wanwan, with a bewildered expression, inquired, "Where am I? A hotel? Are you saying this is a hotel? Why are we here?" Upon hearing this revelation, she abruptly sat up, only to be overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that pierced her to the core. As a woman, although she had never engaged intimately with any man, the current sensation made her acutely aware that she seemed to have suffered some form of violation. After listening to his words, she appeared to grasp the unfolding situation. She slowly descended from the bed, enduring the intense pain as she made her way to the restroom. After a while, the sound of her sobbing emerged from within. Lu Tao contemplated entering, yet hesitated. Although he had performed an admirable deed by preventing Fan Wenwan from being subjected to the vile indignities of Lu Chunda, what had he himself done? In the end, he too had been intimate with Fan Wenwan. So what did that make him? Perhaps even less than a beast. After some time, the restroom door opened, and Fan Wenwan stepped out. She had washed her face, her visage no longer betraying the traces of tears. Upon approaching Lu Tao, she found herself at a loss for words. How was she to confront this young man who was 5 or 6 years her junior? After all, she was his teacher. Moreover, she had never intended to engage romantically with her student. Yet, the circumstances had irrevocably changed, and she could not act as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, this was her first experience. She had striven to preserve that moment for her wedding night. Yet, the stark reality before her was almost too much to bear. "Professor Fan, are you all right?" Lu Tao inquired with concern. To be honest, he was still in pain below. If it hadn't been for Fan Wenjuan's distress at that moment, he wouldn't have chosen to engage in such a relationship with her. Fan Wenwan shook her head and said, "Lu Tao, please don't mention today's events to anyone, or I won't be able to stay at the school. Don't worry, I know what to do. Professor Fan, El Chunda is in the next room. Would you like to go over? I can promise not to say anything, but I can't control his mouth. If he starts spreading rumors at school tomorrow, then I'm afraid." Lu Tao expressed his worries. "That damned El Chunda. I need to confront him directly and get some answers." As Fan Wenwan spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for the constraints of modern society against arbitrary killing, she would have already taken a kitchen knife and hacked El Chunda to pieces, ridding the world of such scum who continue to harm others. Seeing this, Lu Tao quickly opened the door, and the two of them went to another guest room. At that moment, El Chunda had not yet awakened. Lu Tao's punch had indeed been quite forceful, leaving him lying unconscious in bed for so long. When Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan entered and patted his face, he slowly came to. Upon seeing Lu Tao, he abruptly sat up. Hearing Fan Wenjuan's words, El Chunda broke out in a cold sweat all over. He had originally thought of spending a pleasant night with her, but unexpectedly, Lu Tao had turned everything into a mess. Thinking of this, his gaze turned towards Lu Tao, only to find that Lu Tao was also looking at him, which deepened the chill in his heart. Teacher Fan is addressing you. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, I strongly advise you to speak the truth, lest you suffer the repercussions, Lu Tao remarked coldly, regarding the hypocritical figure before him. "Teacher Fan, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. We had just exited the circular table after our meal, and both you and Lu Tao appeared somewhat dazed. I brought you here so you might rest, but unexpectedly, this student, inebriated, assaulted me, rendering me unconscious. I have been in this state ever since," El Chunda hurriedly clarified. Although he was unaware of the circumstances between Fan Wenwan and Lu Tao, the latter's demeanor suggested she had already found satisfaction, or else she would not be present here. His only option was to feign ignorance, maintaining a facade of unawareness. "Is that so?" Fan Wenwan inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon El Chunda's face, each word deliberate and probing. El Chunda nodded earnestly. "Indeed, that is the case. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Lu Tao." "El Chunda, I had considered addressing you as teacher, but it has become apparent that you are unworthy of the title. My colleague and I merely partook of a modest amount of wine. Is it conceivable that we could become intoxicated? I suspect there was something illicit involved. If you refuse to acknowledge this, I shall not hesitate to contact the police and request an investigation into this matter," Lu Tao declared, feigning the act of retrieving a phone from his pocket. "El Chunda, I advise you to confess swiftly. Otherwise, once we arrive at the police station, it may become exceedingly difficult for you to remain silent." Lu Tao seemed to sense that Lu Chunda was wavering, and he swiftly seized the opportunity to press further. Lu Chunda did not immediately reveal the truth. He was engaged in an internal struggle. He was acutely aware that this situation was undoubtedly his fault, yet he argued that he had not done nothing at all. At worst, his actions could be deemed an attempt unfulfilled. Moreover, he suspected that Fan Wenwan and Lu Tao had already become intimate. If they truly ended up at the police station, he feared that he would not be the only one to suffer embarrassment. Besides, based on his understanding of Fan Wenwan, She was a person who valued her reputation. If he adamantly refused to admit to anything, it was likely they would be at a loss for what to do. Once today was behind them, he would certainly ensure that Lu Tao would regret this. Shall we then proceed to the police station? Since you wish to go, I shall also acquiesce, Lu Chunda said slowly. Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan were momentarily taken aback by his words. Particularly Lu Tao, who had anticipated that Lu Chunda was about to confess, was caught off guard by such a statement at this critical juncture. If they were to truly go to the police station, it would undoubtedly create a scandal throughout the city, severely damaging Fan Wenwan's reputation. Lu Chunda's actions were clearly a path toward mutual destruction. Lu Tao, perhaps we should let this matter rest. Let us leave, Fan Wenwan suggested after a moment's contemplation, directing her words toward Lu Tao. Having never set foot in a police station before, she dreaded facing the prying tongues of those unaware of the circumstances. To everyone's surprise, Lu Tao shook his head and said, Teacher Fan, if we leave now, he will undoubtedly spread the events of today far and wide. This simply cannot happen. Teacher Fan, may I borrow your phone for a moment? I need to make a call. Lu Tao directed his request at Fan Wenwan, who without hesitation, promptly handed over her phone. Lu Tao pressed a series of numbers, and after a brief wait, the call connected. He exchanged a few words with the person on the other end before hanging up and returning the phone to Fan Wenwan. Teacher, let us wait here for a while. I have already contacted a friend, and he will arrive shortly. Lu Tao smiled as he spoke. What do you mean by this, Lu Tao? Are you bringing someone to harm me? I warn you, if you dare lay a hand on me, my father will not let you off easily. Just wait and see. You'll be expelled. Lu Chunda could not help but threaten loudly. Who do you think your father is? Spare me the intimidation. You think your father is Li Gang? Lu Tao was infuriated by Lu Chunda's arrogance. It is truly appalling how many privileged offspring believe they can act with impunity simply because of their father's status, oblivious to the fact that their actions could lead to their own father's downfall. My father may not be Li Gang, but he is the deputy director of the Education Bureau. If you dare to do anything to me, you will undoubtedly regret it. Go ahead. Test me. Lu Chunda continued his relentless threats. He is usually quite domineering, yet he displayed a measure of courtesy while pursuing Fan Wenwan. However, now that the situation has reached a critical juncture, he naturally resorts to invoking the weight of his father's influence. Unfortunately, Lu Tao is not intimidated by his bluster. What is so remarkable about having a father who is the deputy director of the Education Bureau? Initially, Lu Tao had intended to administer a mere reprimand, but given the current circumstances, it has become imperative to deal with him more severely. Otherwise, should he turn the tables and retaliate, the consequences could be dire. With that thought, she opened the door and stepped out, making her way to the adjacent guest room. Chapter 49. A warm home. As she entered, 7 individuals appeared in the corridor. At the forefront was none other than Zhao Gang. Upon receiving Lu Tao's call, he hurried over without a moment's hesitation. Upon arriving at the room Lu Tao had mentioned, he pushed the door open and entered, followed closely by the 6 others. Lu Tao, what on earth has happened that you summoned me with such urgency? Zhao Gang inquired, his tone laced with anxiety. Ever since the unpleasant incident at the carnival, he has felt a sense of indebtedness toward Lu Tao, prompting him to rush over post-haste after receiving her call. Lu Tao gestured towards LV Chunda and leaned in to whisper the details of the unfolding situation to Zhao Gang. L. Chunda initially believed that Lu Tao and his companions wouldn't dare to do anything to him, and he was already planning to teach Lu Tao a lesson once he left the place. However, he was taken aback when Lu Tao suddenly summoned so many people, clearly intending to give him a taste of his own medicine. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. After listening to Lu Tao's account, Zhao Gang glanced at L. Chunda and sneered. The kind of scum I despise most in my life is exactly like him. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter. Lu Tao nodded and said, Brother Zhao, take him to the carnival. Remember to keep a copy of the video for me. I'd like to enjoy it later. Don't worry. There's no problem at all, Zhao Gang replied. Then changed the subject. By the way, Lu Tao, today the wife of President Wang called me, asking if I was interested in taking over the carnival. She said that, as a woman, she doesn't understand business and thinks it's better to sell it. I would like to take it over, but where would I get so much money? If you have connections, why don't you take it over? and I'll manage it for you. What do you think? All right. I was planning to visit your house tomorrow night to see Xiaolon, so this works out perfectly. Have President Wang's wife come to your place, and we can discuss it there. What do you think? It's better for me to avoid places like the carnival, especially since I'm still just a student. Lu Tao pondered for a moment and made his suggestion. Brother Zhao, if there's nothing else, let's end it here today. Take him away. Lu Tao glanced at El Chunda and said with a smile. Zhao Gang nodded slightly, gesturing with his right hand, prompting his subordinates to step forward and prepare to take Lu Chunda away. Observing this, Lu Chunda could not help but exclaim, "What are you planning to do?" "I will call the police. You are truly tiresome." Zhao Gang frowned at his words and swiftly approached, delivering a punch that rendered Lu Chunda unconscious. Lu Tao, see you tomorrow night. Zhao Gang acknowledged Lu Tao before departing. Once they had left, Lu Tao entered the room where Fan Wenwan was situated. At that moment, she was pacing back and forth, lost in thought. Upon noticing Lu Tao's arrival, she hurriedly approached him, anxiety evident in her voice as she asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing her tense demeanor, Lu Tao couldn't help but chuckle and reassured her. "It's nothing. There's no need for worry. Everything has been taken care of, and Lu Chunda certainly won't pose any trouble for us. So rest easy." "Really?" Fan Wenwan questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. After all, Lu Tao was merely a student. Dealing with Lu Chunda would not be an easy feat, and his casual demeanor only heightened her doubts. "Of course it's true," Lu Tao replied, playfully pinching her nose. "You can trust me to handle matters." Fan Wenwan, hearing his words, felt it inappropriate to voice any further concerns. Her earlier anxiety for Lu Tao had caused her to be restless. Now that everything was resolved, she found herself at a loss for words. Their relationship had evolved beyond the innocent bounds of a typical teacher-student dynamic, leaving her uncertain about how to navigate her feelings for this boy who was 5 or 6 years her junior. Could she truly rely on him? Moreover, he is but a child, perhaps entirely unaware of the concept of responsibility. This thought brought a tinge of sadness to her heart. She had unwittingly given herself to her student for the first time. Lu Tao observed the subtle shifts in her expression, and he understood well. Had he been Fan Wenwan, he too would have been at a loss on how to confront such a reality. Fan Wenwan glanced at him, remaining silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two departed from the hotel and hailed a taxi, heading towards the Binjiang city garden. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Lu Tao settled the fare, and they both exited the vehicle. They swiftly made their way to the front door of the residence. Fan Wenwan nodded, retrieved her house key from her bag, and unlocked the door to step inside. Lu Tao then knocked on his own door, which opened promptly. He entered with a brisk pace. "I must say, Mom and Dad, you certainly work quickly. You've tidied everything up so fast," Lu Tao remarked, surveying the neatly arranged furniture with a smile. "You have no idea. Your mother and I spent the entire afternoon bustling about," Lu Guangming replied as he settled onto the sofa in the living room. "Dad, how do you find the new house?" Lu Tao inquired, taking a seat beside him. "Not bad. Quite splendid, in fact. I never imagined that Lu Guangming could reside in such a spacious home." "It is all thanks to my son," Lu Guangming exclaimed, sipping his tea with a look of deep appreciation. "Tao Tao, come, have an apple," called Guan Aimei, emerging from the kitchen with a freshly washed apple, which she handed to Lu Tao. "Mom, if there is anything you need for the house, just go ahead and buy it. I'll reimburse you." Lu Tao took a bite of the apple and said with a smile, "Your father and I still have money in hand, so we don't need you." Without hesitation, Guan Aimei chose to decline. She and Lu Guangming had been saving money for Lu Tao, and now that Lu Tao had her own wealth, the money they possessed naturally became superfluous. "All right, you all handle it," Lu Tao remarked, turning to her father. "Dad, how have you considered the matter I mentioned last time? You're currently earning a meager salary at your job. It might be better for you to venture out on your own. I discussed this with your mother this afternoon. Let's do this. Tomorrow I will talk with your uncle at the workplace. If feasible, I'll apply for a leave of absence without pay. That way, if the auto repair business doesn't thrive, I will have a fallback option," Lu Guangming replied. "All right, if you're preparing to start your own venture, then you should find a location soon. Let me know how much you need. If I can't provide enough, I can help you borrow a little from Zhang Liang's father. Lu Tao smiled, saying, let us wait. I want to start with a smaller auto repair shop and avoid borrowing money. What if I end up losing everything? Lu Guangming expressed his concerns. Having worked in a public sector job for so many years, his ambition had been nearly worn away, and caution had become a common trait among people like him. Don't worry. Once your auto repair shop opens, I'm confident there will be business. With the increasing number of private cars and traffic accidents, there will certainly be work to be done, Lu Tao encouraged, noticing her father's apprehension. Lu Guangming nodded. Really? What was your exam score? Upon hearing that the test results were out, Guanam hurriedly inquired, are you going to teacher Fanna's house? As she spoke, she entered the kitchen, and shortly thereafter emerged, carrying a plastic bag filled with several oranges. These are fresh oranges I bought at the supermarket today. Take them to teacher Fan for her to taste, she said. Lu Tao stood up to receive the bag, preparing to step outside. Oh, and please let teacher Fan know to visit our house this weekend. Now that we are neighbors and she is your teacher, we ought to show some hospitality. Guan Em continued to advise. Understood, I will, Lu Tao replied. You two should rest early, he added before opening the door and stepping out. Chapter 50. Everything falls into place. Lu Tao arrived at the doorstep of Fan Wenjuan's home. Before he could knock, the door swung open. Come in. Fan Wenjuan greeted him, already dressed in a light blue set of pajamas. Lu Tao quickly entered, changed into slippers, and placed the plastic bag on the coffee table before seating himself on the sofa. Teacher Fan, these are oranges my mother bought at the supermarket today. Please try them, Lu Tao said with a smile. Fan Wenjuan nodded and sat beside him. The air was thick with an alluring fragrance, and Lu Tao felt a sudden suffocation. He was uncertain about what to say to Fan Wenjuan, and his hesitation only deepened. Had she ever regretted anything? No. When she encounters couples, a twinge of envy may flicker within her. However, love, to her, is a matter of quality over quantity. She resolutely refuses to halt her pursuit until she meets the man who stirs her heart. Moreover, by the time they all graduate from university, those couples from her dormitory will have ventured into their separate lives, no longer acquainted with one another. In such moments, while reflecting on this, she feels a sense of relief intertwined with her musings. Initially, she believed she could wait indefinitely for her ideal partner to appear. Yet now, before this man has even materialized, she has already given herself to one of her students. Naturally, she could easily dismiss it as if nothing had transpired. After all, with her beauty, finding a suitable boyfriend should pose no challenge. If necessary, she could even consider undergoing reconstructive surgery. But would that truly erase the reality of what has occurred? It is evidently impossible. She may deceive the world, yet she cannot fool her own heart. Still, how could she possibly pursue a relationship with a boy 5 or 6 years her junior? She is his teacher. Even if she were willing, would his parents accept such a union? Furthermore, he is still a high school senior. Once he enters university, he will undoubtedly encounter many young women more beautiful than she. At that juncture, would he even remember her? The thought is too daunting to entertain. In that moment, she finds herself wishing to drift into an eternal slumber, escaping the burdensome dilemmas that plague her mind. Alas, what is destined to happen must unfold, and the challenges she must confront remain unavoidable. The boy who took her innocence finally appeared before her. Teacher Fan, I will take responsibility for you. Before she could utter a word, Lu Tao, who had remained silent for long, spoke up. Although he was younger, he was nonetheless a man. A man must learn to take responsibility, mustn't he? How do you intend to take responsibility for me? Will you marry me? Fan Wenjuan couldn't help but laugh as she observed his earnest demeanor. Lu Tao nodded and replied, only if you are willing. What if I say I am not willing? Fan Wenjuan countered. Lu Tao shrugged and said, then there is nothing I can do. Lu Tao, you are only in your senior year of high school. Once you enter university, you will discover that the world outside is full of wonders. Will you still remember the promise you made today then? Fan Wenjuan continued to inquire. Lu Tao remained silent, simply nodding vigorously. After all, he was still a child. Fan Wenjuan couldn't help but sigh and remarked, let everything unfold naturally. Today's events cannot be entirely blamed on you. If it weren't for you, I would probably have been with El Chunda. Teacher Fan, regardless of the circumstances, we have established that kind of relationship, and that is a fact. Do you really wish to marry someone else? Lu Tao asked, his face serious. Why can't I marry someone else? Fan Wenwan retorted provocatively. Of course you cannot. You have shared that kind of relationship with me. If you were to marry someone else, what would become of me? Lu Tao replied, clearly displeased. It should be noted that while he had perused many Risku books, he was still a virgin. In the realm of a novice, possessiveness is profoundly intense. You may encounter other women, and inevitably you will forget me. Fan Wenwan chuckled softly and spoke. Lu Tao shook his head, asserting that will not happen. You are the first woman in my life, a position that cannot be supplanted by anyone. Is that so? A faint, bittersweet smile graced Fan Wenjuan's lips. During her high school years, her thoughts aligned with Lu Tao's. She stubbornly believed that if one loves another, it must last a lifetime. However, after completing university and stepping into society, amidst the myriad of fleeting relationships, she had transformed into someone entirely different. Those who professed unwavering devotion to her, where have they vanished? During her most enchanting moments, who did she encounter? When her heart was most enamored, who stood beside her? In her most vulnerable times, who walked alongside her? How much time did love truly grant her for encounters and separations, for choices and regrets? Teacher Fan, you must believe me, Lu Tao noted, sensing a pang of sorrow at Fan Wenjuan's expression. Let us temporarily set this matter aside. I am aware that you ranked first in the class and fifth in the grade, astonishing all the teachers. I am curious to know how you achieved such remarkable progress. I recall your last examination results placed you in the 40th position in class. Fan Wenwan shifted the topic. So that is the case. I did not expect you to possess such astuteness at such a young age. However, this preliminary examination is merely the beginning. Subsequent assessments await, namely the second, third, and fourth mock exams. Should you achieve the top score in the class across all of them, maintaining a steady performance during the college entrance examination should pose no challenge in securing a place at Dong University. Fan Wenwan gazed at this student, typically indifferent to his studies, her face adorned with a radiant smile. What could bring greater joy to a teacher than witnessing their students excel academically? It serves as a validation of one's own worth. Later on, I have heard that the summer in Nanhu City can be quite unbearable. I have no desire to go there, Lu Tao remarked nonchalantly. Very well, we shall discuss it further once the examination results are out. Lu Tao nodded in agreement. By the way, how did you deal with El Chunda? Fan Wenwan inquired, her concern that Lu Tao might escalate the situation causing it to spiral out of control evident in her voice. That is something I cannot divulge just yet. Lu Tao replied with a smile. Please do share. Fan Wenwan's curiosity was piqued. No. Lu Tao shook his head in refusal. Observing his reaction, Fan Wenwan could not help but playfully tease him, leaving Lu Tao feeling quite ticklish. At that moment, the atmosphere had grown somewhat intimate, and with Fan Wenwan's playful antics, it would indeed be remiss of Lu Tao not to take some action. Without further ado, Lu Tao embraced Fan Wenwan and pressed his lips against hers. Little did she expect such boldness from him. Caught off guard, she found herself kissed unexpectedly. Initially, she contemplated resisting, but as time passed, she gradually yielded to the moment. The two shared a tender kiss for a while, after which Lu Tao lifted her into his arms and made his way toward the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, he gently placed her upon the bed, his entire form following closely behind. Apart from their lips, his hands began to roam restlessly. In a short while, Fan Wenwan was already breathless, her eyes glazed with intoxication. Lu Tao, sensing the opportune moment, gradually removed her nightgown, subsequently shedding his own attire. This time, Fan Wenwan exhibited a natural physiological response. Lu Tao, not in a rush, continued to move slowly. As this was their second encounter, coupled with Lu Tao's prior attentiveness, Fan Wenwan felt significantly more comfortable, instinctively yielding to the rhythm. Lu Tao, inexperienced yet exhilarated, reveled in the sensation. Previously, he had only indulged in Risku literature, engaging in solitary pleasures. Nothing compared to the current experience, prompting him to exert considerable effort. Time slipped away, and after a shuddering release, Lu Tao collapsed atop Fan Wenwan. Moments later, He gazed down at her and playfully inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Fan Wenwan shook her head and replied, "You naughty rascal. Do you enjoy a naughty rascal?" Lu Tao teased, captivated by her sultry gaze. "What do you think?" Fan Wenwan countered. "How would I know?" Lu Tao responded, preparing to rise from her. "Don't move, just stay like this for a while," she quickly urged. In response, Lu Tao playfully tapped her nose with his finger. They lay together for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Lu Tao slowly sat up, tending to her gently before dressing himself. "Shall we go to school together tomorrow?" Fan Wenwan asked softly, remaining reclined. Lu Tao nodded and said, "I will come to call you tomorrow morning." As soon as he finished speaking, he planted a gentle kiss on Fan Wenwan's forehead and then turned to leave. Fan Wenwan gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. Chapter 51. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Is love still love when it is discounted? He did not know. As for Fan Wenwan, he had never even considered such thoughts. However, now that he had established this intimate relationship with her, it was impossible for him to act like other men who would simply don their trousers and turn their backs. After all, Fan Wenwan was not only his teacher but also a beautiful woman. Even if he were unwilling, he could not allow her to fall into the arms of another. Possessiveness is inherent in every individual. Those men who claim to be devoid of possessiveness are merely lacking in strength. As the saying goes, a horse's weakness is due to its frailty. A man's lack of charm stems from his poverty. If one possesses sufficient power, who would willingly relinquish the woman they cherish? In the past, even if he and Fan Wenwan had engaged in such absurdity, he would have never possessed the confidence he has now. After all, shouldering responsibility requires not just courage, but also strength. To put it plainly, wealth and influence are essential. Without money, the notion of taking responsibility is merely an empty promise. However, times have changed. His newfound abilities signify the acquisition of great wealth. He merely needs a little more time. Thus, one Fan Wenwan is hardly a challenge. With this thought, a hint of a wicked smile graced his lips. Perhaps, even he was unaware of the profound changes that had taken root within his heart. In truth, it was not just he who had undergone transformation. The world transforms daily. The only constant is change, albeit his changes are slightly more pronounced than others. If nothing unforeseen occurs, he can seek solace with Fan Wenwan whenever he desires. For a young man inexperienced in the ways of the world, what could be more alluring? Lost in such thoughts, Lu Tao gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, Guan Aimei had prepared breakfast. Lu Tao consumed a modest portion and greeted his parents before stepping outside, arriving at Fan Wenwan's doorstep to knock gently. The door swung open, revealing Fan Wenwan, who appeared somewhat disheveled, possibly due to a restless night. "Good morning, Teacher Fan." Lu Tao greeted her with exuberance. "Good morning. You seem quite spirited. Did you sleep well last night?" Fan Wenwan inquired with a smile, assessing him from head to toe. "Who could resist your enthusiasm?" Lu Tao replied playfully. "Enough of that. Time is of the essence. Let us be on our way," she retorted with a playful glare before descending the stairs. Lu Tao, slightly exasperated, shook his head and followed her down. Since their school was not far, they strolled side by side until they reached the entrance, where Lu Tao encountered Sun Guang and others. Fan Wenwan greeted him and, without further ado, proceeded directly to the teaching building. Despite their intimate relationship, she maintained a professional distance in front of the students to avoid gossip. "Hey Tao, how come you arrived with Teacher Fan today?" "You're not suggesting?" Zhao Kuan asked, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "Dude, are you out of your mind? Teacher Fan and I live in the same neighborhood." As Lu Tao spoke, he playfully gave him a light punch on the head. "Really? When did you start living in the same neighborhood as Teacher Fan?" "How come I didn't know?" Zhao Kuan asked, feeling quite aggrieved. "This matter is quite lengthy to explain. Let us discuss it as we walk," Lu Tao suggested. Along the way, he recounted the entire sequence of events, carefully omitting anything inappropriate. "Tao, does this mean you can walk to and from school with Teacher Fan in the future?" Sun Guang asked with a hint of envy. "If Zhang Qian sees you walking with Teacher Fan, I wonder how she would feel?" Zhao Kuan posited hypothetically. "Dream on. Teacher Fan and I are merely neighbors. It isn't as sordid as you imagine." Lu Tao couldn't help but give him another light punch. You two maintain a purely platonic relationship, is that correct? Zhao Kun replied, somewhat disheartened. Really? Sun Guang exclaimed in astonishment. Believe it or not, Lu Tao retorted before striding towards the classroom. Sun Guang and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes were fixed on Lu Tao. It is worth noting that Lu Tao had now become the focal point, regarded as an anomaly by everyone. Lu Tao, do you realize that you have become an idol in everyone's eyes? Tell me, how does it feel to have achieved first place this time? Are you not particularly excited? Sun Wei quickly leaned in to inquire. What's there to be excited about? Lu Tao smiled at him, just as he approached Wang Shang, who happened to be nearby. Wang Shang now finds himself in a state of profound discontent. He had been certain of his victory in this wager. For Lu Tao's academic performance had consistently placed him in the 40s or 50s. Surpassing Wang Yunlei seemed utterly impossible. To his astonishment, Lu Tao executed a remarkable turnaround, not only surpassing Wang Yunlei but also securing a position among the top 5 in his grade, truly a stroke of misfortune for Wang Shang. Lu Tao flashed a smile at him, making a gesture as if to indicate money. Wang Shang, fully aware of the implication, promptly retrieved the prepared sum of 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it over through a bystander. At that moment his heart ached. For Lu Tao, this 1,000 yuan was hardly significant, but for Wang Shang, it held immense importance. It was not merely the money that mattered, but the sensation accompanying it. He could almost hear the sound of his own heart shattering. The experience was exhilarating. Whenever the teacher praised him, the gaze of the entire class would converge upon him. Those gazes encompassed a myriad of emotions, succinctly summarized as 5 words: envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Tao now relished this feeling. In the past, he had remained inconspicuous. His attendance in class went unnoticed. But now, should he fail to appear, it was likely that the entire class would discuss his absence, and the homeroom teacher would contact his parents. Such a scenario was once unimaginable to him. During lunch, Lu Tao chose not to go to the cafeteria. Instead, he took Sun Guang, Zhao Kun, Zhang Liang, and Zhang Qian to a restaurant outside. Upon entering the private room, Lu Tao smiled and said to them, "Order whatever you like. 1,000,000 is nothing in comparison. I have never been accustomed to Wang Yunlei's arrogant demeanor. Who does he think he is? Finally, I can exhale this pent-up frustration. What a relief!" Lu Tao exclaimed with exuberance. I surmised that Wang Yunlei must be utterly despondent now. His countenance shifted dramatically when the report card was released yesterday. Ever since the second year of high school began, he has maintained his position as the top student in the class, always believing himself to be exceptional and dismissive of others. I doubt he will dare to be as pompous as before. Sun Guang added, Indeed. However, Tao, this is merely the first mock examination. There are still 3 more to come. If you manage to outshine Wang Yunlei each time, he might just be driven to despair. Zhao Kun chimed in. I believe this time Wang Yunlei will undoubtedly be more motivated to study. He has always perceived himself as unmatched in the class. And now, with the emergence of Brother Tao as a dark horse, he certainly won't take things lightly. Zhang Liang expressed his concerns. Let him be strong if he wishes. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let him be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river. There is nothing to fear. If I can surpass him once, I can do it a second and a third time, Lu Tao declared with unwavering confidence. He has always been humble, rarely uttering such resolute words. Indeed, he has undergone a significant transformation. Tao is truly a man, a steadfast and valiant soul. Come, let us raise a toast to celebrate Tao's achievement of first place. Sun Guang proclaimed as he lifted his cup. In truth, the cup contained tea, for we still had afternoon classes ahead, and none could afford to be inebriated while attending lessons. The others also raised their cups in agreement. Chapter 52. A visit to the Zhao family. After finishing this cup of tea, everyone began. During the afternoon class, the biology teacher sent word to Lu Tao and his companions that they need not come to school tomorrow morning but should gather directly at the gates of the first high school. Lu Tao harbored little enthusiasm for the upcoming biology competition. Initially, he had thought the competition would take place directly in Nanhushi, only to discover that the preliminary round would actually be held at the first high school. With this arrangement, he feared that attending the finals might pose a challenge. Once school was dismissed, Lu Tao exchanged greetings with Sun Guang and others. Then, with his backpack in tow, he left the classroom and headed straight for the Chinese language office. He had made plans with Fan Wenwan the previous day to visit Zhao Lan's home that evening. As he approached the office door, he happened to cross paths with LV Chunda, who was emerging from a nearby office. The two shared a brief moment of eye contact. "Teacher LV, you look quite weary. Did you not rest well last night?" Lu Tao remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at LV Chunda's listless demeanor. "Not particularly," LV Chunda replied, hastily continuing on his way. His encounters with Lu Tao now felt akin to meeting a harbinger of misfortune. He wished to distance himself as quickly as possible. The events of the previous night had been nothing short of a nightmare, leaving his spirit and vitality severely battered. Observing LV Chunda's state, Lu Tao decided not to dwell on the matter further. He knocked on the office door and stepped inside. "Miss Fan, are you ready?" Lu Tao inquired with a smile as he approached Fan Wenwan. "Yes," she nodded, picking up her bag as she made her way out. Lu Tao followed closely behind her as they exited the office. After their departure, the mundane individuals in the office resumed their gossip. Unfortunately, Lu Tao was oblivious to their idle chatter. Following their exit from the school, he and Fan Wenwan hailed a taxi, making their way to the Binhai community. "Lu Tao, you have become quite the sensation at school. I've heard your name mentioned no fewer than 100 times today in the office," Fan Wenwan remarked with a smile. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Lu Tao inquired, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Absolutely. However, many teachers harbor suspicions about your grades, questioning the integrity of your examination process. If you can maintain this performance in the second mock exam, I believe they will have nothing to say." Fan Wenwan nodded in agreement. Since their relationship had deepened, the distance between them had considerably lessened. Although they maintained a semblance of distance at school, it was merely for appearances. "Rest assured, I will certainly perform well in the second mock exam," Lu Tao vowed earnestly. Having already achieved such results, he felt compelled to sustain his performance, lest he grant those eager for his downfall the satisfaction of their schemes. He was resolute in denying them that opportunity. As their conversation unfolded, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Binhai community. Lu Tao settled the fare, and he and Fan Wenwan exited the vehicle. Subsequently, they entered the community and proceeded inward. Guided by memory, Lu Tao successfully led Fan Wenwan to Zhao Lan's home. After knocking on the door, it opened after a brief moment. "Lu Tao, what a delightful surprise," Zhao Lan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Did your brother not inform you that I would be visiting today?" Lu Tao, somewhat perplexed, inquired. He had clearly informed Zhao Gang yesterday that they would discuss business at his home today. Could it be that he had misremembered? "My brother did not return home last night. I was alone," Zhao Lan remarked with a smile. "Ah, I see," Lu Tao responded as he stepped inside. Fan Wenwan followed closely behind him into the room. "Zhao Lan, allow me to introduce you. This is my Chinese teacher, Fan Wenwan, whom I have invited to provide you with tutoring," Lu Tao said with a smile. "Hello, Teacher Fan," Zhao Lan promptly greeted after the introduction. "Hello," Fan Wenwan replied, shaking Zhao Lan's hand before joining Lu Tao on the sofa. Zhao Lan prepared a pot of tea and poured it for them before taking a seat on the sofa as well. "I heard from Lu Tao that you are a student at No. 1 high school but have been unable to attend due to health issues. How are you feeling now? Are you better?" Fan Wenwan asked, surveying Zhao Lan with a smile. Zhao Lan nodded and replied, "I've been taking medication for the past few days. It's nothing serious. Teacher Fan, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of your tutoring me," she added. "There is no need for such formality. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him," Fan Wenwan said, glancing at Lu Tao. "Please spare me the thanks. I am merely doing a favor," Lu Tao quickly responded. "Teacher Fan, Lu Tao is indeed a remarkable student. If it weren't for him, I might not be here today," Zhao Lan interjected hurriedly. "I am aware," Fan Wenwan nodded. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhao Gang entered from outside. Zhao Gang nodded, changed into slippers, and approached Lu Tao and the others. "Brother, this is Teacher Fan, Lu Tao's Chinese teacher," Zhao Lan introduced. Hello, teacher Fan. Zhao Gang greeted her with a smile. Zhao Gu, weren't you supposed to meet with Mr. Wang's wife? Why are you alone? Lu Tao inquired. My appointment with Mr. Wang's wife is at 7 in the evening. It is still not yet 6. Please sit here for a while. I shall prepare dinner, Zhao Gang replied as he carried the plastic bag to the kitchen. Lu Tao, keep teacher Fan company. I will assist in the kitchen, Zhao Lan said before turning to follow him. Lu Tao glanced at Fan Wenwan with a helpless smile. Soon the meal was ready. The 4 of them gathered around the table to eat. Teacher Fan, Lu Tao, please do not stand on ceremony. Treat this place as your own home. Zhao Gang warmly welcomed them. Fan Wenwan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After they finished their meal, Zhao Lan tidied the dining table and then accompanied Fan Wenwan to the bedroom. Lu Tao and Zhao Gang settled onto the sofa in the living room. Zhao Gu, what on earth did you do to LV Chunda? When I saw him today, I was taken aback. He looked as if he hadn't slept all night, Lu Tao remarked, crossing his legs with a grin. Nothing much, just arranged for a few women in their 40s to take care of him for an entire night, Zhao Gang replied nonchalantly. They say women in their 30s are like wolves, and those in their 40s like tigers. With so many of them together, it is no wonder LV Chunda ended up like this. Did you record it? Lu Tao then asked. If you didn't record it, what if he comes back to trouble you? The strap is currently at the nightclub. If you wish, I can make a call to have it delivered. Zhao Gang nodded and said, no need, just leave it there for now. Lu Tao shifted the topic. Does Wang's wife know your house number? I already informed her when I called, so there should be no issues, Zhao Gang replied with a smile. At that moment, a knock on the door echoed. Zhao Gang hastily rose to answer it, and Lu Tao stood up as well. Chapter 53. Negotiating the deal. Qi Jie. Please come in, Zhao Gang exclaimed warmly as he opened the door to greet the visitor. The woman, referred to as Qi Jie, nodded and stepped inside. Qi Jie, allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Tao, a dear friend of mine, Zhao Gang said with a smile. Qi Jie scrutinized Lu Tao with a curious gaze, pondering her thoughts. Perhaps to her, Lu Tao was merely a child who had yet to mature. Why would Zhao Gang invite her here to discuss matters with this youth? With that thought, she turned to Zhao Gang and inquired, didn't you say I would meet a friend here? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Zhao Gang, taken aback by her words, hesitated for a moment before awkwardly smiling and responding, Qi Jie, the friend I mentioned is Lu Tao. Zhao Gang, are you jesting with me? He is merely a child. How could he possibly have the means to purchase the carnival? Qi Jie remarked, displaying a skeptical demeanor. Indeed, Lu Tao is merely 17 or 18 years old. Several million is certainly no trifling sum. Even a millionaire must weigh such a decision with care, especially when cash is involved. Sister Qi, permit me to utter a rather unpalatable truth. Please do not judge a person by their appearance. Although my friend may not possess considerable wealth himself, he is well acquainted with affluent individuals. I have sought your company today with the earnest intention of discussing business, so let us take a seat and converse. Zhao Gang, noticing Sister Qi's tone, felt a twinge of irritation. Despite his relatively brief acquaintance with Lu Tao, he was well aware of the young man's character. Were it not for Lu Tao's earlier expression of interest in acquiring the carnival, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved in this affair. After all, regardless of who the proprietor is, they must provide him with sustenance. Sister Qi was taken aback by Zhao Gang's challenge to the youth before her and chose to refrain from further provocation, settling slowly onto the sofa. Sister Qi, is it? I did not expect you to be so youthful. I asked Brother Zhao to invite you here because I am genuinely interested in concluding this transaction. Please state your price, and should it be reasonable, I shall proceed with the purchase, Lu Tao stated forthrightly. A firm offer of 4 million, Sister Qi promptly replied. Sister Qi, might this price be a touch excessive? Before Lu Tao could respond, Zhao Gang interjected. Sister Qi, if this venture is so lucrative, why not continue with it? Lu Tao inquired with a smiling demeanor. As a woman, I prefer not to expose myself in public. Selling it is simply less troublesome, Sister Qi replied succinctly. Brother Zhao, can such profits truly be realized in a month? Lu Tao turned his gaze towards Zhao Gang, posing the question. Zhao Gang nodded and said, it should be about that amount. All right, for million it is, Agreed. Sister Qi, when can we proceed with the formalities? Lu Tao readily consented. Is your word trustworthy? Shouldn't you consult your friend first? Sister Qi, taken aback by his prompt agreement, couldn't help but inquire. After all, 4 million is no trifling sum, and the lack of negotiation left her incredulous. In truth, she was overthinking the situation. Lu Tao was no fool. He recognized that this price was somewhat inflated, yet he refrained from bargaining. The primary reason for his silence was that had he not caused the demise of General Manager Wang, Sister Qi would not have lost her husband. She was innocent, and thus the extra funds were, in essence, compensation for her loss. No need. He has entrusted the matter entirely to me. Just specify a time, and we shall complete the paperwork. Lu Tao replied with a smile. Are you available tomorrow? Sister Qi countered. Lu Tao pondered for a moment and said, How about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? I will give you a call then. All right, Sister Qi responded, rising from her seat. She turned to Zhao Gang and remarked, Let us conclude for today. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. I will see you off, Zhao Gang said as he stood up. Brother Zhao, why are you staring at me like that? Lu Tao felt quite uncomfortable under Zhao Gang's gaze and couldn't help but ask, Why didn't you negotiate? I believe 3,500,000 should be about right. Zhao Gang reproached, a hint of displeasure in his tone. In truth, the amount Lu Tao spends bears little significance to him. However, he has come to regard Lu Tao as a friend and naturally does not wish for his friend to suffer any loss. It is not easy for a woman in her position, so he considers it a good deed. Lu Tao smiled and then shifted the conversation, saying, By the way, Brother Zhao, I have an exam at the first high school tomorrow morning. Once I finish, please come to pick me up, and then we can proceed with the formalities together. Of course, Zhao Gang readily agreed. Brother Zhao, I will leave the management of the carnival in your capable hands from now on. As for the salary, how does 20% of the monthly net profit sound? Lu Tao contemplated briefly before continuing. Isn't that a bit excessive? Zhao Gang momentarily paused, then countered. He recalled that, during his previous employment with Mr. Wang, his monthly earnings were merely around 10,000. If the net profit were to reach 400,000 monthly, this would entitle him to an extravagant sum of 80,000, which indeed seemed rather excessive. Lu Tao shook her head, asserting 20% is not too much. Brother Zhao, we are brothers, and you deserve this. Moreover, you need to cover Zhao Lan's medical expenses, which are quite substantial. Since you put it that way, I shall not refuse any longer. Rest assured, I will manage it diligently, Zhao Gang declared with conviction. Good. Lu Tao nodded, rising to her feet. I am heading to see Teacher Fan and the others. Go ahead. I still need to head over to the carnival to prevent any mishaps. Zhao Gang also stood up. Be careful on the way, Lu Tao remarked as she made her way towards Zhao Lan's bedroom. When he entered, Fan Wenwan was engaged in conversation with Zhao Lan. Upon seeing Lu Tao arrive, they both smiled at him. Aren't you studying? Why are you chatting? Lu Tao inquired with a smile. It's break time, Zhao Lan mischievously replied, winking at him. Until when do you intend to study? Lu Tao continued to ask. Why? Are you anxious to leave? Fan Wenwan responded. Are you going to number 1 middle school tomorrow? Zhao Lan was momentarily taken aback by this explanation. She was aware that Lu Tao attended number 4 middle school, hence her curiosity. I didn't expect you to excel academically and even participate in the biology competition, Zhao Lan remarked with a hint of envy. Lu Tao's academic performance was indeed exceptional. He had ranked first in his class and 5th in the grade during the recent mock examination. Fan Wenwan added. Really? Zhao Lan was genuinely astonished. Could I possibly deceive you? Fan Wenwan replied, somewhat helplessly. Teacher Fan, that's not what I meant. I simply didn't anticipate Lu Tao's remarkable academic prowess, Zhao Lan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. This time was an exception. It's getting late. We should take our leave, Lu Tao suggested with a smile. All right. Let us conclude for today then, Fan Wenwan said as she stood up and addressed Zhao Lan. I will come by when I have some free time. If you have any questions, feel free to call me or let me know. Upon hearing her mention let me know, Lu Tao turned to Zhao Lan and asked, Is the line set up properly? Zhao Lan nodded and replied, The technician from the company came yesterday and set it up. Have you purchased your computer yet? Not yet. I plan to buy one this weekend. Lu Tao shook his head and said, "All right, let me know once you've made the purchase.
Giao Lang VIP List.
Then you should rest well. We will visit you another day," Lu Tao advised. Zhao Lan nodded. Subsequently, Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan left Zhao Lan's home, one after the other. Chapter 54. A serendipitous encounter. Upon exiting Zhao Lan's residence, Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan walked side by side in silence. The spring breeze was rather brisk, especially during the evening. Fortunately, their attire was sufficient to shield them from the chill. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Lu Tao intended to hail a taxi by the roadside, but was halted by Fan Wenwan. Lu Tao glanced at her and nodded. Thus, they continued their journey homeward step by step. They wandered for an indeterminate duration, and as they approached an entertainment venue, a throng of individuals spilled out, numbering over 10. These revelers appeared quite inebriated, and Fan Wenwan instinctively furrowed her brow, covering her nose in an effort to hasten past. Unexpectedly, one of the men approached and obstructed her path. "What do you want?" Fan Wenwan could not fathom that he would impede her progress, and she could not help but voice her confusion. "What does covering your nose signify? Do you find our scent unbearable?" The man, reeking of alcohol and exuding a drunken demeanor, inquired. Fan Wenwan had no desire to engage with these inebriated individuals and promptly turned to leave. However, just as she did, another man intercepted her. "I'm telling you, if you don't clarify your intentions today, you won't be allowed to leave," the first man called out from behind her. At that moment, Lu Tao tapped the man standing in front of Fan Wenwan and said, "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" "What the hell? Where did you come from? Did my shoulder offend you?" the man retorted, turning to Lu Tao and unable to restrain his foul language. Lu Tao merely shook his head and then delivered a punch to the man. The assailant, caught off guard by Lu Tao's sudden aggression, stumbled back several paces, nearly colliding with Fan Wenwan. As soon as Lu Tao struck, Fan Wenwan hurried to his side. The remaining men, witnessing their companion's defeat, quickly gathered around. Though they had all consumed a fair amount of alcohol, they outnumbered Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan, making it inevitable that Lu Tao would face adversity. "Step back. I will handle them," Lu Tao whispered to Fan Wenwan before lunging toward the nearest man. Having practiced martial arts for a few years, he was far from a master, yet he was more than a match for these drunken individuals. In no time at all, a dozen men lay sprawled on the ground. "Let us go," Lu Tao said, brushing off his hands and smiling at Fan Wenwan. She was taken aback, astonished by how swiftly he had dealt with so many adversaries. Even when Lu Tao called her name, she remained oblivious. "Teacher Fan, are you all right?" Seeing her dazed expression, Lu Tao couldn't help but wave his hand before her eyes, asking with a grin. Fan Wenwan, momentarily taken aback by his actions, gazed at him in disbelief and inquired, "How are you so formidable?" "Formidable?" Lu Tao replied with a hint of exasperation, shrugging his shoulders. Under normal circumstances, had he encountered such a multitude, he would have certainly seized Fan Wenjuan's hand and fled, for he was merely an ordinary man. Despite having trained for a few years, he could hardly contend with so many adversaries. He understood the wisdom in avoiding immediate peril. Coincidentally, the individuals before them were all rather inebriated, lacking any real combat prowess, making it effortless for him to dispatch them. Of course, it's impressive. One person taking on so many, isn't that remarkable? Fan Wenwan exclaimed with a smile. "Indeed, take your time to get to know me better. After all, we have plenty of time," Lu Tao responded. "This society is truly chaotic. One ought not to venture out at night. Otherwise, any confrontation would be in vain." He took Fan Wenjuan's hand, leading her forward. She did not resist, allowing him to guide her. In that moment, warmth enveloped her heart. Although Lu Tao was relatively young, he had bravely stepped forward to protect her in a time of peril. Had it been another man, he would likely have been paralyzed with fear in the presence of so many, lacking the courage to stand up for her. Not every man possesses the bravery to defend his girlfriend. It is in such moments that one can truly ascertain the depth of a man's love. Lu Tao, of course, was oblivious to the fact that his actions would significantly enhance Fan Wenjuan's affection for him. He merely assumed that Fan Wenjuan was with him, both emotionally and logically. He had already taken action. After all, he was a man, and he shared a certain relationship with Fan Wenjuan. Regardless of the circumstances, he had already stepped forward. The two continued their hurried journey together. As they approached an intersection, two vans suddenly screeched to a halt before them. Lu Tao sensed trouble and quickly pulled Fan Wenwan in the opposite direction. Fan Wenwan had yet to react and could only allow him to drag her along in a frantic escape. As Lu Tao had anticipated, 7 or 8 young men armed with steel pipes emerged from the vans, pursuing them. Had it been just Lu Tao, those individuals would undoubtedly have been unable to catch up. Unfortunately, he was encumbered by the presence of Fan Wenwan. They had not run far before they were overtaken and surrounded. "Hey, you can run pretty well. Let us see you try to escape now," one of the youths taunted arrogantly. In his eyes, Lu Tao was akin to a fish on a chopping board, destined for slaughter. "Brothers, I think you have mistaken me for someone else. I don't believe I know any of you," Lu Tao replied, pulling Fan Wenwan behind him. Should a confrontation arise, he would find a way to delay them to allow her to escape. "It's perfectly normal that you don't recognize us. Let me ask you, just earlier in front of the nightless city, did you not assault a dozen drunken individuals?" the youth inquired. "No, it's impossible for me to take on so many by myself," Lu Tao responded. Lu Tao unhesitatingly chose to deny the accusation. He was contemplating how best to evade the situation. After all, should the confrontation escalate, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. "You refuse to acknowledge it, do you? Very well. I shall make a call to have them come identify you. If it turns out you were indeed responsible for that incident, do not blame me for being unsparing." Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, the young man began to retrieve his phone from his pocket. Observing this, Lu Tao lunged at him. Given that a confrontation seemed inevitable when others arrived for identification, it was wiser to strike first. The leading young man, engrossed in retrieving his phone, was wholly unprepared for Lu Tao's sudden assault. In a moment of miscalculation, he was knocked backward, and the steel pipe he held was now in Lu Tao's grasp. "Damn it! Hit him!" The leader, furious at having his steel pipe taken, shouted to his companions. Just as they prepared to act, a door nearby swung open. An elderly man emerged, stretching his limbs and yawning. "What are you ruckusing about at this hour?" he called out to them. Today's youth truly lack respect for their elders and the young. "They are in dire need of discipline," he remarked, approaching the group of young men. Lu Tao, obstructed from viewing the elder clearly, found the voice somewhat familiar, though he could not place it. "Old man, what do you want?" the leader asked, perplexed that the elderly man seemed undeterred and was advancing toward him. "What do you think I want?" The elderly man approached him, his left hand darting out like lightning to seize his collar, followed swiftly by his right hand delivering a series of resounding slaps that left the young man seeing stars. The surrounding youths, witnessing the old man's agility, were momentarily stunned, frozen in place, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Get out! Don't let me see you again!" After delivering the slaps, the old man gave a forceful tug, hurling the young man away with such strength that it was evident he was no ordinary elder. The remaining youths, seeing the old man's formidable prowess, dared not challenge him further. They were no fools. They knew engaging with the old man would only invite their own humiliation. Hastily, they helped their fallen comrade to his feet and fled towards the parked van. Observing their disheveled state, Lu Tao couldn't help but chuckle. He had braced himself for a fierce confrontation, possibly even a beating, but unexpectedly, someone had intervened at just the right moment. It was as if he had stumbled upon a stroke of incredible luck. Aren't you Lu Tao?" the old man couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Lu Tao looked up and immediately recognized the old man, his heart lightening with joy. The world truly was small. The old man who had come to his rescue was none other than the gentleman who had treated him with acupuncture that day. "Grandpa, it's me. I never expected to meet you here," Lu Tao quickly greeted. "This is my clinic. I often stay here overnight when I have nothing else to do. I was just about to turn off the lights and go to sleep when I heard some noise outside and came out. Come, let's go inside and sit," the old man invited. Without further ado, Lu Tao, taking Fan Wenwan's hand, followed the old man into the clinic. He had just dragged Fan Wenwan along in a frantic rush, entirely oblivious to their destination, and unexpectedly found themselves here. Once they settled down, the elderly gentleman poured them some tea and took a seat. "Lu Tao, why are you still wandering about at this late hour?" The old man inquired with a warm smile. Lu Tao had left a profound impression on him. He had intended to engage him in conversation, but fate had conspired to bring them together in such an unexpected manner. Upon hearing the old man's question, Lu Tao recounted the events that had just transpired in detail. So that is how it was. Fortunately, you encountered me today. Otherwise, you might have faced some dire consequences, the old man mused. Indeed, grandfather, you have saved me twice now. I hardly know what to say, Lu Tao replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Oh, it is nothing. Our meeting signifies that we are destined to cross paths. You have already witnessed my skills. Would you like to learn? The old man waved his hand, shifting the conversation. Absolutely. If I possessed such prowess, those ruffians would certainly have been no match for me today. Lu Tao declared without hesitation. If you are eager to learn, I can teach you. However, I have one condition. The old man chuckled, seeing Lu Tao's enthusiastic response. What is it? I shall certainly comply with whatever I can manage. Lu Tao quickly assured him. He had always been keen on martial arts, and now with a mentor at hand, he could hardly contain his excitement. Once you have mastered my skills, you must assist me with a task. This matter could potentially cost you your life. Do you still dare to agree? The old gentleman inquired with a smile, gazing at Lu Tao. Is it truly that perilous? Lu Tao found himself momentarily taken aback. After all, he was merely 18 years old, and with the newfound ability of foresight, he could easily lead a lavish life without undertaking such significant risks. It is not merely dangerous. As I mentioned earlier, it could indeed lead to your demise, the old gentleman stated with a grave expression. Lu Tao, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. Before Lu Tao could respond, the woman seated beside him, Fan Wanwan, tugged at his arm and quietly urged him to think twice. Lu Tao glanced at her, smiled, and addressed the old gentleman. Grandfather, I am willing to comply. However, I must clarify that I will not engage in any acts of murder or arson. Upon hearing his words, the old gentleman chuckled and reassured him. Fear not, you will not be tasked with any such deeds. I merely wish for you to retrieve an object. So that is the case. Given your serious tone, I initially believed it involved something far more nefarious. Very well. I accept your conditions, Lu Tao replied. The old gentleman, pleased by Lu Tao's agreement, beamed with delight. He scrutinized Lu Tao from head to toe, nodding appreciatively, and said, Come find me here after class tomorrow. I will assist you in purifying your marrow and establishing your foundation. The old gentleman shook his head and remarked, There are no deities in this world. The process of purifying marrow and establishing a foundation is fundamentally a Taoist method for enhancing one's constitution, enabling one to achieve remarkable results while practicing martial arts. At your current age, you may feel somewhat advanced. However, it matters not, for I am aware of your remarkable resilience. If you can endure this trial, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be boundless. It sounds rather enigmatic, Lu Tao remarked, scratching the back of his head. At merely 18 years of age, he was preoccupied with the trifles of school, meals, and sleep, entirely oblivious to such matters. Even if there were indeed celestial beings, it was unequivocally beyond the reach of someone like him. In truth, it is not so mysterious. It merely involves a medicinal bath infused with various herbs. Observing Lu Tao's bewilderment, the old gentleman felt compelled to elaborate further. It is akin to bathing, he confirmed. However, I shall place you in a large wooden tub. Is it similar to the wooden tubs from ancient times? I've seen them on television, Lu Tao continued with his inquiries. But, grandfather, what about those people from earlier? I worry they will certainly cause you trouble, Lu Tao expressed his concerns. Do not fret. It is of no consequence, the old gentleman replied with a cryptic smile. Seeing his assurance, Lu Tao chose to remain silent, bid farewell, and departed with Fan Wanwan. Throughout their conversation, the old gentleman did not pose a single question to Fan Wanwan. Chapter 55. The mysterious second uncle Tao Tao. Come here, Lu Guangming beckoned. Lu Tao hurried over and took a seat. I have heard that you secured the top position in your class for the recent mock examination. Is this true? Lu Guangming inquired eagerly. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. I can hardly believe it. Son, quickly, bring out your report card so I can take a look. Lu Guangming initially approached the matter with skepticism, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Lu Tao's swift compliance. filling his heart with joy, observing his father's exuberance. Lu Tao couldn't help but shake his head, retrieving the report card from his backpack and handing it over. Upon receiving it, Lu Guangming's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw his son's name prominently displayed at the top. This was something he had only dared to dream about, and now it materialized before him. The excitement in his heart was palpable. "Dear, I never imagined our son would truly achieve such success," Lu Guangming exclaimed joyfully to Guan Aimei. "Indeed," she replied, her smile stretching from ear to ear. "Son, speak up. What do you desire? I shall buy it for you tomorrow." Lu Guangming then turned to his precious son and inquired. "Sure, no problem. I'll go first thing in the morning." Lu Guangming readily agreed. After all, he still had some money on hand, and purchasing a computer wouldn't be a significant expense, especially given that their son had secured first place, a truly commendable achievement worthy of celebration. As the hour grew late, he announced, "I shall take my leave and rest now. You two should also retire early." With that, Lu Tao, having spoken, picked up his backpack and made his way toward the bedroom. In that moment, Lu Guangming and his wife found it impossible to sleep. They eagerly discussed Lu Tao's report card, brimming with delight. Lying in bed, he found himself unable to drift off immediately. The events of the evening had been so extraordinary that they left him feeling a sense of disbelief. Although he had harbored doubts upon first encountering the elder, he had not anticipated that this individual would indeed be a master, a true virtuoso among virtuosos. The skills he had once prided himself on now seemed utterly futile in the presence of the elder. What perplexed him was how such an extraordinary individual could possibly exist in Binjiang City, a mere third-tier city. Could it truly be that the adage of masters residing among the common folk held true? He found himself utterly baffled by this notion. Moreover, the elder had tasked him with a certain endeavor, yet the nature of this task remained shrouded in mystery, as the elder had disclosed nothing. This only served to amplify the questions swirling in his mind. He pondered how he had so naively acquiesced to the elder's request. Perhaps his youth had rendered him overly simplistic in his considerations. At that moment, he had been solely focused on the prospect of acquiring such formidable skills, neglecting all else. What if the task the elder assigned him was something he was unwilling to undertake? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Did he still have the luxury of regret? Alas, it seemed not. Furthermore, for him, this was an opportunity. Regardless of the elder's identity, the prowess he exhibited was undeniably authentic. Above all, he was determined to master this skill, for it would enable him to protect himself and, more importantly, safeguard those who depended on him. Had he not encountered the elder today, he would undoubtedly have been no match for that group of youths. Defeat or even grave injury would have been a certainty. By that time, even if he possessed the heavenly eye, what significance would it hold? Furthermore, Fan Wenwan was still by his side. If she were to be harmed and subjected to indignities by that group of youths, how could he ever face her again? Strength. For the first time, he truly grasped the essence of that word. To navigate this world without bowing one's head, one must possess strength. Lacking such power would only invite others to trample upon oneself. Previously, he had avoided trouble, and the skills he had acquired were sufficient for self-preservation. However, since he gained the heavenly eye, his life had undergone a significant transformation, bringing forth an avalanche of troubles. If he did not elevate his abilities, he might not even comprehend how he met his demise. Even without encountering the old master, he would have sought out a mentor to teach him martial arts. Now that he had an available master, one who was a paragon among experts, he certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. With this thought, his spirits soared. Such is the nature of youth. One moment, they may be filled with trepidation, and the next, they are imbued with boundless ambition. The veins of every young person pulse with fervor and passion. Even the most timid youth harbors dreams within their hearts. To recline upon the lap of beauty in slumber and awaken to wield the power of the world is a dream that every man has once cherished. Amidst a whirlwind of fantasies, Lu Tao gradually drifted into slumber. Second uncle, when did you first meet Lu Tao? Upon the call connecting, Fan Wenwan asked, somewhat displeased. Is that so? Is that simple? She inquired, her skepticism evident. After all, her second uncle had ventured out at a young age, and no one truly knew what he had been up to all these years. The first occasion she encountered him was at her grandfather's funeral. Following the ceremony, her great-uncle chose not to leave Binjiang City. Instead, he established a clinic and settled there. At that time, she had just begun her employment at Binjiang Fourth High School, and whenever she had the opportunity, she would visit him. After all, her great-uncle had no children, and she was his only relative. Initially, she had hoped to invite him to live with her, but he insisted on continuing to contribute his expertise and expressed his comfort in living alone, so she refrained from pressing the matter. The situation was inherently straightforward. Many matters in life are uncomplicated. It is often humanity that complicates them, her great-uncle mused, his words imbued with a sense of melancholic wisdom that evoked an inexplicable sorrow. Given this, great-uncle, why would you choose to teach him martial arts? You have only met him twice. Is such a decision not rather hasty? Fan Wanwan interjected. Though she recognized Lu Tao as a good person, her great-uncle was not privy to this knowledge. If the martial arts were entrusted to someone of ill character, it would be tantamount to aiding a malevolent cause. You must trust your great-uncle's discernment. I have already commissioned an inquiry into his background. His parents are renowned for their virtuous nature, and aside from his academic struggles, he possesses commendable qualities. Furthermore, his physical constitution is remarkably robust. After undergoing a cleansing and foundational training, he could experience a profound transformation. Her great-uncle replied with a smile. I sincerely hope that the decision you make is the right one. Fan Wanwan responded with a smile of her own. She has now entered into a relationship with Lu Tao, and naturally, she hopes that Lu Tao can acquire formidable skills so that at the very least, he can protect himself when faced with outsiders. Rest assured, there will be no mishaps. Initially, I intended to test him, but seeing him step forward to protect you truly embodies the qualities of a man. At the very least, in the face of so many people, he did not abandon you and flee in panic, which is indeed commendable. Such loyal and righteous individuals are increasingly rare in today's society. The second uncle remarked with profound significance. After listening to her second uncle's words, Fan Wanwan remained silent for a long while. She understood Lu Tao's actions perfectly well. Had Lu Tao disregarded her, those individuals would never have been able to catch up with him. This thought warmed her heart. Huan, do you know why your second uncle chose to stay in Binjiang? At this moment, he shifted the topic. Because of you. Initially, I intended for you to accompany your parents abroad, but you were adamant about staying here. Therefore, I had no choice but to remain. The second uncle spoke with a hint of resignation. It is indeed true that the elderly are often sentimental. Second uncle, I grew up in Binjiang, and I cherish the life here. Besides, I am already an adult and can take care of myself. You should feel free to go wherever you wish without feeling the obligation to stay here for my sake. Fan Wanwan replied with a smile. During her childhood, her parents were often busy, and she spent most of her time with her grandfather, forming a special bond. Now, every time she visits her second uncle, she is reminded of her grandfather. However, dear grandfather, if Lu Tao were to discover the nature of my relationship with you, might he not think that I persuaded you to take him as your apprentice? Would he not suspect that we have orchestrated this scheme intentionally? Fan Wanwan inquired with a hint of concern. Fate is merely fate. It requires no explanation. If it could be elucidated, it would not be fate. The words of my grandfather carried a Zen-like wisdom. Furthermore, grandfather, you mentioned asking him to assist you with a certain task. What is that task? Fan Wanwan continued her line of questioning. I cannot disclose that to you just yet. When Lu Tao has successfully mastered his martial arts, I shall naturally inform you. Grandfather's expression grew serious as he responded to her inquiry, his earlier mirth vanishing. Upon seeing her grandfather's demeanor, Fan Wanwan felt it prudent to refrain from further questioning. Perhaps sensing her unease, grandfather reassured her, Do not worry. I would never allow him to engage in any wrongdoing. Otherwise, you would surely devour me. Grandfather, how could that be? I am not one to consume others. Fan Wanwan could not help but chuckle. Very well, let us conclude our conversation for today. Let us keep our relationship a secret from Lu Tao for the time being. We shall disclose it once he has mastered his martial arts, my grandfather advised. Indeed, Fan Wanwan nodded in agreement. Following this, grandfather ended the call. As she heard the disconnection tone, Fan Wenwan fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 56. Reunion the following day. Lu Tao did not accompany Fan Wenwan to school. He had received a notification the previous day instructing him to assemble directly at the first high school. The two parted ways at the entrance of the community, and Lu Tao hailed a taxi to make his way to the school. When he arrived there, a considerable number of students were already gathered at the entrance of the school, all present to participate in the biology competition. He glanced around and recognized several familiar faces. Some were former classmates from middle school, while others were from elementary school. Given the small size of Binjiang City, it was inevitable to run into acquaintances. Since Lu Tao was not particularly prominent in his daily life, the impression he left on others was rather superficial. Some students merely smiled at him before resuming their conversations with peers. Lu Tao surveyed his surroundings and finally spotted Zhang Qian and Wang Yunlei, who were accompanied by their biology teacher. Lu Tao, here is your admission ticket. Relax during the exam and just perform as you normally would, the biology teacher advised him with a beaming smile upon seeing him approach. In the past, he would have simply handed over the admission ticket without much thought, but this time, having ranked first in biology in the recent mock examination, his attitude had undergone a significant transformation. This is the reality of society. Even within the confines of a school, one cannot escape this truth. Students who excel academically and come from affluent, influential families tend to garner the favor of teachers, while those who struggle academically and lack familial resources often find themselves overlooked. Lu Tao smiled and nodded at the teacher. All right, it's getting late. You should head inside now, the biology teacher remarked, glancing at his watch. The three of them waved goodbye to the teacher and made their way to the examination hall. As for the circumstances, originally during the division of properties in our family, my father did not take any, but later he won a house in the Binjiang City garden. By a fortunate twist of fate, this apartment belonged to Teacher Fan. Thus, we became neighbors. Lu Tao succinctly elucidated the situation. So that was the case. Upon hearing this revelation, Zhang Qian nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, do you have time this weekend? My parents would like to invite you over for dinner. Unfortunately, I truly have no free time this weekend. Would next weekend suffice? Lu Tao replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. That works. I'll inform my parents. And you must certainly come, Zhang Qian readily agreed. During their conversation, Wang Yunlei remained silent, merely listening attentively from the sidelines. He felt quite vexed about Lu Tao having snatched the first place from him, especially as their discussion grew increasingly animated, which only fueled his frustration. Yet, what could he do? The victors are hailed while the vanquished are scorned. Even if he wished to prove his capabilities, he would have to wait for the second mock examination. Once in the examination room, Lu Tao took his designated seat and quietly awaited the test. Soon, the bell rang, and the invigilator entered, clutching a stack of papers. For Lu Tao, this examination was merely a trifling task. Once others completed their papers, he casually glanced at a few of them, cross-referencing answers, essentially extracting their essence while discarding the extraneous. He was well aware that those participating in this biology competition were among the top students in the class. Individuals like him were indeed rare, which allowed him to copy with confidence and audacity. When the examination concluded, Lu Tao briskly exited the classroom. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a familiar figure materialized before him. Was it not Lu Tao? It had been quite some time since they last met. Before Lu Tao could utter a word, the other party had already taken the initiative to greet him. Standing before him was a girl approximately 1.65 meters tall, with long flowing hair and an attractive visage, adorned with a pair of glasses that imparted an air of tranquility. Are you here to participate in the biology competition? Or are you attending school here? Lu Tao inquired with a smile, gazing at the girl who had once stirred his heart. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. I cannot believe we have encountered each other here. When are you free? Let us share a meal together. Lu Tao cheerfully extended an invitation. Sure. I will come find you tomorrow at noon. Lu Tao nodded affirmatively. All right. I will wait for you at the school gate tomorrow at noon. Class is about to start, so I must take my leave. The girl waved at Lu Tao as she spoke. Yes, goodbye. Lu Tao reciprocated the gesture. Back in the day, she had been his desk mate, and both of them had borrowed books together. Lu Tao, rather mischievous at the time, occasionally indulged in playful tricks. During class, he would hide his textbook and then borrow hers. Seeing her pitiful expression, she would relent and lend it to him, while she and her deskmate shared one copy. Upon acquiring the book, Lu Tao felt a surge of joy, as it meant he and his deskmate each had their own. When he paraded before the girl with 2 books in hand, she said nothing, merely offering him a smile. Had it been only this, perhaps he would not have harbored any particular feelings for her. Subsequently, he resorted to his old tricks, continuing to borrow books from her, and she, with her usual nonchalance, lent them to him with a faint smile. In that moment, his naive heart fluttered. He realized he had developed feelings for this girl. The news of her transfer came as a complete surprise, leaving both of them unaware of the impending change. The reason was quite simple. Her father was to take a job in another city. Before she had a chance to bid him farewell, her father had already completed the transfer procedures, and they departed from Binhai City. After that, they lost all contact. To this day, he still remembers her name, Cui Ying. Although he had not called out her name earlier, it did not signify that he had forgotten her. It was from that time on that his academic performance began to decline rapidly. Eventually, he became an inconspicuous underachiever. In due course, having lived in the same neighborhood for years, he became acquainted with Zhang Qian. However, his feelings for Zhang Qian could not compare to the pure and untainted emotions he once harbored for Cui Ying. He had thought he would never encounter Cui Ying again in his lifetime, yet fate had other plans. Remarkably, it was only because he had come here to participate in the biology competition that he crossed paths with her. Since the emergence of the celestial eye, his life's trajectory had irrevocably altered, leading to many unforeseen events. It seemed as though his heart had been revived. At that moment, Zhang Qian ascended the stairs. She had been waiting for him downstairs for quite some time, and upon realizing he had not yet come down, she decided to seek him out. Lu Tao, what are you standing here daydreaming about? Let us go. Zhang Qian, noticing Lu Tao's absent-minded expression, couldn't help but urge him. Lu Tao glanced at her, nodded, and proceeded downstairs. Zhao, you should head to Xizhong first, and then we will take care of the paperwork, he said with a smile. Sure, no problem. Zhao Gang readily agreed. How about I accompany you? Zhang Qian suggested after a moment's thought. Lu Tao shook his head and replied, we are just going to handle some formalities. There's no need for you to come along. Besides, I'd like you to ask the teacher for a leave of absence on my behalf, explaining that I have some matters to attend to. Seeing his insistence, Zhang Qian felt a bit reluctant to press on. Upon arriving at Xizhong, Zhang Qian turned to Zhao Gang and expressed her gratitude before exiting the vehicle. Lu Tao, is this girl your girlfriend? Zhao Gang inquired with a smile. I suppose so, Lu Tao replied somewhat awkwardly. With his current relationship with Fan Wanwan and the unexpected appearance of Cui Ying, he found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate these connections. I truly don't understand what you young people are thinking these days, Zhao Gang remarked, shaking his head. Lu Tao chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. The two then met with Sister Qi to finalize the necessary procedures. From this moment forward, the carnival officially became Lu Tao's enterprise. Chapter 57. An encounter during dinner on his way to the classroom, Lu Tao encountered Qi Jinxiang. Initially, he intended to feign ignorance upon seeing him, but to his surprise, Qi approached him with a beaming smile. Lu Tao, you performed admirably in the recent mock examination. Keep up the effort and aim for the top spot in the entire grade. Qi Jinxiang encouraged him. Lu Tao cast a glance at him and nodded. The saying that good grades command respect is indeed true. Initially, Qi Jinxiang regarded him with indifference, always contemplating how to undermine him. However, unexpectedly, Lu Tao experienced a remarkable turnaround, achieving the top score in the class. As the head of the department, Qi Jinxiang naturally had to reevaluate his opinion of him. After all, if Lu Tao were to gain admission to a prestigious university, it would reflect positively on Qi Jinxiang as well. Alright, go to class now. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to come to my office, Qi Jinxiang said with a cheerful smile. Sure, Lu Tao replied succinctly, proceeding directly towards the classroom. Just as he prepared to knock on the door, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Had he known that class would be ending so soon, he might have opted to head directly to the cafeteria. So that's how it is. What are your plans for lunch? Would you like to join me? Fan Wenwan extended an invitation to him. They were neighbors, after all, and it was only natural for them to look out for one another. Moreover, despite not being officially recognized as a couple, they had already established a couple's bond, making it a natural occurrence to share a meal together. All right, Lu Tao readily agreed. The two descended the stairs side by side and made their way outside the school. Originally, Lu Tao intended to dine at the cafeteria, but Fan Wenwan expressed a desire to eat out. Seeing her enthusiasm, he felt it inappropriate to decline and thus acquiesced to her preference. After all, it was merely a meal. The location mattered little. Indeed, it was as simple as that. Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan exited the school grounds and entered a nearby restaurant. As Fan Wenwan was a teacher at the 4th high school, she occasionally dined here, and the restaurant owner recognized her. Upon her entrance, she hurriedly greeted the proprietor. "Boss, is there a private room available?" Fan Wenwan inquired with a smile directed at her companion. "You arrived just in time. There is one available," the boss responded, gesturing to a server. "Please escort Teacher Fan and her party upstairs." The server nodded and proceeded directly to the upper floor. Fan Wenwan exchanged a smile with Lu Tao, and the two prepared to follow the server to the private room. At that moment, a group of people burst in from outside. The boss frowned and quickly approached to greet them. "Bao Gu, what brings you here today?" Bao Gu, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced at him with an expressionless demeanor. "Chun boss, I've heard you haven't paid your protection fee this month. I'm here to inquire when you plan to settle it." Chun boss, feeling somewhat awkward after hearing this, offered a sheepish smile. "Bao Gu, business has been slow this month. Could you allow me to defer the payment until next month?" Bao Gu remained silent, moving to a nearby table to take a seat. One of his subordinates swiftly pulled up a chair, and Bao Gu sat down with a thud, addressing Chen boss. "If every business owner were like you, what would happen to my men? Should I let them go hungry?" "Bao Gu, I merely wish for a 1-month extension. I assure you the payment will be made next month." Chun boss lamented, his face drawn. He had some funds available, but due to a family matter this month, his cash reserves were dwindling. Paying the protection fee would likely leave him without even enough money for groceries. "I have no patience for your excuses. If you know what's good for you, hurry and fetch the money. Otherwise, my comrades and I shall remain here until you have it," Bao Gu threatened, directing his words at Boss Chen. Having collected protection fees on this street for many years, he often encountered such situations. Whenever he resorted to this tactic, those who had not paid inevitably complied, as everyone was in business. Without the means to conduct trade, what purpose would there be? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Boss Chen understood that failing to pay today would surely incite trouble. Being an honest man, he had no desire to provoke these individuals. Reluctantly, he approached the cash register, opened the drawer and withdrew all the money within. After counting, he discovered it amounted to over 700 yuan. He then rummaged through his pockets, managing to find an additional 100, bringing the total to nearly 900, 100 short of the required amount. The protection fee, set at 1,000 yuan monthly, was non-negotiable according to Bao Ji's decree. At that moment, a waitress descended from upstairs, holding the order menu, as Mr. Fan had already placed their orders. "Xiao Mei, what did Mr. Fan and the others order?" Boss Chen called out to the waitress. After a brief pause, the waitress replied, "They have ordered a total of 4 dishes and 1 soup." Upon hearing her response, Boss Chen snatched the order menu and swiftly calculated the total, which came to 103 yuan. "Please have the kitchen expedite the preparation. I shall head upstairs," he said as he ascended the stairs. Upon entering the private room, he lifted the curtain to find Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan engaged in conversation. Noticing his arrival, they smiled and inquired, "Do you have something to discuss?" "Teacher Fan, I have a small favor to ask of you. The bill collectors have arrived, and I find myself short on cash. I would appreciate it if you could settle the meal expenses in advance so I can send them on their way," Mr. Chun said with a hint of embarrassment. "That is not a problem at all. How much is it in total?" Fan Wenwan inquired as she began to retrieve her wallet. "Altogether, it amounts to 103 yuan. You can simply give me 100, Mr. Chun quickly responded. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fan Wenwan extracted a 100 yuan note from her wallet and handed it over. Mr. Chun accepted the money and addressed the others. Take your time with the meal. I shall excuse myself. Lu Tao and Fan Wenwan nodded in silent agreement. Just as Mr. Chun was about to pull aside the curtain to exit, it was suddenly yanked open, and Bao Gu and his companions strode in. Mr. Chun, I instructed you to procure the money, yet you silently retreated upstairs? Are you unwilling to pay? Bao Gu questioned, his displeasure evident. Bao Gu, you misinterpret my intentions. I would not dare to withhold payment. This is for the current month. Please count it. Mr. Chun promptly handed over a bundle of 1,000 yuan. Receiving the money, Bao Gu counted it, nodded in satisfaction, and addressed Mr. Chun. We came here specifically to collect our dues, and my brothers have yet to dine. Kindly arrange for several exquisite dishes and a couple of bottles of wine. Certainly, that is no trouble at all, Mr. Chun readily agreed, recognizing that providing a sumptuous feast was a small price to pay to see this rowdy group depart. By the way, do you have a private room available? We would like one, Bao Gu continued. Regrettably, there are none at the moment. You are aware that I only have 2 private rooms, and both are occupied, Mr. Chun replied. You and your brothers should eat downstairs, Chun Boss said with an expression of reluctance. After hearing Chun Boss's words, Bao Gu did not leave immediately. He glanced over Fan Wenwan and Lu Tao, and with a smile suggested, I say, ladies, may I propose a matter? Since there are just the 2 of you, why not dine downstairs? It would be quite inconvenient for us with so many people here. Before Fan Wenwan could respond, Lu Tao had already shaken her head, saying, you can sit apart downstairs. How dare this little brat challenge me? Do you even know who I am? Bao Gu shot a glance at Lu Tao and could not help but boast. When he was out making his mark, Lu Tao was probably still in diapers. Ignorant and indifferent, Lu Tao replied, if you have nothing else, it would be best for you to leave quickly. We still need to eat. I am part of the underworld. Do you understand that? Bao Gu, noticing Lu Tao's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Lu Tao nodded and remarked, so you are from the underworld. I suppose you are here to collect protection fees? Kid, consider yourself clever. Indeed, we are here to collect protection fees. If you know what is good for you, hurry and go eat with your sister. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude, Bao Gu threatened arrogantly. On this street, no one dared to oppose him. It is well known that he has a considerable number of brothers backing him, and more importantly, he has a big brother protecting him. Even if trouble arose, there would be someone to come to his aid. This was precisely why he felt so emboldened. What's the point of being ungrateful? Lu Tao abruptly rose to his feet. You little brat, do you think you can act tough? He commanded, come, step outside with me. As Bao Gu spoke, he approached, intending to grasp Lu Tao's arm. However, the moment his hand made contact, Lu Tao swiftly seized his arm and twisted it grotesquely. Subsequently, Lu Tao forcefully propelled him forward, causing him to collide directly with one of his subordinates. Damn it! You dare to lay a hand on me! Bao Gu roared. Brothers, beat him to a pulp. Never did Bao Gu anticipate that such an inexperienced youth would dare to confront him. It was an utter humiliation. Moreover, this was happening in front of his subordinates. He could not possibly swallow this affront. A few of his men advanced menacingly towards Lu Tao, and an altercation seemed inevitable. Observing the escalating tension, Boss Chun hastily interjected, Bao Gu, please refrain from fighting here. Could you do me this favor? Without a moment's hesitation, Bao Gu struck Boss Chun across the face, shouting, Get out of my way. What makes you think I owe you any consideration? Realizing that today's situation was beyond his control, Boss Chun reluctantly stepped aside, awaiting Lu Tao's impending thrashing at the hands of Bao Ji's men. At that moment, Lu Tao clenched his fists. Had they been outside, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in a brawl. However, confined within the cramped room, he knew he would stand little chance against them. Furthermore, with Fan Wenwan beside him, he feared that any ensuing conflict might result in her getting harmed as well. Unexpectedly, at that moment the curtain was suddenly drawn aside, and 2 middle-aged men clad in black suits and dark sunglasses entered. Without uttering a word, they approached and delivered a punch to each of Bao Ji's companions, rendering them all unconscious on the floor. Subsequently, The two men hoisted two of them and descended the stairs, and before long, Bao Gu and his associates found themselves unceremoniously discarded at the entrance of the restaurant. Having completed their task, the two middle-aged men departed, leaving their destination a mystery. In the face of such an unexpected intervention, Lu Tao's expression was one of astonishment. He had braced himself for a fierce confrontation, never anticipating that these two individuals would effortlessly subdue Bao Gu and his companions, leaving him utterly enlightened. Chun Boss shared a similar sentiment. He had silently prayed for a situation devoid of excessive violence, yet the reality unfolded in a manner he could hardly fathom. As for Fan Wenwan, she exhibited no such surprise, as if she were aware of the origins of the uninvited guests. "Boss, please urge the kitchen to expedite the meal," Fan Wenwan remarked, glancing at the time as she addressed Chun Boss. Once he departed, Lu Tao resumed his seat and turned to Fan Wenwan, exclaiming, "Today is truly astonishing. Who would have thought someone would come to our aid? How fortunate it is to have assistance. If a fight had broken out, you might have been the one to suffer," she replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tao sheepishly scratched the back of his head and admitted, "Indeed, given their numbers and their rough demeanor, I might not have stood a chance in a real confrontation. According to my perspective, you are indeed young. Despite being fully aware of the other party's affiliations with the underworld, you still choose to provoke them." Fan Wenwan cast him a glance, her tone laced with a hint of complaint before adding, "Let us hasten our meal, lest this group come back to cause us trouble." Soon enough, the dishes were served. Fan Wenwan and Lu Tao exchanged no words, hastily finishing their meal before departing the restaurant. Chapter 58. Medicinal bath. As Lu Tao reached the corridor, he noticed Sun Guang, Zhao Kuan, and Zhang Liang standing at the entrance of the classroom. He quickened his pace to approach them. "Tao, are you and Teacher Fan in a romantic relationship?" Zhao Kuan inquired with keen interest. According to his knowledge, Fan Wenwan had never dined with students, including female ones. Typically, such interactions were confined to female teachers. The sight of Fan Wenwan dining openly with Lu Tao, without any semblance of restraint, was indeed astonishing to them. "What romance are you speaking of?" Lu Tao glanced at him, chuckling lightly. "Currently, Teacher Fan is my neighbor. It is quite normal for us to grow closer. Please refrain from making wild assumptions without understanding the situation. My being male is inconsequential, but if it adversely affects Teacher Fan, that would be unfortunate." "Tao, is it true? When did you learn to be so considerate of the fairer sex?" Sun Guang asked, his expression exaggerated. "Let me reiterate, Teacher Fan is my neighbor and a friend. If you persist in your baseless conjectures, do not blame me for losing my temper," Lu Tao replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Despite the nature of his relationship with Fan Wenwan, it remained a secret known only to them, and he preferred it that way, unwilling for others to pry into their personal affairs. "Look at you, we were merely jesting, yet you truly seem offended," Sun Guang remarked, sensing Lu Tao's irritation. It was rare for him to witness Lu Tao's anger, as it often led to serious consequences. "Do not make light of such matters," Lu Tao declared sternly before striding into the classroom. Observing Lu Tao's reaction, Sun Guang helplessly shrugged at Zhao Kuan, and soon they all entered the classroom in succession. The bell rang, marking the end of the afternoon session. As soon as class concluded, Lu Tao exchanged greetings with Sun Guang and the others before swiftly departing the school with his backpack in tow. Before long, he found himself before the old gentleman. Upon his arrival, the old man promptly invited him to take a seat. Once seated, Lu Tao noticed the absence of any patients, which struck him as peculiar. "Old sir, why were there no patients this afternoon?" Lu Tao inquired with a smile. "I did not open today. I have been busy here all day," the old gentleman replied with a grin. "Really? Is it that complicated?" Lu Tao exclaimed, taken aback by the old man's words. "What did you expect? The process of marrow washing and foundation building is the most crucial step. Any errors could prevent the body from achieving the desired effects, significantly hindering future cultivation." The old man elaborated before rising and continuing, "Follow me." Lu Tao nodded and followed the old man through the back door into another room. Upon entering, Lu Tao approached a wooden tub set upon the ground. "This tub is for your medicinal bath," the elderly gentleman stated. Wait here. With that, he retreated into the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, carrying a stainless steel pot. Upon reaching the wooden tub, he swiftly poured the contents of the pot into it. Next, he began to fill the tub with hot water, ceasing only when he deemed it sufficient. Undress and step in, the old man commanded, observing Lu Tao's momentary daze. Without hesitation, Lu Tao stripped down, preparing to immerse himself in the tub. As he dipped a foot into the water, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Old man, this water is scalding. It could cook the skin. I can't bear it." Lu Tao's face contorted in discomfort. "Do not worry, you will be fine. Just endure for a bit. It will soon get better," the elderly gentleman reassured him with a smile. Seeing the old man's confidence, Lu Tao felt reluctant to voice further objections. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his leg and stepped in. Instantly, he was engulfed by the waves of heat, an experience that was quite unbearable. As he submerged himself in the medicinal liquid, the sensation was more excruciating than death itself. Had he not trusted the old man, he would have fled long ago. After some time, Lu Tao unexpectedly dozed off against the side of the tub. He was unaware of how long he had been asleep, but upon awakening, the previous intensity of heat had vanished, replaced by a soothing warmth. "Lu Tao, how do you feel now?" the old man inquired with a smile. It is important to note that he has invested considerable resources in reforming Lu Tao's constitution, acquiring rare medicinal herbs that cannot simply be purchased with wealth alone. Naturally, these matters are not to be disclosed to Lu Tao, as some actions are best left unspoken. The old gentleman nodded, observing that the color of the water in the tub had turned a deep black, and he smiled, saying, "You may rise now." Upon hearing his words, Lu Tao promptly stood up, preparing to emerge from the wooden tub. "All right," Lu Tao acknowledged, responding affirmatively. "Go take a shower and wash away the scent of the medicine," the old gentleman instructed. Lu Tao complied without hesitation. After bidding farewell to the old gentleman, he departed from the clinic. As the clinic was in close proximity to his home, he opted not to take a taxi, instead carrying his backpack as he walked towards the city garden. Upon reaching an intersection, just as he was about to cross the road, a Buick suddenly sped past him, startling him with its rapid approach. "Driving like that? Are you in a hurry to meet your maker?" Lu Tao shouted in the direction of the Buick. Had it truly collided with him, he mused, he would likely be facing the king of hell by now. "What did you say?" The owner of the Buick, perhaps having overheard Lu Tao's exclamation, halted the vehicle, exited, and shouted back at Lu Tao. "I said, are you in a hurry to meet your maker?" Lu Tao retorted, clearly irked. "Do you have a death wish?" The car owner approached Lu Tao and threw a punch, but Lu Tao swiftly leaped back, evading the blow. Following the medicinal bath, he felt a newfound lightness in his body, and his movements had become noticeably more agile. "Daring to evade, were you?" The car proprietor, initially confident that his punch would connect, was instead consumed by mortification when it missed its mark. He retaliated with a kick aimed at Lu Tao. This time, Lu Tao met the aggression head-on. A resounding thud echoed as the car proprietor clutched his leg, a searing pain coursing through him, compelling him to double over. The agony was profound. Lu Tao, who held his legwork in high regard, was taken aback that his adversary couldn't even withstand a single blow. Observing the man's distress, he simply shook his head and prepared to depart. "Damn it, don't you dare leave. If you walk away today, I'll hunt you down at your school tomorrow. You're wearing a 4th middle school uniform, so you must be a student there," the car proprietor menaced, his brow furrowed. "And what do you propose to do?" Lu Tao responded with a shrug, feigning indifference. The car proprietor, without uttering a word, retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he bellowed into the receiver, "Yang, I'm at the intersection of Victory Road and Suzhou Road. I've run into a bit of trouble, and I need your assistance." Having received an affirmative response, he exhaled in relief, terminated the call, and sneered at Lu Tao. "I've already contacted Yang. Prepare to meet your doom." Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lu Tao scoffed and delivered a swift kick. The car proprietor, never anticipating that Lu Tao would dare to strike after he had summoned reinforcements, received the blow squarely on his cheek, eliciting a cry of agony. "Do you believe that having connections grants you the right to run amok in this city? Calling for backup, are we? Very well. I also shout, Whose person arrives first? Lu Tao declared, seizing the other party's phone and dialing Zhao Gang's number. Once the call connected, Lu Tao inquired, Brother Zhao, do you have a moment? Just tell me what it is, Zhao Gang replied. I've encountered a bit of trouble at the intersection of Shengli Road and Suzhou Road. If you have time, please come by, Lu Tao said. It seems like quite a few people are involved, so bring along some friends when you arrive. Lu Tao chuckled. Sure. Wait for me there. I'll be there shortly. Upon hearing that Lu Tao was in trouble, Zhao Gang promptly hung up and began gathering people. Let us wait it out here, Lu Tao remarked, tossing the phone in front of him. While they were biding their time, a Santana car pulled up and came to a halt before them. Subsequently, several individuals emerged, armed with weapons. After listening to the unfolding situation, Brother Yang scrutinized Lu Tao and remarked, I never imagined you were just a high school student. Kid, how do you propose we handle today's affair? Lu Tao remained silent, merely shaking his head. How about this? We don't wish to extort you. Tell me where you live. I will accompany you home and speak with your parents about this matter, allowing them to handle it. What do you think? Brother Yang articulated his thoughts. He realized that physically assaulting the other party would yield little benefit, and it would be wiser to have a discussion with their parents, potentially extracting some monetary compensation. Lu Tao continued to shake his head in silence. Is he mute or something? All he does is shake his head. Brother Yang, witnessing Lu Tao's persistent refusal, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Lu Tao remained silent, yet with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to his opponent. Brother Yang and his cohorts were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Lu Tao, standing alone against their numbers, not only displayed no fear but also dared to strike. How dare you hit me? I will make you pay. Brother Yang bellowed, brandishing his machete as he lunged at Lu Tao. Lu Tao deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Yang's wrist with the weapon and twisted it forcefully, disarming him with ease. You think you can wield a weapon like this? You truly know nothing of your own limitations. Lu Tao scoffed, yanking Yang aside with considerable force. Well, it seems you are more skilled than I anticipated. Brothers, let's take him down. Yang shouted at his three subordinates, who advanced toward Lu Tao with their machetes drawn. A fierce battle was imminent. Just then, a van pulled up beside them, and the doors swung open, unleashing a dozen individuals. Lu Tao, are you all right? Zhao Gang approached Lu Tao, his concern evident. Lu Tao shook his head, reassuring him, I'm fine. Upon recognizing Zhao Gang, Brother Yang's expression turned disdainful. They were both familiar faces on the streets, having crossed paths numerous times. Yang Ming, what a surprise to see you here. This is my friend. How do you wish to handle today's events? If it's a fight you seek, I am ready, Zhao Gang remarked coldly, casting a glance at the adversaries. Yang Ming is not a fool. Should he engage in a confrontation with Zhao Gang now, it would undoubtedly be to his own detriment. Even if he truly wished to fight, he would at least need to gather a suitable number of allies. Since you have taken the initiative, let this matter rest for today. However, Zhao Gang, I assure you, this incident will not be forgotten lightly, Yang Ming stated with a cold expression. Do as you please. If you seek to trouble me, I am always prepared, Zhao Gang replied nonchalantly. In this life, everyone navigates through perilous paths, where brawls are commonplace and fears are seldom entertained. It is not merely about harboring grudges. Even in the absence of animosity, challengers often arise unexpectedly. As a newcomer in this world, many young thugs are eager to test their mettle against established figures, for a victory could catapult them to fame and elevate their status. Very well, let us proceed and see how this unfolds. With that, Yang Ming gestured to his subordinates, and the four of them swiftly departed in their vehicle. Observing Yang Ming's departure, Old Song dared not linger and quickly followed suit. Once they had left, Lu Tao turned to Zhao Gang and said, Brother Zhao, I sincerely apologize for causing you more trouble. Zhao Gang waved his hand dismissively, replying, Lu Tao, what are you saying? If we are to speak honestly, you are still my superior. Without you, my brothers and I would have nothing to eat. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, echoed the group of men Zhao Gang had brought along. They had always looked to Zhao Gang for guidance, and hearing him refer to the student as the new boss of the carnival left them all quite astonished. Take care of yourself, Zhao Gang advised. If there's anything, Just give me a call, Zhao Gang advised. Lu Tao nodded in agreement, waved goodbye to them, and made his way home. Once Zhao Gang saw him cross the street, he signaled to his subordinates to get in the car, and they swiftly departed. Chapter 59. Disfigurement. Upon returning home, Lu Tao greeted his parents before carelessly tossing his backpack onto the desk and collapsing onto the bed. This world is exceedingly harsh. A lack of strength equates to a lack of status. When confronted with adversity, one can only be subjected to the whims of others. Just like what transpired this evening. Had he not been acquainted with Zhao Gang, the situation would likely not have been resolved so effortlessly. In that case, should the adversaries have approached his parents, they would have had to compensate, for no one wishes to provoke these ruthless individuals who roam the streets. Reflecting on this, he recalled a phrase from the prince. It is safer to be feared than to be loved. The most straightforward way to deal with these ruffians is through force. They must be made to fear. In times past, such thoughts would have never crossed his mind. But now, he possesses extraordinary abilities. Having received the guidance of the old master to cleanse his marrow and lay a solid foundation, imparting upon him unparalleled skills. With all this, could he continue to lead a mundane existence? It is simply inconceivable. Who does not aspire to achieve remarkable feats? Who wishes to bow their noble head before others? No one. All humiliation and endurance stem from a lack of strength, a necessity imposed upon them. If one possesses terrifying power, who would not desire to be imperious and invincible? He is no exception. This society is unforgiving. Relying solely on mere words will not resolve any issues. Many harbor deep-seated animosity towards the offspring of officials and the wealthy. Yet what can be done? Is hatred truly beneficial? If one possesses genuine capability, encountering those arrogant heirs should result in a decisive confrontation, demonstrating superiority. The mere thought of this brought a hint of a sinister smile to his lips. He was no longer the timid youth he once was. Having resolved to carve out a significant legacy, the foremost challenge to address was the issue of finances. Half of the money he had earned from gambling on stones had already been expended, and the remaining sum would likely dwindle once his father opened a car repair shop. Thus, he needed to find an opportune moment to leverage his unique ability and earn more. Of course, he still needed to attend school. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to gain admission to university. This was not only his aspiration but also that of his parents. Moreover, equipped with his extraordinary insight, he had no reason to fear failing his entrance examinations. As time passed, these thoughts lulled him into a peaceful slumber. Before he could awake in the morning, Guan Aimei had already knocked on his door, urging him to rise. After breakfast, he went across the way to summon Fan Wanwan, and together they set off for school. Initially, their joint attendance attracted much speculation among the faculty and students, but once it became known that they were neighbors, the gossip subsided. Regarding Lu Tao and Fan Wanjuan's relationship, aside from Lu Chunda, no one else was privy to this information. Naturally, Lu Chunda, being under Lu Tao's thumb, dared not speak carelessly. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Tao noticed a flurry of whispers and furtive glances among the students, prompting him to hasten to his seat. What discourse occupies your attention? Lu Tao inquired with a genial smile. Last evening, Wang Ping of Class 6 was subjected to a vitriolic assault by Sun Chao, a fellow classmate. The reports suggest her visage is irreparably marred, lamented with profound distress. Given the shared faculty between classes 5 and 6, a spirit of camaraderie typically prevailed. Lu Tao recalled Wang Ping as a girl of unassuming beauty, yet possessing an ethereal purity that attracted considerable admiration. Sun Chao, however, remained a vague figure in his memory. What could have possibly motivated such a heinous act of disfigurement? Did Wang Ping incur his wrath? Lu Tao questioned, bewildered. Such acts of malevolent disfigurement were previously confined to the realm of television dramas, never encountered in his quotidian existence. To deface a person's countenance was an act far more odious than mere homicide. Death, after all, offered a swift and definitive release, whereas disfigurement condemned the victim to a lifetime of agonizing self-consciousness. That fiend! Such depraved individuals deserve eternal damnation, Lu Tao exclaimed with vehement indignation. As they approached the culmination of their senior year, mere weeks from the National University entrance examination, Such an act not only ravaged a face but also irrevocably altered the trajectory of a young woman's life. It was an unpardonable transgression. Sun Chao has been apprehended. However, whispers suggest his family wields considerable influence, potentially mitigating the consequences of his actions. Following the assault, he brazenly boasted of his deed on QQ, thereby disseminating the information with alarming alacrity. Continued, his voice laden with resignation. Despite his desire to intervene, he felt powerless to effect any meaningful change. Do you know which hospital Wang Ping is currently in? Lu Tao inquired. Sun Wei shook his head and replied, perhaps the students in her class might know. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao immediately stood up and left the classroom, heading to the adjacent class where he waved at a familiar classmate. The student, Li Peng, quickly rushed out. I know you have a good relationship with Wang Ping. Do you know which hospital she is in? Lu Tao asked directly, forgoing any small talk. As soon as Li Peng heard Wang Ping's name, tears began to stream down his face. He and Lu Tao had been classmates in their freshman year, sharing a strong bond. Later, they were separated in their sophomore year, with Lu Tao placed in Class 5 and Li Peng in Class 6. However, they still managed to exchange a few words whenever they had the chance. Lu Tao was naturally aware of Li Peng's feelings for Wang Ping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly upon hearing the distressing news of her disfigurement. The impact of Wang Ping's condition was undoubtedly profound on her peers. I only know she is at the People's Hospital, but I'm not sure which ward, Li Peng said, his eyes reddened. Li Peng, don't you like Wang Ping? If she truly becomes disfigured, will you still like her? Lu Tao asked with a serious expression. Yes, no matter how she changes, I will always like her, Li Peng responded without a moment's hesitation. That's all I needed to hear. Let's go to her now, Lu Tao remarked, casting a glance at him. Now? But class is about to start. Even if we want to visit Wang Ping, we should at least wait until school is over, Li Peng replied, momentarily taken aback. Lu Tao nodded and remarked, isn't that just stating the obvious? Once school is over, everyone will surely rush to her. What role would you play then? Upon hearing this, Li Peng found his reasoning quite persuasive. Consequently, the two of them dashed out of the school. Upon exiting the gate, Lu Tao hailed a taxi, and they both climbed in, heading towards the People's Hospital. Upon arrival, Lu Tao stopped a nurse to inquire for directions, and then he guided Li Peng to the ward where Wang Ping was located. At that moment, the ward was rather empty, with a middle-aged woman sitting beside the hospital bed, seemingly lost in thought. Who are you? The middle-aged woman asked, her face reflecting surprise as she approached Lu Tao and Li Peng. Hello, Auntie. We are classmates of Wang Ping. We heard that something happened to her, so we came to visit. Lu Tao quickly explained their purpose. Oh, so you are Ping Ping's classmates. Please have a seat, the middle-aged woman invited. Lu Tao and Li Peng stepped forward to the bedside where Wang Ping lay. At this moment, Wang Ping's face was completely wrapped in gauze, rendering her unrecognizable. The once charming girl had transformed drastically. Any normal person witnessing her in such a state would feel an immense surge of indignation. Auntie, this is a small token of our concern. You must accept it. At that moment, Lu Tao realized he hadn't brought anything with him, so he took out all the money from his pocket, approximately 1,000 yuan, and placed it in the middle-aged woman's hand. I cannot accept this. The fact that you have come to see Ping Ping is more than enough. There is no need for you to give us money. The middle-aged woman quickly waved her hands in refusal. Aunt, at this moment, Ping Ping is gravely injured and in dire need of financial assistance. Although this sum is modest, it represents our heartfelt gesture, and you must accept it regardless. This is a hospital, and should you fail to pay the medical fees for even a single day, they can expel you at any moment, Lu Tao remarked calmly. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, the middle-aged woman nodded and accepted the money. Deep down, she understood the truth in Lu Tao's statement. If the medical expenses remained unpaid, the hospital would not permit them to stay without charge. When Wang Ping was only 5 years old, she divorced Wang Ping's father and raised Wang Ping on her own. Over the years, she endured scorn and hardship, yet Wang Ping excelled, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her class. If all goes well, she should be able to gain admission to a prestigious university such as Dongda. Upon graduating, she hopes to secure a good job, freeing herself from the burdens of her current life. However, This sudden calamity has left her feeling overwhelmed. Her relatives and friends have always shunned them, keeping their distance, and now that such a grave misfortune has befallen them, the relatives retreat even further. The funds for Wang Ping's medical expenses were drawn from her long-saved resources, originally intended for Wang Ping's university education. In light of this unfortunate turn of events, there was no choice but to utilize them for immediate relief. No, Ping is a strong-willed child. She is unwilling to accept charity from others, the middle-aged woman continued. For many years, she had raised Wang Ping alone, never once borrowing a penny from anyone, no matter how arduous life became. Wang Ping's temperament closely resembles her own. If she were to discover that others had contributed to her plight, it would undoubtedly sadden her deeply. Auntie, where is Wang Ping's father? Why are you the only one here? Lu Tao shifted the conversation. I divorced her father when she was 5. For these years, it has been just the two of us living together, the middle-aged woman explained. I apologize. I was unaware of this matter. Please do not take it to heart, Lu Tao said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It is of no consequence. It is all in the past, the woman replied, shaking her head. What about relatives at home? Lu Tao continued to inquire. No matter how busy they are, they should still find time to visit. Auntie, you must not have eaten yet, right? Lu Tao said, turning to Li Peng. Go and buy some food for Auntie. Without hesitation, Li Peng dashed out. No, I am not hungry, the middle-aged woman quickly interjected. Auntie, let him go. He has a good relationship with Wang Ping, and when he heard about her situation, he insisted on coming along, Lu Tao promptly added. Now was the perfect opportunity for Li Peng to demonstrate his worth, and naturally, he wished to speak well of himself. The child is quite sincere. By the way, what is your name? When Ping awakens, I shall inform her, the woman inquired, gazing at Lu Tao. I will remember. When Ping regains consciousness, I will let her know you visited. She mentally repeated their names. Auntie, what are your plans? Wang Ping's face has been disfigured. She will undoubtedly require reconstructive surgery, Lu Tao continued to ask. Auntie, I believe if surgery is to be considered, it is best to act promptly. As for the finances, I can find a way. Lu Tao pondered for a moment and then spoke. You? What solution could you possibly conceive? The middle-aged woman glanced at Lu Tao with a look of astonishment and replied, No, I cannot accept your money. Without hesitation, she dismissed Lu Tao's suggestion. Auntie, I am not giving you money. I am merely lending it to you. Wang Ping is already in such a dire state, lingering here is not a viable option. Even if we win the lawsuit, it will likely take a month or so, by which time everything may be delayed. If you borrow my money, simply give me an IOU, and you can repay me once the lawsuit concludes favorably. What do you say? Lu Tao articulated his thoughts. The middle-aged woman did not respond immediately. Instead, she fell into contemplation. She had to concede that Lu Tao's words held considerable merit, yet the sum in question was indeed substantial. If they were to lose the case, how would she manage to repay it? At over 50, how many more working years could she realistically expect? Even if she worked until her last breath, the debt would remain insurmountable. Ultimately, this burden would fall upon Wang Ping, and how could she bear the thought of her daughter living a life solely to repay debts? After a while, she turned to Lu Tao and said, Once Ping awakens, I shall discuss this with her and provide you with an answer. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Lu Tao readily acquiesced. Chapter 60. A date with Cui Ying. At that moment, Li Peng entered from outside, carrying a KFC plastic bag. He hurried over to the middle-aged woman and, somewhat awkwardly, said, Auntie, I sincerely apologize. It is not yet mealtime, and having wandered around the vicinity without finding anything to eat, I had no choice but to make my way to a nearby establishment to procure some KFC, so please manage with that. The middle-aged woman, noticing the beads of perspiration gently forming on his forehead, accepted the plastic bag from his hand and, with a warm smile, said, You must be exhausted. Please take a moment to sit and rest. To be candid, I am not the slightest bit hungry at this moment. Ping has yet to awaken, and as her mother, I find myself devoid of any appetite. I shall wait. Once she stirs, I will dine with her. Upon hearing the woman's words, Lu Tao felt a slight tremor in his heart. It is often said that the hearts of parents are filled with compassion for their children, and this holds true. When he underwent surgery for appendicitis, his parents had kept vigil by his side, offering warmth and care, never leaving him alone for even a moment. Perhaps drawn by her mother's voice, Wang Ping gradually regained consciousness. As she attempted to open her eyes, she was met with an overwhelming darkness. The haunting memory of Sun Chao throwing acid on her flashed through her mind, prompting her to scream uncontrollably. The middle-aged woman rushed forward, grasping Wang Ping's hand, and soothingly reassured her, "Ping Ping, do not be afraid. Mother is here." "Mother, am I blind? Why can I see nothing?" Wang Ping asked in a panic. The thought of being unable to see, coupled with her disfigurement, rendered her existence in this world seemingly meaningless. "No, dear Ping Ping, listen to your mother. Your face is currently bandaged, which obscures your vision. Once the bandages are removed, you will be able to see again," the middle-aged woman explained, tears welling in her eyes. "Mother, have I become a hideous creature?" Wang Ping inquired. For an 18-year-old girl, what could possibly be more significant than her appearance? The desire for beauty is universal, especially at such a delicate age. "No, you have merely sustained some facial injuries that require surgery. Once the procedure is completed, you shall regain your former beauty," the middle-aged woman replied, suppressing her own sorrow and speaking in a calm tone. "Is that so? Will the surgery be very expensive?" Wang Ping continued to question. "Do not worry, it will not cost much," the woman said before quickly shifting the subject. "Ping Ping, Lu Tao and Li Peng from your class came to see you as soon as they heard about your injury. They are right here beside you. Isn't Lu Tao from class 5? Wang Ping pondered aloud. "Thank you for coming." She managed to force a smile as she spoke. "There is no need for such formality. Focus on your recovery, and if you need anything, feel free to ask me," Lu Tao said. "Yes," Wang Ping nodded, her expression tinged with sadness. "The college entrance examination is just over 2 months away. I never anticipated encountering such an incident. I am uncertain if I can participate as scheduled." "Of course you can. There is no reason you shouldn't," Lu Tao quickly reassured her. "As long as you concentrate on healing, you will recover in no time, and you will certainly be able to take the exam." "Is that true?" Wang Ping asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "Indeed. Trust me, you will be well again very soon," Lu Tao affirmed confidently. If placed before him, he could only silently wish for the best in his heart when faced with such matters. However, now that he has accumulated some wealth and possesses the ability to assist others, he could not remain indifferent. Upon hearing his firm assurance, Wang Ping ceased her inquiries and merely nodded. "Li Peng, I have some matters to attend to at noon, so I must take my leave first. Please stay here and accompany Wang Ping and Auntie," Lu Tao said, glancing at the time as he stood up. He had already arranged to have lunch with Cui Ying after participating in the biology competition yesterday, and he absolutely could not afford to be late. "All right, if I do not attend class in the afternoon, please help me request a leave from the homeroom teacher," Li Peng readily agreed. "No problem." Lu Tao nodded and turned to the middle-aged woman, saying, "Auntie, I have made plans to have lunch with a friend, so I will come back in the afternoon. You go about your business." The middle-aged woman quickly responded, "Wang Ping, focus on your recovery. Once you are discharged, let Li Peng treat you to a grand meal," Lu Tao said to Wang Ping, who nodded in agreement. Lu Tao waved goodbye to them and then exited the ward. Upon leaving the hospital, he hailed a taxi and hurried towards the first high school. Soon, the taxi arrived at the school entrance, and Lu Tao paid the fare before alighting. As it was still before the dismissal time, there were not many people at the entrance. Lu Tao waited for a while until the dismissal bell rang, and one by one, students began to emerge from the school. Lu Tao scanned the crowd and occasionally spotted a familiar face, exchanging brief greetings before they hurried on their way. After a while, Cui Ying emerged from within and walked directly up to Lu Tao. "Were you waiting anxiously?" Cui Ying inquired, a hint of shyness in her voice. She had intended to leave the classroom immediately after the bell rang, but unexpectedly, she was intercepted at the doorway by a boy from the neighboring class, who confessed his feelings while brandishing a large bouquet of roses. Such occurrences were not new to her, so she remained unfazed, gracefully declining his advance before turning to leave. However, having been delayed, she noticed that most of the day students had already departed by the time she stepped outside. Lu Tao glanced at her and shook his head, asking, "Where do you wish to dine?" "All right, Lu Tao responded casually, taking her hand and leading her across the road. Cui Ying was taken aback by his boldness during their first outing together. She was caught off guard by his grip. Initially, she considered breaking free, but as she observed the bustling traffic around Lu Tao, she dismissed the thought. His grasp was merely a precaution to ensure her safety while crossing the street. Indeed, once they reached the other side, Lu Tao naturally released her hand. They found a rather pleasant restaurant and entered in single file. After selecting a table, Lu Tao placed the menu before Cui Ying with a smile, saying, "Feel free to order whatever you like." Without hesitation, Cui Ying chose 2 stir-fried dishes and 2 bowls of rice. While waiting for their food, Lu Tao poured her a cup of tea, remarking with a grin, "They say women change dramatically by the age of 18. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've transformed into a stunning beauty. Was I not beautiful before?" Cui Ying inquired, a hint of displeasure in her voice upon hearing Lu Tao's remark. "Of course you were beautiful. However, you have become even more stunning since then," Lu Tao quickly replied. In a certain sense, Cui Ying represented the first girl he had ever admired, a fact that imbued their initial encounter with profound significance. He had long believed he would never see her again in this lifetime, yet fate had orchestrated their unexpected reunion, a veritable stroke of serendipity. "Did you ever write to me?" "I had no knowledge of it," Lu Tao responded, momentarily taken aback by her question. "I wrote to you as soon as I arrived in another city, nearly 7 or 8 letters, yet each time they vanished into thin air." Cui Ying, noticing Lu Tao's vehement denial, continued, "I genuinely never received your letters. At that time, I often wondered why you did not write to me. Do you know? I eagerly awaited your correspondence, longing for your words. Who could have predicted that after half a year, I would still be without a letter from you? Eventually, I entered high school and transferred to the 4th secondary school." Lu Tao hastened to clarify, "Surely, I did write to you. Is it possible the letters got lost in transit?" Cui Ying pondered aloud. "Did you write the address correctly?" Lu Tao inquired. The address was undoubtedly accurate. "I am not a fool," Cui Ying retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. "This situation is indeed perplexing. Where could those letters have gone?" Lu Tao continued to question. "How would I know? Perhaps someone intercepted my letters to you," Cui Ying speculated. "Such a situation is indeed possible. I recall that the letters at that time were collected by the class life monitor." Lu Tao, upon mentioning this, posed another query. "Who was the life monitor of our class back then? After such a long time, how could I possibly remember?" Cui Ying pondered for a moment and, somewhat helplessly, replied, "I remember she was a female, but I cannot recall her name. Perhaps if I were to encounter her someday, it might come back to me." Lu Tao remarked, "What does it matter who she was? I never expected we would meet here. By the way, how did you end up at number 4 middle school? I recall your academic performance was quite commendable back then." Cui Ying inquired with genuine interest. Indeed, during middle school, Lu Tao excelled academically. Had he maintained that trajectory, gaining admission to number 1 high school should have posed no challenge, and at the very least, he ought to have secured a place in number 9 high school. Reflecting on this, he chuckled and said, "I experienced a bit of an unforeseen circumstance during my high school entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Cui Ying felt it inappropriate to press further. At that moment, the dishes were served, and the two began to eat while reminiscing about a series of events from their middle school days, as if it were just yesterday. Once they had nearly finished their meal, Lu Tao stood up to settle the bill. As he reached into his pocket to retrieve the money, he realized he did not have enough to cover the cost. He had already given the 100 yuan bill to Wang Ping's mother, and after spending 10 yuan on a taxi ride, the remaining change was insufficient. "Excuse me, do you accept card payments here?" Lu Tao inquired somewhat awkwardly. The proprietor looked at Lu Tao and shook his head. "Cui Ying, please wait for me here. I will step out to withdraw some cash." Lu Tao smiled sheepishly and inquired, "Boss, how much is it in total?" Cui Ying did not respond directly but instead addressed the proprietor, who replied, "The total is 38. After a few taps on the calculator, he announced a figure. Cui Ying retrieved a 100 yuan note from her pocket and handed it over. The boss scrutinized its authenticity before providing change. "Let's go," he said. Cui Ying took the change, counted it, and placed it in her pocket, turning to Lu Tao with a smile. Did we not agree that I would treat you? Wait here. I will fetch some money to repay you. Lu Tao glanced around, searching for a bank. No need. I shall cover this meal, and you can treat me next time, he replied. Cui Ying, amused by his insistence, responded. All right, then I shall treat you next time. Seeing her acquiescence, Lu Tao decided not to press the matter further. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future, and there was no need to rush. Lu Tao shook his head and asked, When are you free? I must take you out for a meal. How about Sunday? I am free then. You can call me, Cui Ying replied. At this, she took out her phone and said, Please share your number. I will call you. I haven't purchased a phone yet. How about this? Give me your number and once I buy a phone, I will send you a message, Lu Tao suggested. All right, but I have no pen. What should I do? Cui Ying responded with a hint of exasperation. Just repeat it a couple of times. I will memorize it, Lu Tao chuckled. Cui Ying recited the number nearly 10 times until Lu Tao nodded in acknowledgement. All right, he affirmed. Lu Tao nodded slightly, once again grasping Cui Ying's hand as he escorted her to the school gate, bidding her farewell with a wave. Once Cui Ying had entered the campus, he turned and walked to the roadside, hailing a taxi that would take him towards the People's Hospital. Along the way, when passing a bank, Lu Tao requested the driver to halt, proceeding to withdraw 10,000 yuan from the ATM. Subsequently, upon encountering a mobile phone store, he ventured inside to purchase a Nokia phone and simultaneously acquired a SIM card. After exiting the store and entering the vehicle, he promptly saved Cui Ying's phone number, sending her a text message. Observing his flurry of activity, the driver couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. Upon reaching his destination, Lu Tao settled the fare, bidding the driver farewell before alighting. Chapter 61. Once more to the medicinal bath, Lu Tao arrived at the hospital room where Wang Ping was staying, retrieving a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and handing them to the middle-aged woman. Auntie, please accept this money for your immediate use. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to call me. I shall provide you with an IOU. The woman graciously accepted Lu Tao's kindness, replying, Very well. I shall return this evening. Li Peng nodded in agreement and added, By the way, Auntie, you have a mobile phone, don't you? Please note down my number to avoid any difficulties in reaching me later. As Lu Tao prepared to leave, something seemed to strike him, prompting him to inquire, Do you? Yes, Wang Ping's mother responded, retrieving an old and worn-out phone from her pocket. Lu Tao then provided his mobile number. As Wang Ping's mother saved the number, he waved at them and then departed the ward with Li Peng. Upon exiting, they hailed a taxi and once inside, Lu Tao instructed the driver to head to the 4th middle school. Upon their arrival, the bell signaling the start of class rang out. Lu Tao hurriedly settled the fare and ran towards the teaching building alongside Li Peng. Fan Wenwan, noticing Lu Tao, flashed him a smile and gestured for him to enter and take his seat promptly. Observing this, Lu Tao hastened his steps and settled into his place. After a brief moment on the podium, Fan Wenwan, feeling there was nothing pressing, gradually descended and approached Lu Tao. What did you do this morning? She inquired softly, leaning on his desk. I attended to some matters, Lu Tao replied, slightly unnerved by the faint scent of her perfume wafting from such close proximity. Are you still going to the clinic after school today? Fan Wenwan changed the subject. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding in response. Isn't that a bit inconvenient? He said, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. Despite the connection he shared with Fan Wenwan, he was there primarily to learn martial arts and partake in medicinal baths. Having her by his side during such activities felt inappropriate. Seeing her unwavering demeanor, Lu Tao could only shake his head in resignation. After school, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to the Chinese language office, where he met up with Fan Wenwan, and together they headed to the old gentleman's clinic. The clinic, however, remained closed for the day. In preparation for Lu Tao's marrow washing and foundational training, the old gentleman had indeed invested significantly. As soon as Lu Tao entered, he was warmly welcomed. However, when he arrived and noticed Fan Wenwan following closely behind, his expression shifted slightly. Wanner, what brings you here to accompany Lu Tao? The old gentleman inquired with a warm smile. Why, am I not welcome here? Fan Wenwan retorted. Of course you are. Please, have a seat while I prepare a medicinal bath for Lu Tao, the old man replied, making his way to the kitchen to fetch water. Lu Tao, as he had done the previous day, stripped down completely. As the old man poured hot water into the wooden tub, Lu Tao swiftly stepped in and settled down. Having experienced this once before, he adapted quickly, soon feeling his pores open up, enveloped by a sensation of indescribable comfort. Great uncle, what exactly are you up to? Fan Wanwan could not help but ask Lu Tao, who was now soaking in the tub. Is this daily bathing truly for cleansing the marrow and strengthening the foundation? She continued to probe. Certainly not, the old gentleman clarified. The tub is filled with 49 rare medicinal herbs, some of which are exceedingly scarce and have required immense effort to procure. By harnessing the potency of these herbs, we can eliminate the impurities within his body, thereby facilitating a profound transformation of his constitution. I see, Fan Wanwan responded thoughtfully. Great uncle, if what you say is true, these herbs must have cost a small fortune. Why invest so much in him? She asked, puzzled. Indeed, even though Lu Tao has some relationship with you, it seems excessive to commit such a substantial amount of resources. On one hand, it is for your benefit. On the other, it is for my own, the old man replied. I am aware of the events that transpired between you and Lu Tao. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. Wanner, you are the sole heir of the Fan family, and the person I hold most dear in this world. If you can be together with Lu Tao, then naturally, he shall become my grandson-in-law, and it is only fitting that I have invested considerable effort in nurturing him. Furthermore, as you know, I am advancing in years, and Lu Tao and I share a certain affinity. He possesses commendable physical attributes and remarkable stamina. If he applies himself diligently, he will undoubtedly master all that I have to impart. At that moment, even in death, I shall find peace. The old gentleman spoke earnestly. Second grandfather, do you think there is a possibility for us? Fan Wanwan inquired, uncertainty evident in her voice. It is important to note that she is significantly older than Lu Tao, and should he be unwilling to marry her, she would find herself at a loss. Whether it is possible depends solely on you. I have observed his countenance. He is destined to attract many romantic encounters throughout his life. If you truly intend to pursue a relationship with him, you must be prepared for that. The old gentleman replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Second grandfather, is that truly the case? If so, what purpose would there be in my pursuing him? Fan Wanwan exclaimed, taken aback by his words.
Juan listen closely.
In this world, any man of substance will not be limited to just one woman. While a wife may be singular, the number of lovers is often numerous. Expecting a man to remain loyal to one woman for a lifetime is a rather formidable challenge. If you genuinely cherish him and are willing to be with him, why should these trivial matters concern you? Do you truly wish to spend a lifetime with a man of no ambition? The old gentleman retorted. However, after searching for so many years, am I to share a man with another woman? That seems quite unreasonable, Fan Wanwan replied, somewhat helplessly. Initially, she had no particular feelings towards Lu Tao, yet now they had become intimately involved. For a woman of her disposition, once she has surrendered her body, her soul often follows suit. Moreover, Lu Tao's recent behavior has indeed left her feeling quite satisfied. Marrying such a man would not be a poor choice after all. Everything is predestined. Wanner, ponder this carefully. You have been searching high and low for someone you fancy, but have you truly found him? No, you have not. Now, fate has presented Lu Tao to you. This is destiny. Were it not for his arrival, you might have fallen victim to that scoundrel, El Chunda. How would you have faced that situation? Have you considered this? The old gentleman gazed at his beloved granddaughter with a smile. Second grandfather, really? You know about El Chunda? Fan Wanwan asked in astonishment. The old gentleman nodded and said, I arranged for 2 bodyguards for you, yet you became quite upset and sent them away. Consequently, I had them leave their phone numbers with you, so that when you are in need you may call them, and they will promptly appear before you. Yesterday, when you encountered that group of ruffians at the restaurant alongside Lu Tao, you discreetly called for assistance, and they promptly arrived to help you deal with those troublemakers. Am I correct in my recollection? I had no other choice at that moment. With so many adversaries, I was concerned for Lu Tao's safety, hence I sought their intervention, lamented Fan Wanwan. Typically, she would not engage in conflicts with others, nor would she require the services of such bodyguards. Even if the need arose, it is likely that they would not be present at the crucial moment. Take for instance the incident with LV Chunda during a dining engagement. Even with bodyguards nearby, escape would have been improbable. Had Lu Tao not been there, she might have faced humiliation at the hands of LV Chunda. Their intervention in resolving your predicament with those oblivious individuals was indeed fortuitous. Although Lu Tao has studied martial arts for a few years, his skills are merely superficial. While they may suffice in a small city like Binjiang, they would certainly fall short in a larger metropolis. Moreover, even in Binjiang, there are many individuals who are more skilled than him. Had it not been for my timely presence last time, his life might have been in grave danger. The old gentleman paused momentarily before continuing. Fortunately, he is still young, and it is not too late for him. Once I conclude the process of cleansing and fortifying his foundation, I will begin the transformation of his sinews and bones, crafting him into a figure of resilience and strength. At that point, I shall teach him martial arts such as Baji Quan, and I am confident that it will not be long before he can navigate Binjiang with confidence. Great uncle, your meticulous efforts to cultivate Lu Tao, are you hoping for him to become your successor? Fan Wenwan inquired with genuine interest. To her surprise, the old gentleman shook his head and replied, if he wishes to be my successor, he has a long journey ahead of him. Great uncle, I perceive Lu Tao as somewhat idealistic. Are you not concerned that he might cause trouble once he masters his skills? Fan Wenwan asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Such is the nature of youth. Besides, he is merely 18, at an age brimming with vigor and passion. When I was his age, I too was often embroiled in conflicts. Since I have resolved to nurture him, regardless of the chaos he may incite, I shall assist him in resolving it. Of course, from my observations, he is unlikely to engage in nefarious deeds, the old gentleman stated with calm assurance. Seeing his conviction, Fan Wenwan chose to remain silent. At that moment, Lu Tao gradually emerged from his slumber. Each time he underwent the medicinal bath, an overwhelming drowsiness would envelop him, likely due to some soporific component within the herbs. Naturally, he had not heard a single word of the conversation between the old gentleman and Fan Wenwan. Lu Tao, how do you feel? The old gentleman asked with a smile as Lu Tao opened his eyes. Observing the hue of the medicinal solution, he noted it was somewhat lighter than the previous day, indicating that a significant amount of impurities had been expelled from Lu Tao's body. I estimate that, with another session tomorrow, you will be nearly restored. Step out and dry yourself. I will continue your treatment, the old gentleman instructed. Lu Tao nodded and stepped out of the wooden tub. Upon reaching Fan Wenwan, he paused for a moment, but soon regained his composure, offering a smile as he dried off and approached the elderly gentleman. Lu Tao nodded slightly, bidding farewell to the old man alongside Fan Wenwan before departing from the clinic. The old man watched their retreating figures, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Chapter 62. The fleeting dream. Fan Wenwan had been apprehensive that Lu Tao would inquire about this matter. Now that he had broached the subject, she chose not to conceal the truth any longer. She nodded and explained, he is my great-uncle. Great-uncle? Lu Tao was genuinely taken aback by the revelation. Although he was aware that Fan Wenwan and the old man shared a long-standing acquaintance, he had not anticipated that they were actually relatives, and of a rather close kinship at that. I am curious to know. Lu Tao seemed eager to ask something further. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Fan Wenwan promptly interrupted him. She waved her hand dismissively and stated, it is entirely the old man's decision to take you as his apprentice. It has nothing to do with me. If you doubt this, you may inquire of him directly. Is that so? Even if it is linked to you, do you really believe he would admit it if I were to ask? Lu Tao could not help but chuckle at her eagerness to dissociate herself from the matter. At his question, Fan Wenwan paused, casting an exasperated glance at Lu Tao before replying. This matter truly does not concern me. To my knowledge, my great-uncle had previously rescued you once, and at that time our relationship was merely that of an ordinary teacher and student. Moreover, I was present when my great-uncle expressed his intention to take you as his disciple, and I never anticipated he would make such a decision. Earlier, while you were indulging in the medicinal bath, I casually inquired about it, and he mentioned that everything is predestined. Upon hearing her explanation, Lu Tao remained silent. Her reasoning was indeed logical. At the moment he was severely injured by the enigmatic youth, their relationship was merely that of a typical teacher and student. Furthermore, that night, as he grasped her hand and they fled in haste, he could hardly have imagined they would end up at the old gentleman's clinic. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of fate, there truly exists a higher design. Lu Tao, the matter of my great-uncle taking you as a disciple is entirely unrelated to me. Please do not feel any pressure. Seeing him in silence, Fan Wenwan felt compelled to continue her persuasion. Their bond had already transcended mere friendship, and she genuinely wished to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to mutual discontent. Rest assured, I am delighted that my great-uncle has accepted me as his disciple. There is no pressure whatsoever. Initially, I harbored some reservations, for there are no free lunches in this world. Fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. However, now that I am aware of his connection with you, my heart has finally settled. Observing her tense demeanor, Lu Tao smiled and said, I am glad you think this way. Do not worry. My great-uncle is not a bad person. He has invested considerable effort in nurturing your talents. So please do not let his good intentions go unappreciated. Fan Wenwan offered a gentle reminder. Lu Tao nodded and replied, I understand. Once I master martial arts, I will be able to protect you. Hearing Lu Tao's words, Fan Wenwan remained silent, merely nodding gently. As they conversed, they arrived at Fan Wenwan's doorstep. Lu Tao bid her farewell and was about to open his own door when Fan Wenwan tapped his shoulder, smiled at him, and said, It's still early. Why don't you come over to my place for a while? Naturally, Lu Tao couldn't refuse such an invitation from a beautiful woman. Given that they had already shared an intimate relationship, he was well aware of the underlying implications. For a young man like him, who had just begun to explore such experiences, the allure was immense. It was akin to discovering a delectable dish that one wished to indulge in every day. The thought of growing tired of it was not something he considered at the moment. Soon, Fan Wenwan opened her door and gestured for Lu Tao to enter first. He nodded, stepped inside, changed into slippers, tossed his backpack onto the sofa, and sat down. Fan Wenwan changed into slippers, went to her bedroom to put down her handbag, and changed into a set of pajamas. After tidying up, she walked over and sat down beside Lu Tao. By then, he had already turned on the TV. Having not watched any dramas for a long time, he wasn't sure what to choose and kept flipping through channels with the remote until Fan Wenwan told him to stop. This one seems quite interesting, she said softly, linking her arm with his. Serendipitously, an apple and a paring knife adorned the coffee table, prompting him to meticulously peel the apple for Fan Wenwan, subsequently segmenting it into bite-sized morsels which he tenderly offered to her lips. Upon receiving the first piece, she paused, momentarily taken aback. In all her years, save for her father, she had never partaken of an apple prepared by a man. She had initially perceived Lu Tao as merely a youthful figure, yet his unexpected display of consideration stirred a profound sense of emotion within her. After a slight hesitation, she parted her lips and accepted the offering. As she finished one piece, Lu Tao promptly presented another. Before long, the entirety of the apple had been consumed. Lu Tao placed the knife back on the table, discarded the remnants into the waste bin, and inquired, Would you care for more? Fan Wenwan shook her head, casting a glance at him before resting her head upon his lap, akin to a docile feline. He reached out, gently caressing her flowing tresses, offering no words. Due to Fan Wenwan's close proximity, he found himself unwittingly aroused. The burgeoning disquietude below stirred Fan Wenwan from her tranquil repose. She abruptly sat up, smoothing her hair. Are you in discomfort? Fan Wenwan queried softly, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding in response. Were it not for Fan Wenwan's presence, he would have eagerly liberated his nether regions for a breath of fresh air, for the current sensation was exceedingly vexing. Allow me to assist you, Fan Wenwan uttered, extending her delicate hand to unfasten Lu Tao's belt, then deftly pulling down the zipper of his trousers. With a gentle nudge, she shifted his undergarments aside, revealing his manhood in its full glory. Her face flushed crimson as an errant strike landed squarely upon her cheek, a consequence of the proximity. Though they had twice shared intimacy, She had yet to behold his manhood, and this sudden unveiling, coupled with the farcical nature of the moment, only deepened her embarrassment. Observing her thus, a surge of desire coursed through him. He reached out, his hand venturing beneath the collar of her garment to seize a breast. Its resilience was undeniable. Cradled in his grasp, it possessed a softness that stirred him, prompting a firmer hold. A gasp escaped her lips, taken aback by his playful impudence. Without delay she reciprocated, her mouth drawing near. An electrifying sensation pulsed through him, an unfamiliar pleasure that compelled his eyes to close as he reclined against the sofa, abandoning himself to the unprecedented experience. Perhaps new to this particular act, her technique was unrefined, an occasional graze of teeth against his flesh. Yet, to him, this imperfection was negligible, confident that with time, her skill would burgeon, eradicating such minor missteps. After a time, she lifted her gaze, offering a coquettish smile. "Shall we retire to the bedroom?" she purred. He nodded, gathering her into his arms before rising to carry her towards her chamber. Once inside, he gently deposited her upon the bed, and they swiftly shed their garments, their familiarity with one another rendering the act effortless. After an indeterminate span, Lu Tao consummated the exchange and dismounted from Fan 11. "Why did you neglect to remind me to bring the prophylactic?" Lu Tao queried, shifting upward to lean against the bedside table. "My period concluded merely a few days prior. It is currently a safe interval, so there is no cause for concern." Fan 11 responded languidly. The recent amorous skirmish with Lu Tao had left her in a state of blissful oblivion. Upon hearing her rejoinder, Lu Tao chuckled, his apprehension allayed. He was on the cusp of graduating from senior high school and far from attaining the legal age for matrimony. Should she conceive at this juncture, it would engender a plethora of superfluous complications. Fan 11 experienced a tremor upon hearing his words. Previously, she had only encountered such pronouncements on television, typically uttered by a man to his paramour or mistress. Now, at this very moment, hearing these words elicited a sense of unease within her. However, she swiftly extricated herself from this discomfort. She was not that type of woman, neither presently nor prospectively. Were Lu Tao not still enrolled in school, she would undoubtedly wish for him to tarry overnight. However, the prevailing circumstances precluded Lu Tao from spending the night elsewhere, and their liaison might become known to Lu Guangming and his wife. After all, Lu Tao was in his final year of senior high school, poised to take the university entrance examination. If he were to engage in a romantic relationship at this juncture, particularly with her, his teacher, the outcome would be self-evident. Perhaps discerning the disquiet in her heart, Lu Tao pressed his lips to hers, initiating a profound kiss. After an indeterminate period, he gradually released her. Fan 11 was nearly breathless from his fervent kiss. Unable to contain herself, she cast him a reproachful glance and urged, "Hurry up and leave, or your parents will start calling." Lu Tao nodded, playfully flicked her nose with his finger, and quickly dressed before descending from the bed. Just before exiting the bedroom, he waved goodbye to her, then retrieved his backpack from the living room sofa, slipped on his shoes, and departed. Once he was gone, a wave of melancholy washed over Fan 11. Before her relationship with Lu Tao, she had found solitude at home manageable. However, since their intimacy, the nights alone felt interminable. She longed for his presence beside her, to hold her as she drifted into slumber. In a daze, she unwittingly succumbed to sleep, a faint smile gracing her lips, perhaps a remnant of a pleasant dream. Chapter 63. The cafeteria confrontation the following day. As Lu Tao entered the classroom, barely settling into his seat, the biology teacher walked in, beaming with a broad smile. Under the watchful eyes of the class, he approached Lu Tao directly. "Lu Tao, the results of the preliminary round have been announced, and you are the only one from our class to pass. Next Wednesday at 8 a.m., all students who qualified for the next round will gather in front of the first high school to take a bus to Nanhu for the retest," the biology teacher said, smiling at Lu Tao. Upon hearing this news, Lu Tao felt not elation, but rather a tinge of disappointment. Originally, he had signed up for the biology competition with the intention of going to Nanhu alongside Zhang Qian. Now, however, Zhang Qian had not advanced to the next round, while he had successfully passed the preliminary examination. The thought of going to Nanhu alone seemed rather meaningless. The biology teacher offered a few words of advice before turning to leave. At the moment she pivoted, Lu Tao happened to catch Zhang Qian's gaze as she turned towards him. Their eyes met, and he managed a somewhat awkward smile. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered the room, signaling the start of class. The morning passed uneventfully. By noon, Lu Tao chose not to have lunch with Fan 11. Although they were neighbors, dining together often led to unwarranted gossip, so he made plans to join Sun Guang and others at the cafeteria. At that moment, Li Peng emerged from their class, prompting Lu Tao to invite him along. A group of them marched into the cafeteria, secured a table, and then separated to procure their meals. What do you mean by this, Zhao Pengfei? Zhao Kun questioned, visibly annoyed. The student referred to as Zhao Pengfei glanced up at him, his expression impassive, and replied, nothing in particular, just here to have a meal. Zhao Pengfei, are you blind? Can't you see that we've already claimed this table? Sun Guang interjected, echoing the accusation. Zhao Pengfei shook his head, a sneer forming on his lips as he retorted, what does it matter if you've claimed the table? Who gave you permission to reserve it? Furious at the audacity of this brash individual, Zhao Kun prepared to confront him. With 5 of them present and only 3 on the opposing side, it seemed an easy matter. Lu Tao stepped in front of him, addressing Zhao Pengfei and his companions. Get your trays and leave immediately. Are you feeling discontent? Do you wish to engage in a scuffle? I will gladly accommodate. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Pengfei rose to his feet and stretched. The 2 boys seated beside him also stood up, and their height advantage became immediately apparent as they faced Lu Tao and his companions. After all, the 3 of them were members of the school's basketball team, boasting exceptional physical prowess. They were no strangers to brawls, having settled many scores within the school, and now, confronted by Lu Tao and his group, they were prepared to see it through to the end. The surrounding students, who had been dining, paused their activities and silently observed the unfolding scene. To be fair, although Lu Tao's group had the numerical advantage, they were clearly outmatched in terms of skill. Except for Lu Tao, the remaining 4 were utterly incapable of holding their own in a fight. Should a confrontation arise, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. The dilemma of whether to engage or retreat loomed large. Engaging could entail significant repercussions, while refraining might expose them to ridicule, making a comeback all the more challenging. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, it is the brave who prevail. At this critical juncture, Lu Tao understood he could not falter. Being a man, he would rather die on his knees than live on his feet. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lu Tao acted without hesitation, launching a kick at Zhao Pengfei. Having resolved to confront the opponent, he intended to hold nothing back and fight fiercely. Zhao Pengfei had assumed Lu Tao and the others would shy away from confrontation. He was taken aback when they boldly initiated the fight without hesitation. Caught off guard, he received a kick from Lu Tao that sent him stumbling backward. Lu Tao, however, would not allow him the opportunity to retaliate. He swiftly brought his tray down upon Zhao Pengfei's head. In an instant, Zhao Pengfei's head resembled a refuse bin, adorned with remnants of vegetable juices and leaves, a portrait of utter disarray. Concerned for Zhao Kun and the others, Lu Tao displayed no hesitation. He advanced with a decisive punch, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment while the adversary remained incapacitated, he swiftly turned to assist Sun Guang. Initially, Sun Guang and his companions held a numerical advantage, yet their lack of combat experience soon turned the tide, resulting in Sun Guang being struck and sent sprawling to the floor. As the opponent prepared to deliver a follow-up kick, Lu Tao fortuitously returned just in time, landing a solid blow to the assailant's back, followed by a swift knee strike that incapacitated him. Having dealt with that threat, Lu Tao wasted no time in aiding Zhang Liang with another opponent. By the time the 2 were subdued, Zhao Pengfei had regained his footing and charged toward Lu Tao. Noticing the impending confrontation, Lu Tao exchanged a glance with Zhao Kun and the others, prompting the 4 to encircle Zhao Pengfei. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, Zhao Pengfei became flustered and was quickly restrained by the 4, who hoisted him up and then released him simultaneously. With a resounding thud, he hit the ground. It is worth noting that the cafeteria floor was made of concrete, and falling upon it could be quite painful. Even someone as physically capable as Zhao Pengfei felt the impact. Looking down at the three individuals sprawled on the ground, Lu Tao clapped his hands together, expressing a hint of exasperation. In this day and age, one cannot even enjoy a meal in peace. After uttering these words, he approached Sun Guang with genuine concern, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Sun Guang shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. Let's go buy another meal." As Lu Tao finished speaking, he made his way towards the food stall. Given that the mealtime was nearly over, the cafeteria's offerings were rather limited. Lu Tao and his companions casually selected a few dishes and then occupied an empty table, hastily consuming their meals. At that moment, someone approached and pulled Zhao Pengfei and his group away. He attempted to move about, sensing that his body was not significantly impaired, and cast a glance towards Lu Tao's table, his eyes brimming with animosity. However, he refrained from further confrontation and departed with his two companions. The surrounding students, who had been lively, felt a tinge of disappointment at Zhao Pengfei's exit. With the excitement dissipated, they gradually dispersed. Once they had left, Sun Guang turned to Lu Tao and said, "Tao, Zhao Pengfei will certainly not let this go easily. He might come looking for trouble this afternoon, and we need to devise a plan." Lu Tao took a sip of porridge and replied, "It's all right. We'll all be in the classroom this afternoon. He certainly won't dare to cause a scene there. If he needs to use the restroom, we should all go together and not separate. When school is over, I'll make a call to summon some support. If they dare to stir up trouble, we will ensure they regret it." Hearing Lu Tao's words, Sun Guang and the others felt a sense of reassurance. "Tao Gu, you aren't planning to call Zhao Gu, are you?" Zhang Liang inquired from the side. Lu Tao nodded and said, "I don't know many people at the moment. Zhao Gu is the only one I can communicate with. Regardless, I will call him before school ends and ask him to come by." "All right," Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. Chapter 64. A foiled scheme. As the afternoon approached the end of classes, Lu Tao retrieved his mobile phone and called Zhao Gang, instructing him to gather his associates at the school gate. Although Zhao Gang was unaware of Lu Tao's intentions, he understood that Lu Tao would not reach out without a compelling reason, prompting him to promptly drive over to the 4th High School with his companions. Once the bell rang, Lu Tao signaled to Sun Guang and the others to exit the classroom. However, before they could leave the building, Zhao Pengfei and a group of his followers intercepted them. "What is the meaning of this, Zhao? This is a school, and if you act recklessly, you will regret it," Lu Tao remarked, assessing the 7 or 8 individuals behind Zhao, likely members of the school basketball team. He quickly evaluated their strengths. In a physical confrontation, they would undeniably be outmatched. Nevertheless, he also recognized that Zhao's group would likely hesitate to engage within the school premises, especially with many teachers exiting the building at dismissal time. "Do you think I'm intimidated by you? If you have any sense, come out with me, and we can settle this properly," Zhao Pengfei boasted arrogantly. Humiliated by Lu Tao during lunch in front of numerous students, he was determined to avenge this affront. Fueled by this desire, he had eagerly led the basketball team to confront Lu Tao at the entrance of the classroom building. Observing Zhao's demeanor, Lu Tao could not help but shake his head in disbelief. Indeed, this world is extraordinarily diverse. Zhao Pengfei naively believed that assembling the school basketball team would teach him a lesson, a notion that is utterly fanciful. In the past, Lu Tao might have been frightened enough to flee the playground over the wall, but he is no longer the person he once was, and he has no need to escape. Since the adversary has summoned allies, he too can seek assistance. It is merely a question of who possesses the greater prowess. "Lu Tao, what are you all doing standing here?" At that moment, Fan Wanwan emerged from the teaching building, unable to restrain her curiosity about Lu Tao and his companions. "Miss Fan, it's nothing. You may go ahead," Lu Tao replied, turning to her with a smile. Zhao Pengfei, familiar with the charming teacher, responded with a grin, "We are simply having a chat. Nothing of consequence." Seeing her inquiry, Zhao Pengfei felt it prudent to take his leave. He cast a glance at Lu Tao before leading his companions from the basketball team toward the school gate. "Lu Tao, are you heading to the clinic tonight? I need to pick up some medication as well. Shall we go together?" Fan Wanwan extended an invitation to Lu Tao. "Miss Fan, please go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." Lu Tao shook his head gently. Taken aback by his response, Fan Wanwan pondered Lu Tao's intentions. Even if Zhao Pengfei sought to trouble him, her presence would deter any reckless behavior from him. Nevertheless, recognizing that Lu Tao must have his reasons, she decided not to press further and proceeded toward the school gate. Lu Tao watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but shake his head. Then, turning to Sun Guang and the others, he said, "If my guess is correct, Zhao Pengfei and his gang are surely waiting for me outside. So, once we exit the school gate, you all go ahead, and I'll stay behind to draw their attention." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kun quickly shook his head and protested, "That's not acceptable. They have so many people, you definitely can't take them on alone. Although we are few, together we make 5. Even if we can't win, we won't lose too badly." Lu Tao glanced at him, patted his shoulder, and reassured, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I've already called Brother Zhao, and if nothing goes wrong, he should be at the school gate by now. With them around, Zhao Pengfei and his gang wouldn't dare to harm me." Zhao Kun wanted to say more, but Lu Tao promptly stopped him. Having been together with Zhao Kun and the others for quite some time, Lu Tao was well aware of their temperaments. Compared to Sun Guang, Zhao Kun was more straightforward. If he stayed and saw Lu Tao in action, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment and would undoubtedly throw himself into the fray without a second thought. Seeing Lu Tao so resolute, Zhao Kun could say no more and simply nodded. As they stepped out of the school gate, Lu Tao noticed Zhao Pengfei and his gang indeed waiting not far away. Of course, Brother Zhao and his men had also arrived. Lu Tao was confident that Zhao Pengfei and his gang had also noticed Brother Zhao and his men, but they would never have imagined that they were actually summoned by Lu Tao himself. He waved his hand towards Sun Guang and the others, then walked over to where Zhao Pengfei and his companions were situated. Zhao Pengfei had initially contemplated that no matter which direction Lu Tao fled, he would undoubtedly pursue him. To his astonishment, the latter came directly to him, a development that greatly exceeded his expectations. Could it be that Lu Tao was intimidated by the sheer number of them? A sense of triumph surged within him. As Lu Tao approached, he gazed at him with disdain and remarked, "Lu Tao, are you afraid?" Lu Tao shook his head and replied, "We are all classmates. We frequently see one another, so there is no need for such hostility. Furthermore, the incident at noon today was instigated by your group seizing our seats. Had that not occurred, we would not have resorted to violence, would we? I propose we let today's events be forgotten. What do you say?" "Forget it?" Zhao Pengfei scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Why didn't you voice such sentiments when you had the numbers on your side at noon? Are you truly incapable of standing against us? If you wish to settle this, then allow me to vent my frustrations by giving you a beating. How does that sound? Lu Tao, I advise you to tread carefully. One should always leave a line for future encounters. If I were at fault during the incident at noon, I would apologize immediately and allow you to strike me. However, the responsibility for what transpired is clear to both of us. If you genuinely wish to persist in this conflict, then I am more than willing to engage you fully." Lu Tao retorted coldly, shifting his tone. "And you? What do you possess to contend with me? Brothers, let us take action. Once I am done with you, I shall deal with Sun Guang and the others." Zhao Pengfei initially believed that Lu Tao would acquiesce to his demands, but to his astonishment, the latter erupted in fury. A surge of anger ignited within him, prompting him to rally his basketball team comrades. As they prepared to confront Lu Tao en masse, a voice emerged from behind him, calling out, "Wait!" Recognizing the familiar tone, Lu Tao turned to see Zhao Gang approaching with a cigarette in his mouth from a short distance away. Throughout the unfolding events, Zhao Gang had been observing quietly, bewildered by Lu Tao's actions. He had anticipated a different outcome, never imagining that the assembly would resort to a collective assault on Lu Tao. Consequently, he hurried over to intervene. On the other hand, Zhao Pengfei was taken aback by this unexpected interference, his expression darkening as he realized that the newcomers were not students, but rather a group of delinquents. Although he remained uncertain of their intentions, his instincts warned him that their arrival boded ill. True to his apprehensions, Zhao Gang stood before him, his demeanor impassive as he remarked, "Isn't it shameful to gang up on one person like this? If you truly possess courage, engage him in a one-on-one confrontation." Zhao Pengfei, perplexed, inquired, "Do you know him?" Initially, he had assumed that this individual was aligned with Lu Tao, but the lack of any greeting suggested otherwise. Zhao Gang cast a glance at Lu Tao, shook his head, and replied, "I do not know him. I merely happened to pass by and felt it unjust for so many of you to bully him alone. Now I understand, Zhao Pengfei responded. What is your plan? You and the others stand aside while I conclude matters with him. I shall treat you all to a meal afterward. What do you say? Zhao Pengfei pondered for a moment and suggested. At that moment, Lu Tao could not help but cough lightly. Zhao Gang turned his head, only to discover Lu Tao discreetly gesturing behind his back. Understanding Lu Tao's intent, Zhao Gang calmly replied, "Let us forego the meal. We have matters to attend to this evening. How about this? If you provide me with 500 yuan, I shall simply stand aside. Does that sound agreeable?" Agreed. Zhao Pengfei was taken aback by the direct request for money. After a brief contemplation, he grit his teeth and acquiesced. He retrieved his wallet from his pocket, revealing a stack of 100 yuan bills, from which he extracted 5 to hand over, before putting the wallet away. Given his family's relatively comfortable circumstances, Zhao Pengfei received a generous allowance each month. Moreover, as a basketball player, maintaining proper nutrition was essential, resulting in him possessing more money than most of his peers. This very fact had led him to forge numerous friendships within the basketball team, as it seemed that without the allure of his wealth, few would have shown him any interest. The age-old adage holds true: to take another's money is to alleviate their troubles. Upon receiving the money, Zhao Gang turned and exchanged knowing glances with his subordinates, who lined up as if preparing for an eventful occasion. Zhao Pengfei, however, was unprepared for Lu Tao's sudden departure, prompting him to urgently call his teammates to pursue. To his dismay, he discovered that Zhao Gang's entourage had already formed a barrier, effectively obstructing their path. "Brother, could you kindly ask your companions to step aside?" Zhao Pengfei turned to Zhao Gang and implored. Zhao Gang and Lu Tao had already sprinted far ahead. Even if they were pursued, it would be futile. With a nod, he gestured to his subordinates, who promptly cleared a path. Zhao Pengfei hastened to rally everyone to follow. However, upon reaching the turn, they discovered that Lu Tao had vanished without a trace. Could it be? Had this fellow fled so swiftly? Zhao Pengfei could scarcely believe his own eyes. "Brother Fei, I reckon this lad must have hidden himself. Should we search nearby?" One suggested. Zhao Pengfei's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea as he nodded in agreement. "Let us spread out and see where this fellow might be concealing himself." Soon they dispersed, entering various establishments, including the clinic run by the elderly gentleman. Upon entering, Zhao Pengfei found himself just in time for the old man's consultation. "My dear student, did you not notice the sign stating we are closed for today?" the old gentleman remarked, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. "Forgive me, sir. I was too preoccupied," Zhao Pengfei replied, somewhat sheepishly. He had been so eager to locate Lu Tao that he had overlooked the sign. "If there is nothing else, you may leave," the old man said, waving his hand impatiently. Zhao Pengfei glanced around, noting the absence of others, offered the old gentleman a sheepish smile, and turned to exit. As he stepped outside, he saw that his companions were emerging from other shops one by one. Observing the expressions on their faces, he deduced that they had similarly failed to locate Lu Tao. In frustration, he cursed, "Damn it, I'll settle the score with him tomorrow. He has cost me 500 yuan for nothing. I won't let him off easily. Let us go and dine." Everyone nodded in agreement and followed him to a nearby restaurant. Once Zhao Pengfei had departed, the elderly gentleman closed the door and made his way to the back room. At that moment, Lu Tao had already disrobed and willingly entered the wooden tub filled with prepared medicinal solutions, fully immersing himself in the experience. The elderly gentleman approached Fan Wenwan and remarked with a smile, "Moments ago, a student from the 4th middle school entered and was scanning the area, presumably in search of someone." "In search of someone?" Fan Wenwan paused for a moment, then chuckled, saying, "Perhaps they are looking for Lu Tao. Has he stirred up some trouble at school again?" The elderly gentleman gazed at Lu Tao, who was in a semi-conscious state, and shook his head in resignation. "Indeed, I am aware," Fan Wenwan replied. "To my knowledge, Lu Tao has invested in the Carnival nightclub and is preparing to venture into the entertainment industry in Binjiang City. However, given his current capabilities, it may prove challenging for him to establish a foothold there. After all, individuals in such industries typically require backing, and Lu Tao's parents are merely ordinary citizens without significant connections, so he is likely to encounter numerous difficulties." The elderly gentleman expressed his concerns. Granduncle, you mean Lu Tao has acquired the carnival? Fan Wenwan exclaimed in astonishment. He is merely a student. Where could he possibly procure such a substantial amount of money? The elderly gentleman's words left her taken aback. It appears Lu Tao has withheld certain matters from you. Last week, he visited the jade shop owned by Zhang Liang's parents, where he purchased a rough stone. To his fortune, it turned out to be of considerable quality, yielding him a significant profit. Subsequently, he used 4 million to acquire the carnival. The old gentleman, as if recalling something, continued, furthermore, the purchase of that house by his family was likely financed by Lu Tao. Is that so? Are you saying Lu Tao struck it rich through gambling on stones? Fan Wenwan inquired, disbelief evident in her tone. Indeed, that is the case. Lu Tao has been quite fortunate, earning a sum that many might never acquire in a lifetime. What? Can't you see that he already possesses a fortune in the millions? The old gentleman observed Fan Wenwan's astonished expression and chuckled. Fan Wenwan remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. This alone gives me great confidence in him. You see, many people, upon acquiring wealth, are eager to flaunt it before the world, yearning for the envious gazes of others, especially someone like Lu Tao, who would relish having many peers surrounding him to satiate his ego. Yet, look at Lu Tao. He carries on as if nothing has changed, living a life remarkably akin to his previous one. This quality is truly commendable. At this point, the old gentleman cast a knowing glance at Lu Tao, his expression imbued with an inscrutable significance. Granduncle, do you think that entering the workforce so young might hinder Lu Tao's development? Fan Wenwan asked, her concern palpable. The old gentleman nodded thoughtfully, replying, once he completes his medicinal bath, I shall have a thorough discussion with him. He is still a student, and his primary focus should be on his studies. Many believe education to be futile, yet how can one underestimate its value? Just look at our nation's generations of leaders. Who among them has not pursued an education? Not only are they well-read, but they predominantly hail from prestigious universities, some having even studied abroad. Once he enters university, the surrounding environment will undergo a significant transformation, introducing him to a diverse array of classmates whose influences will greatly assist in his future growth. For him, at present, the University of Tokyo may not necessarily be inferior to Peking University. The primary admissions for Tokyo University are from the eastern provinces, and 4 years will suffice for him to cultivate his own circle. Even if he eventually moves to the capital, he will not find himself without a foothold. Conversely, should he choose Peking University now, integrating into its community would prove quite challenging. The old gentleman furrowed his brow and remarked, are there many business opportunities? Fan Wenwan inquired further. She shook her head and replied, I still prefer to remain in Binjiang. I have grown accustomed to life here and have no desire to go elsewhere. Indeed, had it not been for circumstances back then, I would not have left my hometown to struggle elsewhere. If not for venturing out, I would have never faced the sorrow of not having children. Compared to your grandfather, I feel somewhat of a failure. Although his life is not as affluent as mine, he has your father and you, which is more than enough. Were it not for your father, I would be at a loss regarding whom to bequeath this vast estate. The old gentleman spoke with a hint of melancholy. Grandfather, do not be disheartened. You still have me. Fan Wenwan comforted him. You need not go anywhere. Staying with me in Binjiang would be splendid, wouldn't it? Yes. The old gentleman nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Tao had completed his medicinal bath and emerged from the wooden tub. He flashed a smile at Fan Wenwan before turning to head towards the restroom. When he emerged from his bath, Fan Wenwan handed him his clothes. Once he was fully dressed, she invited him to take a seat. During his bath, the elderly gentleman had already disposed of the wastewater from the wooden tub. The three of them then gathered around the table, sipping tea. Lu Tao, how do you feel now? The old man inquired with a smile after taking a sip of tea. I feel incredibly refreshed. My breathing is much smoother than before. Lu Tao quickly replied. Come. Extend your hand. I shall take your pulse, the old man instructed. Lu Tao complied. After assessing his pulse, the old man nodded and said, starting tomorrow, I will prescribe a different remedy to help cleanse your tendons and marrow. Once this process is complete, I will begin teaching you martial arts. Excellent. Lu Tao exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Lu Tao, my intention in teaching you martial arts is not to encourage you to engage in fights, but rather to equip you with the ability to defend yourself and, when necessary, protect others. This is something you must always bear in mind, the elderly gentleman remarked, observing Lu Tao's excitement with a deep sense of meaning. Don't worry, Grandpa. I am not a belligerent person and would never stoop to bullying others, Lu Tao hurriedly assured him, believing the old man feared he might misuse his newfound skills. That is not what I meant. I am advising you to avoid acting impulsively in difficult situations. Think carefully before you act. Otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble, unable to extricate yourself. The old man elaborated. Understood. Lu Tao nodded in agreement. By the way, I wanted to ask you, did you acquire the Carnival nightclub? The elderly gentleman shifted the topic. Indeed. How did you come to know, old man? Lu Tao inquired, astonished. I possess knowledge far beyond your imagination. What is your intention behind acquiring the Carnival? Is it merely for profit? Or do you aspire to use it as a stepping stone to unify the underworld forces of Binjiang City? The old gentleman continued his probing. Well, Lu Tao replied, by the way, there is another matter. You visited Wang Ping at the hospital with someone named Li Peng. What is your plan? Are you preparing to offer assistance? The elderly gentleman changed the subject once more. Upon hearing this question, Lu Tao thought to himself, why not ask everything at once instead of one by one? He nodded and said, Wang Ping has suffered a sulfuric acid attack by sun, and her entire face has been disfigured. If she does not receive timely treatment, she may bear the scars for life. I still have some money on hand, and I can certainly help her. What a good child you are, the old gentleman remarked. But have you considered that with only that little money left in your pocket? What will you do if you spend it all? He continued to inquire. Upon finishing Lu Tao's statement, the elderly gentleman sighed and said, it is said that the world has grown cold and people are indifferent. Yet from you, I perceive warmth. Since you are willing to extend financial support to them, cannot remain idle. Let me handle Wang Ping's situation. I will arrange for her to receive the best medical care for her reconstructive surgery. How does that sound? Old man, you are not deceiving me, are you? Lu Tao asked skeptically. If I intended to deceive you, why would I share this with you? Tomorrow, I will contact the hospital and arrange for Wang Ping and her mother to be taken there. I believe it won't be long before Wang Ping fully recovers, the old gentleman remarked with considerable satisfaction. If Lu Tao were aware of his true identity, he surely would not have uttered such skeptical words. Alas, it is regrettable that he remains unwilling to disclose it, and thus must endure this predicament. Very well. I shall share this delightful news with them when I visit the hospital tomorrow, Lu Tao expressed with palpable excitement. Although he remained unaware of the old gentleman's background, the extent of the old man's investment in him, coupled with the fact that he was Fan Wenjuan's great-uncle, warranted Lu Tao's trust. Casting a glance at the silently contemplative Wenjuan, he shrugged and then departed alongside her. Grandfather, why not come stay with me? Upon exiting, Fan Wenjuan turned and suggested. With her proposal, she felt it was inappropriate to say anything further, and thus left the premises with Lu Tao. Chapter 66. An Unexpected Discovery Secrets. Lu Tao flung his backpack aside and approached Lu Guangming. What secrets need to be concealed from Dad? Surely you haven't begun to squander your money on indulgences. Have you? Lu Guangming inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Father, you and Mother have already seen my scores from the mock examination. I am currently quite diligent, Lu Tao replied before shifting the subject. By the way, I will be heading to Nanhu next Wednesday. What business do you have in Nanhu? Lu Guangming instinctively asked. Well done, my boy. You have quite the surprise awaiting you. Is anyone else from your class accompanying you? Lu Guangming continued to inquire. My son has truly achieved great success, bringing honor to me as his father. If he continues on this trajectory, gaining admission to the University of Tokyo will undoubtedly be within his reach. It is worth noting that I initially intended to finance his enrollment in a third-tier university, but now he has earned a place in a first-tier institution through his own merit. This sensation is akin to a dream, far more exhilarating than winning a $5 million jackpot. Lu Tao shook his head, expressing a tinge of regret as he remarked, I am the only one in our class. Son, well done. Haha. I never imagined you would surpass even Wang Yunlei, Lu Guangming exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Come on, Dad, is it really necessary to be this overjoyed? Lu Tao asked, bemused by his father's exaggerated expression. Absolutely. You have no idea how it felt attending parent-teacher meetings, listening to Wang Yunlei's father speak with such an air of arrogance. I often wished to retort, but lacked the grounds to do so, especially since his son consistently ranked first. Now, when the next meeting occurs, I can hardly wait to show him a different side of things. Lu Guangming envisioned the crestfallen expression on Wang Yunlei's father's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. All right, you manage it as you see fit. By the way, Dad, when do you plan to launch your automotive repair shop project? Lu Tao shifted the topic. I have been exploring various locations during my free time lately, and I have found 2 promising sites. If I were to establish a repair shop there, I believe it would thrive. I will approach the property owners soon to discuss rental terms. Lu Guangming replied. My son, you are still in school, and there are certain matters you do not comprehend. The designated points of the insurance companies are all interconnected. Your father has no connections either. It doesn't matter if it's next to them or directly across the street. It is of no use. In life, it is better to be realistic. I will find a suitable corner to earn a modest income from the common people. Lu Guangming remarked with a smile. Having been in the Science and Technology Committee for so many years, he engaged in little beyond driving. Otherwise, he would not have been confined to that role. Seeing his father's perspective, Lu Tao chose not to press the issue further. His current capabilities were indeed limited, and even if he wished for the insurance company to designate his father's car repair shop as an approved service point, they would not heed his request. When one lacks strength, all words are rendered as inconsequential. He decided to revisit the matter once he had established his own power. Dad, once you've finalized the negotiations, just let me know how much you need, Lu Tao said. Lying in bed, his mind began to race. Now that he possessed the heavenly eye, he must seize the opportunity to amass some funds. Otherwise, managing all these affairs without capital would be futile. But how to acquire wealth? Buying scratch-off lottery tickets seemed rather trivial, and as for gambling stones, Zhang Liang's family did not possess any valuable materials. It appeared necessary for him to explore other avenues and search for better quality materials, as that could yield a profit. Additionally, the package of gold he buried in the municipal compound should be retrieved at an opportune time. Although it was not a large sum, it amounted to over 1 million, which could serve as a financial cushion in times of need. Upon this realization, Lu Tao discovered that he had not utilized his clairvoyant abilities for several days. Focusing his mind on the ceiling, he soon perceived the situation above, only to find that the upper floor was unoccupied. The room was filled with cardboard boxes, the contents of which remained a mystery. Curiosity, an inherent trait of youth, compelled him to take a glimpse into the boxes. To his astonishment, he could scarcely believe his eyes. The boxes contained nothing less than bundles of pristine 100-yuan notes, an entire box brimming with cash. Unable to contain his intrigue, Lu Tao proceeded to peer into several other boxes, only to uncover that they too were filled with 100-yuan bills. It was utterly unbelievable. Who could possibly have stashed away such a fortune? Were these the machinations of counterfeiters? The thought sent a chill down Lu Tao's spine. He estimated that the money contained within those boxes could easily amount to tens of millions. If they were indeed counterfeit, it would indicate a substantial criminal organization at play. He was taken aback by the rampant counterfeit activities in Binhai City. However, if the money were genuine, who could have left it there? Surely, anyone with such wealth would opt to deposit it in a bank. After all, leaving such a substantial sum at home was fraught with risk. Furthermore, an individual possessing 10 million in cash would undoubtedly be exceedingly wealthy, likely with a net worth exceeding 100 million. Many so-called millionaires often have their fortunes tied up in fixed assets, and there were few in Binhai City capable of liquidating 10 million in cash. Could it be that a billionaire resided above? Lu Tao found himself engrossed in further speculation. His mind was in a state of tumult. The sudden appearance of such a substantial sum of money before him would undoubtedly stir the heart of anyone, even a billionaire. However, he remained uncertain about the identity of the occupant residing above. If it truly were a billionaire, that wealth would rightfully belong to them, and even if he harbored intentions, he would refrain from acting upon them. After all, He had now acquired a heightened perception, rendering it unnecessary to covet the riches of others. Furthermore, should the other party alert the authorities, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos, an outcome he deemed entirely unwarranted. Tomorrow he must seek clarity from someone knowledgeable. Otherwise, the mere sight of such wealth might haunt his dreams with nightmares. Lost in thought, Lu Tao gradually drifted into slumber, and the dawn appeared increasingly radiant. Chapter 67. The Trap, Part 1. The following morning, upon awakening, Lu Tao dressed, refreshed himself, and while having breakfast, casually inquired of his father, "Dad, do you happen to know who resides above us?" Lu Guangming shook his head and replied, "We have only just moved in a few days ago, and we are still unfamiliar with our neighbors." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a casual question," Lu Tao said, taking a bite of his fried dough stick. Observing his son's somewhat dazed demeanor, Lu Guangming couldn't help but shake his head. He found it increasingly difficult to comprehend his son. Once they finished their meal, Lu Tao grabbed his backpack, bid farewell to his parents, and stepped outside. At that moment, Fan Wenwan happened to open her door and step out. They exchanged greetings and then descended the stairs together. On the way to school, Lu Tao inquired of Fan Wenwan, "Teacher Fan, do you happen to know who lives above my family?" "Above your family?" Fan Wenwan paused momentarily, contemplating, then replied, "It seems that no one resides there. However, I vaguely recall that once, the deputy director's son from the Land Bureau visited. At that time, I was descending the stairs and saw him directing several individuals as they moved items upstairs." "Is that so? Did you see what they were carrying?" Lu Tao exclaimed, his spirits lifted with curiosity. "Let me think. It appeared they were moving boxes upstairs, but as for what was inside, I cannot say." Fan Wenwan reflected thoughtfully. "Now I understand," Lu Tao murmured to himself. "It appears that the occupant above is not a billionaire but rather a deputy-level official from the Land Bureau. In that case, the origins of the money become quite questionable. Could it possibly be ill-gotten gains? By the way, had you not mentioned this, I would have forgotten. This deputy director's son is indeed the father of Sun, the individual who disfigured Wang Ping with sulfuric acid," Fan Wenwan added. "What?" Lu Tao was taken aback by this revelation. Although he was aware that the Sun family held considerable influence, he had not anticipated that the father was the deputy director of the Land Bureau. "Are you all right?" Fan Wenwan, noticing his reaction, quickly inquired. Lu Tao gathered his thoughts, forcing a somewhat awkward smile as he replied, "I am fine. By the way, Teacher Fan, there is something I cannot comprehend. If Sun's father is the deputy director of the Land Bureau, why does he still attend 4th High School? He was perfectly capable of attending the premier or second-tier school." Sun's father, formerly the director of the office, was apparently promoted to Deputy Director General at the close of the previous year. His form teacher alluded to this matter, although the precise moment eludes my recollection. "It likely occurred near the year-end holidays," said, after careful consideration. "It is astonishing that the Sun family wields such formidable influence. It seems reputation has been tarnished in vain. Even if Sun were apprehended, he would likely be released before long," lamented with a sense of helplessness. "In contemporary society, those with wealth and influence can effectively purchase impunity. To cite an example, the cash stored in the room above could easily secure Sun's release, a scenario he dreads. Indeed, is there no recourse? Such is the nature of society today. Unless Sun's father relinquishes his position as Deputy Director General." S. spirits dampened upon hearing's words. As the saying goes, a word to the wise is sufficient. S. mind raced upon hearing's remark. What emboldens Sun's arrogance? It is none other than his father's position as Deputy Director General of the Land Bureau. Should his father be stripped of his office, Sun would be deprived of his ability to act with impunity. He would then be compelled to serve his sentence in prison. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to make an anonymous call. After all, over 10 million in cash is sufficient to bring about the downfall of Sun's father. However, he ultimately restrained his emotions. Given the Sun family's possession of such a substantial sum of cash, it is highly probable that they possess other assets as well. Nowadays, officials are inclined to accept antiques, calligraphy, and paintings as bribes, and it is almost certain that their household is replete with such items. Should the Discipline Inspection Commission choose to investigate, they would undoubtedly uncover something of significance. However, this hinges on the premise that the commission conducts its duties with integrity, a notion he finds rather dubious. After all, numerous individuals have presented gifts to Deputy Director Sun, and it is unlikely that such actions have gone unnoticed. It is quite possible that anonymous calls have been made and complaint letters penned. Yet ultimately, these efforts have dissipated without a trace. It appears that to bring down Deputy Director Sun, one must possess irrefutable evidence. With such proof in hand, even if the commission attempts to conceal the truth, he could directly deliver this evidence to the leaders within the municipal committee. He is confident in his ability to accomplish this, having resided in the municipal compound for many years, where the guards know him all too well. Moreover, with Zhao Kuan's father stationed there as a guard, entry poses no challenge. However, the method of obtaining the evidence requires careful contemplation. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance of the teaching building. Lu Tao bid farewell to Fan Wanwan and proceeded toward the classroom. As he ascended the stairs, he spotted Zhao Pengfei and his companions loitering at the landing. Upon his appearance, they displayed an air of triumph, evidently having come specifically to confront him. Realizing this, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and activated the recording function before approaching them. Lu Tao, who would have thought that you managed to evade us yesterday? Speak up. How are we settling this score? Zhao Pengfei and his group intercepted Lu Tao, their demeanor brimming with arrogance. I still have class to attend. Please move aside. Lu Tao replied with a composed expression. How outrageous. Do you believe I can take you down right now? Zhao Pengfei's anger flared as he perceived Lu Tao's indifference. Indeed. Why wouldn't I? What do you intend to do? Lu Tao responded, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. 1,000 yuan. If you hand over 1,000 yuan, I shall cease to trouble you, Zhao Pengfei declared. He had initially contemplated physically confronting Lu Tao, but after a discussion with his companions the previous evening, they concluded that extorting a sum of money was preferable. If things escalated to violence, it would likely lead to misfortune for all involved. 1,000 yuan. Is this extortion? Lu Tao couldn't help but scoff. Yes, it is indeed extortion. What will you do about it? If you refuse to comply, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhao Pengfei retorted. Extortion, is it? Very well. Lu Tao glanced around and spotted Qi Jinxiang approaching from a distance. He then called out, Director Qi, come here. Someone is attempting to extort me. Upon hearing his name, Director Qi hurried over. A broad smile spread across his face when he recognized Lu Tao. He was already aware of Lu Tao's exemplary performance in the recent mock examination and knew he was among the school's key students. Thus, he had been particularly attentive to Lu Tao's affairs. Furthermore, he sensed that the principal had been supporting Lu Tao, so he had no desire to oppose him. Chapter 68. Setting a Trap, Part 2. Since they were not adversaries, they ought to strive to become allies. Lu Tao, what did you just shout? Director Qi inquired with a friendly smile. Director Qi, Zhao Pengfei is extorting me for 1,000 yuan. Threatening me with unpleasantness should I refuse. Lu Tao feigned a look of great fear. Is that so? Such a thing actually occurred. Upon hearing Lu Tao's account, Qi Jinxiang turned to Zhao Pengfei and remarked, You have quite the audacity. How dare you extort your classmates within the school? Come with me to the office. Director Qi, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly extort him? If you don't believe me, feel free to ask them. Zhao Pengfei replied, looking quite aggrieved. Did any of you witness Zhao Pengfei extorting Lu Tao? Qi Jinxiang demanded. Lying can bring dire consequences. Before they could respond, Lu Tao interjected, Director Qi is present. You should speak the truth. Zhao Pengfei cast a furtive glance at them and warned, If I find out that you are lying, I will record a serious demerit for each of you. This mark will remain on your records for a lifetime. You must think this through, Qi Jinxiang cautioned. Director Qi, I just arrived and am unaware of what transpired between them. I think I will take my leave, one of the teammates said, eager to avoid offending Zhao Pengfei upon hearing about the demerit. This prompted others to follow suit, recognizing the potential impact of such a mark on their academic futures. Soon, only Qi Jinxiang, Zhao Pengfei, and Lu Tao remained. Director Qi, I propose we consult the principal. The nature of extortion is exceedingly severe, wouldn't you agree? Lu Tao suggested with a smile. Very well. Let us proceed to the principal's office. Qi Jinxiang readily agreed. Zhao Pengfei, I advise you to confess sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you may find yourself in quite a predicament, Lu Tao remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Zhao Pengfei, whose expression was notably grim. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I admit to anything? Is it merely a matter of approaching the principal? I shall go if necessary. I am not afraid, Zhao Pengfei retorted defiantly. Perhaps he believed that Lu Tao lacked any substantial evidence, and that in the end, the matter would simply dissolve, allowing him to settle the score with Lu Tao at a later date. Let us see how you fare soon, Lu Tao thought to himself. Let us proceed, Qi Jinxiang declared, and with that he descended the stairs. Lu Tao and Zhao Pengfei followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office. Since it was just the start of the workday, the principal had barely settled into his seat when they barged in. At that moment, Lu Tao had already retrieved his phone and saved the recording of their earlier exchange. Director Qi, how may I assist you? Principal Lu inquired with a smile upon seeing them. Principal, while I was wandering around the teaching building, I happened to witness a confrontation between Lu Tao and Zhao Pengfei. Lu Tao claims that Zhao Pengfei attempted to extort him. Qi Jinxiang clarified the situation. Extortion? Principal Lu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this term. It is crucial to note that the 4th high school is known for its strict adherence to propriety. Incidents of extortion occurring here would be deemed exceedingly grave. Principal, I did not extort anyone. Lu Tao is slandering me. I was merely standing on the stairs playing around when I saw him come up from below and greeted him. Zhao Pengfei hastily defended himself. Is that so? Principal Lu asked Lu Tao with a calm demeanor. He had encountered Lu Tao on a couple of occasions and did not perceive him to be the type of student capable of such behavior. Lu Tao placed his phone on the desk and pressed the play button. Zhao Pengfei could hardly fathom that Lu Tao had orchestrated such a scheme. His complexion drained to a ghostly white. You intentionally baited me. How despicable. Zhao Pengfei's voice quivered with indignation. Is it your disdain or my depravity? Lu Tao retorted with a cold smirk. Zhao Pengfei, do you have anything left to say? Tomorrow, I expect your father to come to school. We need to have a serious discussion, Principal Lu declared, his expression as frigid as ice. Upon hearing the mention of parental involvement, Zhao Pengfei's face grew even more sullen. He was fearless in all things, except when it came to his father. Should his father learn of the trouble he had stirred at school, he would undoubtedly receive a thorough reprimand. Principal Lu, please, let me explain, Zhao Pengfei implored hastily. Zhao Pengfei, is Lu Tao telling the truth? Principal Lu turned to inquire. At that moment, Zhao Pengfei resembled a defeated rooster, nodding dejectedly. The fault lies with you. Your lack of remorse and your repeated bullying of him cannot go unchecked. It appears necessary for your father to be summoned to the school, Principal Lu stated, visibly enraged. Please no. Principal Director, I acknowledge my mistakes. I promise I will never repeat this. Zhao Pengfei pleaded urgently. Lu Tao, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Principal Lu, observing Zhao Pengfei's pitiful demeanor, redirected his question to Lu Tao. I suggest we let this go. As long as he refrains from troubling me in the future, that will suffice, Lu Tao replied magnanimously. Having deftly delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Pengfei through the hands of the principal and director, there was no need for further vengeance. Zhao Pengfei, did you hear that? If it weren't for Lu Tao pleading on your behalf, I would certainly have summoned your father to the school. You ought to express your gratitude, Principal Lu stated sternly. Thank you. Zhao Pengfei quickly directed his words towards Lu Tao. No need for thanks. Lu Tao waved his hand dismissively. At that moment he felt an immense joy within. Qi Jinxiang and the others nodded, preparing to depart. Just then, Principal Lu's voice resonated behind them once more. Zhao Pengfei, remember what you just said. Should you trouble Lu Tao again, I assure you, I shall not be as accommodating as I am today. Zhao Pengfei, frightened, turned around and replied, I understand. I certainly will not. That's good to hear. You may leave now, and do not forget to close the door behind you, Principal Lu instructed. Zhao Pengfei nodded and exited the office. Once outside the building, Qi Jinxiang turned to Zhao Pengfei and asked, Did you clearly understand Principal Lu's words? Yes. Zhao Pengfei nodded affirmatively. He hastened to step ahead. Director Qi, I must thank you for today's events. Let us share a meal together sometime. Lu Tao smiled. Please, do not be so formal. Allow me to treat you instead, Director Qi chuckled. We shall discuss it then. By the way, Director Qi, there is something I am uncertain whether to express. Lu Tao teased. It's all right, go ahead, Qi Jinqiang encouraged. Do not strike the students. They are currently in a rebellious phase. Should you resort to violence, they will not only harbor no gratitude, but will also resent you, much like I do. Perhaps a gentler approach would be more effective, Lu Tao suggested with a smile. I understand. However, I possess this temperament, unable to restrain my hands. Today's children are truly difficult to manage, Qi Jinqiang remarked with evident frustration. We could penalize them by making them run laps on the playground. Such a measure would not only educate them but also allow them to exercise their bodies. Lu Tao responded with a smile. I find this agreeable, Qi Jinqiang said. Indeed. Go ahead. Qi Jinqiang nodded. Lu Tao waved goodbye to him and then dashed towards the classroom. Qi Jinqiang gazed at his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Chapter 69. A conscience awakens. Currently, Lu Tao had become a favorite in the eyes of his teachers due to the mock examination. Had this been in the past, his absence from class for such a reason would certainly have provoked inquiries from the teacher. He relished his present circumstances. By noon, Lu Tao greeted Sun Guang and others, inviting them to join him for lunch, then went to the adjacent class to fetch Li Peng, and together they made their way to the People's Hospital. Upon their arrival at the ward, they found Wang Ping's mother alone, caring for her daughter. When she saw Lu Tao enter, she quickly rose to greet him. How is Wang Ping doing, Auntie? Lu Tao inquired, looking at the now sleeping Wang Ping with a smile. She is holding up. The doctor just visited and advised us to head to the capital soon. Otherwise, if we delay too long, it may complicate her recovery. Wang Ping's mother expressed her concerns. Auntie, I bring you good news today. A friend of mine has relatives abroad who can arrange for Wang Ping to receive treatment overseas. If all goes well, I believe she will soon regain her former self. Lu Tao inquired, is that true? Wang Ping's mother, upon hearing this news, asked incredulously. Lu Tao nodded and replied, he is currently making arrangements, and as soon as everything is settled, he will call me. At that moment, Wang Ping's mother was so overwhelmed with emotion that she struggled to find the right words, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Auntie, have there been any developments from Sun's parents? Lu Tao shifted the topic. They have sent a negotiator, indicating a desire for a private discussion. They are willing to cover all of Ping Ping's medical expenses, provided that I withdraw the lawsuit against Sun, Wang Ping's mother explained. Do they truly believe that money can resolve everything? Lu Tao retorted. Auntie, I must insist that we cannot compromise on this matter. That scoundrel Sun has caused Wang Ping to suffer in this manner. He must be brought to justice. As for Wang Ping's medical expenses, you need not worry. I will cover them entirely. Lu Tao asserted resolutely. With the old gentleman supporting him, he was inclined to do a favor, which would not only benefit Wang Ping and her mother but also serve Li Peng. It would be foolish to pass up such an advantageous opportunity. Wang Ping's mother nodded, gritting her teeth as she declared, I will ensure that this scoundrel ends up in prison. She quickly waved her hand, saying, There's no need for that. I have purchased plenty of biscuits and instant noodles. If you feel hungry, you can prepare some for yourself. You have already done so much for us. You needn't worry about us all the time. It's nothing. I have the day off tomorrow, and there's not much to do this afternoon. Likely another comprehensive examination, Lu Tao replied. As Lu Tao spoke, he turned to Li Peng and said, Let us go. Throughout this exchange, Li Peng remained silent. From the moment he entered the hospital room, his gaze had been fixated on Wang Ping. Despite her current state, devoid of her former vitality, his devotion remained unwavering. Unfortunately, he felt powerless to assist her. It was only thanks to his acquaintance with Lu Tao that he did not find himself in utter despair. Money, indeed, is a remarkable thing. Upon hearing Lu Tao's suggestion, Li Peng nodded and replied, All right, please help me take a leave this afternoon. Brother Tao, are you free tomorrow? Zhang Liang inquired, a broad smile adorning his face. It seems I have no pressing matters. Why do you ask? Lu Tao responded. My father asked me last night to check if you have time. If you are available, he would like you to visit his shop tomorrow for a more extensive conversation. Zhang Liang said, playfully winking at Lu Tao. In the presence of so many people, he refrained from mentioning the term gambling stones, for fear of how it might be misconstrued. All right, no problem. Should I go to your house first or head directly to your father's shop? Lu Tao continued, fully aware that if he wished to make a fortune, it would be through gambling stones. With his exceptional insight, he was confident he would not incur losses. Should he uncover a quality raw material, it could yield profits in the millions, surpassing even that of a bank heist. Since Zhang Jiwei had invited him, it was likely that there was another opportunity awaiting him, and he certainly would not let such a chance slip away. All right, no problem at all, Lu Tao readily agreed. Tao, why hasn't Zhao Pengfei come to trouble you today? At this moment, Sun Guang shifted the topic, inquiring with keen interest. Who told you he hasn't come to bother me? I actually ran into him this morning at the stairwell near Zhang's. Lu Tao replied confidently. But it's all settled now. He definitely won't be bothering me again. During our meeting in the principal's office, Zhao Pengfei assured Principal Lu and Director Qi that if he misbehaved again, we would have to call his parents. You managed to handle so many of them by yourself? Sun Guang asked, somewhat incredulously. After all, just yesterday, the 5 of them had stood no chance against Zhao Pengfei and his gang. How could Lu Tao possibly manage them alone today? Was he merely boasting? Indeed, Lu Tao nodded, noticing Sun Guang's skeptical expression. When I saw Zhao Pengfei and his group, I didn't shy away. I went straight towards them. Tao, be cautious. Seems Zhao Pengfei has noticed you and is approaching, Zhao Kun warned. Lu Tao smiled reassuringly at him, saying, don't worry, it's fine. As Zhao Pengfei approached, he greeted with a smile. Tao Gu, have you eaten yet? Lu Tao nodded and countered, what about you? I've already eaten. I was planning to treat you to lunch today, but I found out you weren't at the cafeteria. Zhao Pengfei expressed his disappointment. Perhaps next time, Lu Tao replied. Sure. Zhao Pengfei agreed. In the future, we shall all be friends. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. I shall certainly help as much as I can, Zhao Pengfei declared. All right, I won't hold back. Lu Tao readily agreed. The group continued their conversation while I excused myself to the restroom, promising to rejoin them later. Zhao Pengfei courteously greeted Sun Guang and the others. They were taken aback by Zhao Pengfei's demeanor, especially since they had clashed with him just the day before, and now he was treating them as brothers. It was as if he had not just been struck by a donkey. Once Zhao Pengfei departed, Zhao Kun eagerly inquired of Lu Tao, what exactly did you do to Zhao Pengfei? He seems like a completely different person. I did nothing. Perhaps he has simply experienced a moment of conscience, Lu Tao replied. Anyway, it's getting late, and we have the comprehensive science test this afternoon. Let us head inside. With that, Lu Tao strode into the classroom, leaving Sun Guang and the others in confusion. Do you believe this? Sun Guang asked, shrugging at the group. Zhang Liang and Zhao Kun both shook their heads. They certainly could not accept that Zhao Pengfei had a sudden change of heart. Unless Lu Tao had influenced him in some way, it was difficult to explain his current behavior. However, as Lu Tao was unwilling to elaborate, they did not press the matter further. The 3 shared a brief laugh and gradually entered the classroom. Chapter 70. The transformation of body and mind. The afternoon unfolded like any typical Friday, marked by the customary comprehensive science test. Lu Tao, possessing his unique insights, felt no concern about achieving a dismal score. Throughout the examination, his thoughts were predominantly occupied with matters of finance. Indeed, it is about the money associated with Vice Director Sun's residence upstairs. It is evident that the origins of that wealth are dubious. After all, how could a mere deputy director of a land bureau accumulate such a fortune solely on a modest salary? This substantial sum must undoubtedly be the result of embezzlement and bribery. Otherwise, there would be no need to furtively conceal it in a cardboard box within this unoccupied house. Given the illicit nature of these funds, he has no reason for hesitation. Even if he were to abscond with all that money, Vice Director Sun would not dare to alert the authorities. Should a report be made, the organization would inevitably investigate the source of these funds, and Vice Director Sun would find himself at a loss for words. With this wealth in hand, he could further his ambitions. Contemplating this, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. When school was dismissed, Lu Tao encountered Fan Wenwan as he descended the stairs, and together they made their way to the clinic. Upon their arrival, the elderly gentleman had already prepared the wooden tub. Without hesitation, Lu Tao disrobed and entered the tub, expecting to drift into slumber as he had the previous day. However, to his astonishment, as he submerged, an excruciating pain enveloped him, as if his skin were on the verge of splitting apart. It was utterly unbearable. I have changed your medicine today. The aim is to cleanse your tendons and marrow. Do you not feel as if your entire body is being stretched? The old man inquired with a smile. Indeed, the sensation is extremely uncomfortable. Even more so than during my first medicinal bath. Lu Tao quickly nodded in agreement. That is precisely the point. Now, do your utmost to relax and refrain from any thoughts. In due course, this sensation will gradually dissipate, the elder instructed. Lu Tao nodded in silence, resolutely enduring the agony inflicted by the medicinal bath. Observing his torment, Fan Wanwan felt a profound ache in her heart. At times, she pondered that had Lu Tao not crossed paths with her, perhaps the second grandfather would not have imparted his skills to him, and he would not have to bear such suffering. Alas, life offers no alternatives. Since events have unfolded as they have, one must proceed step by step. Fortunately, having established a solid foundation through the initial phase of marrow cleansing and foundational training, Lu Tao found that the pain from this medicinal bath was not prolonged, and he soon acclimated. By the time the bath concluded, he felt exceedingly comfortable. Emerging from the wooden tub, he promptly proceeded to the restroom to wash up, then donned his clothing and departed alongside Fan Wanwan. Before he could finish his sentence, she shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, in private, "Please refrain from addressing me as Teacher Fan. It feels particularly unfamiliar. Just call me Sister Wan." "Very well, Sister Wan," Lu Tao promptly complied. "Does my house have a storage room?" "Your house does not, but mine does," she replied, shaking her head. "When we purchased our home, if we did not acquire a garage, we had to obtain a storage room. Your family's unit originally had a garage, but since I no longer wished to drive, I sold the garage outright. That is the situation. So, does that mean your unit indeed has a storage room? May I borrow it for a while to store some items?" Lu Tao inquired with a cheerful smile. "Of course, no problem at all," Fan Wanwan readily agreed. Upon reaching the ground floor, the two did not ascend but instead headed directly to the storage room. Fan Wanwan produced a key and unlocked the door, inviting Lu Tao to step inside and take a look. The space lay vacant. "Sister Wan, have you never used the storage room?" Lu Tao asked while surveying the surroundings. "Indeed, I don't have much at home, so it's remained empty. If you need to store anything, feel free to do so," Fan Wanwan replied, handing the key to Lu Tao. He accepted the key without exchanging pleasantries, as their relationship had grown quite intimate, eliminating the need for formalities. "Mom and Dad, you're still awake?" Lu Tao said as he changed into his slippers and greeted them. "Come here and sit," Guan Imei beckoned. Lu Tao nodded, set down his backpack, and took a seat beside his mother. "What's with all the mystery? You're not falling in love, are you?" Guan Imei speculated, looking at her son, who had impressed her greatly. Lu Tao shook his head and replied, "I hardly have time for romance now. Even if I were to, it would have to wait until I enter university. That's a wise perspective. With the college entrance exam approaching, it's best to stay focused." Guan Imei nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Guangming, who had been silent, spoke up. "Son, your mother and I have found a place we like, and we've negotiated a price. The annual rent is 300,000. Just make sure you take care of it," Lu Tao inquired. "Have you paid the rent?" "I've paid the deposit. The remaining balance can be settled within a week," Lu Guangming replied. "At the very least, it must amount to this." As he spoke, he extended 5 fingers. 500,000? Lu Tao speculated. Lu Guangming remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. "Son, do you need me to accompany you? It's a substantial amount. What if someone tries to rob you?" Lu Guangming suggested. Having lived for many years, he had never encountered such a sum, and naturally, he felt a twinge of concern. Lu Tao shook his head, saying, "No need, it's fine. I'll call you as soon as I withdraw the money." "All right," Lu Guangming nodded in agreement. He and Guan Imei exchanged a knowing smile before bidding farewell to their son. Chapter 71. An unexpected windfall. As the hour was still early, he refrained from taking immediate action. Instead, he lay in the room for a while, quietly contemplating. When it neared midnight, he returned to the balcony. To prevent any mishap of falling, he had secured a rope, one end tied around his waist and the other anchored to the balcony railing. Once everything was prepared, he stealthily ascended the upper balcony like a lizard and then leaped forward. With minimal effort, he gained entry into the room. Inside, he found the cardboard boxes he had previously observed. He opened one, revealing bundles of 100 yuan notes before him, a vibrant red hue that was utterly tantalizing. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tao swiftly transported the boxes to the living room. Although the boxes were filled with money, the task was far from easy. Had it not been for Lu Tao's prior training in martial arts, he would have lacked the strength to move them. An ordinary student would have found it impossible. After completing this arduous task, Lu Tao did not leave immediately but proceeded to 2 additional bedrooms. To his astonishment, he discovered several cardboard boxes within these rooms as well. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he opened one, revealing bundles of 100 yuan bills. What an incredible fortune! Lu Tao exclaimed inwardly. Although he was uncertain of the exact amount contained in each box, he estimated that the total certainly exceeded 20 million yuan. It was utterly astonishing that a deputy director of the Land Bureau could hoard such a vast sum of cash within his home. He transported all the boxes to the living room, which soon became completely filled with them. Next, he cautiously opened the door and began to carry the boxes downstairs. Given that it was already the early hours of the morning and most people were asleep, he felt little apprehension and continued to make several trips until the living room was devoid of boxes. By the time he carried the last box to the storage room, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Taking a brief respite on one of the boxes, he then stood up, opened it, and carelessly tossed several bundles of cash into the air. Money cascaded to the ground. As he gazed at the scattered bills, an indescribable exhilaration surged within Lu Tao. Despite having previously acquired a substantial sum through gambling on stones, that money merely resided in his bank account, reduced to a mere figure. However, the situation is markedly different now. He is confronted with piles of money, a visual impact that is profoundly striking. Although many companies have transitioned to direct deposits for salaries, there remain a few that prefer to pay their employees in cash. In such instances, employees experience a sense of fulfillment when faced with a heap of banknotes. As for the origins of this money, it is imperative to keep such information confidential. He has already resolved to call Zhao Gang tomorrow, instructing him to launder the funds through the carnival. After all, the income from nightclubs fluctuates daily, making it an excellent avenue for money laundering. However, the amount in question is substantial, and laundering it will require a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, he does not need the money immediately, which alleviates any urgency. It is true that one must sacrifice to gain. With Lu Tao acquiring this sum, it naturally implies that someone else must bear the loss, namely, the family of Deputy Director Sunday. Perhaps he could never have imagined that after his arduous efforts to embezzle and conceal such a vast fortune, it would ultimately be taken from him. One can only imagine the turmoil he must feel. Lu Tao seems to envision the sorrowful countenance of Deputy Director Sun, as if he had lost a beloved parent. For corrupt officials, losing their ill-gotten gains equates to the loss of their very existence. After all, they undertook significant risks to amass this wealth, which was no small feat, alas. It is unfortunate that they obtained this wealth through nefarious means. When it is seized, they can only swallow their anger and bitterness. At the time he encountered this farce, Lu Tao merely smiled wryly. Little did he know that this scene would vividly manifest in his own life. Certainly, without the divine insight, he would certainly not have discovered the substantial cash concealed in the upper room. Despite his reservations, not only has he acquired wealth, but he has also dealt a significant blow to Deputy Director Sun's reputation. The matter is far from resolved. He has firmly resolved to visit Deputy Director Sun's residence to ascertain if there are any other valuables to be found, after which he intends to compose an anonymous letter of denunciation, hoping to strip Sun of his official position. Once Deputy Director Sun loses his title, he will no longer be able to shield Sun, and at that point, Sun will inevitably face the consequences he deserves, thus rendering justice for Wang Ping. As time passed, Lu Tao began to feel a hint of drowsiness. He recalled that he would be visiting Zhang Liang's shop the following day. If he did not retire soon, he would surely end up with dark circles under his eyes. In any case, with his newfound insight and the steadfast support of the elder, he felt a profound confidence in the future. Lost in thought, Lu Tao gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Chapter 72. The first encounter with Su Ying. In accordance with his arrangement with Zhang Liang, Lu Tao skipped breakfast, bid farewell to his parents, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the road adjacent to the community, he hailed a taxi and proceeded directly to Zhang Liang's shop. As he arrived before the store, he still had some time before 8 o'clock, so he decided to grab a bite at a nearby Yonghe soy milk establishment. By the time he finished his meal and emerged, the shop's doors had already opened. He took a few steps and entered the store. The Zhang family greeted Lu Tao warmly upon his arrival. "Uncle, Auntie, good morning," Lu Tao said with a cheerful smile. "Good morning. Have you eaten?" Zhang Jiwei inquired with a smile. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding in response. "Lu Tao, I have seen the results of your class's recent mock examination and am aware that you secured the first position. The purpose of my visit is to request your assistance in tutoring Zhang Liang. As you know, Zhang Liang has consistently struggled academically, and as his father, I am deeply concerned for his future. My expectations are modest. I merely wish for him to gain admission to Island City University, even if it is a third-tier institution." Zhang Jiwei expressed with a hint of impatience. Nowadays, which parent does not aspire for their children to achieve greatness? Zhang Jiwei is no exception. "All right, I will gladly help," Lu Tao readily agreed. In truth, his own academic performance was not exemplary. However, he felt empathy for Zhang Jiwei, who tirelessly worried for his son. Whether Zhang Liang could improve his grades was not a burden Lu Tao felt responsible for. Liang, you must study diligently with Lu Tao from now on. If you manage to enroll in Island City University, I will buy you a car," Zhang Jiwei promised. "Really?" Upon hearing about the car, Zhang Liang's enthusiasm surged. "Indeed. However, there is one condition. It must not exceed 200,000, Zhang Jiwei remarked, looking at his playful son with a smile. "Fine," Zhang Liang agreed eagerly. In his mind, few students drove themselves to university. If he were to own a car, it would be an exhilarating experience, likely making it much easier to impress girls. "By the way, Liang, wasn't it you who answered the phone when your sister called home last night?" She inquired about the time they would arrive at Binjiang, and Zhang Jiwei shifted the conversation. Nodding, he gestured for Lu Tao to take a seat. At that moment, a taxi halted outside, and two women alighted, chatting amiably as they made their way into the establishment. "Fei, your brother just mentioned that you wouldn't arrive until 9. How is it that you are here so soon?" Zhang Jiwei greeted his beloved daughter warmly. Upon realizing that it was her daughter's university roommate, Zhang Jiwei's wife also extended her greetings. Fei proceeded to introduce her family to Su Ying, but when it came to Lu Tao, she abruptly paused. "Fei, Su Ying, allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Tao, a classmate of Zhang Liang," Zhang Jiwei interjected before his daughter could speak. "Hello." Upon hearing that he was her brother's classmate, Zhang Fei politely acknowledged him. Lu Tao promptly returned the greeting. "Come now, don't just stand there. Let us sit and converse," Zhang Jiwei encouraged. Su Ying nodded and settled into a rattan chair. "Dad, isn't today Saturday? It feels rather quiet," Zhang Fei remarked. Taking a sip of water, her curiosity piqued. "We should leave," she continued, rising and addressing Zhang Liang. Liang, do you have any plans today? If not, would you accompany me and Ying for some shopping? It would be helpful to have someone to carry our bags." Zhang Liang remained silent, simply gazing at Lu Tao as if seeking his opinion. "Sister, could we possibly have Tao Gu join us? I fear I won't be able to manage all the things you might buy," Zhang Liang lamented, a look of dismay on his face. One of the least enjoyable activities for him in this lifetime was accompanying Zhang Fei on shopping excursions. Each time they ventured out, Zhang Fei would purchase an overwhelming array of items, expecting him to carry them, as if he were not regarded as a person at all. Now, with Lu Tao by his side, he was determined to seize the opportunity. As an old saying goes, joy shared is joy doubled. Sorrow shared is sorrow halved. Zhang Fei glanced at Lu Tao and cheerfully inquired, "Would you care to join us?" Lu Tao shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I'm indifferent." "Very well, if that's the case, come along with us." Zhang Fei agreed enthusiastically upon hearing Lu Tao's response. Thus, the four of them bid farewell to Zhang Jiwei and his wife, departing the jade shop and hailing a taxi. Ying, do you think that Lan Xiaolong will follow us? Zhang Fei asked with a hint of concern. He probably won't, Su Ying replied after a brief pause. What do you mean by probably won't? I believe this person is quite unhinged. Even if he intends to pursue you, there's no need for such relentless clinginess. Like a pestering leech, Zhang Fei exclaimed, her face contorted with indignation. In my opinion, you ought to inform your father about this matter so he can give him a proper lesson. I suspect he would never dare to bother you again, Zhang Fei suggested. Let us not go that far. We're all classmates. There's no need to escalate it to that level. Besides, it's simple enough to just ignore him, Su Ying said with a light-hearted smile, showing no sign of irritation. You're far too kind-hearted. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't handle it this way. There would be no need to avoid him, Zhang Fei retorted with considerable exasperation. All right, Fei, calm down. If you let your anger affect your health, it would truly be a case of losing more than you gain, Su Ying said, gently patting her on the back. I fear that if this continues, he will undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. We must devise a plan, Zhang Fei remarked. What kind of plan? Do you have any good ideas? Su Ying chuckled upon seeing her serious expression. Let me think it through, Zhang Fei responded, her mind racing with possibilities. At that moment, she noticed Lu Tao sitting in the front passenger seat, whose furrowed brow began to relax. She then leaned closer to Su Ying and whispered a few words in her ear. This might not be a good idea. What if he disagrees? Su Ying said, her expression turning troubled after hearing her words. He will definitely agree. Trust me, I will handle this. If Lan Xiaolong asks, just follow what I told you earlier. He wouldn't go all the way to Binjiang to confront a high school student, would he? If that were the case, his character would be seriously questionable. Zhang Fei said nonchalantly, all right, then you can ask him later. But if he disagrees, don't push it, Su Ying replied, acknowledging her words. Sitting in the front, Lu Tao vaguely heard their conversation and seemed to grasp some of the situation. However, considering Zhang Fei was Zhang Liang's sister and they weren't particularly close, he refrained from turning around to engage in their discussion. Soon, the taxi arrived and came to a halt in front of the shopping complex. Lu Tao paid the fare and then got out of the car alongside Zhang Fei and the others. Chapter 73. Impersonating a boyfriend. Longhua Shopping Center stands as the most renowned retail establishment in Binjiang City, boasting an array of high-end brands with exclusive boutiques. For those with ample means, it is truly a paradise for shoppers. The advertisements of renowned brands such as Sierra Chow Tai Fook, and Cartier adorn the exterior walls. For Lu Tao, however, this place is foreign. Like many ordinary citizens, his knowledge of Longhua Shopping Center is merely superficial. Zhang Fei and Su Ying led the way, with Lu Tao and Zhang Liang trailing behind. The four of them gradually entered the shopping complex. As Lu Tao gazed upon the dazzling display cases, an overwhelming sense of bewilderment washed over him. Had he not been carrying sufficient funds, he might have lacked even the courage to step inside. Zhang Fei, linking arms with Su Ying, paused before the Cartier counter. Women, drawn to the allure of shimmering treasures, often find themselves unable to resist stealing a few extra glances, and they were no exception. Lu Tao and Zhang Liang followed closely, engaging in casual conversation to alleviate the torment of shopping, as chatting made the passage of time more bearable. At that moment, a Lamborghini sports car arrived outside the shopping center, occupied by two young men who appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. Dressed head to toe in designer labels, they unmistakably belonged to affluent families. Even before the vehicle came to a halt, it had already captivated numerous onlookers. It is worth noting that Binjiang is merely a third-tier city, and cars like Lamborghinis, often worth several million, are a rare sight. Their sporadic appearances naturally draw considerable attention. After finding a parking spot, the two young men exited the car and swiftly made their way into the shopping center, inevitably attracting a great deal of attention. However, it seemed as though they were oblivious to their surroundings, scanning the area as if in search of someone. Eventually, their gaze settled on Su Ying and her companions in the distance, and they proceeded towards them. Su Ying, I never expected to encounter you here, exclaimed one enthusiastic boy, sporting glasses, Upon hearing her name called, Su Ying turned around, her expression subtly shifting. Zhang Fei appeared utterly astonished upon recognizing the boy, indicating that neither of them anticipated this unexpected meeting. Is it? I also did not foresee crossing paths with you here, Su Ying replied, her tone tinged with a hint of displeasure. She then inquired, Lan Xiaolong, what brings you to Binjiang? As far as I know, your family does not reside here. Taken aback by her question, Lan Xiaolong momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his composure and explained with a smile, my family is not from Binjiang, but I have friends here. Since it is the weekend, I came over for a visit. What about you? How did you end up here? A boyfriend? Su Ying, when did you acquire a boyfriend? I was completely unaware, Lan Xiaolong questioned, somewhat incredulously. Do I need to report my relationship to you? Su Ying retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Of course not. I merely mentioned it in passing. Please do not take it to heart, Lan Xiaolong hastily responded, sensing her displeasure. Once Su Ying's expression softened slightly, he pointed at Lu Tao and Zhang Liang, asking which of them is your boyfriend. Is it even a question?
Su Ying viplit.
Stepping forward to link her arm with Lu Tao's. This is my boyfriend. Before Lu Tao could even feel the weight of Lan Xiaolong's gaze upon him, he was already rendered speechless. When did he become Su Ying's boyfriend? How could he be oblivious to such a significant development? At that moment, he recalled the conversation between Su Ying and Zhang Fei earlier in the car, and the truth dawned upon him. It was evident that Su Ying intended to use him as a shield to deter Lan Xiaolong's advances. Su Ying, how could you choose such a partner? Look at him, clad in nothing but cheap garments. He is utterly unworthy of you. Lan Xiaolong scrutinized Lu Tao for a moment before he could no longer suppress his derision. If Lu Tao were on par with him in terms of circumstances, he might have understood Su Ying's choice, but the young man before him was profoundly disappointing. Is it appropriate for you to speak in such a manner, Lan Xiaolong? Su Ying retorted, unable to contain her anger. She already felt uneasy about making such a hasty decision without Lu Tao's consent, and Lan Xiaolong's caustic tone only intensified her ire. What? Is what I said incorrect? Lan Xiaolong sneered at Lu Tao. Kid, I advise you not to aspire beyond your means. You cannot afford such aspirations. Whether I can aspire or not has nothing to do with you, Lu Tao replied, extending his arm to embrace Su Ying. Upon witnessing this, Lan Xiaolong felt as if he might explode with rage. He had pursued Su Ying for such a long time without even daring to touch her hand, while Lu Tao had the audacity to hold her close. It was simply intolerable. Consequently, he could not help but issue a menacing warning. Kid, I suggest you keep your distance from her. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Lan Xiaolong, I warn you, do not act recklessly. If you dare to lay a hand on him, do not blame me for being impolite. Su Ying exclaimed sternly. TSK, TSK. I never imagined that you truly possess such capability, managing to elicit such words from the esteemed Miss Su. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. As Lan Xiaolong finished speaking, he turned to the young man beside him and said, Let us depart. The two swiftly left the scene, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Lu Tao released Su Ying's hand, his face filled with remorse as he said, I apologize. My actions were merely for the sake of performance. I hope you can forgive my intrusion. Su Ying shook her head and replied, It is I who should apologize. After all, I had no right to involve you as my faux boyfriend without your consent. I sincerely regret it. Lu Tao waved his hand dismissively and said, It is nothing. We are all friends here. There is no need for such formality. Ying, my suggestion was quite astute, wasn't it? Just look at Lan Xiaolong's demeanor. He will surely refrain from troubling you in the future. Zhang Fei chimed in eagerly. That remains to be seen, Su Ying sighed, casting a glance at Lu Tao. I am concerned that he may seek retribution against you. Lu Tao, hearing this, chuckled and reassured her. Do not worry. This is Binjiang, not Island City. Even if he harbors intentions to create trouble for me, he must consider whether he possesses the necessary strength. I am not a soft target, and not just anyone can manipulate me. Is that so? Su Ying was taken aback by Lu Tao's words, her expression one of confusion. Lu Tao remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. If he troubles you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall handle it, Su Ying advised with a hint of concern. She did not wish for Lu Tao to suffer any grievances due to her own affairs, for that would weigh heavily on her conscience. Rest assured, if I find myself unable to resolve it, I will certainly let you know, Lu Tao replied with a smile. Indeed, Su Ying nodded, then turned to Zhang Fei and said, "Let us continue our stroll." The two of them ascended the stairs, exchanging laughter as if the previous incident had never occurred. Lu Tao watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but shake his head. Were it not for Zhang Liang's reputation, he would undoubtedly prefer to avoid such complications. Zhang Liang patted him on the shoulder and chuckled. "Tao Gu, why not turn this into something more genuine? After all, she has approached you herself. I think it's best to let it be. A hot potato is best left untouched." Lu Tao sighed, then called out, "Let us go. I hope they finish their shopping soon." Observing Lu Tao's somewhat vexed demeanor, Zhang Liang simply smiled and remained silent as they ascended the stairs together. Chapter 74. Contribution and effort. Deep within, he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. At that moment, a male companion joined him in the passenger seat. "Longgu, there's no need to be so upset. From my observations just now, that man is certainly not Su Ying's boyfriend," the boy quickly asserted. "Oh, is that so?"
"Due laboraci. Lang sia long responde. Instanti incit."
Although their interactions appeared quite intimate, there was an undeniable awkwardness to their demeanor. Furthermore, your pursuit of Su Ying has been ongoing for quite some time, and you should be well aware of her relationship status. Given her pride, it's unlikely she would hastily embark on a relationship. She would undoubtedly require a thorough acquaintance period. Therefore, I surmise that this man is an impostor, merely a pawn utilized by Su Ying to rebuff your advances, the young man analyzed. Lan Xiaolong nodded instinctively, concurring, indeed, Su Ying, with her haughty demeanor, would never casually engage in a romance. That fellow possessed no discernible qualities that would captivate Su Ying. I should have realized this sooner. I fault my impulsiveness. Excellent. Let's proceed accordingly. Lan Xiaolong acquiesced readily. Having journeyed this far, let's spend the night here. By the way, don't you have acquaintances in this locale? Contact them forthwith and have them extend their hospitality, Lan Xiaolong instructed. Certainly, no issue whatsoever, the young man responded, retrieving his telephone from his pocket and proceeding to summon their associates. With matters settled, Lan Xiaolong ignited his vehicle and departed in a cloud of dust. "I have commitments this afternoon. The three of you proceed with the meal," Lu Tao stated. "Your excuse seems rather unconvincing. If you harbor reservations about my company, I implore you to fabricate a more plausible rationale. Even with afternoon obligations, one must partake in sustenance, wouldn't you agree?" Su Ying inquired with a hint of displeasure. In the past, individuals have eagerly sought to treat her to meals, but today, when she extends the invitation, it is declined, a truly preposterous notion. Upon hearing her remonstrance, Lu Tao found himself at a loss for words and merely gazed at her in silence.
Non objection signifies tacit consent.
Upon realizing that he no longer insisted on leaving, Su Ying's mood significantly improved. After tidying up a little, the four of them departed from Zhang Liang's residence and headed to a nearby restaurant outside the community for lunch. Once they finished their meal, Su Ying settled the bill and inquired about their next plans for entertainment. Lu Tao mentioned that he indeed had matters to attend to in the afternoon and would need to leave first. However, he suggested that if he were free in the evening, they could gather together for some leisure. Su Ying, understanding his situation, felt it inappropriate to press him further. Nevertheless, as Lu Tao was about to leave, she provided him with her phone number and requested that he call her once he was finished with his commitments. Lu Tao agreed, bid farewell to Zhang Fei and his sister, and then hailed a taxi to depart. Upon witnessing the substantial amount of money, Lu Guangming and his wife were visibly excited. After all, having lived for so many years, it was their first time encountering such a large sum. Lu Tao lingered at home for a while before heading out to the clinic where the elderly gentleman resided. With no pressing matters at hand, he seized the opportunity to commence his medicinal bath early. Upon his arrival, the elderly man promptly began preparing for him. After an undetermined duration, Lu Tao completed his medicinal bath, freshened up, and sat across from the elderly gentleman for tea. "Wonderful, my dear elder, you have truly accomplished a commendable deed this time," Lu Tao expressed with great joy. Oh, come now. I am no living bodhisattva. Were it not for your sake, I would not have undertaken such a task. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively and continued. In another week, the process of muscle and marrow cleansing will conclude. By the way, do you have any plans? Not yet, Lu Tao replied. I am currently preoccupied with the desire to complete my college entrance examination as soon as possible and then embark on my university journey. Lu Tao remarked with a smile. Big brother? Do I seem capable of assuming such a role? Today's big brothers possess wealth and connections, while I am devoid of both. How could I possibly fulfill that role? Lu Tao expressed with a hint of frustration. Fortune and companionship will come your way. As long as you are willing, these things will materialize. What I am most curious about is your perspective, the elderly gentleman said with a warm smile. If I could become a big brother, I would certainly welcome the opportunity. It is preferable to being a nobody, Lu Tao replied. Since you harbor such aspirations, that simplifies matters. The elder paused momentarily before continuing. As for money, I shall provide you with 50 million. In terms of people, I will gather 100 for you. With these resources, you will be able to establish yourself in Binjiang City. What do you think? Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Tao was momentarily taken aback before inquiring, Grandfather, what is your true motivation behind this assistance? To be honest, it leaves me feeling rather uneasy. My willingness to assist you is driven by sound reasoning. The financial support and connections I offer can be regarded as an investment. Should you ascend to great heights in the future, I would naturally benefit from your success. Would I not? The elderly gentleman maintained his composure, unfazed by Lu Tao's skepticism, and explained with a gentle smile. That rationale is somewhat acceptable. However, dear grandfather, I must confess that I lack business acumen. If I were to squander this money, you must not hold it against me, Lu Tao stated earnestly. Not a problem at all, the elder readily agreed. You shall receive it by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. However, Lu Tao, it is advisable that you refrain from inquiring about the origins of the individuals I have procured for you. Naturally, even if you were to ask, it is likely they would remain reticent. Allow me to clarify. These individuals are formidable. It cannot be said they can single-handedly take on 100 foes, yet one could undoubtedly defeat 10 adversaries with ease. The old gentleman, with a twinkle in his eye, imparted this morsel of information. Is that truly the case? 1 against 10? That seems rather exaggerated, Lu Tao remarked, his skepticism evident. You shall discover the truth upon their arrival. With such individuals at your disposal, the unification of the underworld in Binjiang City is within reach. However, that depends on whether you possess the ambition to pursue it. Furthermore, I must mention that the remuneration for these individuals is to be borne by you, each commanding a monthly salary of 30,000. The old gentleman seemed to recall something important and continued. 30,000? Sir, surely you jest. For 100 individuals, that amounts to 3 million. Even if you were to grant me 50 million, it would scarcely suffice. Moreover, you are aware that I currently operate only the carnival, yielding a mere few 100,000 in profit each month, Lu Tao stated, furrowing his brow. He had initially assumed these individuals were a gift from the old gentleman, only to discover the exorbitant salaries he would be obliged to pay. Had he known, he would have preferred to forego their assistance and simply hired individuals himself. Once you possess both personnel and capital, additional venues will naturally follow. At that juncture, would you truly fear the inability to meet their salaries? Moreover, I assure you, these individuals are entirely worth their weight in gold. I am not a fool. If they were not deserving of such compensation, do you think I would allocate such funds to them? The elderly gentleman chuckled and remarked, That's quite true. Lu Tao nodded in agreement and stated, Let us settle this matter then. At that moment, Lu Tao's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Su Ying, promptly pressing the answer button. After a brief conversation, Lu Tao ended the call and turned to the elderly gentleman with a smile, saying, Grandfather, I have some matters to attend to this evening. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave and return tomorrow. The elderly gentleman nodded, waved his hand, and replied, Go ahead. Lu Tao stood up to bid farewell and swiftly exited the clinic. Once Lu Tao had departed, the elderly gentleman retrieved his phone from his pocket, dialed a number and made a call. Chapter 75. The the finest nightclub. By the time Lu Tao arrived at the carnival, Su Ying and the others were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Tao approach, they all came forward eagerly. What are you all waiting for here? Why not go inside first? Lu Tao surveyed the group and smiled. We just arrived, Su Ying replied. Let us go in, Lu Tao said, leading the way inside. Su Ying and the others followed closely behind. As they entered, they happened to encounter Zhao Gang descending the stairs. Zhao Gu, Lu Tao greeted him. Lu Tao, is that you? Why didn't you call me before you came? I could have greeted you at the door, Zhao Gang complained as he hurried over upon recognizing Lu Tao. I just came to hang out with a few friends. Is there a private room available for us? Lu Tao inquired with a smile. Among the crowd, only Zhao Gang was aware that Lu Tao was the proprietor of the establishment. The others remained oblivious. This is quite convenient as it saves him some trouble. Have others arrived? If you are here, surely they are as well. At this point, Zhao Gang called out to a waiter in the distance. Xiao Sun, please escort Brother Tao and his companions to the private room upstairs. The waiter nodded and approached Lu Tao and his companions, smiling as he said, Please follow me. Zhang Liang, you take your sister and Ying Jie upstairs first. I have a matter to discuss with Zhao Gu, Lu Tao instructed. Understood. Zhang Liang replied, gesturing for Zhang Fei and Su Ying to follow the waiter to the private room above. Fei, I didn't expect Lu Tao to know so many people, Su Ying remarked cheerfully as they ascended. Given how small Binjiang City is, it's only natural to know a few people, Zhang Fei replied dismissively. Although she had little knowledge of Lu Tao, she could tell he did not come from a wealthy family, a conclusion drawn from his attire. If he were indeed from an affluent background, he would at least present himself more elegantly. Seeing her perspective, Su Ying remained silent and merely nodded. After they departed, Lu Tao and Zhao Gang found a place to sit down. Zhao Gang snapped his fingers, and soon a server brought over 2 glasses of red wine.
Xiao Yi.
How has business been at the carnival these past few days? Lu Tao inquired after taking a sip of his wine. Don't worry, business will gradually improve, Zhao Gang reassured him. Lu Tao placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, What I wish to discuss is another matter. I currently have a sum of money that needs to be laundered. Having spent considerable time in the nightclub industry, you must possess a wealth of experience. Therefore, I would like to enlist your assistance in laundering this sum of money. How much are we discussing? Zhao Gang inquired directly, eschewing any superfluous pleasantries. Approximately 20 million. Lu Tao pondered for a moment before responding. Upon hearing this figure, Zhao Gang inhaled sharply. Goodness, casually needing to launder 20 million is indeed a substantial undertaking. It is worth noting that until now, he had only known Lu Tao as a student whose parents were ordinary workers. Beyond that, his knowledge was rather limited. Zhao Gang had already been astonished when Lu Tao purchased the carnival, and now, confronted with such a hefty sum needing to be laundered, his astonishment only deepened. The carnival currently generates a monthly revenue of around 5 million. Laundering this amount would likely require no less than 3 months, Zhao Gang calculated internally. All right, 3 months it is. At that time, we shall invest this sum into the renovation of the carnival, Lu Tao remarked with a smile. Bro, are you serious? You intend to invest all that money into the carnival? The shock within Zhao Gang could scarcely be articulated. Even his address to Lu Tao had subtly shifted. Although Lu Tao was younger, his wealth and position as boss warranted a respectful form of address. Lu Tao glanced at him, nodded, and replied with a smile. The interior decor of the carnival is evidently lacking in sophistication. I intend to transform this place into the finest nightclub in Binhai City. The finest nightclub? Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback by this ambitious notion. 20 million is indeed not a trivial sum. However, to establish the finest nightclub in Binjiang City, one would require no less than 300 to 500 million. As far as he knows, the premier nightclub in Binjiang, Jinbi Huanggong, accumulated expenses nearing 200 million. And that was 7 years ago. With current prices nearly doubled, achieving the pinnacle of nightlife would necessitate at least 400 million. For him, 400 million is an astronomical figure. Originally, the carnival was regarded as a third-rate nightclub in Binjiang, attracting clientele that could hardly be classified as affluent, with occasional student gatherings adding to the mix. An investment of a few million would hardly elevate its status. Even if Lu Tao were to inject an additional 20 million, it would merely position the carnival as a second-rate establishment. Aspiring for the best is nothing short of a fantasy. Brother Tao, have you never visited Jinbi Huanggong? Zhao Gang cautiously inquired, refraining from undermining Lu Tao's confidence at that moment. No, I've heard it is the finest nightclub in Binjiang. As long as the carnival can compete with it, that would suffice, Lu Tao replied, shaking his head. Are you aware of the investment required for Jinbi Huanggong? Zhao Gang continued, probing further. Noticing the astonishment on Zhao Gang's face, Lu Tao discerned his thoughts. He chuckled and said, 20 million is merely the initial investment. Subsequent phases will follow. Brother Zhao, Rome wasn't built in a day. I believe it won't be long before the carnival surpasses Jinbi Huanggong. Do you not have faith in me? Zhao Gang waved his hand and replied, how could I possibly doubt you? However, Brother Tao, you are aware that the formidable backing of Jinbi Huihuang is quite substantial. If we endeavor to transform the carnival into the finest nightclub in Binjiang City, we may inadvertently invite significant trouble. Who is the formidable backing of Jinbi Huihuang? Lu Tao could not help but inquire. He had seldom paid attention to such matters before, feeling they were far removed from his reality. Yet now they seemed tantalizingly within reach. The Jinlong Group, Zhao Gang replied. Upon hearing this name, a faint bitter smile crept across Lu Tao's lips. If it were another group he was unaware of, it might be excusable, but as a native of Binjiang, failing to recognize the Jinlong Group would indeed be a source of ridicule. The Jinlong Group is a diversified conglomerate, comprising numerous subsidiaries spanning various industries such as real estate, apparel, and electronics, with annual revenues soaring into the tens of billions. While such a group may not stand out in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, or Shenzhen, in a third-tier city like Binjiang, it undoubtedly reigns as the preeminent leader. Although he currently possesses some capital and is aided by the eye of heaven, amassing tens of billions in a short span seems akin to chasing a dream. If he recklessly challenges the Jinlong Group, it is certain that he will bear the brunt of the consequences. With this thought in mind, he addressed Zhao Gang. The renovation of the carnival is indeed necessary. Given that the funds at hand are rather limited, I doubt they will pique their interest. Let us first elevate the carnival to a second-rate nightclub. Indeed. Upon hearing Lu Tao's remarks, Zhao Gang nodded and inquired, by the way, how many people do you currently have under your command? Lu Tao shifted the topic. 21. Zhao Gang replied without hesitation, providing a direct figure. What is their current salary? Lu Tao continued to question. He was aware that Zhao Gang's subordinates, in their roles at the nightclub, essentially served as security personnel, and thus they were entitled to a monthly salary. Otherwise, who would work without compensation? 3,000, Zhao Gang stated. While this salary was indeed higher than that of ordinary security guards, considering their responsibilities at the venue, 3,000 yuan was not particularly substantial. Therefore, please gather them for a meeting shortly and inform them that there will be a change in their salary. In addition to the 3,000 yuan, they will receive 1,000th of the monthly net profit from the carnival. However, it is essential to clarify that they will possess only the right to dividends, not shareholder status. Lu Tao suggested thoughtfully. Tao Gu, the carnival's net profit is currently several 100,000 each month. If they receive 1,000th of that, it amounts to only a few hundred yuan, which may not be particularly enticing for them, Zhao Gang remarked. Of course, it is an increase compared to their previous salary. He added, have you forgotten what I just told you? Lu Tao countered. Indeed, the carnival's current net profit is modest. However, after several rounds of investment and renovation, we can expect a dramatic surge in net profit. Perhaps, at that time, the monthly net profit will reach millions. Receiving several thousand yuan in dividends each month would surpass their salary. Wouldn't that be appealing? Lu Tao concluded with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Zhao Gang immediately grasped the situation. However, he wondered if the proposal was somewhat grandiose, leaving an impression of unattainability. With this thought in mind, he turned to Lu Tao and suggested, Brother Tao, what if we offer them two options? One being the fractional dividend you mentioned earlier, and the other an additional 2,000 yuan each month, allowing them to choose. What do you think? That sounds reasonable. It would also reveal each individual's preferences. Those who opt for the dividend could be given more significant responsibilities. Lu Tao readily agreed. Excellent. I will take care of it right away. Zhao Gang responded. All right, I'll go check on some friends. If you need anything, feel free to call me, Lu Tao said, finishing his drink in one gulp before heading upstairs. Zhao Gang, not one to idle, quickly gathered his subordinates to relay Lu Tao's earlier remarks. After listening, they each contemplated their choices, striving to select the most suitable option for themselves. In the private room upstairs, Su Ying and Zhang Fei were singing, while Zhang Liang sat on a nearby sofa. Upon seeing Lu Tao enter, Zhang Liang promptly shifted aside to invite him to sit down. Lu Tao approached him with a warm smile and inquired, "Why didn't you order any drinks?" "Waiter." Lu Tao stepped out of the private room and called out to the attendant standing in the corridor. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The waiter promptly approached with a beaming smile. "Please fetch a bottle of fine wine and a few fruit platters," Lu Tao instructed. Soon, the requested items were delivered. "You both must be weary from singing, right? Come, take a moment to relax and enjoy a drink," Lu Tao said as he filled the 4 elegant goblets brought by the waiter. Su Ying and Zhang Fei exchanged glances before settling onto the sand. Lu Tao casually handed the goblets to them. "Lu Tao, is this the wine you ordered?" Su Ying asked, glancing at the bottle, her expression shifting slightly. "Yes, why? Is there a problem?" Lu Tao inquired, noticing her discomfort. "Do you know how much this bottle of wine costs?" Su Ying continued with her questioning. Lu Tao remained silent, merely shaking his head. After all, he had instructed the waiter to procure a fine bottle, regardless of the price, as he was the owner of the establishment and certainly could afford it. In a 5-star hotel, this bottle would cost at least 5 figures, Su Ying remarked. 5 figures? Surely not 10,000 yuan. Zhang Liang interjected, astonished. Is a single bottle worth over 10,000 yuan? Before Lu Tao could respond, Zhang Liang picked up the bottle to examine it, marveling at its value. Indeed, the glass you just consumed was nearly 2,000 yuan. Moreover, being in a nightclub, the prices for drinks are exceptionally high. I would estimate that 10,000 yuan would barely suffice, Su Ying explained. Zhang Liang was left dumbfounded. Had he known the wine was so valuable, he would not have gulped it down without savoring its flavor. It felt like a tragic waste. Opportunities like this were rare, and he now regretted his haste immensely. 10,000 yuan is nothing. If you wish to continue drinking, feel free to order more. Lu Tao was not intimidated by Su Ying's words. Instead, he smiled and replied. In the past, 10,000 yuan would have seemed like an astronomical sum to him, but now it was merely a drizzle hardly worth mentioning. I feel quite content with what I am wearing now. There is no need to pursue any luxury brands. As for a car, I do intend to purchase one eventually. However, I have yet to learn to drive, so even if I buy one, it would merely be a decoration. Once I finish my studies, I will enroll in a driving school, and after obtaining my license, I shall buy a car, Lu Tao remarked. He indeed held little regard for fashion. During his school days, he mostly wore a uniform and saw no necessity in acquiring overly expensive clothing, neither practical nor needed. One understands the principle that a person should dress appropriately. If you present yourself well, others are naturally inclined to take a second glance. However, if you dress poorly, it may invite disdain, Su Ying continued. I am not unfamiliar with being looked down upon. It doesn't bother me. What would you like to drink? I'll go order, Lu Tao said as he stood up. No need, Su Ying waved her hand, saying, let us continue singing. You all can chat. Seeing her response, Lu Tao did not insist and sat back down. Tao Gu, I know you have money, but one shouldn't spend it so extravagantly, right? A bottle of wine costing over 10,000 yuan is rather outrageous, Zhang Liang lamented. Although his family had some wealth, it was his first experience drinking such expensive wine. Haven't you heard the saying? Money is like a fickle friend. Once spent, one must earn it again. Moreover, had it not been for your invitation to visit your family's jade shop, I would not have found fortune. What would you like to drink? Feel free to choose, Lu Tao remarked grandly. Perhaps not. I still have some limits here. I can manage with what I have, Zhang Liang replied, as he poured every last drop of wine from the bottle into his glass, savoring it slowly. Look at your lack of ambition. If I were to take you to the Great Wall Hotel in Beijing for a meal, I reckon you wouldn't even know how to use chopsticks, Lu Tao chuckled. Indeed, The Great Wall Hotel and Tianshang Renjian are renowned establishments in Beijing, far beyond the reach of someone like us. I suspect that just the little money in your pocket would barely suffice for a meal there. Zhang Liang's eyes sparkled as he spoke. For ordinary folks like us, such places are merely topics of conversation over tea, as we all harbor dreams of a luxurious lifestyle. Is it really that exaggerated? One day we should visit Beijing, and perhaps dine at the Great Wall Hotel to see if the prices are indeed so exorbitant. Lu Tao responded skeptically. In his mind, although the Great Wall Hotel is famous, spending millions on a meal is indeed a considerable sum. If the opportunity arises, I would certainly go. However, that is not possible right now. The college entrance examination is approaching, and there is no time for such indulgences. We will have to wait until after the exams. I propose that after our meal at the Great Wall Hotel, we visit Tianshang Renjian to see what kind of entertainment awaits us there, Zhang Liang quickly suggested. All right, no problem. Lu Tao readily agreed. After a while, Su Ying and Zhang Fei finished their singing and took a moment to rest on the sand before rising to usher Lu Tao and Zhang Liang to leave. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lu Tao proceeded to settle the bill. Despite being the owner of the establishment, he understood the necessity of payment. Otherwise, reconciling accounts later would undoubtedly lead to complications. The cashier, unaware of Lu Tao's identity, collected every penny without exception. Fortunately, Lu Tao still had several million in his bank account, so it was of little concern. He initially intended to bid farewell to Zhao Gang but, after searching in vain, abandoned the thought and prepared to exit with Su Ying and the others. At that moment, a large group surged in from outside. One individual spoke with a distinctly displeased tone. "Asong, is this the kind of place you take your friends to? Truly disgraceful." Another quickly interjected, "I apologize. You didn't call me before coming, and I had no preparations. I had anticipated that you would enjoy a visit to the Golden Splendor. But being Saturday, all the private rooms were booked. So, dear brothers, please don't take it to heart. Next time you come, just give me a heads up, and I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged. All right, let it be as it is. Have the owner here send over a few more attractive ladies to keep me company." The first speaker replied without hesitation. Lu Tao recognized that voice. Earlier that day at Longhua Shopping Center, he had encountered none other than Lan Xiaolong, who was fervently pursuing Su Ying. He was filled with indignation after his visit to Longhua Commercial Building, prompting Wang Song beside him to call for someone to attend to them. A group of individuals engaged in an extensive game of billiards before heading to the finest restaurant in Bijang for a meal, and subsequently arrived at their current location. Su Ying's brows furrowed in discontent. She had never held a favorable impression of Lan Xiaolong, and now, encountering him here, coupled with his remarks about seeking out several attractive ladies, filled her with revulsion. Lan Xiaolong and Wang Song, who stood beside him, had also spotted Lu Tao and Su Ying's group, halting their advance. It was indeed surprising how small Bijang was, allowing for such encounters. Lan Xiaolong gazed at Lu Tao, his tone dripping with disdain. "Indeed, it was quite rare to run into you twice in a single day," Lu Tao remarked, flashing a smile at Su Ying. "Shall we depart?" Su Ying nodded, and the group prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Lan Xiaolong and his entourage obstructed their path. "What do you mean by this?" Lu Tao furrowed his brow. "It means nothing. Since we are already here, why not stay for a couple of drinks?" Lan Xiaolong maintained his gaze on Su Ying, not averting his eyes for a moment. "I'm afraid I lack the inclination for that. Please step aside," Lu Tao replied, his expression stern. "You have quite a nerve. How dare you speak to Brother Long in such a manner? Are you tired of living?" A youth beside Lan Xiaolong shouted at Lu Tao. "Mind your tone. They say good dogs don't block the road. Do you not even measure up to that?" Lu Tao retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on the young man. "Damn it, it seems you are courting death." Upon uttering these words, the youth swung his fist towards Lu Tao. Without even glancing, Lu Tao extended his hand to seize the assailant's fist and twisted it forcefully, causing the youth to cry out in pain. The several individuals standing behind the young man, witnessing this turn of events, surged forward, sensing an imminent brawl. At that moment, a voice rang out. Who is causing trouble here? Following the direction of the voice, Lu Tao spotted Zhao Gang, a faint smile gracing his lips. Zhao Gang had just descended from the office above and was taken aback by the scene unfolding in the hall, his displeasure palpable. It is well known that those who manage venues are most apprehensive about disturbances, for with so many guests present, any commotion could spoil the mood of many. Everyone is here seeking enjoyment, not to be burdened by discontent. He first noticed Lu Tao, then the young man whose wrist Lu Tao was gripping. A frown involuntarily formed on his brow. It's nothing. They are simply blocking our way and attempted to strike me. Lu Tao paused momentarily. Why are you obstructing them? Hu Xiao? Zhao Gang inquired, addressing the youth. Long Gu wishes for him to stay for a drink, yet he shows such disrespect. Having insulted others, this ignorant fool dares to lay hands on me. Today, I shall ensure he pays dearly for it. Despite being restrained by Lu Tao, Hu Xiao continued to curse vehemently, his resentment simmering beneath the surface. Hu Xiao, calm yourself. Leave this matter to me. As soon as Zhao Gang finished speaking, he turned to Lu Tao and said, Brother Tao, may I have a word with you in private? Noticing Zhao Gang's mysterious demeanor, Lu Tao sensed that today's situation was undoubtedly complicated. Otherwise, Zhao Gang would not have spoken so courteously. With this thought in mind, he released his grip on Hu Xiao's wrist and followed Zhao Gang to a nearby spot. Chapter 77. Do you wish to become a brother? Brother Tao, I advise you to apologize to him. He is not someone we can afford to offend, Zhao Gang said, his expression troubled. He understood that Lu Tao was his superior and, out of respect and loyalty, should support him. However, the influence of Hu Xiao was indeed considerable, and even if he wished to assist, he felt powerless. What is his background? Lu Tao did not immediately heed Zhao Gang's suggestion but instead posed a question in return. He is the son of Hu Wanshan, Zhao Gang replied. Perhaps sensing that Lu Tao might not be familiar with Hu Wanshan, he added, Hu Wanshan is the chairman of Guowei Corporation and one of the prominent figures in Binhai City. Upon hearing this information, Lu Tao was not particularly surprised. Although he had no knowledge of Hu Wanshan, he recognized that being one of the influential figures in Binhai City implied considerable wealth and power. How many prominent figures are there in Binhai City? Lu Tao did not respond directly to Zhao Gang's remark, but shifted the topic. There are 7. Zhao Gang responded after a moment's contemplation. Who are they? Lu Tao continued to inquire. Zhang Tianxiao from the east, Luo Yuzhu from the west, Chun Keifu from the south, Li Guoqiang from the north, and Chen Minhong from the city center, Zhao Gang listed. Aside from the 5 of them, there are Hu Wanshan from Guowei Group and Xia Huiqing from Huiqing Group, Zhao Gang remarked. What is Hu Wanshan's strength? Lu Tao inquired further. Among the 7 elder brothers, Hu Wanshan is the weakest. Yet, even a frail camel is larger than a horse. He is still one of the prominent figures in Binjiang City, not someone we can easily confront. Moreover, this Hu Bin is an only child, often arrogant. If you truly cross him, it could lead to significant troubles, Zhao Gang cautiously articulated, seemingly aware of Lu Tao's thoughts. Zhao, haven't you heard the saying? The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and one generation replaces another. Do you not aspire to become one of the prominent figures in Binjiang City? Lu Tao retorted. Of course I do. However, to achieve that status in Binjiang City, one must possess strength. Currently, I have but a handful of individuals at my command. Not to mention Hu Wanshan. Even a single one of the 4 tigers of Binjiang under him could easily overpower us, Zhao Gang lamented. The 4 tigers of Binjiang? That title is quite intimidating. Zhao, let me ask you, do you wish to become one of the prominent figures in Binjiang City? Lu Tao queried, touching his nose. Then let us start with Hu Wanshan, he declared, turning to rejoin Lan Xiaolong and the others. Seeing Lu Tao's determination, Zhao Gang no longer hesitated and swiftly gathered all his subordinates. Should a confrontation arise, they would be ready to assist.
Hu Bin, Ishit?
I know who your father is, and there's no need for you to act tough before me. If you wish to continue this game, I shall gladly oblige. However, they have no relation to me. Please let them go, Lu Tao said, gesturing towards Su Ying and the others. No way, none of you are leaving today, Hu Bin shouted in a fit of anger, without a moment's hesitation. Let them go, he added, but before he could finish his sentence, Lan Xiaolong interjected. Hu Bin was momentarily taken aback, doubting his hearing. Yet, Upon seeing the displeasure etched on Lan Xiaolong's face, he promptly nodded in agreement. While it was true that Binjiang City was his territory, in the eyes of Brother Long, he was nothing of consequence. Naturally, he would comply with whatever Brother Long dictated. Seeing that Brother Long had consented to let them leave, Zhang Fei quickly pulled Su Ying away. To her surprise, Su Ying did not follow but instead moved closer to Lu Tao. "You should leave," Lu Tao urged softly. "Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I'll have to divide my attention to protect you." Su Ying shook her head and replied, "If it weren't for me, they wouldn't be causing you trouble. I cannot abandon you at this moment. It would be too unfair." Upon hearing her words, Lu Tao felt a surge of gratitude. He had always perceived this girl as exceedingly proud, yet he had not anticipated such a selfless side to her, which genuinely impressed him. It seemed that his role as her faux boyfriend was not entirely unwarranted. "Fei Fei, you two should leave first," Su Ying said to Zhang Fei and her brother. Before Zhang Fei could respond, Zhang Liang spoke up. "Tao Gu is my boss. If the boss is in trouble, how can a subordinate leave?" Seeing that they were unwilling to depart, Zhang Fei felt it would be inappropriate for her to leave first, so she decided to stay as well. "Brother Long, did you see that? I allowed them to leave, but they chose not to," Hu Bin explained with evident frustration. "Let them have a way out." Lan Xiaolong cast a glance at Su Ying, sighed, and remarked, "Brother Long, is this really happening? This kid just struck me, and it seems like that will go unpunished?" Hu Bin could scarcely believe his ears. It was well known that he and Lu Tao had stood their ground solely for Lan Xiaolong's sake. Yet here was Lan Xiaolong permitting the adversary to depart. A direct slap to his face. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Lan Xiaolong asked coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. "No, of course not." Hu Bin quickly shook his head and shouted to his subordinates, "Everyone, step aside and let them pass." The crowd parted, creating a clear path. Lu Tao naturally took Su Ying's hand and exited the scene, followed closely by Zhang Fei and his sister. Lan Xiaolong shook his head and stated, "I fear not that man, but rather the woman beside him. Immediately send someone to track that man, and once he separates from her, act swiftly to bring him here." Upon hearing this, Hu Bin felt a surge of joy and promptly turned to instruct his men to carry out the task. "Brother Long, there are too many people here. Let us find a private room," Song Gu suggested nearby. Lan Xiaolong nodded in agreement, and the group made their way upstairs. Zhao Gang had originally anticipated a fierce confrontation that day, but to his surprise, the opposing side allowed Lu Tao and the others to leave. With his heart finally at ease, he quickly ushered Lan Xiaolong and the others to the finest private room on the upper floor. Once everyone was seated, Hu Bin conveyed Lan Xiaolong's request to Zhao Gang. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Gang promptly descended to make the arrangements. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 elegantly dressed young women entered from outside. Chapter 78. A shift from defense to offense. His brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that the adversary was still intent on causing him trouble. In truth, he understood well that the reason they had been allowed to leave was primarily due to Su Ying's influence, which only deepened his curiosity about her. It is worth noting that Hu Bin, son of Hu Wanshan, was a figure of considerable authority in Binjiang City. Yet, before Lan Xiaolong, Hu Bin resembled an obedient dog, underscoring the formidable background that Lan Xiaolong must possess. Individuals like Lan Xiaolong would not dare to act too brazenly in Su Ying's presence. Her background was undoubtedly impressive. However, given that Hu Bin had dispatched individuals to track them, it was evident that his primary target was himself. It was quite possible that once Su Ying and her companions reached home, those individuals would choose to act against him. Contemplating this, instead of feeling anxious, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. After all, he had already resolved to establish a firm foothold in Binjiang City, and it was essential for him to assert his authority. Now, with Hu Bin unwittingly thrusting himself into the fray, he would take the opportunity to make an example of him. With his mind made up, Lu Tao wasted no time and promptly hopped into a taxi. The vehicle then made its way to the residential complex where Zhang Liang resided. "I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you," Su Ying said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice during the ride. "It's nothing. I played the role of your boyfriend once, and you helped me eliminate a hassle," he replied. "Or even," Lu Tao declared, shaking his head. "Regardless, it was my fault," Su Ying persisted. "If they cause you any trouble, please don't hesitate to call me." I will find a way to resolve it. It's nothing, Lu Tao responded with a smile. I can handle it. Su Ying, observing his nonchalant demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. Renowned as a beauty within Qingdao University, and possessing an affluent background, she was accustomed to the ardent pursuit of numerous admirers. Even a wealthy young man like Lan Xiaolong had relentlessly courted her. Yet, Lu Tao seemed not only disinterested in pursuing her, but also eager to distance himself, a notion she found difficult to accept. It is often the nature of women to desire what eludes them. Su Ying, accustomed to the overtures of eager suitors, found herself intrigued by someone who displayed no interest. This aroused a profound sense of curiosity within her, unaware of the potential consequences. Lu Tao shook his head and mentioned, I have plans to visit the park with someone tomorrow. Is that so? Could we perhaps join you?
Su Ying inquired.
If you're inclined, you're welcome to. Lu Tao replied after a moment's consideration. Then it's settled. Where shall we meet tomorrow morning? Su Ying asked with a hint of excitement. Let's convene at the park entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Lu Tao suggested, turning to Zhang Liang. Liang, why don't you accompany them tomorrow? I'm concerned they might not know the way. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. At that juncture, Zhang Fei, who had been silent until then, interjected, Lu Tao, you must not lead my brother astray. Led astray? Lu Tao paused, then chuckled, impossible, I would never allow it. Even if he desired to go astray, I would dissuade him. Sis, what are you implying? Lu Tao is my superior. Following him is only natural. As a woman, refrain from interfering, Zhang Liang retorted, displeasure evident on his face. I am acting in your best interest. What would our parents do if something were to befall you? Zhang Fei countered. Rest assured. With me present, Liang will be safe. As I stated previously, I will not permit him to go astray, Lu Tao affirmed. Very well, your words are binding. Should Liang suffer any misfortune, I will hold you accountable, Zhang Fei declared without mincing words. Understood, Lu Tao agreed readily. He never intended for Zhang Liang to join him, nor Sun Guang, Zhao Kuan, or others. He was acutely aware that they were students, not thugs, and venturing into the underworld would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Furthermore, with Zhao Gu as an ally and the promise of 100 subordinates from the old gentleman tomorrow, his foundation was more than adequate. Although the conversation was not entirely pleasant, it did serve to pass the time. Before they knew it, the taxi had arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Su Ying and the others nodded, bid him farewell, and alighted from the vehicle. The driver nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and headed toward the location Lu Tao had specified. From beginning to end, Lu Tao remained fixated on the vehicle trailing behind him. Given the tenacity of his pursuers, it was evident they would not relent until their objective was achieved. With this in mind, he decided to indulge their pursuit. As he passed through the night market, Lu Tao signaled for the car to halt and settled the fare. He then alighted from the vehicle and ventured into the bustling market. The throngs of people rendered it impossible for the car to follow him any further. Consequently, the occupants of the car had no choice but to disembark and make their way toward Lu Tao's location. As Lu Tao strolled deeper into the market, he noticed a stall displaying a variety of knives, including spring blades. He approached, casually picked one up to inspect, and subsequently purchased it, tucking the spring knife into his pocket. It is worth noting that even the most skilled fighter can be outnumbered. Although he was quite adept in combat, the individuals pursuing him were undoubtedly skilled as well, as it was unlikely they could survive in the underworld without capabilities of their own. Should a confrontation arise, victory was not guaranteed. However, possessing the spring knife would certainly enhance his chances. Upon reaching the center of the night market, Lu Tao chose not to proceed further but instead veered off into a side alley. This area was a residential zone, and entering the alley effectively led him into a housing complex. He maintained a leisurely pace, allowing his pursuers to easily keep up. Yet, as they continued forward, they soon discovered that Lu Tao had vanished from sight. It is important to note that this was not a gated community. The streetlights had long fallen into disrepair, leaving the area shrouded in darkness. Without the illumination of the moonlight, it would have been utterly obscured. Nevertheless, Lu Tao faced no such dilemmas. Exploiting the advantage of his keen perception, he had concealed himself in a shadowy corner, observing the four adversaries. The remaining trio exchanged subtle nods before dispersing. Lu Tao awaited such a moment, as a one-on-one confrontation, coupled with the adversary's blindness to their surroundings, rendered victory nearly inevitable. Silently, he trailed the individual who had just issued commands, his right hand constricting around the opponent's throat, while his left fist struck with precision at the opponent's temple, causing him to crumple effortlessly to the ground. Lu Tao then replicated this method, dispatching the remaining 3 adversaries one by one. When Zhao Gang received Lu Tao's call, he initially assumed it was merely a report of safety. He never anticipated it was a request for a vehicle. With no time for further inquiries, he instructed his subordinates to drive to the location specified by Lu Tao. Upon the arrival of the van, Lu Tao procured several lengths of rope from a street vendor, binding the hands and feet of the captives. With the assistance of his subordinate, he managed to load them into the vehicle. Lu Tao followed suit, directing his accomplice to steer towards the carnival. During the journey, Lu Tao was not idle. He utilized a bottle of mineral water to rouse the subordinate who had issued commands. Upon regaining consciousness, the individual was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. His expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing Lu Tao, prompting him to exclaim, "How did I end up here?" It was perplexing. Moments before, they had been actively seeking him, only to find themselves rendered unconscious, awakening as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. "What do you have to say for yourselves? Speak," Lu Tao inquired with a disarming smile. "Is it true that you 4 were trailing me with intentions to eliminate me? I am most curious to witness the manner in which you plan to execute this." Lu Tao, at this point, extracted the switchblade he had just purchased from his pocket. "What do you intend to do?" the other party inquired, astonishment evident as Lu Tao brandished his weapon. "Do you think I am merely a figure of intimidation?" Lu Tao retorted defiantly. In the eyes of his adversary, Lu Tao appeared to be nothing more than a boy yet to mature, wielding a knife merely as a means of intimidation, lacking the audacity to truly employ it. Observing the situation, Lu Tao let out a cold chuckle. With a swift motion of his arm, the blade plunged directly into the adversary's thigh. The opponent, caught off guard by Lu Tao's sudden aggression, was overwhelmed by a piercing pain emanating from his leg, eliciting a cry of anguish. "Do not test my patience. If you remain silent, I shall inflict further wounds to ascertain whether your bravado or my blade possesses greater fortitude," Lu Tao remarked, his expression resolute. He comprehended fully that to contend with such individuals, one must demonstrate unequivocal resolve. Otherwise, no impact would be achieved. The adversary remained silent, merely gritting his teeth. Chapter 79. Do not overestimate your worth. Noticing the other's silence, Lu Tao exhibited no mercy, delivering 2 more strikes. As a result, the opponent was left in excruciating pain, tears streaming down his face. "You are indeed formidable," the adversary seethed, his gaze fixed on Lu Tao, seemingly ablaze with fury. "Now speak." He is not a fool. If the opponent were to perish at his hands, the ensuing troubles would be monumental. When confronted by Lu Tao's inquiries, the other party remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. "Since your insufferable young master takes such delight in tormenting others, very well, today I shall ensure he relishes a taste of his own medicine." As Lu Tao spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The other party trembled upon hearing Lu Tao's words. Having followed Hu Bin for quite some time, they had never witnessed anyone speak in such a manner, particularly a youth of merely 17 or 18. It was utterly incredulous. In the brief interlude, the van carrying Lu Tao and his companions arrived at the entrance of the carnival. Several security personnel emerged, collectively assisting in carrying the individuals outside, drawing a significant amount of attention. At that moment, Zhao Gang also exited the carnival. Upon recognizing the figures sprawled on the ground, he immediately grasped the situation at hand. He hastily scrutinized Lu Tao, a hint of concern in his voice as he asked, "Brother Tao, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Has Hu Bin left?" Lu Tao inquired, shaking his head. "Truly, it seems heaven is aiding me. Let us take them to Hu Bin's private room," Lu Tao commanded. Subsequently, the group made their way to Hu Bin's suite. With his subordinates dispatched and Lan Xiaolong and others having departed, only Hu Bin remained in the room, flanked by 2 young ladies, seemingly reveling in the moment. Little did he know, calamity was about to befall him. The door to the suite swung open, and several individuals entered from outside. Hu Bin was initially reveling in his moment of pleasure when, unexpectedly, someone barged in, inciting his wrath and prompting him to prepare a tirade of insults. However, upon recognizing the intruder's visage, his countenance shifted dramatically. "How could it be you?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Why not me?" Lu Tao replied, advancing toward him. He gestured toward the two women beside Hu Bin, instructing, "I have some matters to discuss with him. You may leave us." The two women, upon hearing his command, quickly adjusted their attire and exited the room. "What do you intend to do?" Hu Bin threatened, his voice laced with indignation. "My father is the chairman of Guowei Group, and if you dare to lay a finger on me, he will undoubtedly retaliate." "You mean your father is one of the big shots in Binjiang City? Am I correct? You needn't attempt to intimidate me with that." "It is futile," Lu Tao retorted, stepping forward to deliver two resounding slaps across Hu Bin's face. Caught off guard by Lu Tao's sudden aggression, Hu Bin's cheeks swelled painfully. He glared at Lu Tao, muttering, "You dare strike me? Just wait." As soon as Hu Bin finished speaking, he fished out his phone from his pocket, intending to call for help. However, before he could do so, Lu Tao snatched it away and casually tossed it to Zhao Gang, who stood behind him. "Looking to summon assistance, are we?" Lu Tao teased, lightly patting Hu Bin's cheek with a mischievous grin. He then turned to Zhao subsequently. A series of haunting wails echoed throughout the room, persisting for an extended duration before finally subsiding. At this moment, Hu Bin was left on the brink of death, devoid of the strength to utter any harsh words, resigned to merely listening. "Brother Zhao, instruct our men to remove them and ensure this place is left spotless," Lu Tao commanded as he rose. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, promptly directing his subordinates to commence their tasks. "Brother Zhao, I suspect that Hu Wanshan will not rest easy upon learning that his son has been assaulted. It is only a matter of time before he sends someone our way. You must have our men clear the area, tidy up, and prepare for an impending confrontation," Lu Tao remarked as he exited the private room. "Brother Tao, we currently have but a handful of brothers. We are no match for them," Zhao Gang expressed his concerns. "In my view, we should first take cover and assess the situation." Despite his ambition to become the leader of Binjiang City, he recognized that their current strength was inadequate. His decision to heed Lu Tao's advice stemmed primarily from the enigmatic aura that surrounded Lu, compelling him to take a gamble. Lu Tao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry. In a moment, instruct our brothers to shut the doors. Regardless of how many arrive, they shall not venture out. As long as we remain inside, it will not be an easy feat for them to gain entry." Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Zhao Gang nodded, refraining from further conversation and hastily set about making arrangements. Gradually, all patrons vacated the premises, and the waitresses and servers departed in succession. The nightclub was left with only Lu Tao and his 20-odd subordinates. To alleviate his parents' concerns, Lu Tao took a moment to call home, informing them that he would be spending the night at a classmate's residence. "Brother Tao, we are all here. What shall we do next?" Zhao Gang inquired as he approached Lu Tao. "Turn off the lights. Everyone, remain still," Lu Tao instructed with a smile. "If they burst in shortly, greet them with all the weapons you possess." As anticipated, after approximately 20 minutes, a flurry of 8 or so vans arrived outside the carnival. The doors swung open, revealing a throng of youths wielding machetes, numbering around 50 to 60 individuals. Leading them was none other than Feng Kuan, one of the 4 tigers under Hu Wanshan's command. He had been engaged in a massage at the bathhouse he managed when he received a call from Hu Wan, informing him that Hu Bin had been grievously beaten at the carnival and required immediate assistance. Who was Hu Bin, the cherished son of Hu Wanshan? Beaten to within an inch of his life, this was intolerable. Without hesitation, Feng Kuan hung up the phone and summoned his men. Thus, over 50 individuals marched toward the carnival with great fervor. To his surprise, upon arrival, he discovered that the carnival had already closed its doors for business. It appeared that the opposition had anticipated trouble and had preemptively shut down operations. "Brother Kuan, what should we do?" inquired one of Feng Kuan's subordinates. Subsequently, someone approached and knocked on the door, but only silence responded. Following Feng Kuan's orders, his subordinates commenced to forcefully break down the door. In no time, The rolling shutter was breached, leaving only the glass door intact. As they were in the midst of this, a police car passed by and came to a halt nearby. Subsequently, 2 police officers disembarked from their vehicle, intending to ascertain the situation at hand. However, upon recognizing Feng Kuan, their brows furrowed slightly. They greeted him curtly before retreating to their vehicle and departing. Who is Feng Kuan? He is one of the 4 formidable figures under Hu Wanshan in Binjiang City. It is said that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Even if they wished to intervene, they dared not approach Feng Kuan. As Feng Kuan observed the glass door, he shouted to his subordinates, "Smash it with all your might. I wish to see how long they can hide." His men, not known for their gentility, immediately complied with their leader's command, breaking down the door. Yet, upon entering, they found themselves in pitch darkness, unable to see even a hand in front of their faces. If they intended to wreak havoc, they at least needed to turn on the lights. When one attempted to locate the switch, it became apparent that there was no electricity. "Brother Kuan, it's dark inside. We can't see anything," someone called out. "Just feel around and smash whatever you can." Feng Kuan bellowed in response. However, before his brothers could act, Lu Tao had already taken the initiative. In such enveloping darkness, he possessed an unparalleled advantage. Faced with such a multitude of adversaries, he felt no fear. Instead, he experienced a rush of excitement. After all, in the past, he had only engaged in skirmishes with a few individuals, but now, with over 50 opponents at hand, he was eager to unleash his prowess. "Who the hell is striking me? I told you to smash things, not to slash." Voices of confusion and anger echoed throughout the chaos. Before long, all those who had entered were sprawled on the ground, with the few able to speak resorting to curses and shouts.